Chapter 471 Confession. The warm autumn breeze blew through the treetops, and the area around the sky garden was completely quiet and silent, with only the returning birds occasionally flying across the sky. However, at this moment, Hannah Daria's heart could not calm down for a long time. Before the Adar Repertory Theatre officially embarks on its national tour, they first have to conduct a final rehearsal in front of Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar. When she thought that she was about to meet the legendary Duke of Adar, Hannah Daria's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Not only her, but almost all the sisters present were interested in the Duke of the Kingdom of Basel who died. Their experience at the Royal Palace of Basel taught them a lot about the former Kingdom of Basel. And such a huge kingdom turned into history in the blink of an eye. No matter who it is. Even if it is a civilian who does not care much about the change of the regime. I am afraid that they will be curious about this. Just as Hannah was looking at the magnificent sky garden out of the corner of her eye, she saw a young maid walking out of the sky garden. Just at the moment when the young maid walked out of the garden, her figure attracted almost everyone's attention. This is not because the maid has such a stunning appearance. It's not because she has such a graceful figure. It was because in her arms, the silly little griffin was looking at everyone present with curiosity with its clear eyes. This young maid is, of course, Avril. As Bruno's first maid, Avril has long become a qualified griffin owner. Don't look at this year. She is only 17 years old, but she can already take care of everything in the air garden, so that the little gristers who live in the air garden can eat full and drink, and have a lot of energy to make trouble. Holding the warm hand holding himself in his arms, Avrils pretended to look around, and then said crisply and said, "All the actors of Civilian Partners are ready. It's your turn for the next show." The voice fell. Avril then hugged the griffin in her arms, turned around and trotted away, leaving everyone present staring at each other in bewilderment. Griffin. Still alive. Including Hannah Daria. Most of the girls present came from ordinary families. However, their experiences in the Basel Palace, and their study of court etiquette and aristocratic manners broadened their horizons and increased their knowledge. Therefore, they could easily recognize that the baby in the maid's arms was an extremely rare magical creature. And most importantly, that is not just an ordinary magical creature. It is one of the kings among magical creatures. The griffin. The king of the sky that roams the continent. Could this be the legendary noble from someone else's family? There are quite a few noble families on the continent that use the griffin as their totem. And the kingdom of Basel alone has more than a dozen of them. However, everyone is just talking, satisfying their own desire to talk, just to show off their family's reputation in the name of the griffin. How could the Stewart family, the rulers of the Principality of Adar, directly take out a living griffin and hand it over to the maid to feed so casually? This stuff is a family totem and symbol. If another noble could get one by chance, wouldn't he have to worship it like an ancestor? Could it be that there are so many griffins in the Stewart family, so that there is almost one hand? Thinking of this, even Hannah and the others, who were originally extremely nervous, couldn't help but ease a little. If his performance can win the appreciation of the Duke, will the young Duke send him a little griffin? Although Hannah also knows that this is just her whimsical and unrealistic fantasy. But when I thought of the soft feathers and stupid eyes of little Griston, the girls present suddenly flooded the girl's heart. After all, who could refuse the little griffin who had a brain? But at this time, it is obviously not a while thinking. As one of the starring actors of the drama Civilian Partners, Hannah Daria had to force her thoughts in her mind and walk towards the garden in the air with her companions. For this rehearsal, the small banquet hall on the west side of the Sky Garden has been transformed into a temporary dance theater by craftsmen from the Principality of Adar, in the VIP seats near the stage, in addition to officials of the Ministry of Culture of Eder. Duke of Eder, Breon Stewart and Princess Cecil, Leah Brad, even listed, came back, seeing Avril jumping in with a little griffin in her arms. Leia couldn't help but chuckle and asked. Leia has been in the Principality of Adar for quite some time. During these days, as the engagement was established, she naturally became familiar with this simple-minded maid. To her, Avril is like a girl next door. Not only can she learn more about the Principality of Adar, but her daily life will also be richer and more interesting. Hearing this, Avril nodded slightly, and then looked at Bruno with a rather resentful look. The acting form of the drama can be said to be the first one in this world, and these scripts selected by Bruno have plots, suspense, and context. Anyone who has a look at it and can't help but be attracted to the plot of being introduced. However, just as Avril followed Leah's restraint, Bruno broke the brain to make Avril go out and passed on, and naturally made Avril uncomfortable. If it were in the past, Avril would certainly not dare to glare at her Lord Duke, and she would not even dare to speak loudly. But now, Rhea arrives. Avril with simple thoughts as a backing, and even his temperament has gradually become more and more cheerful, and he even dares to start a few irrelevant jokes from time to time. Let's let Mondale go next time. Looking at Bruno's indifferent face, Avril's asked for a somewhat grudge. Just like readers hate the dog that breaks the chapter the most, Avril was sent out to work halfway through a play, so she naturally felt a kind of resentment similar to meeting a dog out of context. After hearing the words, Bruno nodded very seriously, and then vowed to promise. Next time for sure. But you say that every time. Seeing this, Avril had no choice but to tug at Leia's sleeve, revealing an aggrieved look. But complaints are complaints. As Hannah Daria appeared on the stage where it was temporarily built, the plot of Civilian Partners gradually unfolded. It suddenly attracted everyone's attention as the previous dramas. Avril had long forgotten about complaining. She just stood beside Leia with her eyes wide open, watching the scenes on the stage, afraid of missing any content in the drama. Even Bruno, who personally arranged the repertoire and the script, nodded slightly, and was amazed. To be honest, before crossing, Bruno didn't watch the drama much. Movies, TV, web, short videos. Which of these entertainment activities? Which one does not have to go to the theater to watch the drama? But at this moment, when he personally felt the extremely scarce entertainment activities in this era, Bruno also looked at it. Instead of staying in the Sky Garden all day watching the little griffins playing around, a drama performance is also a worthwhile entertainment activity. It's not just the plot. The more appealing the drama is, the better the effect it can achieve, and the criticism of the Church of Light contained in it will be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. It can be said, this time the rehearsal has become more and more firm in Bruno's confidence, and enhances his expectations of the impact on the drama. After all, since they are all cross-seekers who have become fascinating, those civilians who have never felt the achievements of human literature and art, who have never felt the Chan Xinghe, will naturally be more excited. Not just civilians. Leah, who was sitting next to himself and senior Idol officials around him, was also completely shocked by the drama performance in front of him. As the finale of this rehearsal, the successful conclusion of Common People's Partners undoubtedly means the complete success of the performance, and means that the Adar drama troupe now has the ability to tour throughout the Principality. But the peaceful time is always short-lived. That is, at the end of the drama, Bruno's personal servant Monitor quietly entered at the side door aside, whispered in the side of Bruno. Almost a moment later, a convoy consisting of 3 Benedict cars filed out of the Sky Garden and sped towards the city of Adar. There is only one reason. That is, the arrival of Monitor brought a news that was called sure break. And the news is that Bishop Olsen, who had been imprisoned by the Adar people for a long time, finally confessed. That's right. The destination of the convoy is the Bastille on the plain of Valence. To know, after the Idal army conquered the Normandy Empire, the Idalians caught the highest level of light church on the land of the Kingdom of Basel. Bishop Olsen was always the subject of strict surveillance and interrogation, and was also the highest-ranking prisoner in the Bastille. Because of the information that the Adar CIA had previously obtained, and the various inferences made based on it, Bishop Olsen is definitely a big fish. And he can definitely understand and contact many unknown information that many others are unknown. So, in order to make this big fish a possible breakthrough, Bruno even offered a reward to the officials of the interrogation department. Anyone who could obtain useful information from Bishop Olsen would receive the Adar Medal of Dedication issued by the Stewart family, as well as many other rewards. For a few months, Bishop Olsen has never even revealed that he has not even revealed that his mouth is far from being very capable. But this is the person. When the officials of the Division of Torture made Bishop Olsen's death to the end, they planned to kill each other for a lifetime. The big fish caught by the Adar finally told the Adar, with actual actions, that what is the real big fish? Simply put, it was Bishop Olsen who did it. And the recruitment has completely exceeded the expectations of Adar. So much so that they had to ask Bruno's steward, Duke of Adar, to go to the Bastille in person to make the decision. After all, the Church of Light, centered in the holy city of Bethlehem, can be said to be the most vigilant enemy currently faced by the Principality of Adar. On weekdays, even if it is a trivial matter about the Guangming Church, an inconspicuous intelligence often allows the agents of the idle Central Intelligence Agency to play a 12-point spirit, not to mention the frightening of the hearts that Bishopons revealed. The intelligence and hidden intelligence and secrets of the hard time. The distance between Valence Plain and Idar City is not short. When Bruno's convoy finally arrived at the Bastille on the Valence Plain, the afterglow of the sunset had gradually faded on the horizon not far away. But, like other parts of Idal, even in the darkest night, the buses outside the city of Valence are still brightly lit. A bright probe lamp swept around the bus from time to time, and the patrol team composed of Idar's soldiers also passed through the city walls one after another. As the most heavily guarded and largest prison in the Principality of Idar. Although the Bastille is not well known today, I believe that with time, the Bastille will be enough to terrify the enemies of the Principality of Idar. After all, Idal soldiers, who are responsible for managing this prison, are not eating dry. Under Bruno's careful training, they not only had a deep understanding of various interrogation procedures, methods and techniques from the previous life, but also had extensive experience in the use of various torture instruments. Although Bruno does not like to use violent means to get the answers he wants. In some cases, a combination of hard and soft means can often achieve unexpected results. Therefore, almost all of the prisoners who are detained in the buses will personalize the beauty of life. The headlights of the magic car illuminated the road ahead, as the drawbridge of the Bastille slowly descended. Claire, the director of the Idar CIA, had been waiting by the drawbridge for a long time. The moment he saw Bruno, Claire got straight to the point and said, "Your Excellency, Bishop Olsen has confessed." "How many things did he reveal?" Hearing this, Claire's stern face slightly sterned, and he said in a deep voice, "Clean." Chapter 472 Immortality. The Bastille is not an ordinary prison, and the prisoners who can be imprisoned in this prison are naturally not ordinary people. Even the prisoner in this prison may not be human, except Bruno himself. Only personnel from the Idar military, Idar CIA, and Idar Institute of Magical Creatures can enter with a certain level of authorization. In these three departments, the reason why he sneaked into a seemingly unreasonable institution, Idar's Institute of Magical Creatures, was because the first batch of prisoners held in this prison were mutants from the Lost Land. After all, the existence of mutation is fresh. At the same time, as a non-human creature that Idal develops, as a place where the Idal develops, Bruno has always paid special attention to the research of mutant species. Only, no matter how many variants in the place where they are, it is impossible to cross the ocean to the Principality of Idar, compared with the threat posed by the Church of Light. At least Bruno knew which was more important between the two. Therefore, Bruno's attitude towards the study of mutant species is actually quite Buddhist. As long as there is no accident, then he would let the scientific researchers of the Principality of Idar do whatever they wanted. After all, magical creatures. If this thing appeared on Earth, Darwin's coffin would probably burst. Bruno really couldn't provide constructive opinions and forward-looking ideas to the scientific researchers of the Principality of Idar. The focus of Bullo's attention is just the safety and confidentiality in the process of research. Therefore, using the Bastille as a base for imprisoning and studying mutants is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. On the whole, the buses are a circular castle-based building. There are trenches and moats around the castle. Even if there is any problem, Idar's army will surely be able to control the potential hidden dangers within the Bastille. The courtyard in the center of the castle is jointly managed by the Idar military and the Idar Institute of Magical Creatures. It is both a courtyard, but also an important test site for experiments and observation of mutant activities for the Idal Institute of Magic Biological Research. As Bruno passed through the courtyard, he was able to hear the roar of mutant variants in the iron cage, and even see the big blood-red eyes beads in the center of the mutant head. They are really ugly. Bruno couldn't sigh. The one you see is already beautiful. Hearing that, Claire could not help but accept the stubble. "Can you see this?" Bruno was surprised. "It's those guys from Idar's Institute of Magical Creatures," Claire said with a bitter face. "They have become obsessed with studying mutants and have even tried to conduct breeding experiments on them." "Then what?" Bruno asked with a sharp way. "Then they found that the variation species did not seem to have gender, and I did not know how to reproduce." Bruno. Bishop Olsen was detained in the underground of the bus prison. As a prisoner with the highest dangerous level in the buses, Bishop Olsen has a single-person cell on the ground floor. But of course, It is not because of the compassion of the Idal National Congress, but to all channels of communication and exchanges between Bishop Olsen and other prisoners. Not to mention, although this room is called a cell, it is difficult to swing here even a complete bed. And the whole is a dark lighting room with black lights. And the most Olsen Bishop collapsed, the Idar seemed to have no intention of letting him go to sleep. Whenever he curled up his body and planned to take a while, the Idar people woke him up. This is called sleep deprivation, as a common method used by Eagle Sauce. When the remaining trial methods have been proven to be useless for Bishop Olsen, this trick is naturally used on Bishop Orison. On one side is the absolutely quiet, absolutely lonely, absolutely dark confinement room. And on the other side is the torture where even sleep has become a luxury. This silent punishment, far more pain in flesh, makes Bishop Olsen collapse. So, after being arrested for more than a month after being arrested by the Idar, Bishop Olsen finally succumbed to the Idar people's various torture methods. When Bruno stepped into the interrogation room, Bishop Olsen, who was tied up, was already fixed on a chair. Prior to this, Bruno has actually seen the portrait of Bishop Olsen. He was a middle-aged man who looked gentle and elegant, with sharp eyes and a resolute face, which often gave people great trust. Especially when Bishop Olsen put on the sacred robe symbolizing the bishop, his image will almost give all believers who believe in the bright church and bring an unspeakable sense of security. However, because it has been detained in the buses, it has been more than a month. By now, the middle-aged man around 40 years old has completely changed. His originally handsome and resolute face became untidy, and his hair looked a mess. Like a messy chicken coop. The dried blood on his body stuck to his damp and moldy prison uniform, making him look extremely miserable. If it wasn't for Bruno clearly, the man in front of him was a big fish in the Guangming church, and he would never associate the person who had begun to use the humanoid in front of him to associate with the status of the Bishop of Guangming. And, because it took more than a month in the very small cell, Bishop On's body had a slight disgusting smell on his body. It seems to be mixed with moldy clothing, slightly stinky mud dirt, and the weak bloody smell, making people unable to hold their nasal cavity. Bruno waved slightly on the edge of his nose, showing a disgusting look. Okay, Bishop Olsen. Bruno pulled a chair over and sat down behind the desk, saying calmly, I listened to Krail said. Do you want to confess? If so, then you can start now. Bruno's words clearly trembled slightly. Hearing this, he raised his head a little, and looked at the young Duke, who was sitting not far away in front of him with his turbid eyes. You are? Duke? Duke? Bishop Olsen's voice sounded quite hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long time, which made people feel indescribable discomfort. And when he finally raised the moment when the head that was lying on the small table, Bishop Olsen's bloody eyes and extremely clear dark circles immediately came into Bruno's eyes. I am afraid that it can no longer be used to describe the mental state of Bishop Olsen at this time. He has been sleeping several days and nights, which has long made his body difficult to support. So much so that even when he spoke, he seemed quite weak and tired. Of course it's me. Hearing the words, Bruno nodded seriously. What is the situation outside now? Does the Church of Light want to replace me? Seeing Bruno nodded, Bishop Olsen asked anxiously. Only, faced with the questions raised by Bishop Olsen, Bruno didn't mean to answer at all, but just repeated the words he had just said. If you have anything to say, then say it now. If not, go back to your cell and be quiet. Don't let me waste your time. Looking at the indifferent face of Bruno's ancient well, Bishop Olsen finally clenched his fist and looked at Bruno with the eyes of begging. I can tell you everything I know, but please let me leave the bottom single cell. Yes, in the short period of more than a month, the hardships experienced by Bishop On, I am probably more than he added up in his life. This was the first time he realized that. Turn out to be. Sleep is so important to humans. Being alone in a confined room can almost bring about a mental breakdown. He didn't want to recall the feeling of spending years in the solitary cell, in that completely dark room. So dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. He couldn't do anything. No one talked to him. No one communicated with him. Even if the prison guards, who distributed meals between the cells, would not answer any questions he raised. The only thing Bishop Olsen could do was to curl up in a corner of the cell alone, thinking back on his experience and wondering how the Idar people would interrogate and torture him. However, there was no torture. No torture. When Bishop Olsen was put into a cold and humid single-person cell in the ground, The Edal seemed to have given up his inquiry. If there were no prison guards to bring him food every day, Bishop Olsen would even think that he had been forgotten by the Adar. In Tonglio universe, the prison is the feng shui treasure of the dragon field Wu Dao. And in the Principality of Adar, prison is undoubtedly the designated place for revealing secrets and giving up resistance. The closed space of not seeing the five fingers often allows people to have endless associations and magnify the fear in their hearts to the greatest extent. Then, Bishop Olsen yielded. Although just more than a month ago, he is also the most loyal clergyman of the Church of Light and a talented person trusted by the Pope. But for Bishop Olsen, it seems that it has been decades. He can't hold it anymore. However, facing the eyes of Bishop Olsen's bitter begging, Bruno just smiled and said, "It depends on how much you can provide and useful information for us. I know everything about the Augustri Desert. Then talk." Although the moment when he heard the words of Bishop Slyson, Bruno's heart was shocked. But he still looked at the changes in Bishop On's face very calmly. "All my family members and friends died in the war. I grew up in the holy city of Bethlehem. And the person who adopted me is the current Pope Clement V. Your adopted father is the Pope?" "Yes. But not?" Bishop Olsen nodded, but then shook his head. "I have been adopted more than just me. In fact, the church adopts unclear children every year on the mainland. In the year I was adopted, Clement V alone adopted dozens of children of similar age. But only a few of them survived. Why? Augustri Desert. The biggest secret of the church is hidden there. That is the real secret place of the Bright Church. The church has stored a divine corpse deep in the Ogier Desert." Hearing the words, Bruno couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. Really? The diary from the Warcraft Mori has revealed everything after the end of the God of God. Selfishness, quarrels, betrayal, killing. If it is not expected by Bruno, the corpse that is stored in the Augustri Desert should be the corpse of the gods falling in the God of God. "You continue to say," Bruno ordered. "As far as I know, gods are extremely special beings. They have broken the rules of the world. Even if they enter a state of death, their consciousness and most basic abilities can still exist by relying on their corpses. And we are taking advantage of this. The Crusaders affiliated with the Church of Light have a size of tens of thousands. However, in the eyes of the core circles of the Church, only the Crusaders who enter the Ogier Desert can be called true Crusaders." Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but show a skeptical expression. "Is there any difference?" Bishop Olsen paused and said, "Because the holy army who entered the Augustri Desert is the blessing of the gods. Superstition?" Bruno questioned. "No. This is not superstition. This is fact. The dedication of the gods still exists in the damaged body of the deity. Even if it is a deity, his obsession and consciousness will gradually dissipate over time. Therefore," having said this, Bishop Olsen couldn't help but pause. Even his entire face seemed to become tangled and hideous at this moment. "Just like, there is a terrifying sense of fear in the words that I am about to say." "So what?" Bruno stared into Bishop Olsen's eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Finally, Bishop Olsen gritted his teeth. "Therefore, the Pope and the remnants still stored on the corpse reached some kind of agreement." Bruno couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Agreement?" "Yes. Only with sufficient sacrifice can the deeds of the gods continue to exist over time. So, civilians and Augustres are the sacrifice prepared by the church for them. As a feedback, every time a sacrifice is presented, the deities of the gods will give a soldier from the gods. Hearing this, Bruno finally frowned. What is the use? What is the use? Looking at Bruno's eyes, the mind of Bishop Olsen seemed to recall the past again. Even in his trembling words, it seemed to contain an unspeakable fear. Never die. Non-immortal. Chapter 473, Elegy for the Empire. Immortality. When Bishop Olsen's slightly heavy words were passed into Bruno's ear, for the first time, he paid attention to this phrase that was completely inconsistent with objective laws and internal logic. Is it really possible? The gods themselves are dead. If he was really so powerful, how could he be killed and end up with only a trace of his soul lingering on in this world? Although it has passed for more than half a year, Bruno has always remembered the memory of the short video Forgotten Past.mp4 that he saw in the Wonders construction system. An explosion caused the deities to fall. And this may mean, where is there any immortality, and the reason why you can't kill is just because of insufficient firepower. As the so-called poor, tactics are interspersed, and the rich is covered with firepower. The fall of the gods undoubtedly taught Bruno a simple and easy to understand truth. As long as the Principality of Adar has enough firepower, there is no such thing as immortality. The god is dead? Right. Right. Bishop Olsen nodded. If he himself cannot achieve immortality, how can he make others immortal? Bruno couldn't help but chuckle. I don't know why the gods died. But the immortality of the Crusaders is not what you think, Bishop Olsen explained. Oh! In fact, there is not much understanding of the deities. As far as I know, the power of the gods comes from human beliefs and respect. Only when there is a vast and magnificent belief, the characteristics of immortality can be truly realized. What do you mean? What extent can the so-called immortal and immortal achieve? Is actually related to the concentration of faith? Bruno listened carefully to Bishop Olsen's words and analyzed them calmly. Indeed, nowadays, the characteristics of immortality do not really make people immortal. In most places on this continent, the power of faith has not yet been condensed. Therefore, the soldiers of the Crusaders only have more courageous physiques than others, and terrifying self-healing abilities. Heal self? Yes, the ability to heal oneself. As the leader of the Principality of Adar, you must have led and participated in quite a few wars. So, Your Excellency the Duke, you should know that sometimes the number of soldiers who died from injuries after a war is even greater than the number of soldiers who died on the battlefield. Hearing this, Bruno nodded affirmatively. What Bishop Olsen said is the fact of this era. In an era when medical technology and medical methods were extremely backward, bloodletting therapy was still popular in this land. In addition to this kind of treatment of murder, once the soldier is injured on the battlefield, wound infection will be a very likely fact. After all, no other country attaches as much importance to environmental sanitation as the Principality of Adar. In an environment full of lice, fleas and dirt, it is hard not to get infected. Therefore, once the soldiers were seriously injured, it can be said that it was a life of 9 deaths, or even 10 deaths. The extremely slim survival opportunities and the great pain caused by wound-tearing infection made many wounded soldiers want to die directly on the battlefield. Only, this is just for most of the forces in this era. The Principality of Adar should naturally not be included. On this land ruled by the Stuart family, the development of medicine has made a rapid progress like magic. From the beginning of Idal Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital, later, the Adar Medical College, Adar Public Hospital, community hospitals, and even the Adar version of the Barefoot Doctor Manual were fully issued. Under the leadership of Bruno, the Principality of Idal not only established a rather improvement of warfare system in the army, but also combined China and the West to harvest, which made the development of medical research and medical methods obvious to all. In this land, not only does it have the Karakara bath, but the ancient Roman water canal and other wonders have brought a magical bonus with a promotional effect. In addition, there are theoretical research and personal practice by Dr. Doug Batilev, Dean of Adar Medical School, and Master Patsy of the Institute of Magical Creatures. As the pioneers of Adar medicine, they all made extremely important contributions to the development of medicine in the Principality of Adar, under the leadership of Bruno. Thanks to the cutting-edge research of Dr. Doug and others, and the hard work of countless community doctors at the grassroots level in Adar, the mortality rate and birth rate of the Principality of Adar have made great progress compared to when Bruno first came into this world. But apparently, compared with the Principality of Adar, the Church of Light has chosen another unusual path. They do not rely on medical skills, do not rely on technology. They rely on our mutations, relying on the power of the gods to give the Holy Army soldiers. The Church of the Guangming Church is soaring on the path of theology, and has taken a path that matches its title and doctrine. Self-healing. For Bruno, this stuff sounds a little bit mysterious. Then, what kind of wounds can heal themselves? Yes, true crusaders are not afraid of ordinary swords. Even if they are seriously injured, as long as their heads are not removed, they will not die on the spot. Bishop Olsen explained. What about the gunshot wound? Alright, this is the most important focus of Bruno. For the Adar army today, close combat with the enemy is only possible after the ammunition is exhausted. So, compared to the threat that the swordsman can cause the sacred military soldiers, Bruno cares about whether the magic guide rifle can be effectively killed to the sacred military soldiers. Gunshot wound? The moment when he heard the words of Bruno, Bishop Olsen obviously stunned. Although he was captured by Adar's army, he had never experienced the power of a magic rifle. The only thing he knew was the magic guide rifle was the new weapon of the Idol army. And it was also something that the Guangming Church had always paid close attention to it. No. I don't know. Have you ever received the blessing of the gods and become a true crusader? During the talk, Bruno couldn't help but look at the bishop in front of him with interest. No. I'm definitely not. As if sensing the deep meaning in Bruno's eyes, Bishop Olsen quickly explained, the power bestowed by the gods is indeed strong. But the residual thoughts of the gods will also have an extremely obvious impact and damage on the thinking of the Crusader soldiers. Therefore, except for the Crusader soldiers, the clergy of the church have never received the protection of the gods. No. Absolutely not. At the moment Bruno looked at him, Bishop Orison was really panicked. He really didn't know that if the young duke in front of him had doubts about his words, he would wait for what he would be. In the past years, Bishop Olsen has experienced countless setbacks and suffering. He had played sand in the desert, and he also watched the crocodile teeth in the rainforest. He used to be friends in the Big Bing Yuan and the avalanche, and communicated with the vulture on the cliffs. However, although Bishop Olsen could stay calm at these times, when facing the Adar and the young duke in front of him, he couldn't help shaking his body, because the Adar people's methods are endless. To him, the Adar people are simply not human. And what puzzled Bishop Olsen the most was, although I have said a lot, from the corpse of the god to the power brought by the power of faith. But why can the young duke in front of me be so calm and indifferent? Isn't he surprised at all? But Bishop Olsen had no time to think about it, because Bruno's next words almost made him faint. The existence of magic will prevent the convergence of the power of faith. So, this is the reason why you activated those magic wells? As long as the magic power on the continent becomes increasingly thin, the gathering of the power of faith will become a reality again. And the strength of the Crusaders will also make a qualitative leap? How can you know this? Bishop Olsen's eyes widened and said in surprise. In his opinion, this information should be top secret within the Church of Light. But Bruno seems to be clear about this. Of course, Bishop Olsen did not know that the young duke, who was sitting in front of him, was actually a crossing person. And most of the information that Bruno knew was provided by the Wonders construction system. For a time, he just felt like he was falling into an icy cave. Is there anyone in the church relying on Principality Adar? Could it be that in the eyes of the Adar people, the Church of Light has become one-way transparent? If it is like this, so in the previous month, what does it mean to stand up? Of course, Bruno did not know the mood of Bishop Olsen at this time, but just asked with a smile. Why can't I know? Tell me the distribution of the magic wells, and how to activate them. I don't know. Bishop Olsen quickly shook his head. Have no idea? Really do not know. Feeling Bruno's sharp eyes, Bishop Olsen cried and lost his face and said, although I was the one who activated the magic well in the Cecil Mountains in the west of the continent. But before the mission was issued, only the Pope and the Cardinal knew the distribution location of the magic well on the continent. I am just a little bishop who has come into contact with some secrets. The information provided by Bishop Olsen not only answers Bruno's doubts about the Augustras region and the Augustri Desert, but also has extremely important significance for the future planning of Idol. When Bruno walked out of the interrogation room, Creel had been waiting outside the door of the interrogation room for a long time. I heard it. Yes. Since the interrogation room uses one-way light transmittance glass, and a special listening hole is reserved at the gap of the ceiling. Therefore, Creel, who is always paying attention to the interrogation room in the room next door, has also heard the confession given by Bishop Satan. Creel felt extremely ashamed when he thought that the Adar CIA had not been able to discover the secrets of the Ogre Desert for such a long time. After all, as early as half a year ago, Bruno repeatedly demanded that the Idol Central Intelligence Agency to investigate the secrets hidden in the Augustri Desert. But to this day, even if a large number of Idol agents have been used, and a lot of funds have been spent, the Idol Central Intelligence Agency is still found. Although Bishop Olsen has recruited it, the investigation of the Augustri areas must not end there. Fortunately, although Bishop Olsen is not clear about the distribution of magic well on the mainland, it knows the layout of the church in the Augustri. As he spoke, Bruno handed a slightly scribbled map to Claire. According to the information provided by Bishop Olsen, this should be the core of the Guangming Church in the Augustri Desert. The idle Central Intelligence Agency must figure out the strength of those holy army. I understand. All Adar agent who participated in this operation must be very vigilant. Because according to the speech of Bishop Olson, the magic of the Augustres region has long been forcibly cleared. In that desert, the strength of the elite in the Holy Religious Army is likely to be far beyond your imagination. Yes. As the words fell, Claire took the order and left. And Bruno also got on the return car. But Bruno's frown became more serious. Because apart from the previous ones, there is another point in Bishop Olson's confession. That is mutants. Prior to this, Bruno never thought that. I actually heard news about mutants from the clergy of the Church of Light. Bishop Olson obviously didn't know much about the overseas continent. But according to him, the methods and techniques of killing mutants were a compulsory course for all Crusader soldiers stationed in the Ogre Desert. Could it be that, on this continent you live, there is still a mutant existence? But if mutants really exist in this land, why have I never heard of any news about them? Original. Bruno once suspected that there may be mutation in the forest of Warcraft. But there is only the Ebong Haze snail that can affect the human spirit. Bruno has also doubted whether the secrets in the Augustri Desert are related to mutation. But it is obvious that there are only gods of the gods, and the Holy Army Corps that think of immortality. But since this is the case, why do the Bright Church let the soldiers of the Holy Army train this? Bruno didn't understand it for a moment. But he didn't have time to think about it any further. Because, at the moment when Bruno's team arrived in the air garden, Monadier brought a completely unexpected emergency military emperor. The emperor of the Third Normandy Emperor. The head of the Alexander. The head of the family. Ordered on the bank of the Alba River. Chapter 474. The New Journey of the Adar People. Rez is dead. Although Bruno has not played too much with the young Norman emperor, the relationship between each other is far from harmonious. But the news of Rez's life still remains silent at this moment. The Principality of Adar has never regarded the Third Norman Empire headed by Rez as a strong enemy. But it is undeniable that as a member of the Alexander family, Rez is indeed doing his best to save this empire on the verge of collapse. What happened to be Rez Alexander, the emperor of the Normandy Empire, not only met Bruno as a crossing, but also encountered hundreds of years to raise a significant Guangming church. Perhaps this is the trend of history. And it is an indescribable historical footsteps. In half a year, the Principality of Eder destroyed the rule of the Balsan family. And the Bright Church ignited the royal palace of the Norman Empire. Only, for the former, Bruno is a participant, for the latter, Bruno is an onlooker. Different moods brought by different perspectives. When deciding to launch Basil's conquest war, Bruno's heart is more excited and jumping. Because as the participants of the Basel conquer the war, Bruno was certainly saddened by the death of Adar's soldiers. But just like the integrated mixed gains and separated mixed losses based on the utility value function, when the Principality of Adar gained far more than the price it paid in the war. In Bruno's heart, what was more important was the pleasure and joy after winning. However, this time, as a bystander, as a member of the aristocracy of that era, Bruno was speechless at the death of Rez. The death of Rez seems to have little impact on the Principality of Adar. But in fact, it will make the Principality of Adar face a more severe and urgent threat of war. After all, the existence of Rez can attract the energy of the Church of Light to the Principality of Adar, thus providing more time for the development of the Principality of Adar. Bruno did not expect Rez to be able to resist for long as he could hold out until the day when Adar's army completed the deployment of new equipment. Even just a day ago, the Adar government office had just decided to donate a batch of weapons and equipment to Rez free of charge in the name of a friendly neighbor. But now, it's not necessary. Accompanied by Mundell, Bruno slowly walked into his study, with extremely complicated feelings. Why did Rez die suddenly? After a while, Bruno, who was staring at the map solemnly, suddenly asked. According to the information sent back by the intelligence personnel, after the imperial capital St. Lawrence was captured by the Crusaders, the remnants of the army led by Rez began to flee all the way north, hoping to escape to the Sunjin plain north of the Albona River to regroup. However, the church did not intend to let Rez retreat peacefully. A Crusader army affiliated with the Church of Light pursued Rez and his men almost day and night, all the way to the banks of the Albona River. Where is Marshal Teodoro? If I remember correctly, he is not only Rez's teacher, but also a rare famous general in the Norman Empire, reporting to His Excellency the Duke. As soon as the news of the Church of Light burning down the Norman palace spread, The second prince Riaz fainted. According to Riaz's instructions, Marshal Theodoro had already crossed the Albona River to the San plain. So, has the Church of Light yet crossed the Albona River? No. Mundell shook his head. The Albona River is located north of the Great Plain and has always been regarded as the dividing line between the Sonnefjord and the Great Plain. Not only does it have a fast-flowing flow, but the river is also extremely wide, making it a more dangerous natural barrier than the River Sauron. After receiving Mundell's answer, Bruno thought for a moment, and his frown gradually relaxed. Call all generals above the rank of brigadier general stationed in Adar City, and tell Defense Minister Sarah Corrin to convene an emergency meeting of the Adar Defense Department in the Sky Garden in 1 hour. Yes. Seeing that his lord the Duke was so serious, Mundell naturally did not dare to delay for a moment. He responded and left in a hurry. Bruno in the study stood up. His eyes looked at the map hanging on the wall with great solemnity. Rez died in the Albona River. This means that the situation on the mainland has changed quietly. This also means that the vast land from the Sonnefjord in the north to the Kelvin Basin in the south and the Valence Plain in the east has become a no-man's land. Nowadays, the Crusader soldiers have already entered the Kelvin Basin. But, Sonnefjord, west of Valence Plain, these vast, rich and fertile territories have not yet been conquered by the Crusaders. Almost the next second after hearing the news of Rez's death, Bruno realized this might also be an opportunity for the Principality of Adar. The death of Rez will definitely remove a shield and a buffer between the Principality of Adar and the Church of Light. But Rez is dead after all. What Bruno has to do now is to strive for the maximum benefit for the Principality of Adar under the current situation, so as to restore the impact of Rez's death on the Principality of Adar as much as possible. If nothing else, according to the intelligence brought by Adarci at the same time, the Kingdom of Cecil has already prepared its troops for war in Carter Heights. The Odin Empire also deployed tens of thousands of troops on the Armanchus Plain south of the Novocamin Mountains. The Crusaders led by the Church of Light were swallowing up the fruits of victory after the war at a terrifying speed. Obviously, almost all the forces on the continent are staring at the vast lands left behind by the second Prince Riaz, and regard them as a piece of fat meat that they can fight for. And Bruno Stewart, the Duke of Adar, is naturally no exception. Bruno's idea is actually very simple. Rather than letting the church get it, it is better to get it yourself. Even if I can't get it, I must never let the church get it. Because in the inland of the empire where the per capita cultural level has only reached the prenatal education stage, the brainwashing effect of the Church of Light will undoubtedly be magnified to the greatest extent. The more land the Church of Light occupies, the more confident the Crusaders will be in attacking everywhere. And Bruno didn't want much. The Basel Conquest War has more than doubled the territory of the Principality of Adar, which is really a bit indigestible. So, Bruno is not greedy. As long as we can seize the western part of Valence Plain, it will be enough. Prior to this, the Principality of Adar only occupied the eastern part of the Valence Plain, including the city of Valence, while the vast territory in the western part of the plain was firmly held in the hands of the second prince, Rez. Although Bruno was drooling over the land, he never took any action considering that he still needed Rez to act as a buffer. And now, although the imperial army led by Marshal Theodore still had the strength to fight, it was unable to withstand the attacks from all directions. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? As long as Bruno can take the entire Valence Plain into his possession, the Principality of Adar will surely have a more considerable strategic depth. This has extraordinary strategic significance for the entire Principality of Adar. The Adar people have never feared war. The status of Adar Park today is the result of countless Adar soldiers fighting with real swords and guns and their passion and blood. From the insignificant earldom that used to hide in the eastern part of the continent, to this day, this powerful person who makes nobles and wealthy families feel awe, and even stamping his feet can make people tremble. Every Adar person living on this land has personally participated in this magnificent transformation. So, when many generals of the Principality of Adar gathered in the Sky Garden, their eyes were all filled with a burning desire to fight. What Bruno needs to consider is the development of the entire Principality of Adar, and what he needs to do is to take charge of the overall situation. What the soldiers of the Principality of Adar have to do is to win every war. Therefore, these Adar generals who followed Bruno all the way were already eager for the war that might break out at any time. We must take the Valence Plains. But the question is, how are we going to take it? looking at the Adar army generals surrounding him. Bruno said in a deep voice. Bruno's thoughts are not unreasonable. Although the second Prince Rez is dead, but Marshal Teodoro still had more than 20,000 soldiers under his command. Even if the old, weak and sick are excluded, there are still more than 10,000 soldiers capable of fighting. In addition to this, the famous Imperial General, General Yelen Rudolph, also has nearly 10,000 Imperial soldiers under his command. Although the number of people was not too large, the Adar army could easily capture them all in one fell swoop. But Bruno had other ideas. Could it be that His Excellency the Duke wants to recruit those soldiers to surrender? Looking at Bruno's face, Saracone asked tentatively. That's indeed the idea. Bruno nodded and said to everyone present. Although there are many forces on the continent today, the Church of Light, which has emerged as a new force, is our common enemy. And these soldiers who once served under the second Prince Riaz are among the few who have fought in close combat with the Crusaders. If we can persuade them to surrender, it will certainly be of great benefit to the Principality of Adar. Moreover, most of them have experienced several extremely difficult battles such as the Battle of the Albona River and the Battle of St. Lawrence. They are veterans with sufficient actual combat experience. Sarah Corin. I also deeply agree with Bruno's words. As the Minister of Defense of Adar and a former Norman general, he was well aware of the huge gap between new recruits and veterans. Veterans who have been to the battlefield have seen blood and death with their own eyes. Even though the Adar army has completely different weapons and equipment, unique training methods and combat systems, but the unforgettable memories that the veterans possess, the perception that is formed by being born and died many times, are by no means comparable to any new recruit. Not to mention, due to external threats and the expansion of territory, the conscription work of the Principality of Adar is now extremely tense. If you can put the army left by Rez in the pocket, then the national defense pressure faced by Principality Adar will inevitably be greatly reduced. And the Minister of Defense, the Ministry of Defense of Saracon, can also breathe a little. So, is it possible? Marshal Totoro is hard to say, but I have confidence to persuade General Yelotanov. Facing the inquiring gaze from his lord the Duke, Saracon said in a deep voice. The Colum family has always had a close intersection with the Rudorf family. Before serving as the guards of Man Fortress, Salakuran had played with Yelunra Tonfa in the Royal Forbidden Guard. Then I'll wait for your good news. Bruno nodded, then looked at the power distribution map with sharp eyes, and said in a deep voice. As for Marshal Teodoro, send Adar agents to try to make contact. If they can surrender, that would be the best. But if the old Marshal is unwilling, the Principality of Adar will also bring the entire Valence Plain under its rule. The voice fell, including Defense Minister Sarakorin. All Adar generals stood up suddenly and answered in unison. Yes, sir. Under the shelter of the Adar army, external turmoil never affects the internal affairs of the Principality of Adar. Although the people of Adar would also talk about the news of the death of the Norman Emperor Rez Alexander published in the Adar Daily, and would also eagerly discuss the situation in the interior of the empire. But the Adar army was like a solid high wall, isolating them from the hardships and difficulties they had experienced. On the one hand, the wind and rain were fluttering. The nobles fought in chaos. And on the other hand, the economic prosperity and the society were stable. The Principality of Adar provides a roof over the heads of the people living on this land. At the same time, the people of the Principality of Adar have never let Bruno down. For more than half a year, Adar's army conquered cities outside the Principality and made great achievements. Within the public, the hard work of the farmers has made the food reserves of the Principality of Adar more abundant. The hard work of merchants and the economic policies jointly formulated by the Adar Central Bank and the Adar Government Office have made the business of the Principality of Adar more prosperous. The third public hospital was officially launched in Valence City, and 100 public primary schools began enrollment in Basel City. The Principality of Adar is moving further and further on the path of magic industrialization. There are more and more scientific research results born in Idal Public University. In this prosperous scene, an ocean-going sailing ship that came from afar slowly docked at the port of Merlin district. Students from the Kingdom of Cecil finally took the Idal sailboats and arrived at the land located in the eastern part of the mainland. Chapter 475 Shocked. You are such a Principality of Adar. Bruno had previously promised Daniel Pote, allowing King Cecil to send international students to the Principality of Idal. Then, they are coming. Setting sail from the Kingdom of Cecil, The students going to study in Iran boarded the Adar people's three-masted ships and, after more than a month of sailing, they arrived at this country located in the eastern part of the continent at the end of November. The end of November every year is when the crabs in Merlin Bay are at their fattest. With the rapid development of the fishing industry in the Principality of Adar, the business scope of the Adar Whaling Company has gradually expanded. The fishing boats used for deep-sea crab fishing are directly converted from the former naval flagship of the Kingdom of Basel. One another fishing boat reciprocated between the port and the distant sea, sending a large meat crab to the shore. Driven by Bruno's steward, Duke of Adar. These crabs that grow in the deep sea have long become commodities that merchants and nobles are vying for. The crab's depths from the Merlin Bay are very similar to the pine leaf crabs on the earth. Not only do they grow similar, but even the delicious taste is the same. And they will soon be popular in the Principality of Idol. So as to start the previous year, whenever the annual pine leaf crab season, the coastal fishermen will become extremely busy. That is why these students from the Kingdom of Cecil will first see the magnificent scenes of thousands of sails on the magnificent sea. And when they finally set foot on the land of Principality Adar, the prosperity, the coastal avenue, where people come and go, also made them speechless for a while. The White Adar River divides the Melit area into two parts. The north bank of the Adar River, on Water Street adjacent to the seaside, caravans and horses can be seen everywhere. And there are countless Adars riding bicycles. There are spacious and atmospheric shops. And there are a row of houses. The Adar-style building with the Normandy Empire and the many civilized achievements on the planet of Basel. The Norman Empire and the many civilized achievements on the earth are unique on this land. While pleasing to the eye, it also makes people feel a kind of omnipresent cultural heritage and strong comprehensive strength. The cries of vendors can be heard in the streets, and boats dock at the fishing port on the coast. From south to north, the towering lighthouse of Alexandria and the heavily guarded Venetian arsenal are awe-inspiring. The connected port docks and customs ferries are awe-inspiring. On the south bank of the Adar River, every hour, a melodious and deep sound can be heard from Big Ben. And the square in front of the Adar Royal Exchange is crowded with countless businessmen of all sizes. Around the Idol Royal Stock Exchange, the newly planned street community is in intensive construction, and countless idle workers sweat on the construction site. In this era, few cities can have a large population and prosperous business, but also have a clean and tidy city appearance. However, in the Principality of Idol, people living on this land have achieved a balance between the two. Although people come and go on the open streets, although the bustling hustle and bustle, whether it is the roots of the wall or the corner of the street, it cannot see the slightest filth. As one of the earliest cities that began to build and popularize public toilets, the city's appearance in Merlin's special economic zone ranked among the top 3 of the princes all year round. And 3 years have been included in the list of Adar's civilized city. For these young people who have lived in the Kingdom of Cecil for more than 10 years, the scenes before their eyes almost overturn their 3 views. As students studying in Iraq, of course, they know that this country in the Eastern Empire is far from what they used to think. But, even though these students have already had a certain psychological preparation, but in this short half-day, everything they saw was enough to overturn their previous cognition. And, even though the students who went to the Principality of Adar had been carefully selected, among them are also the children of noble families. But not everyone can remain calm about what they see and hear. When seeing the Cecil Kingdom's ambassador to Adar, a foreign student pointed to the beach not far away and asked in shock, "Respected Lord Viscount Danielson, do you know what those things are?" Seeing this, the Cecil ambassador to Iraq, who had been waiting outside the customs for a long time, turned his head and looked in the direction of the student's finger, just at the moment when he put his sight on the sea in the distance. Daniel Sancho suddenly felt clear. The Cecil student refers to a ship. But that was not an ordinary ship. It was a ship. Steaming. Steam. Wheels. Boats. The use of steam engines brought revolutionary changes to the Principality of Adar. The steam locomotives that crisscrossed the Principality closely connected all corners of the Principality of Adar. With the popularization and application of steam locomotives, the construction of steam ships has long been put on the agenda of the Principality of Adar. As the ambassador to Iraq, Daniel Matsushita clearly knew what the ship not far away meant. It is a mechanically propelled ship that uses a steam engine as its power source, representing the world's most advanced shipbuilding industry and shipbuilding technology. It has no masts, no sails, and the entire hull of the ship completely abandons the wood that was commonly used in shipbuilding in the past. Instead, there are two tall chimneys located in the middle and rear part of the ship. In this era, such a hull structure is definitely the first time to open up. Even when Viscount Danielson saw a ship like this for the first time, he was also shocked. "That's the idle steam ship," said Daniel Matsushita. While talking, the crowd present only heard the sound of the whistle. Then, I saw the strange steam ship, just without sails, in the shocking eyes of everyone, slowly drove towards the blue sea in the distance. How did he do that? He doesn't even have a sail. That ship looks like it's made of iron. Right? But how could such a heavy piece of iron float on the water? In fact, on the way to the Principality of Adar, the Adar people's three-masted sailing ship has already shocked these international students from the Kingdom of Cecil. But after all, it is still within the scope of their acceptable cognition. And now, the steamships shown by the Adarians have completely subverted their cognition. As normal people of this era, they never thought that a ship built of a heavy-looking iron block could float freely on the rough sea. It could even sail at a speed that no other ship could match without a sail. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, but heard it relayed by others, then there is no doubt that they would think the person who relayed it was a lunatic. This is one of the reasons why the Edal people have learned from the Kingdom of Cecil. Danielson herself involuntarily said. Everyone was amazed. There is such knowledge in this world. Of course, the Adar people call it physics. Take the steamship you saw, for example. It is this science called physics that has enabled the Adar people to master the method of making huge and heavy steel ships float on the water. It turned out to be like this. Okay, everyone. Please come with me now. We will take the steam locomotive to Adar. At the invitation of Viscount Danielson, more than 30 students from the Kingdom of Cecil left one after another. Only, after these students from the Kingdom of Cecil left one after another, a hunchbacked old man slowly walked out of the cabin of the three-masted ship. He stared at the figures of Viscount Danielson and his party from afar with his cloudy eyes. Then, inspection of customs in the Merlin Special Economic Zone. The old man in gray said in a slightly hoarse voice. Graham Gorquin. From the Kingdom of Cecil. Identity. Archmage. Yes. The old man in front of him with a haggard look on his face was Annel's former magic teacher, the Archmage Grand Galvin, an important member of the Iron School. In just 1 year, the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, located in the center of the continent, fell twice. The first time, the second Prince Rez drove away the big Prince Pittsman and became the new owner of the city. Although the battle was fierce and there were many casualties, Alfaro Street in St. Lawrence, a recognized magical holy land on this continent, has never experienced the baptism and destruction of war. But the second time, if the first thing the Crusaders did after entering St. Lawrence was to set fire to the Norman palace that had stood for 100 years, the second thing the Crusaders did after entering St. Lawrence was to destroy Alfaro Street, which was lined with wizard towers. The Church of Light has never liked magic. So this time, those mages who originally lived in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence had to flee and rush to various parts of the continent. As a member of the Iron School and an important aide to the former Duke of Rune and current King of Cecil, Moncuan blood, Grand Galvin naturally returned to the Kingdom of Cecil in the west of the continent after leaving St. Lawrence. It is also there he heard the news from Principality of Edal, and heard the Adar school born in Eastern Mainland. Actually, for the idle school that was born in the Eastern Empire, Graham Galford Master has always had a very complicated emotion. Arnell? Right. Watson. Look at these names. Most of these mainstays of the idle school are the students of their former. As for why? Because in the process of continuous development of the Adar school, Einar was constantly writing to St. Loss as one of his students. Arnell? Naturally. Most of the people who were dug up in the Principality of Adar were his own students. So, as you can imagine, this scene was embarrassing and quite embarrassing. Even before St. Loss was broken, the Adar school represented by Arnell has poached nearly half of Glen Galvin's students. Are you trying to pick on me alone? Wouldn't it be better to find someone else to do it? Apart from the differences in philosophy between the Island School and the Adar school, those mage apprentices who were merely responsible for sweeping the floor and cleaning in their own mage towers suddenly transformed themselves after coming to the Principality of Adar. And each of them became a famous mages in the eastern part of the continent. This is simply playing Goring Gorquin's face. And I still hid my left face and right face. and I couldn't enjoy my right face, and then slapped according to my head. So, Archmage Galvin was unwilling to go directly to Adar Public University with the students from the Kingdom of Cecil to join in the fun. He wanted to stroll around the Principality of Adar first, find out the problems of the Principality of Adar, find out the shortcomings of the Adar School, and make up for the imbalance in his heart. After all, Adar School, this word has appeared in the mind of Master Galvin more times than that of all other masters combined. Certainly, he did not intend to hide his identity, because before he passed through Adar Customs, Master Galvin had already felt the faint magical aura emanating from the security inspection equipment. It seems, this is the handwriting of the idol school. On the other side, international students from the Kingdom of Cecil are trembling along the way, and the scene is unprepared for a time. From Merlin's Special Economic Zone to Edal, they are naturally steam locomotive. Then, after arriving at Adar City, Adar Central Station, located in the west of Adar, shocked them first. Then, they were shocked again by the ancient Roman aqueduct that ran through the city. Then, the magic cars driving on the road continued to shock these students from the Cecil Kingdom. Then, the dazzling array of goods in Adar department store left these students from aristocratic families still in shock. And wait until they leave the city of Adar, walking on the wide steel bridge pass through the Adar River. These newly arrived students. It's stupid. Nabal Carter rubbed his eyes. Some unbelievable staring at the large-scale campus presented in front of him. He is the most noble one among these students, because he has a good father called the Duke of Carter. Yes, it is the Duke of Carter, who was assassinated on the banks of Chishre River. In the eyes of Nabil Carter, I'm afraid even the Carter family in their heyday couldn't have built a campus of such a grand scale. Because building complexes of these scale not only need money, but also difficult workers, engineers, designers. At this moment, after the shock again and again, Nabil Carter finally took a deep breath, thus completing his entire shocking process in the Principality of Adar. Chapter 476, International Students Admission. When international students from the Kingdom of Cecil arrived at Edal's public university, they were at a time of public offices every week. But even so, the huge campus was also quiet and silent, except for the occasional sounds of students' heated discussions near the buildings and the garden lawns on campus. As a nobleman, of course, Nabal Carter has also received extremely comprehensive education. However, listening to the cautious voices of tutors in one's own lord's castle and studying with others on campus are obviously two completely different feelings. When students step into the campus of Adar University, they face the Radcliffe Reading Room, the iconic building of the campus, as an excellent example of Palladian architecture. This dome-centered building is full of extremely delicate and ingenious classical details. The Corinthian colonnades surrounding it combine the grandeur and elegance of the building. On both sides of the neatly manicured lawns, winding campus paths crisscross. Students living in this campus often walk hurriedly with books in their arms, as if their pace is a little slower, it may cause irreparable losses. This is Adar Public University. It is not only the most dazzling pearl in the Principality of Adar, but also the largest university in the entire continent with the largest collection of books, the most students, and the most advanced research results. The Daniel Songpo was paused and added, of course, it is also the only university in this world. How many people are there? Nabal Carter asked curiously. The specific number is unknown, but the total number of students, professors and researchers may be close to 1,000 people. Hearing this, Nabil Carter couldn't help but his pupils shrink. After the death of his father, Duke Carter, Nabil Carter's brother became the new Duke of Carter and submitted to King Manchu and Blood of Cecil. But this does not mean that Nabil Carter is completely ignorant of the affairs within the territory. In this day and age, there are only a handful of people who can master spelling and reading aloud, without an extremely large population base to support it. It would be impossible to talk about a scale of thousands of people. Lord Nabil, you probably don't know that if you can only spell and read, you can't get into Adar Public University. Viscount Danielson seemed to have guessed what Nabil was thinking, and spoke very seriously. Nabil Carter couldn't help but look puzzled. Adar Public University has a large number of colleges and research institutes, each focusing on research in different industry fields. Among them are large colleges such as the School of Economics, the School of Technology, and the School of Engineering, as well as core research institutions such as the Adar Basic Industry Research Institute and the Adar Magic Technology Research Institute. So, students at Adar Public University can't just enroll if they learn to spell and read aloud, according to the instructions of Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar. This university will hold an open entrance examination every summer throughout the Principality of Adar. Both commoners and nobles can apply for the examination. In addition to spelling, the examination subjects also include mathematics and general knowledge. In short, no matter what the students' backgrounds are, they can only come here to study after passing the exams. After introducing Adar Public University to the Cecil students present in one breath, even Viscount Danielson, who already knew all this, felt quite emotional. After all, no matter where the common people and the nobles are placed, there is an insurmountable gap between them. However, in the Principality of Adar, the anonymous marking method has abruptly broken this stereotype. As a member of the aristocracy, it would be a lie if I said I could remain calm and indifferent. Still need exams? Nature. Viscount Danielson nodded and said, this year, the number of students who applied for Adar Public University has exceeded 3,000. But the number of students who were finally admitted is only over 300. The ratio of applications to admissions is as high as 10 to 1. The ratio of application to admission. This is a new word that Viscount Danielson has only heard in recent days. If it were in the past, who could have imagined? In this land located in the eastern part of the continent, the number of civilians applying for university can be counted in the thousands. And, as far as Viscount Danielson knows, although Adar Public University rejected a large number of applicants, the people of Adar are aware of the value of these talents. As the population of the Principality of Adar has shown an exponential growth trend during this period, the Adar Government Office has even begun preparations for the second higher education institution of Adar Public University, the Valens Normal College. You can tell by the name. The teaching goal of Valens Normal College is to train a group of qualified teachers, thereby laying the foundation for improving the per capita cultural level of the Principality of Adar and eliminating the ignorance and superstition that remain on this land. It is also the third step in the cultural strategy of the Principality of Adar. Cecil Students' residence is located in the International Student Dormitory area in the northeast corner of Adar Public University. But their accommodation environment is no different from that of local students in the Principality of Adar. This is the management policy pursued by Adar Public University. No matter whether you are a commoner or a noble, whether you are a local student or an international student from other places studying in Iran, as long as you come to Adar Public University, you all have a common identity. Adar Public University students. If you don't agree, please leave. That is why, before sending these students from the Kingdom of Cecil to their residence, Viscount Danielson repeatedly emphasized that they should forget their identities as children of nobles. After all, if school rules and regulations are violated, Adar Public University will certainly not show leniency. In order to send these students to study abroad at Adar Public University, the nobles of the Kingdom of Cecil paid extremely high tuition fees. Yes, Bruno did allow other forces to send international students to study in the Principality of Adar. But this does not conflict with making money. Adar civilian students studying at Adar Public University all enjoy high subsidies from the Adar Government Office, including meal subsidies, tuition waivers, accommodation subsidies. Not only are there a wide variety of types, but there are also corresponding scholarships every year, thus eliminating the worries of Adar's civilian students to the greatest extent. Where do these subsidies come from? Part of this naturally comes from the special education grant from the Adar Government Office. The other part, it comes from the tuition fees paid by international students studying in Iran. Bruno certainly didn't want to do business at a loss. So, the money used to subsidize civilian students had to be made up from other places. When Nabil Carter, dragging his luggage, opened the door of his dormitory, he was surprised to find that someone has already stayed in this bedroom. Hello? When I saw Nabil Carter open the door, in the bedroom, a slightly skinny young man greeted tentatively. Who are you? Seeing this, the young man scratched his head and introduced himself shyly. I am Roderick Glover, the Pied Piper of the Sunset, the Rainforest Walker, the Unyielding Struggler, from the Tilkinson City-State. That's right. The International Student Accommodation Area located northeast of Adar Public University is of course not just home to international students from the Kingdom of Cecil. Nowadays, the city-state of Padilha has been incorporated into the Principality of Adar and renamed the province of Padilha. The daily treatment of students is no different from that of students in the Principality of Adar. But, The southwestern part of the Lost Land in the past was not dominated by only the Patalila city-state. And the city-state of Tilkinson is one of them. Only, since the Principality of Adar has not yet annexed it. This young man from the city-state of Tilkinson naturally still lives in the international student accommodation area. But here's the thing. When Roderick Glover's self-introduction reached Nabil Carter's ears, this international student from the Kingdom of Cecil was in a dilemma for a moment. This is not because of Roderick Glover's strange accent that is very characteristic of the Forsaken Land, but because there are usually only a few ways for nobles to introduce topics, and most of them are rather old-fashioned. After hearing about your background, they will praise the other party's territory, and then praise the other party's family. But since he had heard that a large number of students at Adar Public University were of common origin, Nabil Carter had already prepared a set of decent and friendly greeting templates. But what the H.L. is this long string of names? What is his name? Rainforest Walker? Why does this sound like a title? What about unyielding? Struggling? Aren't these all adjectives? And the most annoying thing is, what is Tilkinson City? Where is it? Never heard of it. Nabil Carter thought he was familiar with the history of the continent. As a child of the nobility, he knew the distribution of power of the various noble families on the continent very clearly. But this so-called Tilkinson city-state really made him a little confused. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Ever since he came to the Principality of Adar, he felt as if his past knowledge was pressed to the ground, rubbed back and forth over and over again. Are you okay? Seeing the new roommate just standing there stupidly, Roderick Glover waved at him and asked with a little concern. No, it's okay. I'm Nabil Carter, from the Kingdom of Cecil. After finally coming back to his senses, Nabil Carter quickly replied, The Kingdom of Cecil? I've heard of this country before. In the current affairs class at the college. Roderick Glover said a little excitedly, as he helped Nabil carry his luggage into the dormitory. Current affairs class? That's right. Roderick Glover nodded seriously. The current affairs class will have an external tutor from the Adar government office come to give us lectures and analyze the current situation on your continent. It sounds very insightful, etc. Just as Nabil Carter was about to express his agreement as usual, he seemed to hear something suddenly. What do you mean, your continent? Hearing the words of his new roommate, Roderick Glover was obviously stunned for a moment, and said as a matter of course, I'm from the city-state of Tilkinson. At this time, Nabil no longer cared about his dignity as a nobleman, and asked immediately, Where is this? The continent on the other side of the ocean is the place you call the Lost Land. Don't you know? Nabil Carter shook his head in horror. Indeed, the Kingdom of Cecil had indeed established contact with the Principality of Adar, and they had even sent resident ambassadors to each other. But most of the information Viscount Danielson sent back to the country was basically focused on the Principality of Adar itself, and had little to do with overseas lands. Even though there were some mentions of overseas lands, when they were passed back to the Kingdom of Cecil, they were simply ignored. After all, the Church of Light is the #1 enemy we are facing right now. This also means that young people like Nabil Carter know nothing about the land overseas. So, Nabil Carter could only shake his head embarrassedly. No problem. No problem. Seeing this, Roderick Glover quickly changed the subject. There are 4 people in our dormitory. I am from the Tilkinson city-state, and the other 2 went to the library to study. They are from the Kani territory in the Moor River Valley and the Paredes tribe in the Odin Empire. Are there any Odins here? Although they are Odin people, the Paredes tribe is a small tribe located in the eastern highlands. However, with the establishment of Hobbs Port, they now mainly rely on the Adar people for survival. So naturally they can come here to study. That's probably it. After all, I'm not from your continent, so I don't know much about this specific situation, Roderick Glover said with a slightly shy smile. I see. Nabil Carter murmured thoughtfully. Have you decided what major you want to study? Or do you want to decide after you finish your foundation course? What is preparatory? This was the first time that Nabil Carter felt so confused after asking so many questions so frequently in such a short period of time. The curriculum at Adar Public University is very demanding. Perhaps for local students in Adar, they can start right away. But for us, we often have to take a preparatory class for half a semester to adapt, explained Roderick Glover. What? How could this happen? This time, an inexplicable emotion finally emerged in Nabil's heart. What is this? I am a nobleman. I have received the best education in the Kingdom of Cecil, and had the best tutor in the western part of the continent. But even the civilian students in Adar can go straight to class. But I actually have to take a preparatory course for half a semester first? Isn't this really an insult to the Cecil Kingdom and the Carter family? Roderick Glover seemed to see the resentment in Nabil's heart. Then, he asked very calmly, the reason for setting up the preparatory course is mainly because most international students lack mathematical knowledge. For example, do you know what trigonometric functions are? Do you understand what L'Hopital's rule is? What? Elementary transformations? Space geometry? Vector relations? Nabil Carter? The ones I mentioned are all things that Adar civilian students must master during their primary education, no matter which major you choose. If you don't have the basic knowledge, you probably won't understand even if you go to class directly. So, if you understand what I mentioned earlier, then you can apply to the Academic Affairs Office. As long as you pass the corresponding exams, you can be exempted from the preparatory courses required of international students. Roderick Glover looked Nabil in the eye and spoke very frankly. Chapter 477 Seek Common Ground while reserving differences. The Principality of Adar was of course aware of the arrival of Archmage Grand Galvin. And Grand Galvin himself already knew that the Principality of Adar knew of his arrival. Only, both Grand Galvin and the Principality of Adar tacitly refrained from pointing it out. After passing through Adar customs, the students from the Kingdom of Cecil rushed to the campus as soon as possible, while Wizard Grand Galvin found a hotel on Warner Street that looked quite comfortable. For most people, everything about the Principality of Adar is fascinating. But for Glen Galvin, those magical street lamps standing on both sides of the road, those bright lights that dotted the night and the starry sky, seemed to be emphasizing to him again and again a point that he found difficult to accept. The Adar School might be right. As an important supporter and practitioner of the Iron School, Wizard Grand Galvin has a very loud reputation throughout the continent. He optimized the methods of activating various spells and turned several theoretical achievements of the Iron School into reality. He was not only a great man in the eyes of wizards, but also a guest of honor in the eyes of many nobles. But, although he enjoyed a high prestige in the Iron School, although he has been proud of his achievements countless times, but when he saw the shining street lights in front of him, the bicycles passing by on the street, and the magic car that occasionally passed by him, Glen Galvin could clearly feel that the theoretical viewpoints of the Island School that I have always adhered to may be facing the most severe challenge since its inception. Even though the Iron School is regarded by most mages as the mainstream school of magic on the continent, its influence is limited to the mage world. On the other hand, the Adar School, which was born in the eastern part of the continent, affects the entire society and everyone living on this land, no matter nobles or commoners. As long as he lives in the Principality of Adar, then he will definitely have some connection with the Adar School and enjoy the research results of the Adar School. So, even Grandmaster Glen Galvin could not deny that. The Adar School has opened a whole new door for the study and application of magic, and has embarked on a path that has never been imagined. But what troubled Glen Galvin was, he didn't know whether this was right or wrong. He didn't know whether this was the right path or the wrong one. A slightly cool sea breeze rushed in from the window, and bright lights illuminated the night sky. After a series of knocks on the door, when Glen Galvin finally opened the door to his room, a familiar yet unfamiliar face finally caught the eyes of this highly respected wizard. "It's you?" After a moment's silence, Glen Galvin snorted coldly, and his expression changed. Arnell, who was outside the door, didn't care. He just smiled and said, "Master Galvin, don't you want to invite me in?" Master Galvin did not answer, but he did not close the door or refuse either. He just turned around and walked into the room. Arnell didn't care about this at all. He followed Master Galvin into the room. "No way. After all, I was a little too harsh at that time. I'll put the food down first and let you have a taste of my cooking." As Arnell spoke, he raised the two bags he was holding. One bag contained 2 huge snow crabs, and the other bag contained top-quality whiskey from Mole Village. "Up to you." Glen Galvin just glanced at him indifferently, then sat on the sofa in the living room. Only, just before Aner is about to enter the restaurant, he suddenly turned around and added, "That thing you're sitting on is called a sofa, and it was also produced by the magic industry established by the Adar School." Glen Galvin, after a long time, when Anil brought 2 plates of steamed snow crab to the table, Wizard Glen Galvin, who was walking slowly towards him, couldn't help but look slightly grim. Although he had lived in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence for a long time, and was born in the kingdom of Cecil on the west coast of the continent, he was very unfamiliar with this kind of pine crab that originated from the depths of Merlin Bay. After all, although Master Grand Galvin is not a nobleman, he has been more or less influenced by aristocratic etiquette, and things like crabs. Its strange appearance alone is enough to make nobles and wizards stay away from it. I'm not kidding. It's actually really delicious. Our Lord the Duke loves this stuff. Arnell pulled off a cooked crab leg with force, and without paying any attention to Wizard Galvin beside him, he just continued introducing it to himself. Under the hard sh. L is the delicious white crab meat, which is tender and delicious. For Arnell, the unique flavor of the snow crab is simply indescribable. However, Glen Galvin only glanced at the food he had never tried before, and then looked at Arnell, who was eating heartily, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "You are now a great wizard?" Hearing this, Arnell couldn't help but pause what he was doing. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he nodded seriously and calmly. Although Bruno was the founder of the Adar school, he was not willing to make these things known to everyone. So most of the time, Arnell was the representative of the Adar school who was pushed to the front by Bruno. As the research on magic circles and the exploration of magical technology became more and more in-depth, Arnell's control over magic power and the improvement of his mental strength became more and more obvious. In Bruno's opinion, the mages in this world can truly achieve the achievement of invincible academic master, because whether it is the depiction of magic arrays or the exploration of magical technology, the mage's mental power will be enhanced, and the mage's understanding and control of magic will achieve a qualitative leap. This method is obviously more demanding in terms of the wizard's experience and requirements than simply practicing casting spells. Then, through day after day of exploration and research, Arnell was promoted. In just over 3 years, the Adar school allowed him to soar from a seemingly ordinary wizard apprentice to the sky, completing the entire process from quantitative change to qualitative change and becoming the first great wizard of the Principality of Adar. If it were an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't be able to see Arnell's realm. But Grand Galvin is not an ordinary person. After all, he has stayed in the realm of the great wizard for many years, and his control over magic power is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. So, although at the beginning, he just had a stern face and looked cold and distant, but in reality, there was already a huge wave of shock in Glen Galvin's heart. Arnell Blood had been his student, so Master Galvin knew the young man's qualifications and talents very well. In his opinion, it would be impossible for Arnell to reach the level of a great wizard in his lifetime. Even if you want to become a wizard, it will probably take at least several decades of accumulation and luck. However, Great Master, how long has it been? When he saw this former student again, Arnell had become a great wizard. This level of strong people, even if it is placed on the entire continent, it is definitely a well-known existence. That is why, although Grant Galvin already had a definite answer in his heart, he still couldn't help asking, how did he do that? Just for lying on the Adar school? It had been a long time since Glen Galvin had been so surprised and out of control. He was just promoted not long ago, and he is still not as good as Master Galvin, although Arnell's words revealed humility and respect. At this moment, Galvin's face still turned pale. After all, when I last saw Arnell, I was still Arnell's teacher, and I often reprimanded and lectured him. And now, without my guidance, Arnell's strength improved by leaps and bounds. In such a short time, he reached the same level as myself. Master Galvin, try it too. It's actually quite good. Arnell seemed to ignore the embarrassment on Galvin's face and pointed at the snow crab on the plate. This is a specialty of the Principality of Adar. Many nobles and wealthy businessmen are vying to buy it. After hesitating for a moment, Glen Galvin finally said nothing, but followed Arnell's example and opened the back sh. L of the snow crab. Even though he still felt a little unhappy in his heart, Arnell today is no longer the same person he was before. Besides, long before arriving in the Principality of Adar, Glen Galvin had already heard about the preciousness and rarity of this deep-sea crab. The main reason why I have never tasted it is that I feel that it is impossible to eat it in a manner that is consistent with my etiquette and decency. After all, I have to eat it. But now, with Arnell leading the way and being in his own guest room, Master Galvin's burden and worries were naturally lightened a lot. The orange-red crab roe is crystal clear, and the snow-white crab meat is as delicate as silk. That melt-in-the-mouth feeling. It almost made Master Galvin's taste buds explode and spiral into heaven. For the first time, this great wizard, who was over 50 years old, realized that in this world, there could be such delicious things, without the need for any seasoning or combination of ingredients. Such delicious and fresh food was enough to make him forget the unhappiness and embarrassment in his previous heart. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Arnell wiped his hands with a paper towel beside the table and suddenly said, "Master Galvin, putting aside the position of the Iron School, do you really think that the path taken by the Adar School is a wrong path in the field of magic?" At this moment, Arnell's eyes seemed to sparkle with a gleam of brilliance, and he looked at his former mentor very seriously. Hearing this, Glenn Galvin actually wanted to nod. But his truest thoughts deep in his heart ultimately prevented him from giving an answer that went against his conscience. Almost a week had passed since he first set foot in the Principality of Adar, and now Arnell's visit. During this week, he did not go to Adar City, nor to Sorenberg, nor to any other place in this land. Glenn Galvin just kept wandering in the Merlin district. He had walked on Warner Street and seen the night scene of the Merlin district with his own eyes. He had also been at the port pier and heard the sound of steamships. He saw with his own eyes the industrial products produced by the magic industry, and also saw with his own eyes the ordinary civilians who operated the magic machines. Besides, Glenn Galvin even followed the crowd to the Adar Royal Exchange on the south bank of the Adar River. And in the exchange, he saw the constantly changing numbers displayed on the magic crystal panel. What he encountered and saw during these days also gave him a deeper understanding of the Adar School. The core of the research of the Iron School is to enable mages to have a simpler and more efficient way of casting spells, and the core of the research of the Adar School seems to be the popularization and widespread application of magic. You see it very clearly, and from the right angle. Arnell nodded and continued. In that case, why can't we seek common ground while reserving differences? Seek common ground while reserving differences? That's right. You are one of the top wizards in the Iron School, and you have a very deep understanding and knowledge of magic. Although the Adar School was born not long ago, it also has unique insights and attempts on the application and popularization of magic. There is actually no conflict between the two, Mr. Glenn Galvin. Although I personally have reservations about your coming, I would like to invite you to serve as a distinguished professor at Adar Public University on behalf of His Excellency Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar. What? This time, Glenn Galvin was genuinely shocked. However, Arnell continued without any pause or hesitation. Nowadays, some schools of mages care not about the future of magic and mages, but whether their own magical theories are the so-called orthodox magic. To the Adar people, this is simply ridiculous and stupid. Let's not talk about anything else. The secret obstruction of the Church of Light has caused the concentration of magic power in the western part of the empire to drop sharply. This should be a fact, you know. Right? I just want to ask one question. Arnell looked into Glenn Galvin's eyes. Except for the Adar School, who else can take out the endless supply of magic power from the magic well? And which school can purposefully transmit magic power to a specific location? This, for a moment, Glenn Galvin felt speechless. But Arnell did not intend to stay here any longer. He just gave one last reminder before leaving. Master Galvin, please think about this carefully. If the Church of Light continues to grow, the Principality of Adar can still sail out to sea and have a way out. But you and the Church of Light will fight to the death. The Adar School may be the only option that can change all this. Chapter 478 New Changes in the Lost Land. Arnell has already said what needs to be said. As for the considerations of Grand Master Glenn Galvin and the reaction of the Iron School, it was not up to him to decide. So, after raising the wine glass on the table and toasting Master Glenn Galvin, Arnell stood up suddenly and walked towards the door. Everything about the Principality of Adar has been revealed, and the necessity of magic technology has been made clear. If the Iron School still refuses to change at this point, there is nothing anyone can do about it. Although Arnell didn't like Mage Glenn Galvin and didn't have a good impression of the Iron School, but the reason why he suppressed the disgust in his eyes and invited Master Glenn Galvin, this is because Arnell knows in his heart that some of the theoretical achievements of the Iron School can provide important impetus to the development of the Adar School and the magical industrialization. Maybe strictly speaking, the Iron School knew nothing about the Adar School, and knew nothing about the depiction of magic circles. However, as a school of wizards with a long history, The research results of the Iron School can provide important references for the optimization of magic arrays and the construction of magical devices. The research of the Adar School mainly focuses on feasibility. The research of the Iron School focuses on how to cast spells in a simpler and more convenient way. Obviously, there is indeed some common ground between the two that can complement each other. Leaving now? Glenn Galvin looked up and asked in confusion. Actually, Annel's previous words, and what he had seen in the past few days, had already shaken the great wizard's previous thoughts. He had wanted to continue chatting with Annel, but he didn't expect that this former student who had studied magic with him would leave so abruptly. We have received a lot of rare materials from overseas that we have never seen on this continent before. So we are temporarily unable to get away. Annel did not hide it, but just turned sideways and waved his hand, then turned and left. This is not because Annel deliberately ignored his former teacher, but because the batch of rare magic materials that had just been shipped to the Principality of Adar not long ago was of great benefit to the development of the magic industry. If Bruno hadn't personally ordered it, Arnell wouldn't have planned to come even for today's trip. The Lost Land? Padilla Province. Almost a year has passed since the ships of the Principality of Adar first discovered this land. During these 300 days, this continent on the other side of the ocean has undergone earth-shaking changes. Except for a very few city-states that are far away, most of the city-states located on the southwest coast of the Lost Land have thrown themselves into the arms of the Principality of Adar without hesitation. After all, in recent years, not only has the number of mutants increased, but the scale of the beast tide has also continued to expand. There are even many city-states that are struggling on the brink of destruction. Just like the former city-state of Padilla, the arrival of the Adar people undoubtedly brought new hope to the humans living on this land. Indeed, the homeland of the Principality of Adar is thousands of miles away. The boundless ocean is the biggest obstacle to communication between the Principality of Adar and the Lost Land. But with the rapid development of Adar's magic technology and magic industry, the connection between the two is gradually becoming closer at an unprecedented speed. The launch of steamships not only shortened the voyage between the two routes to a great extent, but also greatly improved the efficiency of sea transportation. The birth and application of remote communication devices based on mental power means that the exchange of information between two places no longer needs to be calculated in months. In fact, all along, Bruno was worried that his investment and construction in the Lost Land would eventually become someone else's wedding dress. So far, compared to building this land, the Adar people are actually more interested in mining minerals and developing various resources. But even so, for the human beings living on this land, too many changes have really taken place in this year. After all, if you want to mine with peace of mind, you must first eliminate the mutants around the city-state. However, there is a huge gap between the province of Padilla and the mainland of the Principality of Adar. Even something that accidentally slipped out from between the fingers of the Adar people was enough to benefit these civilians greatly. In March, the Padilla Council of State was officially established. In April, the port of Padilla, located south of the city-state of Padilla, was officially opened. In May, the Adar army announced that it would take over the city-state guard and began conscription locally. June, July, almost every month, the Adar people bring new changes to this land, allowing the people living here to experience a completely different living condition from before. As one of the several envoys sent to the Principality of Adar at the time, and who had been in contact with Adar officials, Salazar Knox was undoubtedly the most complete witness of these changes. The morning breeze blew through the branches. As the dim morning light gradually spread, this coastal city located in a lost land finally began to wake up from its slumber. Salazar, who had just finished dressing himself, stretched and shook his neck back and forth before opening the door of his room. The cement road in the city-state had just been paved, and the hard surface still had a hint of dampness and coolness left over from last night. Since the city-state of Padilla was incorporated into the Principality of Adar, the people of Adar have imitated the management model of Adar and also established a new Padilla government office on this land. But it is slightly different from the Principality of Adar. Above the Padilla Council chamber is the governor of Padilla, who was personally appointed by Bruno's steward, Duke of Adar. The first governor of Padilla was Commodore Monsieur Hausen of Adar. Yes, as the city-state of Padilla became the capital of the Padilla province, the commander-in-chief of the Adar ocean-going fleet has also obtained a brand new position. He will represent Bruno's steward, Duke of Adar, and take charge of all Adar troops stationed in the Lost Land. As for Salazar Knox, This young man, who was the first to come into contact with the Adar people, now serves as the deputy minister in the Padilla government office. His main responsibility is to convey orders and information from the Principality of Adar, and to transmit everything that happens in the Lost Land to the other side of the ocean through long-distance communication devices. This position can be regarded as one of the most core positions in the government affairs office. Salazar himself also loves his job and responsibilities, because this special position not only allows him to have a more comprehensive understanding of the latest news of the Principality of Adar, it also allows him to see with his own eyes the little changes that have taken place in the province of Padilla during this period. In Sriracha's view, the Adar people really played the role of saviors. Wrong. I can't say that, because now I am also an Adar person. Thinking of this, Salazar Knox couldn't help but puff out his chest proudly. The cement road under my feet, new concrete wall, the restored and renovated house. Under the command of Adar's craftsmen, the residents living in this city-state worked together and took advantage of the lull in the bee's tide to build extremely solid fortifications, giving the entire city a brand new look. With the opening of Padilla Port, the arrival of 3-masted sailing ships and steamships brought a large amount of long-desired supplies and materials to the people living in this land. Clothes, food, perhaps in the Principality of Adar. These things are just extremely ordinary and common daily necessities. They are not only available everywhere, but also sold at low prices. But in the Lost Land, on the other side of the ocean, these things are extremely valuable strategic resources. The threat of mutants and the possibility of a beast tide breaking out at any time leave the crops grown on this land to fate. In short, the plants have been planted, but whether they will be trampled and destroyed by mutants depends entirely on luck. Therefore, these daily necessities from the Principality of Adar undoubtedly solve the urgent needs of the local people. At the same time, when these ships from Adar return, they are loaded with precious minerals. Although these minerals are of great benefit to the development of magical industrialization, they are useless to the people of Padilla province. I can't eat it anyway. Anyway, we can't make weapons. It is the huge gap brought about by magic technology in the hands of local residents. Those mineral deposits are just mineral deposits. The only possible use of it is to be used as a stone bullet thrown by a catapult, wasting and consuming it in such a wasteful way. But in the Principality of Adar, these rare minerals produced from the Lost Land can not only become key parts in various magical machines, but can also be used to produce new weapons such as magic rifles. Today, the Padilla province located in the Lost Land has become an important site for testing various new Adar weapons. In the arsenal of the Adar army stationed in the Forsaken Land, not only do they have various types of magic rifles, there was even a new model of the Sword of Dawn heavy tank from the Principality of Adar, as well as 3 Explorer type of light armored infantry vehicles that had just arrived at the Lost Land. After all, the threat posed by mutants has always been an unavoidable focus of the Lost Land. Although for the people, the existence of mutants is a huge threat, but for the Adar military, they can use these non-human creatures whose IQ needs to be improved to experiment with these new weapons without any scruples. In this way, through actual combat, we can find the most appropriate combat method and possible defects in weapons. It was also thanks to the Adar army and the guns and artillery they brought. The people of New Adar living in the city-state of Padilla do not have to spend every day and night in fear. Yes, after the arrival of the Adar people, the residents living in this city-state can finally sleep peacefully. They no longer have to worry about mutants launching sneak attacks in the middle of the night. Because, with Padilla city-state as the center, all mutants within a radius of dozens of kilometers have already been wiped out by Adar's army with a sweeping force. The war strategy displayed by the Adar people is very simple. If 1 round of bombing doesn't kill it, then bombard it with 2 rounds. If 2 rounds of bombardment don't kill it, then keep bombarding. In short, after a complete set of operational procedures, the mutant races around the Padilla city-state have basically lost their ability to move. So, the people living in this city-state are always grateful to the Adar army. The morning mist gradually dissipated, and pedestrians on the streets smiled. Salazar Knox had unknowingly walked to the seat of the Council of Elders in the center of the city, which is now the Padilla Government Hall. But this time, he was slightly surprised. Do not know why. The entrance of the Government Hall was not only surrounded by neatly equipped Adar soldiers, but there were even several of the Adar people's new equipment, the Explorer type of light armored infantry vehicles. Around the Government Hall, many city-state residents were gathering here. looking at the equipment belonging to the Adar army with curiosity and envy. Although this was not the first time Salazar had seen such a weapon of war. But in this era, no one could remain indifferent in the face of armored vehicles. Even at a glance, the sharp lines and the hard steel plates covering the car body are enough to give people a sense of security. But this is not Salazar's focus. Compared to the armored vehicles, he was more concerned about the reason why Adar's army came here. Salazar knew the officer in charge. That was Governor Padilla, the adjutant of Commodore General Monsieur Hausen of Adar. "Why are you here?" Salazar Knox asked with a little curiosity. All along, in addition to the Adar soldiers stationed on the city walls, the vast majority of Adar soldiers are stationed at the Adar military base outside the city-state of Padilla. Unless there are special circumstances or job rotations, Adar soldiers usually do not enter the city in such a large number. "Go in. Brigadier General Hausen is already inside." The adjutant did not answer Salazar Knox's question, but spoke slightly seriously. Hearing this, Salazar Knox couldn't help but shudder. A bad premonition gradually rose in his heart. This was actually not the first time that Adar's army entered the city on a large scale. But the last time was when the Adar army just arrived in this land. At that time, the city-state of Padilla, facing the threat of a beast tide. Could it be that? Another wave of beasts coming? Thinking of this, the string in Salazar's heart couldn't help but tighten. Chapter 479, Searching for the 7 Golden Cities. After Salazar took a deep breath and strode into the door of Padilla's government hall, he saw many familiar faces. Not only was Brigadier General Monsieur Hausen, dressed in military uniform, already seated, but even the former great elder and current head of the Padilla Government Affairs Office, Sherman Goodberg, had also arrived. Besides, also present were a number of Adar naval and land officers who had met Salazar once before. Seeing this, Salazar quickly and carefully came and stood behind Sherman Goldberg, not daring to make the slightest sound. Something big must be happening. Even though he didn't know what the topic was today, Salazar could sense something unusual from the slightly tense atmosphere. Finally, after a pin drop silence, the door of the government hall was pushed open again, and a young man with disheveled clothes and a face covered in blood and dirt was carried up on a stretcher by several Adar soldiers. It was at that moment, when he saw the vaguely recognizable face of this person, that Salazar Hausen's eyes changed. First I was shocked. Then it was unbelievable. However, in the end, all these emotions turned into solemnity. Salazar had seen the man on the stretcher before. Because, in this land in the southwest of the Lost Land, his name is too loud. His full name is Jungle Explorer, Gamebreaker, Monster Hunter, Tilkinson's Ghost, Morning Light, Cruz Domingos. Born by storm, as the most powerful warrior in the Tilkinson city-state and even the entire west coast of the Lost Land. The name of Cruz Domingos is known to everyone. He once survived alone in a deep forest full of mutants for a week, and once set a human record of killing hundreds of mutants in a month. This warrior, who was born in the city-state of Tilkinson, is the idol of almost all the children on the west coast of the Lost Land. That is why Cruz Domingos is known as the Morning Light by the world, and the people of the Tilkinson city-state regard him as an omnipotent hero and pride. However, at this moment, looking at that peaceful yet pale face, and the several fatal wounds on Cruz Domingos' body, anyone can realize the most powerful warrior on the west coast of the continent had died of exhaustion and sacrificed a heroic death in a war and conflict that broke out at an unknown time. Finally, Monsieur Hausen began to speak. Last night, the Tilkinson city-state encountered a beast tide again. The attack of a large number of mutants made the Tilkinson city-state unable to resist alone, and it was eventually destroyed. Nearly all of the tens of thousands of residents in the city-state were killed. All the adult men in the city-state went to the top of the city walls, protecting hundreds of women and children as they fled with difficulty. Hearing this, Sherman Goldberg couldn't help but stare at him. Salazar Knox on the side exclaimed, "How is this possible? Now shouldn't be the time for a beast tide to break out." For a long time, the outbreak of beast tides has posed a huge threat to humans living on this land. Indigenous people like Salazar have lived on this land for most of their lives. They have been fighting wits and courage with mutants since they can remember. And naturally they are very familiar with the living habits of these non-human creatures. So, they had already summed up the patterns and signs of the coming of the beast tide through repeated trials and tribulations, setbacks and casualties. In most cases, early spring is when the mutants are most active. At that time, they had just awakened from hibernation. The hunger in their stomachs and their inherent violent and bloodthirsty nature often prompted the mutants to gather together and launch attacks on human settlements. But what time is it now? It's already autumn. It won't be long before winter arrives. It is totally unreasonable for a beast tide to break out at this time. Since Sarachaw was born, he had never encountered such a strange thing. To the astonishment of the people present, General Monsieur Hausen could only say helplessly, "Maybe so. But the beast tide really happened." The body of Cruz Domingos and the people of the Tilkinson city-state who fled to the vicinity of the Adar military base are irrefutable evidence of the beast tide. The Tilkinson city-state mentioned by General Hausen is the closest to the inland city-state among the many city-states on the southwest coast of the Lost Land. That is why, although the city-state of Tilkinson also learned of the arrival of the Adar people, and also sent students to study in Adar. However, due to the distance, it has not yet been incorporated into the rule of the Principality of Adar, nor has it received protection from the Adar military. Monsieur Hausen looked around and set the agenda for this meeting. We need to know why the beast tide happened. Otherwise, if such a beast tide is heading towards the Padalila province, the consequences it will bring will be disastrous. Hearing this, the officials from Padilla's government office present at the scene could not help but fall into deep thought. In fact, the activity of mutants had already shown signs several months ago. Not only are the numbers of these inhuman creatures increasing, but their temperaments seem to be growing more brutal. Only, no one connected this situation with the sudden tide of beasts. Seeing the expression on Monsieur Hausen's face, Sherman Goodberg, the head of Padilla's government affairs office, couldn't help but ask, "Does General Hausen have any ideas?" Really? Hearing the question raised by the former great elder, General Hausen nodded without hesitation. "I have already contacted the Adar Principality last night and received instructions from the Adar Ministry of Defense. According to the advice given by Defense Minister Sarah Corrin and the Adar CIA, the Adar Army stationed in the Padilla province will send a group of elite soldiers in light armored infantry vehicles to explore the interior of the Lost Land." Heading inland? After hearing what Monsieur Hausen said, even Sherman Goodberg, who had always remained calm and composed, inadvertently revealed a look of astonishment. "Yes." Facing the surprised looks from everyone, Monsieur Hausen nodded very seriously. "According to the information you provided earlier, the number of mutants began to increase gradually about 3 or 4 years ago." "Right." Sherman Goldberg thought for a moment and then gave a very affirmative answer. "Indeed. In that case, have you ever thought about why this is happening?" Perhaps before this, the increase in the number of mutants and the gradual expansion of the beast tide left you no time to think about and consider these issues. But now, this land has become the territory of the Principality of Adar. It has become a territory ruled by the wise and great Duke of Adar, Bruno Stewart." After saying this, General Hausen took a breath and then asked righteously, "Are the Adar soldiers going to fight forever with these mutants, who have no idea where they came from, and whose numbers are unknown?" Before anyone else could take over the conversation, Monsieur Hausen continued to speak to himself. "How many mutants are there in the Lost Land? Where do these extra mutants come from? As for the 7 golden cities deep in the interior, are they real forces? So many doubts need to be answered through the exploration and efforts of Adar soldiers." General Hausen. Finally, while Monsieur Hausen was speaking, Sherman Goldberg, the head of Padilla's government office, finally seized the opportunity to interject. "I agree with your proposal. But what do we need to do?" Monsieur Hausen obviously did not expect that the old man in front of him would be so sensible. So he said, "According to our plan, the Adar military will send more than 10 Adar scouts in light armored infantry fighting vehicles to the interior of the empire. We hope that the Padilla government office can provide a guide who is more familiar with the surrounding environment and the habits of mutants." As the voice fell, everyone present turned their eyes to Salazar Knox, who was standing behind Sherman Goldberg. This is actually understandable. After all, Salazar Knox is truly the perfect choice. The reason why many people call him the Lucky Salazar is mainly because this guy often seeks death. If it weren't for the threat posed by mutants, this guy would have definitely gone further and further on his adventure travels. No matter how despicable he was, when he first met the Adar people, it was because Salazar was in a good mood and had a frank communication with the mutants in the forest. Then, in order to say goodbye to the mutants, he jumped into the sea, giving the Adar people a chance to fish him out. So, know all the ways to commit suicide. No. It's Salazar Knox, the Deputy Liaison Officer of the Padilla Government Office, who has a full understanding of the geographical environment and wild animals in the mountains and forests. He is naturally the most suitable candidate. No doubt about it. If it were someone else, they would most likely hesitate at this moment. After all, no one has ever actually been to the legendary 7 Golden Cities. It is no exaggeration to say that this trip is a life and death struggle. But Salazar never thought of it this way. The moment he felt everyone's gaze, he accepted the task without any hesitation. I don't have any problem. If I can really reach the legendary 7 Golden Cities, it would be a blessing in this life. Salazar knew that if he wanted to go to the 7 Golden Cities, he would have to pass through the uninhabited no man's land and travel with difficulty while being hunted by mutants. But Adar's soldiers are not vegetarians either. Didn't you see those light armored infantry vehicles parked in front of Padilla City Hall? With this means of transportation that transcends time, traveling to the 7 Golden Cities no longer seems to be an impossible task. This is also one of the reasons why Salazar took on this job so readily. In his opinion, if the Adar people could not reach the 7 Golden Cities, then no one in the world would be able to reach that legendary place deep inland. Just for this possibility, it is worth it for him to take the risk. 7 Golden Cities. In the legend of the Lost Land, the 7 Golden Cities possess an extremely powerful barrier that can lock out mutants, allowing humans to live without fear of external threats. They're just as safe as the mainland of the Principality of Adar on the other side of the ocean. Get ready and set off early tomorrow morning. My lieutenant, Major Amel Weasley, will serve as the commander of this operation. When you return safely, I will personally apply to His Excellency the Duke for your Adar Hero Medal. General Housen originally thought that he would have to spend some time talking, but he did not expect that this young man named Salazar would be so straightforward. Then, he stood up suddenly and walked out with big strides. Before leaving, he also had to make careful arrangements for the weapons and supplies he was going to carry, because even with light armored infantry vehicles as vehicles, no one can be sure that these soldiers who go to explore the inland of the Lost Land can return safely. When the first rays of autumn morning light finally lifted the hazy mist like a veil, a convoy carrying Adar soldiers slowly drove out of the Padilla military base. 2 light armored infantry vehicles were standing one after the other, and camouflage hunting patterns had been painted on the hard light brown steel plates of their bodies. Led by Major Amel Weasley, assisted by Salazar Knox, this expedition team, consisting of only 7 people in total, will cross a vast area of no man's land and will rush all the way to the northeast while being chased and besieged by mutants. And their destination is very clear, which is to explore the legendary 7 Golden Cities. Although they only had a few very vague maps in their hands, and although none of them had ever tried to head inland to the Lost Land. But there is no doubt that the long-distance communication devices loaded inside the light armored infantry vehicle and the hard steel plates around it provide them with a strong sense of security. Although a reliable voice communication system has not yet been established, armored vehicles are already able to communicate with the information transmission terminals located in the Padilla military base in a manner similar to telegraph communication. This is Base Camp, now starting to test the long-range communication link. Calling Base Camp. This is Marmot. We are heading north. The current speed is 30 miles per hour. Everything is normal. Calling Base Camp. This is the Rabbit-tailed Rat, and it is now following the Groundhog. No safety hazards have been found around the vehicle. The base camp will keep communications open at all times. Please report your current position every hour. On the way, looking at the scenery passing by one outside the car window, Major Amel Weasley couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The 7 Golden Cities. This is a word that is mentioned repeatedly by local people, but no one really knows it or where it is located. Is it one city or 7 different cities? Where did the so-called barrier covering the city and the rumors about the 7 Golden Cities come from? Perhaps only when they actually arrived at the legendary land in the center of the continent could they see everything hidden behind the curtain. I don't know how. Major Amel Weasley seemed to be vaguely aware that when he finally finds the 7 Golden Cities, all the changes that have taken place in the Lost Land during this period of time will be explained. Chapter 480. The Legend of Destruction. A group of mutants has been spotted at the 11 o'clock direction. Please speed up and avoid them. Calling Groundhog. A large number of mutants have appeared in the rear, requesting the use of vehicle-mounted weapons for long-range strikes. Code 475. Code 475. The front car has become the rear car. There is a problem with the groundhog and the rear tire needs to be replaced. Please rabbit-tailed rat to maintain martial law on the perimeter. Calling base camp. This is the rabbit-tailed rat. For Salazar, the days following Adar's caravan into the interior of the Lost Land were probably the most exciting adventure he had ever experienced. 2 armored infantry fighting vehicles. 7 people. It is such a seemingly extremely weak team that is about to cross the vast unknown land to search for the 7 golden cities that may not really exist. Actually, this is not because General Monsieur Hausen does not want to send more men. This is because the Adar military stationed in the Lost Land only has a few light armored infantry vehicles in total. If they were all sent out, what would happen to the Padilla province? As for the Sword of Dawn main battle tank. Alright. Although this big guy has extremely outstanding long-range strike capabilities, it not only has higher requirements for the source of power, but also its travel speed is difficult to compare with the light armored infantry vehicles of the Adar army. Why did the 2 infantry armored vehicles, which were originally capable of carrying more than a dozen soldiers, end up carrying only 7 people, including Salazar? Because they need to leave enough space to store supplies and logistical materials. Otherwise, let alone the 7 golden cities, they might not even be able to get out of the southwest coast of the Lost Land. Along the way, the team crossed the endless wilderness and spanned the rugged mountains and hills. Not only are they fighting against an increasingly harsh natural environment, but they are also having to avoid the increasingly frequent mutant races. The only thing they can rely on is, it was the approximate map passed down by word of mouth, and the so-called guide Salazar, who had never been to the 7 golden cities. The wasteland is vast, and the sky is clear. Under the hazy mist, 2 Adar armored vehicles were slowly driving across the open plain. Bang! While the car was driving, the roof panel was suddenly lifted up, and half of Salazar's body carefully poked out from the car. It was already December. Nearly a month had passed since they had set out, and the weather was getting cooler, which made Salazar shiver. Salazar looked around, then raised a pair of military binoculars and looked carefully at the looming horizon in the distance. During this nearly 1-month period, the Adar people encountered many unexpected situations. They had been chased by hundreds of mutants, and had fought against them time and again with the weapons mounted in their vehicles. They once got lost in thick fog, but found the right direction in anxiety and irritability. They also hunted for food on the vast plains, thus saving the limited food loaded in the vehicles. It is in these experiences and encounters that, not only did Salazar gradually become familiar with the Adar soldiers who were traveling with him, but he also personally felt the power that magic technology could bring. Let's talk about the cockpit first. From the accelerator to the brake, from the steering wheel to the rearview mirror, every switch and component in the cockpit made Salazar feel the powerful foundation and strength of the Principality of Adar. Because of the above-mentioned parts, the former city-state of Padilla could not produce any of them, not to mention piecing together so many different kinds of parts to create the armored vehicle he is riding in now. And it's not just that. The people of Adar also pay great attention to details and the interior of the vehicle. Although the seats in the carriage were not very soft, they were obviously sufficient. Not only were they much more comfortable than riding in vehicles such as carriages, some of the seats could even be pulled open or laid flat for the soldiers to rest. Not to mention, there is also a remote communication system inside the car. As the undersecretary in charge of information and communications in the Padilla government office, Salazar Knox is actually no stranger to this tool that can achieve ultra-long distance information transmission. But even so, it did not prevent him from being amazed at the communication and command system installed on the vehicle. After all, it has been nearly a month since the convoy left the Padilla province controlled by the Adar army. But their contact with the Adar military has never been interrupted. Of course, although armored infantry vehicles have many advantages, but it does not mean that they will be safe. Because, although the mutant's sharp fangs cannot bite through the hard armor on the car body, their claws can puncture the tires under the car body. Although the weapons installed on the top of the vehicle allow the Adar people to fight back while driving, the soldiers must also be careful of mutants that suddenly rush out from the side and may cause accidents and changes. Anyway, during this nearly 1-month period, they have truly penetrated deep into the Forsaken Lands, and are still taking huge risks, shuttling between countless mutated races. There is nothing unusual around. When Salazar retreated back into the car, he breathed a sigh of relief. Being surrounded by countless mutants is not a pleasant feeling at all. especially after experiencing it himself once. Salazar would rather be surrounded by countless burly men, because that time, in order to break through the siege and escape successfully, they had used up more than half of the ammunition they carried. So, the convoy will now be extremely careful with every step they take, because if they are surrounded by mutants again, no one will be able to provide them with effective rescue. If there aren't any major issues with the map, we should have almost reached the core of the Lost Land. Right? Inside the carriage, Major Amel Weasley looked at the somewhat crude map with a serious expression. As long as the scale of the map is not too different, they should have reached the center of the Lost Land by now. After all, the increasingly frequent appearance of mutants outside the car windows also confirms the fact that the convoy is gradually moving deeper into the interior. It should be almost here. Salazar Knox thought for a moment, and then said with a solemn oath, "The reason why the 7 Golden Cities is only a rumor is not because we don't know its approximate location, but because no one can walk through the vast uninhabited area and reach the inland under the siege of mutants. So, even if it hasn't arrived yet, it's probably not far away." Hearing this, Major Amel Weasley finally felt comforted. I hope so. Therefore, in his opinion, although Salazar often commits suicide, he is still reliable at critical moments. Along the way, helped his team avoid several potential dangers of being surrounded by mutants. Speaking, but the Adar soldier in the cab cried out, "Major Amel Weasley and Deputy Chief Salazar, look over there." Hearing this, Major Amel Weasley dodged very quickly and leaned his upper body into the cab, supporting himself on the seats on both sides with his arms, and looked in the direction the driver was looking. At 2 o'clock on the convoy. There seems to be someone lying there? In the wasteland in the interior of the Lost Land. Traces of human beings were actually found. 7 Golden Cities. Found the right one. The legendary 7 Golden Cities must be nearby. Almost immediately, this thought lingered in everyone's mind. Al Green. Major Amel Weasley calmed down and waved his hand, then shouted to an Adar soldier in the carriage, "Go down and see what's going on. Be careful. And everyone else be on guard." Only, Al Green left quickly and came back even faster. And he gave everyone in the armored vehicle a very affirmative answer, "That is a corpse. And there are traces of being bitten by mutants on the corpse." Major Amel Weasley, Salazar Knox. Even though they had already guessed this possibility in their hearts. But when I really get such a positive answer, I will still be more or less touched. After a while, Major Amel Weasley said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about the body. Let's keep going." The Adar people's armored infantry vehicle, which was covered with claw marks and bite marks, was still moving slowly forward. But the air inside the vehicle quietly became heavy and dull. Actually, if it was just a dead body, it wouldn't be a big deal, because the people of the Lost Land have long been accustomed to life and death. The soldiers of the Principality of Adar have also long been tempered by the flames of war. But the most important thing is, this is where the body appeared. When Major Amel Weasley's order was given, no one in the carriage spoke, but just looked at the environment outside the carriage through the observation hole inside the carriage. Then, 1, 2, 3. Later, the Adar people's armored vehicles no longer needed to identify the direction, because they were almost slowly driving towards the direction where the corpses were gradually increasing. The worry hanging over everyone's heart has become increasingly intense. Something happened. Something big must have happened. Call base camp. Call base camp now. Although the corpse road before them was far from the end, Major Amel Weasley had already made a decision in advance. After all, this isn't a TV show. How is it possible that when you know the danger, you have to wait until the moment of life and death to call for help? How could he not quickly pass on the message to others when he saw corpses everywhere? Fortunately, the long-distance communication system on the Explorer Type A armored infantry vehicle was functioning normally. Communication was smooth, and there were no problems at all. Armored vehicles are on the move. The number of corpses on the ground is also increasing. Obviously, these people did not die too long ago, because although there was no dried blood on the ground, their stiff bodies had not yet turned into dry bones. Even while inside the carriage, the soldiers could smell a faint stench of decay. Fortunately, we prepared masks in advance. An Adar soldier pulled out a stack of well-preserved cotton masks from the bottom of the storage box and distributed them to everyone present while sighing softly. "I don't know how long I walked. I don't even know how many corpses were torn apart by mutants." The Adar soldier in the cab suddenly stepped on the brakes. "Major Amel Weasley, Look there. Through the car window glass. Through the gray mist of the early morning. The outline of a grand and majestic city seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. Is that the 7 golden cities? Upon hearing this, Salazar replied with a little excitement. Of course it is. Apart from the 7 golden cities, there is no other city of such a large scale that can stand in the center of this land. Hearing Salazar's solemn words, Major Amel Weasley couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, But the problem is this city the same as the 7 golden cities described in your rumors? Yes. In the legend of the Lost Land, the 7 golden cities is the only place in this land that can treat mutants as nothing. Relying on its extremely powerful barrier, it can keep out all non-human creatures such as mutants, thus creating a pure land deep in the Lost Land. And now, as the convoy approached, even though the people present did not need to enter the city, they knew that their previous fantasies had been shattered, because even the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, which had experienced the ravages of war and the burning of the city, did not look as miserable as the city before it. Houses collapsed. Stone walls broke. Whether inside or outside the city, the corpses of humans and mutants were scattered all over the place. Broken weapons and torn armor were everywhere, and even the road leading into the city was overgrown with weeds. Obviously, this sacred place in the hearts of the indigenous people of this lost land had turned into ruins several years ago, leaving only devastation everywhere. How can it be? How is this possible? This is impossible. Even when he saw the corpses all over the ground, Salazar had already prepared himself mentally. But when this scene really appeared in front of him, this local native, who has always been extremely resolute and an expert at committing suicide by staying calm in the face of danger, actually shed a tear quietly. After all, their generation, even their fathers and grandfathers, these natives living in the Lost Land grew up listening to the legend of the 7 golden cities. But, at this moment, the huge contrast between ideal and reality almost made Salazar breathless. The legendary 7 golden cities. Just gone like that. Chapter 481 The True Face of the 7 Golden Cities. In Salazar's hand, there was a torn map. No one knows who drew this map. But before leaving, it was personally put into Salazar's hands by Sherman Goodberg, the former Great Elder and current director of the Padilla Government Office. It is said that this map already existed when the city-state of Padilla was first established, and it was then passed down from generation to generation of Great Elders. According to the markings on this map, the plain where they are now is called the Vernal Plain. At this time, they had reached the end of the plain. Werner, in the slang of the Lost Land. It also has another meaning: people who defend the country and the state and resist invasion. The scene not far away clearly confirmed the description on the map, because on both sides of the city and further away, the originally flat terrain gradually becomes rugged and undulating. If you look through the gray morning mist, you can even see the undulating mountains and the misty high mountain forests. The fortress-like city before us is like a majestic pass, situated at the junction of 2 mountain ranges and lying across the only way to the southwest. As the Adar armored infantry vehicles approached, the outline of the city wall became clearer. Through the car window glass, looking at the dilapidated city wall in front of him, Major Alma Weasley finally issued a new order: enter the city. Only a moment later, he seemed to have thought of something and added, only 1 car goes in, and let Rabbit-tailed Rat wait outside. And Salazar too. The rest of the soldiers, follow me in and take a look. Hearing this, the Adar soldiers present responded one after another, but Salazar seemed somewhat bewildered. Why are you making me wait outside? I want to go in with you too, Major Amel Weasley replied. The situation in the city is still unclear, but just looking at the situation outside the city wall, we know that a tragedy has occurred. You are not an Adar soldier, but only a guide. Now that your mission is complete, there is no need to follow and take risks. That being said, but Salazar's eyes were very firm. Coming to the 7 golden cities has been my lifelong dream. Although the current 7 golden cities are somewhat different from what was rumored, now that I'm here, I will definitely not stop here. Major Alma Weasley looked him squarely in the eye and said calmly, have you really thought it through? If you enter this city gate, you might not be able to get out. After all, even though they had not yet found any trace of the mutants, several roars from the mutants had been heard from within the city wall in front of them. Think it through. Salazar nodded. Then let's go into the city. The wheels rolled over the weeds growing on the roadside, and the mutant corpses that had long been broken and blurred. Most of the buildings within the city walls had collapsed, and the roadside was littered with broken walls and traces of fire, making the movement of vehicles extremely slow. But even so, Amel Weasley was able to figure out the architectural style of the city based on the buildings that still remained. That is, no style. Yes, the buildings in the city before us are almost all the simplest stone buildings, without any style or decoration. The residents who once lived here seemed to have only one requirement for their houses, that they were strong enough and safe enough. And, even a conservative estimate, almost more than half of these buildings are military buildings that can be used for both military and civilian purposes. Rather than saying that this is a giant city located in the interior of the Lost Land, Amel Weasley feels that it is more like a military fortress built for war. After passing through the city gate filled with corpses, the Adar soldier named Orgrin had already leaned out of the car roof fully armed. He refilled the magazine of the magic firearm on the roof, loaded the chamber, and glanced around with a vigilant look. Although several years may have passed since the tragedy, the stench in the city has not been alleviated at all. Instead, it is even stronger than outside the city. Even though he was wearing a mask, Al Green, who was leaning out of the car, felt a little nauseous for a moment. The city is very quiet. Before entering the city, they could vaguely hear the roars of the mutants, but after passing through the city gate, they could only hear the engine sound of the armored vehicle they were riding in. You say, does that look like a wizard's tower? Sudden, Major Amel Weasley in the cockpit pointed to a dilapidated spire tower diagonally in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Maybe? Go and take a look?" The driver asked uncertainly. Major Ammer took a deep look at the spire in front of him and said, "Forget it. Don't worry about it. The core buildings are usually built in the center of the city." However, this time, Major Amel Weasley had guessed wrong after all. Located in the center of the city is not a building, but an empty square. The corpses piled up here, apparently more than anywhere else in the city. Looking at this scene, Major Amel Weasley ordered, "Everyone be careful. I'll go down and take a look first. I'll go with you." Seeing this, Salazar on the side hurriedly said, "Give him a gun." Good. Perhaps because the square was relatively empty, although the number of corpses piled here was the largest. The stench lingering in the air had become much lighter. Located in the center of the square is a giant stone tablet about tens of meters long. There are many large and small stone tablets surrounding the square. Salazar stepped over the decaying corpses on the ground, and finally came to the nearest stone tablet. Kyanosh Thornton, 1147 1149. Guzapal, Ahmad Vishy, 1147 1163. Kalitso, Sibanisa Woodard, Amy McClure. While reciting, Major Amel Weasley had already walked over from behind, with a hint of surprise in his words. "Are these names?" Salazar said nothing, but nodded slightly in silence. "What does the rest mean? Guzapal? Kalitso?" A moment later, Sarachaw said, "Those are the names of city-states." The name of the city-state? Hearing this, Ammer couldn't help but savor Salazar's words in his mind. In this city located deep in the Lost Land, you can see a stone tablet engraved with the name of the city-state and people's names. The first column is the name of the person, and the third column is the city-state. As for the second column, it is obviously the date. Only, that date was not the date of birth, but the date of arrival in this city-state calculated according to the past calendar of the Lost Land. For Amel Weasley, this operation was quite familiar, because in today's Principality of Adar, any soldier who died on the battlefield would be buried near the Hanging Gardens at the foot of Mount Almes, and a stone tablet would be engraved to commemorate him. So, are these erected stone tablets in front of us similar to the practices of the Principality of Adar? While they were thinking, several people had slowly come to the monument located in the center of the square. Then, several people present were surprised to find that many questions suddenly became clear the moment they saw the stone tablet in front of them. "Quick! Send a message to the base camp. Now!" If we say that the development of magic technology laid the industrial foundation for the Principality of Adar, the research on mental power, and the application of remote communication devices will enable the political decrees and intelligence of the Principality of Adar to transcend the barriers between mountains and seas and travel unimpeded thousands of miles away. In less than half a day, a message from the depths of the Lost Land. It was delivered to the mainland of the Principality of Adar through the Padilla Army Base on the southwest coast of the Lost Land. After being sorted out, it was presented to the desk of Bruno's steward, Duke of Adar. Many things have gradually become clear. For example, why do the 7 golden cities exist? What are the reasons for the various abnormalities that have appeared in the mutants during this period? The stone tablet located in the center of the square is engraved with the reason why the city exists, and also tells all onlookers, including Salazar, Amber and others, about the efforts that the indigenous people of the Lost Land once made. Just as Bruno had guessed, 7 golden cities, those 7 cities located deep in the Lost Land, are certainly not the utopia passed down by the local natives, but the front line and forefront of mankind's defense against mutants. There is indeed a barrier there, but the so-called barrier is not to protect the city, but to seal the evil thoughts of the gods. Yes, just as Bruno had seen in the Forgotten Past. MP4. Mutants were bred by the evil thoughts of gods. So, 7 cities, 7 directions, 7 centers of the formation. The wizard towers standing in the city support a powerful barrier created by magic. Why is there almost no magic in the Lost Land? Because almost all the available magic power is used to support that barrier. Shrouded within that barrier was the evil thoughts of the gods, as well as the huge abyss pit left behind after the earth-shattering explosion. Once upon a time, the magical barrier covered the birthplace of the mutants, so that the number of mutants outside the Lost Land was always maintained within a limit that humans could bear. Once upon a time, brave adventurers living on the outskirts of the Lost Land still had the opportunity to reach the 7 golden cities. They walked out of one city-state after another, or alone, or traveled together, crossed the vast plains, crossed the mountains and rivers, become a warrior standing on the front line, and kill one mutant after another that has managed to cross the barrier. Yes, the barrier constructed by magic can seal the evil thoughts of the gods, but it is not enough to stop the mutants. Fortunately, no matter where these adventurers came from, or what age they were, they all became residents of the 7 golden cities the moment they arrived here. However, I don't know when everything started to change. According to the records on the stone tablet, the founders of the 7 golden cities should be aware that the frequency and speed of the birth of mutants are closely related to the activity level of the gods' remnants. So, when the barrier constructed by magic power gradually becomes more and more fragile, and when more and more mutants rush out of the barrier, these warriors standing on the walls of the 7 golden cities soon realized a seemingly unlikely fact. The gods seemed to be slowly waking up. The rulers of the 7 golden cities probably knew about the explosion that had occurred, and also knew something about the fall of the gods. But what they didn't know was, after the explosion, where did the damaged remains of the god go? Therefore, as the evil thoughts of the gods gradually became more active, they could only watch helplessly as the number of mutants increased, and the magic barrier that they were struggling to hold up became increasingly fragile at a speed visible to the naked eye. They also thought about sending warriors and messengers back to the edge of the Lost Land to alert those city-states. However, by the time they realized that they should do so, the mutants all over the mountains had made it difficult for them to take even a single step out of the city. As for the final outcome, obviously, the 7 golden cities turned into 7 ruins. The magic barrier that once existed no longer existed, and the countless mutants finally no longer had the biggest obstacle on their way forward. Then, the scale of the beast tide is getting bigger and bigger. The frequency of outbreaks is getting higher and higher, and even the brutality and hatred in the eyes of the mutants are gradually becoming more and more obvious. Major Alma Weasley, Vice Commissioner Salazar Knox, and the soldiers who went on the exploration together. I think they could all return safely? Closing the extremely heavy report in his hand, Bruno couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although the message sent from the Lost Land only elaborated on the important information about the 7 golden cities, the danger and difficulty of this journey could be seen from just a few words. Although the report did not mention much. But, having to cross the vast uninhabited area and dodge among countless mutant races, how is this different from dancing on the edge of a knife? Don't worry, Your Excellency the Duke. Our Adar soldiers will never let you down. They will definitely come back safely. Prepare the Adar Hero Medal in advance. They deserve such an honor. I'll do it right away. Mundell replied quickly, bowing. Mundell is gone. But Bruno's expression gradually became colder. The ancients of the 7 golden cities did not know where the remains of the gods were. But Bruno knows. He is in the hands of the Church of Light, in the Ogre Desert. So, The source of all this is ultimately the evil ambitions of the Church of Light. The Church. Damn it. Chapter 482, Idar's Attack. Special Operations Plan. Bruno would never believe it. The Church did not realize that it was courting disaster. But the Church still did it. And this was something they had been planning for hundreds of years. This is also what made Bruno so angry. Although thanks to the existence of the Wonder Construction System and the fearless exploration of Idar's soldiers, Bruno can indeed learn many secrets that are difficult for others to access. But that's not enough. Bruno needs to know more. Because only by knowing more details can he avoid making wrong judgments and find the weaknesses of the Church. And there is no doubt that this piece of information that was presented to his desk this time, which was sent back by Major Alma Weasley and others at great risk, provided Bruno with an extremely important reference for decision-making. The frequency of the birth of mutants is related to the activity level of the God's Remnant. This is the most important discovery brought about by this exploration. But what is thought-provoking is, this sentence actually has two completely different interpretations. The first interpretation is, of course, that the God is not yet dead. Although the Church stole the corpse of the God, and even reached a certain consensus with its remnant, it was still unable to control this existence that was beyond human limits. As for the other interpretation, it is a bit interesting. That is, the Church's God-making plan has, to some extent, achieved a breakthrough. Chapter 425. 426. If this is true, then the first Pope O'Brien is very likely still alive. Even with the emergence of the variable of the Principality of Idar, everything is still proceeding according to his plan. Even if that old monster was still alive, then he might have already touched that threshold that sounded out of reach. And if it is really as mentioned in the second interpretation, then what makes the God's evil thoughts more active is not the gods who are not yet dead, but the first Pope O'Brien himself. No matter which of these two results is right or wrong, it is definitely bad news for the Principality of Idar. Although Bruno already had a very clear self-awareness that he was a time traveler, his time travel experience was very similar to that of most online novel protagonists, which meant that his life would definitely not be smooth sailing. But when he first came into this world, Bruno still held a glimmer of expectation. He hoped that he could enjoy a life completely different from his previous life in peace as a border noble. Because no matter who the time traveler is, deep down in his heart, he probably doesn't want to live a life of fighting and killing and facing threats all day long. Instead of wandering on the edge of life and death day after day, he finally emerged from the cocoon as a butterfly and tore the galaxy apart with his hands. Bruno prefers to be a little more relaxed, relying on his forward-looking vision to make some small inventions and creations, and then spend the rest of his life with a girl he loves. Isn't this kind of life good? But obviously, for Bruno, a time traveler, this is destined to be just a luxury. First, Earl Soren frequently provoked. Then Odin rode his iron horse across the mountains and rivers. Next, the Empire splits. The Church enters. The Lost Land, thousands of miles away, has never been stable. And the situation on the mainland is also turbulent. If at the beginning, Bruno just wanted to stay out of trouble, so now, he has an additional responsibility on his shoulders. From an inconspicuous border wilderness to a land of miracles dominating the East, Bruno has devoted countless efforts to this land. With his forward-looking vision and the various buffs brought by the Wonder Construction System, the Idar people, who originally had a low level of prenatal education per capita, managed to create this incredible miracle under the leadership of Bruno. Now think about it. Even Bruno's steward himself seemed to feel a dreamlike feeling. So, these strange things caused by the Church of Light are certainly a headache for people. But the sense of responsibility in Bruno's heart, the pride that belongs to a time traveler, will never allow the Church to act so recklessly under his nose. Are you rebelling against me? It was with this idea in mind that the Principality of Idar sent troops. Yes, while Major Alma Weasley was going deep into the danger of the Lost Lands and walking on the brink of life and death, the Idar army stationed in Idar's native land was also not idle. Under the personal command of Lieutenant General Sam Layton of the Idar Army, Idar's army was divided into 3 groups and occupied the vast territory in the east of the Valens Plain at lightning speed before the Church of Light. This also enabled the Idar people to direct their troops directly at the 3rd Legion of the Crusaders entrenched in the Kelvin Basin. Shakespeare once said that whether it is a mule or a horse, it should be taken out for a walk. The Idar people have never been afraid of war, even if they are facing the Crusader Legion. which has been unstoppable before. They are not afraid at all. At worst, we can just fight. It's not like we haven't fought before. On one side was the Crusaders that took several months to defeat St. Lawrence. And on the other side was the Adar army that tore the kingdom of Basel apart in just 1 week. Although considering the trump card held by the Church of Light, Lieutenant General Sam Layton cannot guarantee that the Adar army has a 100% chance of victory. But at least, the Adar people will definitely not lose. The worst that can happen is a draw. Even if the worst happens, the gradual deployment of the Explorer A-type light armored infantry vehicle will enable the Adar troops stationed on the front line to retreat safely. And obviously, for various reasons, the current Church of Light has no plans to confront the Adar people head-on. So after occupying the Kelvin Basin, the Church of Light stopped its further expansion. Therefore, after this, the territory that once belonged to Rez has now been divided among 3 forces. And the Church of Light occupies the most land, including the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, the vast plain south of the Albona River, and the Kelvin Basin bordering the Valence Plain were all taken over by the Church of Light. The Principality of Adar received the least land, and only managed to rule over the entire Valence Plain. This is not because Bruno is not enterprising, but because the previous territory of the Kingdom of Basel has not been fully digested. If he eats too much at once, it will not only easily lead to indigestion, but also make his eating appearance too ugly. Only, apart from the Principality of Adar and the Church of Light, the power that divided up the remaining territories under Rez's rule was not the Kingdom of Cecil. 2 years ago, after finding out who was the more benevolent father between itself and the Principality of Adar, the Odin Empire, which dominated the northern part of the continent, behaved well for a while. After all, whether it is the prosperous port of Hobbs or the port of Dorne adjacent to the Forest of Monsters, these concessions, which are located within the Odin Empire but controlled by the Adar people, all demonstrate the strong national strength and profound cultural heritage of the Adar Principality to the Odin Empire. But the Odin people can afford to provoke the Principality of Adar, the second prince, Rez, who is on the verge of destruction. Indeed, prior to this, the Odin Empire once signed a ceasefire agreement with Rez. But the problem is, Rez is dead now, and the Odin Empire will naturally not watch such a big piece of fat meat slip away from its eyes. Then, tens of thousands of Odin's cavalry, with the momentum of the great snow dragon riding down to the south of the Yangtze River, wiped out all obstacles on the way forward like a whirlwind. Not only did he expand the southern border of the Odin Empire to the banks of the Albona River, but he also occupied the fertile San Plain. As for the Kingdom of Cecil, well, ever since the Church of Light conquered St. Lawrence, the Kingdom of Cecil has clearly realized the powerful strength of the Church of Light. Then, Monquin Blood, who is King Cecil, suddenly realized a very serious problem. First, the Odin Empire has the Odin cavalry that traverses the continent, and the Cecil Kingdom cannot defeat them. Secondly, the Kingdom of Cecil could not rush into the city of St. Lawrence with a desperate offensive like the Crusaders. And then, the Kingdom of Cecil, which occupies the western part of the continent, naturally cannot compare with the Principality of Adar, which is located in the eastern part of the continent. So, in summary, after a series of reflections, King Monquin Blood, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly realized that he seemed to be the weakest among the forces located in the territory of the Norman Empire. This is not just a dish. It's so delicious that it makes you want to pick your feet. This undoubtedly made King Cecil feel confused. It shouldn't be like this. Isn't the western part of the empire the most prosperous place on the continent? How did it suddenly become like this? As a normal person, the former King of Cecil, Monquin Blood, could never have imagined that he would be facing Bruno, a cheater, and the Church of Light, which had been devoted to creating gods and hoarding power for hundreds of years. So, today, the Kingdom of Cecil can only pursue an extremely conservative defense policy and be vigilant against external threats at all times. As for the land and wealth left behind by the fall of Rez, no one dared to fight for them rashly. Although King Cecil Man Blood also cares about the dignity of the nobility, he is not ignorant, let alone stupid. He has realized that if Cecil Kingdom does not catch up with its current situation, it will sooner or later repeat the mistakes of Rez. That is why the Kingdom of Cecil was able to receive news from Viscount Danielson. Only by decisively sending students to study in Adar could we begin to try to accept the views of the Adar school and purchase arms from the Principality of Adar. Should we test the Church of Light? Bruno couldn't help muttering as he looked at the new current situation map hanging in the study. And the Adar territory, which had expanded several times in just a few years. The news from the place of legacy has been awakened. Although the Principality of Idal will become more powerful over time. Isn't the Bright Church? Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help shouting outside the door. Krail? The voice fell. I saw Krail, director of the Idal Central Intelligence Bureau. In response to Duke, due to the SS-level confidentiality, this intelligence from the Lost Land was compiled and presented by Claire himself. So, he had been waiting outside the study. What are the church doing during this time? Foreign? Bruno shook his head and said, yes. Perhaps because winter is coming. The Church of Light has been trying its best to avoid direct conflict with us since occupying the Kelvin Basin. But at the same time, they have not shown any intention of launching an attack on the Kingdom of Cecil and other forces. It seems that they are more or less willing to stop the attack. But in the inside, during this time, the church seemed to be addicted to the offering of the atonement vouchers. A statue? Bruno couldn't help but froze. Yes. It's the giant statue located on the ridge outside the holy city of Bethlehem. Claire confirmed. Bruno naturally knows about building giant figures. Probably right after he had just crossed over. The Regency Council at the time issued a special order to recruit personnel from the noble territories in various places. Even the Adar territory sent out a construction team. It was also with this opportunity that Bruno's confidant Mike successfully mixed into the Bright Church, providing many important secret information for Principality Idal. According to the rhetoric at the time, the reason for building this huge statue was for the descent of the gods 3 years later, etc. Bruno seemed to suddenly remember something, and his face suddenly became extremely solemn. He vaguely remembered. When the people were being recruited to build the statue, the church or Mike seemed to have mentioned that the statue was built for the gods' descent ceremony to be held 3 years later. At that time, Bruno, who had just traveled to this world, was still an outstanding young man of the new era who insisted on atheism. So he just laughed at such remarks. But, as we learn more about this world, Bruno has accepted the fact that the deities existed, or the deities have existed. So, if you think about it now, if we count from the day the Idarites arrived in the holy city of Bethlehem, 3 years from now, wouldn't it be next year? Next year. No wonder the Church of Light, even though it has intervened in the situation on the mainland, still hasn't forgotten to repair the dilapidated statue located in the holy city of Bethlehem. Bruno did not know what the idol was used. But, adhering to the principle of the Guangming Church's support, Bruno has made his own decision in a moment. Krail listening. Exist. Draw up a special operations plan to destroy the statue in the holy city of Bethlehem. Chapter 483. Make the Church of Light pay the price. As the so-called small event holds the conference, major events have a small meeting, and important events will not meet. Although in the core power circle of the Principality of Adar today, there is a sense of urgency that a storm is about to come. But for the vast majority of Adar people, a peaceful and hopeful life remains the eternal theme in Adar society. Not to mention, the Principality of Adar was extremely bustling during this period. First of all, the territory of the Principality of Idal. Apart from the Principality of Adar, the people of no other force would have such a strong sense of patriotism towards the country they live in. So, when the Adar Daily, at Bruno's instruction, officially announced on its front page that the Adar army had completely occupied the entire Valence Plain, almost all the Adar people living on this land were excited again. Pride, as an Idal, they look at the growth of Principality Idal, and they are in their hearts of changes to himself for himself. They are happy to see the changes and progress of the Principality of Adar, and are also happy to see the expansion of the Principality of Adar. Because in the hearts of the Idal, this war of justice, this means that the people who originally lived on the Valence Plain have finally become part of the Principality of Adar, and part of the construction of this paradise on earth. Even, such sentiments not only affect ordinary people in the Principality of Adar, but also international students studying at Adar Public University. On the river, Idal Public University. It has been more than 2 months since Naval Carter arrived at Idal Public University and registered for enrollment here. Only, even though he is an international student, Nabil Carter still has to undergo military training with everyone. The main purpose of military training is actually to make noble children, like Nabil Carter, forget the important status they once enjoyed in the family, and the life of having everything provided for them. starting from the most basic station military posture. All the subjects of military training will not fall. No doubt. For Nabil Carter, who was used to a life of luxury, the week-long military training almost made him collapse. Even though the preparatory class's military training period had already arrived in autumn. The bleak autumn wind made the outdoor environment much more comfortable. But even so, the half-day military training life almost made these noble children, who had never experienced such hardship, almost collapse. If you hadn't seen others still supporting the support, if it hadn't had to see the severe eyes of the idle army, I am afraid they would drink this learning on the spot. And the grandfather would not be on. Fortunately, as time went by, their bodies gradually adapted to such intense training. By the end of a week of military training, Nabil Carter's body was no longer as sore as it was at the beginning of the training. But it is cruel to. Even though these international students from the Kingdom of Cecil have finally waited for the official opening of the preparatory classes, this does not mean that their happy time is about to begin. With the full support of the Principality of Adar, Adar Public University has acquired a shockingly profound foundation in just 2 years since its establishment. There are the best teachers in the world here. And teachers of various subjects are far from ordinary house teachers. There are the best classmates in the world here. And their diligence and hard work create the best learning atmosphere. Besides, there are a lot of spoils in the cafeteria. And all kinds of food, and even students from noble families, like Nabil Carter, will not help flowing. The magnificent campus environment of Adar Public University, and a variety of elegant buildings make people can't help but intoxication. But, the courses assigned to them by Adar Public University have made many international students, including Nabil Carter, feel extremely stressed. Even though they are just preparatory classes, they have not even been exposed to formal schoolwork. But even so, many of these things are also what they have never been in before, especially science courses. The nobles of this era never paid enough attention to science and engineering-related careers, and most of the subjects that Nabil Carter and others had studied in the past were concentrated in the fields of humanities and social sciences. So when Professor Isabel drew various function curves on the blackboard one by one, of course, Nabil Carter's real estate has a feeling of listening to Tian Shu. Not to mention, together with your classmates, sit in the big classroom and record the knowledge taught by the teacher. In the past, listening to a tutor's lectures in your own study are two completely different experiences, because the latter will shrink from their own position and keep on praising and flattering others besides giving lectures. On the other hand, there is no distinction between nobles and commoners on the campus of the Principality of Adar. Everyone has the same status as a student. Here, the teacher will not deliberately meet, and everyone in the classroom will be treated by all. Do you say you are a nobleman? Excuse me. This is the Principality of Adar. The Principality of Adar has always recognized only one nobleman, the Duke of Adar, Bruno's steward. And corresponding to this is, in a preparatory class of dozens of students, there will always be a first and a last place. No way. The preparatory classes are different from other classes at Adar Public University. The purpose of its establishment is to enable international students coming to the Principality of Adar to adapt to the learning progress and learning mode of Adar Public University as quickly as possible. So, in order to test the students' learning outcomes, monthly examinations are naturally an inevitable routine operation. Nabil Carter, a direct descendant of the Carter family, was ranked in the lower middle in the first monthly exam. This undoubtedly made Nabil Carter, who always felt good about himself, suddenly realized that his learning talent was just mediocre. Of course, Nabil Carter could not put it on this. The pride of being a child of the Carter family made him have to let go of the aristocratic shells. He could only grit his teeth, and then pursued it, and desperately read it. Then, for quite a long time, Nabil Carter, like other students at Adar Public University, devoted almost all of his time to heavy coursework. Library, self-study room. Nabil Carter's figure often appears among students who are studying hard. Not only that, he has developed a lot of habits that have never been before. He would get up on time every morning when it was still dark and run on the playground with the seniors from the running association. This is not a mandatory requirement of Adar Public University, but because only when running hard can Nabil Carter empty his mind and get relaxation and peace. He will also take out all his free time and invest in the study of mathematics and other subjects in order to be able to complete the content of the preparatory class on time, so as to successfully start a new semester study next year. At the same time, in order to be able to know everything outside the campus. Nabil Carter even developed the habit of reading newspapers every day. After running every morning, he will sit on a bench in the campus and read carefully the latest newspapers borrowed from the library. The Adar Daily not only tells the stories of all kinds of major and minor events happening in the Principality of Adar, but also reserves enough space to report news happening all over the continent. Nabil Carter, who is in the Principality of Adar, is able to understand the current situation on the continent through these newspapers. Only, just one day in mid-December, when Nabil Carter opened the newspaper in his hand, as usual, his eyes solidified in the title of the second edition of the newspaper in an instant. The neighboring city-state of Tilkinson, located north of the Padalila province, was destroyed in a sneak attack by mutants. Today, Nabil Carter has figured out the territory ruled by Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar, and has also learned from others that the overseas enclave belonging to the Principality of Adar is located in the Padilla province in the Lost Land. But this is not the point. The point is, Nabil Carter clearly remembered that his roommate, Roderick Glover, was from the city-state of Tilkinson. Tilkinson city-state. Thinking of this, Nabil Carter suddenly trembled in his heart, and he rushed towards his dormitory. Due to different professionalism, Rad Gruffer rushed back to the dormitory in the laboratory almost every morning So at this time, he should still be in the dormitory. If it was once replaced, Nabil probably would not pay so much attention to a civilian. But as he spent more time studying at Adar Public University, many of his deep-rooted prejudices against civilians had changed quietly, perhaps without even realizing it. At this moment, Nabil had only one idea, which was to quickly tell his roommates, and the friend who had helped him a lot at the beginning of the school year, about the news. Radker Gruffer. An accident. When Nabil pushed away the door of the dormitory, he saw that Rad Gloffa had stood alone on the balcony alone. You already know? Hearing this, Rad Gruffer finally shook his head. His voice trembled. The teacher of the Academic Affairs office has been here just now. I just came here to study, but I didn't expect to lose my home. Nabil, although he wanted to comfort his friends, he really didn't know how to comfort people. After a brainstorm, he could only tentatively say, there will be a performance by the Adar Royal Drama Troupe in the afternoon. They will be performing the most famous The Partners of Adar. Why don't we go and relax? As he spoke, Nabil seemed to realize that now was not the time to talk about this, and his voice gradually became weaker. But then I heard Roderick Glover say, when I lived in the Tilkinson city-state, I faced the threat of mutants every day. But my family, my friends, and many acquaintances were there. I remember that I had played with my companions near my own thatched houses and fell the mud. I just made the mud into a bowl, and then fell down their mouths. I still remember that I used to have a period of time because my father was injured by mutation and could only be recuperated at home. The neighbors sent a lot of black bread to our home almost every day. Nabil, who was born in the aristocrat, never heard such an experience. But he also knew that he only needed to be a listener at this time. And then the idle people are here. When the threat of the beast tide is becoming more and more severe with the movement of time, the arrival of the Eater people brings us new hope. They not only have a tight army, but also a powerful weapon that is beyond ordinary people. It was also the first time that we knew for the first time after the Edal came. It turned out that, outside of the place of left, on the other side of the ocean, there was another extremely vast continent. Moreover, there is no trace of mutants on the land beneath your feet. Never. Speaking of which, a tear could not help but squeeze out from the corner of Roderick Glover's eye. No one could understand how someone like him, who had faced the threat of mutants since birth, felt when he heard that there were no mutants at all on the land on the other side of the ocean. It was an extremely complicated feeling. Duke Bruno Stewart of Adar is the best nobleman I have ever met. Although the Principality of Adar has not been threatened by mutants, he is still concerned about the survival of all mankind. He resolutely sent the Adar army to clean up and kill the mutants wandering on the southwest coast of the Lost Land. Not only did he set up the Padilla province on that land, he even allowed ordinary people like me to go to the Principality of Adar to study. I thought the darkest moment that shrouded the Tilkinson city-state had passed. I thought, with the help of the Adar people, we would all have a bright future. But who would have thought that such a thing happened before dawn? Nabil patted his shoulder and comforted him in his own way. If you have any difficulty with tuition, the Carter family is willing to pay for your tuition. It is no wonder that Nabil asked this question. After all, except for the citizens of Adar. International students have to pay high tuition fees to enroll. Even a force like the Tilkinson city-state, located in the Lost Land, needs to provide enough mineral resources as tuition for international students. Nabil, thank you for your kindness. But the teacher from the Academic Affairs Office specifically said that Lord Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar, is willing to accept all citizens of the Tilkinson city-state. This is also, let you have a new home. But that's not enough. Hearing this, Nabil was stunned for a moment. But Roddick wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and stared at the newspaper in his hand with bloodshot eyes. In that newspaper, the commentator of the mail-in news agency associated the Bright Church with the mutation. I want that so-called Light Church, pay the price. Chapter 484 The Birth of the Empire. As the commander of the Air Force and the head of the Gorgon Knights, Major Rough Holes has the smallest of Edal's 3 major arms. In fact, in many cases, the main task of the Griffin Knights was not to patrol the air, but to serve as a guard of honor to receive foreign guests. Especially after the remote communication device with spiritual power is officially opened. Even the duties of conveying messages have become the past of the Griffin Knights. But because of this, when Rolf Hawthorne heard that Adar's CIA Director Krell and Adar's Defense Minister Sarah Corrin asked him to go to the Alhambra Palace in Adar for an emergency meeting, his whole being was filled with excitement. No way. Although the name of the Adar Air Force sounds impressive, and its daily training tasks have never been delayed, the opportunities to participate in actual combat are really too rare. Even the troops belonging to the Adar Air Force only consisted of 2 Griffin Knights and a hot air balloon reconnaissance battalion. And in this, apart from the occasional reconnaissance missions that the hot air balloon reconnaissance battalion was able to undertake, the members of the Griffin Knights had long been eager to go to the battlefield and serve their country. So, when Claire handed Rolf Hawthorne a top-secret military action plan, the young Air Force Major General almost immediately patted his chest and promised to complete the mission. Your Excellency, the Duke wants to destroy the Colossus near the holy city of Bethlehem. But we need to consider that sending ground troops deep into the heart of the church would be too risky, and might expose the hidden lines that the Adar CIA had previously laid. So, after much deliberation, we decided that this mission should be handed over to the Adar Air Force, who would destroy the designated targets on the ground through aerial bombing. Don't worry. The Air Force will definitely be able to complete this task. This is because this is also the most important training subject of the Adar Air Force on weekdays. Hearing this, Rolf Hawthorne promised solemnly. Although he had heard Rolf Hawthorne's promise, Claire still had some doubts in his heart. In a sense, the Air Force is indeed more qualified than the Adar Army to take on this task. But, if you have any concerns, just speak up. Claire said in a deep voice. It's the problem with the hot air balloon. If you want to destroy the Colossus on the ground from the air, you must carry a sufficient number of magic crystal bombs. Am I right? Rolf Hawthorne nodded. That's right. So, this mission cannot be completed by the Griffin Knights. Although the Air Force's hot air balloons can enable the Adar Air Force to carry out such a sneak attack. After the sneak attack is completed, can these hot air balloons and the Adar soldiers on board return safely? Claire hesitated. This is not because Claire thought too much, but because the distance between the holy city of Bethlehem and the mainland of the Principality of Adar is quite long. Even if they set out from Khani territory west of the Almes Mountains, the fuel stored in the hot air balloon might not be enough to allow the Air Force soldiers on the mission to return safely. To know, neither Krell nor Defense Minister Sarah Corrin nor Duke Adar himself, who set the goal of this operation, would watch Adar soldiers fall into danger in order to complete the mission. Indeed, destroying the Colossus is important, but the lives of Adar soldiers are equally important. Do not abandon. Do not give up. This is the basic principle that the Adar Army has always adhered to since its establishment. Hearing this, Rolf Hawthorne understood immediately. But he just smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to worry about this, because the Adar Air Force has never thought of using a hot air balloon to complete this mission. No hot air balloon. Even though he was not a member of the Air Force, Krell knew very well that the bombing accuracy of the Adar Air Force now depended entirely on luck. And if one wants to completely destroy the statue outside the holy city of Bethlehem, then one must carry a large number of magic crystal bombs. So when he heard Rolf Hawthorne's words, Claire couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then what should we use? There is no way the Griffin Knights can carry enough ammunition. Use an airship. For people of this era, Airships were undoubtedly an extremely unfamiliar concept. However, this landmark flying vehicle has left a significant mark on the Earth. At the beginning of the 20th century, rigid airships represented by the Zeppelin airship were not only more powerful than aircraft of the same period, but could also carry large cargoes of considerable weight, especially the Zeppelin airships of the 1930s, which even achieved brilliant results on transatlantic routes. What's even more exaggerated is that an airship from the United States once set a world record of 264.2 hours of continuous flight, with a total flight mileage of 15,200 kilometers. Moreover, compared to the hot air balloon of the Adar Air Force, the airship can fly normally in more complex weather conditions, even in bad weather. As long as the wind speed does not exceed 30 knots, you can continue flying. At the same time, since the Adar people had learned the lesson from the crash of the Hindenburg airship, they naturally would not repeat the same mistake in the selection of gas. They gave priority to eliminating flammable and explosive safety hazards, greatly improving the safety of the airship. In addition, the gas used is helium, so there is no need to worry even if the airship is hit by a bullet during flight. If the bullet hole is not big, then there is almost no need to deal with it, even if the bullet hole is large. Due to the extremely slow leakage rate of helium, the airship will have enough time to return. It is precisely because of the above advantages that airships have undoubtedly become the only choice to replace hot air balloons to perform bombing missions. Almy's Air Force Base is located northeast of the foothills of Almy's Mountain, not far from the Sky Gardens, the temporary official residence of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar. Bruno uses the Hanging Gardens as his residence most of the year. Therefore, the Almy's Air Force Base is not only home to a large number of troops, but is also the headquarters of the Adar Air Force, and has the largest new weapons testing ground in Adar. The new weapons test site located in the Almy's Air Force Base is a military stronghold with a security alert level equivalent to that of the Venice Arsenal. As for the airship mentioned by Rolf Hawthorne, it was naturally parked in this military base. Although Krell was the director of the Adar CIA, he was mainly responsible for intelligence activities against other forces, so he didn't actually know much about this new type of equipment of the Air Force. So, when Major General Rolf Hawthorne first proposed the new weapon airship to him, Krell naturally wanted to come and find out for himself, because only after seeing what an airship is with their own eyes, Krell and the staff of the Adar Ministry of Defense worked out a more reliable action plan. After all, if it was just bombing, it would be easy. However, the Adar military also needs to consider the safety of the Air Force soldiers and the possible retaliation by the Church of Light. Thus, a convoy of Benedict cars set out from the Alhambra Palace, carrying a number of Adar military officials including Claire, Sarah Corrin and Rolf Hawthorne, and slowly drove into the Almy's Air Force Base. However, the moment I saw the real airship, with the exception of Air Force Major General Rolf Hawthorne, everyone present was Spartan. The airship docked at Almy's Air Force Base is named Sorenborg. It is a huge monster built by military equipment researchers from Adar Public University using the rigid airship provided by Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar, as a template, especially with its length of about 200 meters and height of more than 5 stories. It can crush the regular hot air balloons of the Adar Air Force into pieces almost immediately as soon as it appears. This big thing, is it an airship? With this weapon, the success rate of this operation will probably double. Although Sarah Colin, the Minister of Defense, had long known that the Adar Air Force had acquired a new type of equipment called an airship, and that this equipment was personally ordered to be built by the Duke of Adar Bruno Stuart. But due to the insignificant presence of the Adar Air Force during this period, this was actually the first time that Sarah Corrin saw the Sorenborg airship docked at the air base. No doubt, this airship has extremely graceful lines and an unimaginable size. If it could really soar in the sky, it would definitely be a shocking aerial behemoth. Air Force Major General Rolf Hawthorne naturally took in everyone's expressions, and seeing this situation, he could hardly conceal the pride on his face. This is the Air Force. This is the confidence of the Adar Air Force. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the Sorenborg take off into the sky, and seemed to have imagined the high-powered aircraft engine at the rear of the airship making a unique buzzing sound while pushing this behemoth across the sky. Rolf Hawthorne finally said with great confidence, "This is the Sorenborg airship, the latest equipment of the Adar Air Force. It has an extremely long range and a terrifying load capacity. It is enough to carry dozens of Adar Air Force soldiers and several tons of magic crystal bombs, not to mention flying from the Principality of Adar to the holy city of Bethlehem. Even if we fly directly to the kingdom of Cecil, that is absolutely no problem. At this moment, even the knowledgeable Krell could not help but stand there in a daze after seeing the Sorenborg airship with his own eyes. Defense Minister Sarah Corrin was at least mentally prepared, knowing that the Adar Air Force had recently acquired a big guy. But Claire was not prepared at all. It was not until he heard Rolf Hawthorne's words lingering in his ears that Claire suddenly woke up. Claire didn't hear the rest of the introduction, but he keenly captured the meaning of a word that weighs tons. A magic crystal bomb weighing several tons. An explosion of this magnitude, let alone bombing the Colossus outside the holy city of Bethlehem. Seems like it could also bomb the holy city adjacent to the Colossus. Right? Then, almost immediately, Claire stared at the Air Force commander in front of him with blazing eyes, and said with some trembling, "We have several airships like this in the Principality of Adar." Hearing this, Major General Rolf Hawthorne couldn't help but reveal a trace of regret. There is only this one in service at the moment. But what? But there are 2 more airships under construction. Claire then asked, "When will the 2 airships be officially put into service?" Don't forget Krell's origins. Since being entrusted with the important task by the Duke of Adar, the young director of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency has commanded and participated in the special operations of the Principality of Adar several times. In those days, he played the role of an Adar bandit who robbed a caravan on the road. And he also personally took command in the Basel Scalpel Plan. In addition, he also participated in many behind-the-enemy lines intelligence and sneak attacks. Claire's abundant combat experience made him clearly aware that the results achieved by the first sneak attack would definitely be the greatest. So, if time permits, Claire naturally hopes that as many airships as possible can participate in the bombing plan. Major General Rolf Hawthorne pondered for a moment, then said, "Probably another half month? I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the end of December." Upon hearing this, Claire's face immediately showed joy. "It seems like there is enough time." Eh? Claire and Sarah Corrin looked at each other and said, "The most important task of the Principality of Adar at present is to prepare for the independence of the Principality of Adar and the coronation ceremony of His Excellency the Duke. So, according to our original plan, we intend to bomb the Colossus standing outside the holy city of Bethlehem in early January of next year, after the Principality of Adar officially declares independence. It can also be regarded as a gift to the people of Adar. When the time comes, the 3 airships will set off together. We will definitely let the Church of Light feel the power of Adar's army." Yes. In November of this year, the members of Adar's lower house voted unanimously to pass the outline of proposals for the formal independence of the Principality of Adar and, together with the nobles of Adar's upper house, placed the proposal on the desk of Adar's government hall. Then, with the permission of Duke Bruno Stewart of Adar and the approval of the Adar government office, it is planned that the Principality of Adar will officially declare independence on January 1st, 540 of the new calendar. Hearing this, Rolf Hawthorne's eyes could not help but flash with excitement. "Don't worry, everyone. The Adar Air Force will definitely live up to your expectations. To the Principality of Adar, no. To the establishment of the Empire, I am offering the first gift of the new year." Chapter 485. As it is approaching the end of the year, every morning in early winter, the earth is wrapped in a layer of silver gauze. The cold winter wind makes people feel chilly. The bare branches sway left and right in the cold wind, just like dancers standing high above. However, no matter how cold the winter is, it is difficult to stop the excitement in the hearts of the people of Adar. And it is difficult to wipe away the obvious smiles and expectations on their faces. As for the reason, the Principality of Adar will officially become independent on January 1st, 540 in the new calendar. By then, Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar, will ascend the throne and become emperor, which will reshuffle the situation on the entire continent. Therefore, when the Adar government office officially issued the several implementation opinions and preparatory work on Adar's independence draft in early December, the Adar Daily used an entire issue to announce to all Adar people the most important news at the end of the new calendar year 539. The Principality of Adar is becoming independent. From then on, the Adar people are the Adar people, and they have nothing to do with the former Norman Empire. Although before this, the Principality of Adar was only a vassal of the Norman Empire in name only. But, for the people, this is more than just a change of name. The Duchy of Adar represents the future and hope while the Norman Empire represents the past that they never want to look back on or remember. The former Norman Empire brought suffering and pain to the common people. The Norman nobles once knew only how to oppress and enslave the common people, even though the civilians had never said it explicitly before. In their hearts, they all hoped that the mark of the Norman Empire would disappear from this land as soon as possible. In the hearts of each of them, this country located in the east of the continent is undoubtedly a country full of hope and infinite possibilities. Under the reign of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar, no matter who, as long as you set foot on this land belonging to the Adar people, even the most brutal mercenaries will have to abide by the laws of this land. Even the former Norman nobles will have to give up their arrogance in front of the common people. Everyone witnessed the changes that the young duke brought to the land, and everyone enjoyed the peace and well-being that these changes brought. The expectations of ordinary people are never excessive. They just hope to have enough food and clothing, and to reproduce and live in harmony and happiness. And the young man from the Stuart family did all of this, making their previous extravagant dreams come true and truly creating a paradise on earth on this land. Yes, in the eyes of the common people, everything in the Principality of Adar today is no different from the so-called paradise on earth. In some aspects, it is even better than the paradise on earth once described by the Church of Light. So, whether it is a civilian or a businessman, whether it is parliamentarians or craftsmen, almost all Adar people are willing to push their duke, the reformer named Bruno Stuart, to the supreme throne of the emperor. Merlin's Special Economic Zone. The place was bustling with people. At this time, the deep-sea monopoly crab fishing boat was slowly docking at the vacant berth at the fishing port under the guidance of the staff. Jaw Revere jumped off the deck and tied the ship's ropes firmly to the wooden piles on the dock. Last appearance in Chapter 202 and the monthly ticket extra. Many years ago, under the leadership of Vice Admiral Mal Karen of the Adar Navy. With its powerful ships and guns, the Adar Navy completely controlled the entire Merlin Bay, making the Basel pirates, who had been plundering the sea, a thing of the past. As for the good pirates among them, including Jaw Revere, they were recruited as members of the Adar Whaling Company. And now, this young man, who had turned to pirates because his family was broken up and he had no other choice, has long since become an outstanding employee of the Adar Whaling Company. His conscientious work attitude is even more admirable. So, as the business of Adar Whaling Company gradually extended to the field of deep-sea crab fishing, Jeremiah Revere was naturally promoted and became the captain of the crab fishing ship Deep Sea Monopoly. Almost when I saw the crab catcher led by Jack Ribble, the crab merchants, who had already tilted on the dock, had been hoping on the pier, and they rushed up and asked for a rushing task. Mr. Jaw Revere, I wonder how many crabs you caught this time. Rest assured, a whole cabin, almost a large flavored cancer, Jack Ribble said with a smile. Please consider us. Frotty's Seafood Company is willing to buy your crabs at a price of 380 yuan per kilogram. Hey, don't be too greedy. Vladdy's people. We are willing to pay 400 yuan. Also us. We also have 400 yuan per kilogram. Looking at the businessmen who scrambled in front of them, Jack Ribble couldn't help but stun slightly. Why did you suddenly increase the price? Because the supply of these deep-sea crabs is relatively scarce. Although these deep-sea crabs are extremely expensive, the main customers of these rare ingredients are the wealthy merchants and nobles of the Principality of Adar. But, just when he leaned on the shore, the price of crabs per kilogram of crabs was only hovering around 300 yuan. But it's only been half a month of studying, and the amount has increased so much? Hey, Brother Jia, you probably don't know yet, but the Adar government office has already issued a document, and our Adar Principality is about to become independent. Just independence? Hearing that, Jack Ribble's expression suddenly became surprised and excited. That's right. The nobles and merchants are very happy these days. Although the official independence will not be achieved until January next year, everyone can't wait to celebrate. Your crabs are big and delicious, and are now a famous delicacy in our Principality of Adar. Naturally, they are becoming more and more scarce now. And let me tell you, we all, the seafood merchants on the dock, were still chattering away. But at this time, Jaw Revere had already blocked out the noise and chaos of the outside world, and was immersed in memories of the past. Just a few years ago, this young man, who worked for the Adar Whaling Company, set foot on the land of the Adar Principality for the first time, and saw with his own eyes the booming Merlin district. At that time, the Merlin district had just begun to be built, and the south bank of the Adar River was still a wasteland. It was on the side of the fishing port that Jeremiah Revere tasted the first bite of white bread in his life. From then on, perhaps because of that soft and delicious white bread, or perhaps because of the shock brought to him by the social outlook of the Merlin district, the name of the Principality of Adar was deeply engraved in his heart. Whenever he landed in Merlin, Jah Revere would go to the familiar store and buy a piece of white bread from the ant. It was through these interactions that Jeremiah Revere found his love and family, and married Aunt Whitebread's daughter. Today, he can not only proudly say that he is an Adar, but also imagine and look forward to the future of himself and his family. Jeremiah Revere clenched his fists and murmured excitedly, "The Principality of Adar has become independent, finally, independent. Adar City. Qingxi Community." Boom, boom, boom. Aaron, who was over 50 years old, waved his hands and knocked hard on the wooden door in front of him. As the wooden door creaked open, Ethan, wearing pajamas, pushed the door open with sleepy eyes. And when he saw the angry man standing in front of him, Ethan couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. In fact, ever since he passed the first civil service examination of the Principality of Adar and became a glorious civil servant working in the Adar government office, his father, old Aaron, had not looked at him so angrily for a long time. He knew clearly, now, that his father was proud of him all the time. "Father, why are you calling me so early?" Hearing this, old Aaron couldn't help but blew his beard and glared and said, "How dare you ask this question? Do you know what time it is now?" "Now?" Ethan was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, "It's probably only 10 o'clock in the morning." "Right. Just now. Why don't you report to the Adar government office now? Are you worthy of the uniform you are wearing?" "Oh, today is a day off. Since I have been preparing for some things in the past few days, my superiors gave me a day off." After hearing Ethan's answer, old Aaron's expression relaxed a little, but he still said very seriously, "What time is it now?" "Now is the critical moment to prepare for the independence of our Principality of Adar. Even an old farmer like me who makes a living from the soil knows that the people in the government affairs office must be extremely busy. And you're actually still thinking about taking a break at this time? How can you accept the vacation given to you at this time? You should know that the job and status you have now were all given by the Duke. If it weren't for our Duke, you would probably still be like me, relying on hard work to make a living. How can you be so careless in doing things?" As he spoke, old Aaron revealed an expression of disappointment from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Ethan felt a little embarrassed. The common people of this era were still very simple, especially those like him who had been selected to become Adar officials, and they attached great importance to the responsibilities on their shoulders. So, under the gaze of old Aaron, he seemed to remember the times when he was starving and the hardships he had experienced in the past. "I'll report to the government affairs office now," Ethan said in a deep voice. A noble manor on the outskirts of Adar has a star project built by Riverside Real Estate. The noble manor located outside the city of Adar is always attracting the attention of nobles and Adar businessmen. Most of the first batch of villas in the manor have a spire-like sloping roof shape. The plastered wooden frames and column decorations on the outside complement each other. Through the huge and transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows, you can also clearly see the garden fountain outside the villa. As the first Adar nobleman to order aristocratic manor property, Earl Dale was also one of the first Norman nobles to defect to the Duchy of Adar. From the initial suspicion and nervousness to the trust and support today, Earl Dale had long since completed the transformation from an old aristocracy dependent on agriculture and land to a new aristocracy engaged in economic production activities. At the same time, as one of Earl Dale's businesses, the Uncle Dale Fried Chicken Shop with a white-bearded grandfather, as its logo has spread throughout the Principality of Adar in just a few years, and the total number of branches has even exceeded 20, at least in the Principality of Adar today. Uncle Dale is already one of the most famous fast food chains. At this moment, Earl Dale was sitting on a lounge chair on the second floor of the villa, facing the morning sun, reading the letter that had been delivered to him not long ago for the 4th time. That is an invitation. An official invitation to Adar nobleman and House of Lords member Woolley Dennis Earl Dale to attend Adar's independence celebration on January 1st, 540 AD. As a former Norman nobleman, Earl Dale has been under tremendous pressure since the moment he chose to defect to the Duchy of Adar. This includes both the heavy burden of continuing the family heritage and glory, as well as the unspeakable emotions caused by giving up the noble territory. And now, With the complete collapse of the second Prince Riai's power, the Cecil Kingdom in the western part of the continent gradually declined, and Earl Dale could finally put away his nervous and uneasy emotions. The Principality of Adar is about to become independent. Compared to those nobles who chose to flee to the interior of the continent when facing danger in the eastern part of the continent, Earl Dale felt that he had made the most correct choice in his life at that time. Therefore, some of the nobles who fled inland were killed by the rebels. Some continued to flee, and some even returned to the Duchy of Adar and asked for asylum from the Stuart family. Everything is afraid of comparison. With the development of magical industrialization and commercial economy in the Principality of Adar, he had long seen that the Principality of Adar was bound to completely change the history of the continent. Although he donated his family's territory, he gained the friendship of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar. It was precisely because he had always closely followed the footsteps of the Duke of Adar that he and the Dennis family not only made a fortune in the commodity economy, but also obtained a seat in the Adar Senate. Thinking of this, Earl Dale stood up suddenly. He stood on the terrace of the villa, looking at the majestic and magnificent outline of Adar City not far away. Adar will become independent. This will be a brand new beginning. Chapter 486. The Stranglethorn Vale, located in the southwest of Adar Province, is an absolute important border town of the Principality of Adar. It only takes less than a day to get from Stranglethorn Vale to Adar City, even by horse-drawn carriage. If you use the Principality of Adar steam train, it will probably only take a few hours. As the largest border port in the Principality of Adar, thousands of refugees enter the Principality of Adar through the Stranglethorn Vale customs every day. The escalating chaos in the Empire made people's lives increasingly difficult. Even though the Church of Light has now completed its rule over the inland of the Empire, the lives of the people have not improved at all. After all, compared with resettling the people and improving their livelihood, it seems that only by selling indulgences and earning commissions can the local bishops gain more profits and fully mobilize the enthusiasm of the priests and bishops. It is for this reason that, almost from the day the Stranglethorn Customs was established, the number of refugees passing through the Stranglethorn Customs inspection and entering the Principality of Adar every day has shown a continuous increasing trend. Said with no exaggeration, among the refugees who successfully immigrated to the Principality of Adar, more than one-third of the population entered the land in the eastern part of the continent through the Stranglethorn Vale Customs. If they want to pass through the Stranglethorn Customs, then the Conti territory, located to the west of the Stranglethorn Customs, is the only way for these homeless refugees that they cannot avoid no matter what. Even in name, the relationship between the territory of Conti and the Principality of Adar is that of independent forces that do not interfere with each other. But in reality, how is this possible? As a friendly neighbor of the Principality of Adar, the territory of Conti can be said to be one of the noble territories most influenced by the Principality of Adar. Whether it was the work point system commonly practiced in the Principality of Adar or the serf liberation system practiced in the Principality of Adar, over time, they both became the employment system commonly practiced in the territory of Conti. Even the Protestant ideas have already swept across this land adjacent to the Principality of Adar. No way. The territory of Conti is too close to the neighboring Principality of Adar. If Viscount Conti had not shown some sincerity in retaining the local people, the territory of Conti would probably have become a wasteland by now. No. To be correct, the south bank of the Moor River has long become a wasteland, because in the northern part of Conti territory, that is, on the north bank of the Moor River, that fertile land now has another name, the Moor Valley Special Economic Zone Y. The key point is the word in brackets. The agreement signed between the Principality of Adar and the territory of Conti clearly stated the rights of the Adar people on the north bank of the Moor River. See Chapter 154 for details. According to the content of the agreement, in addition to the relevant entries about the establishment of Moor Wine Company by Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar and Viscount Conti, the Adar army will also be responsible for ensuring public security on the north bank of the Moor River. And Locke, the chief executive of the Moor district, will be in charge of all matters concerning the Moor Manor Winery and the Moor River Valley Special Economic Zone. So, the north and south banks of the Moor River now have completely different appearances. In fact, to be fair, Viscount Conti is not a mean nobleman, nor is he cruel in governing his subjects. But everything is afraid of comparison. Even though Viscount Conti was extremely kind compared to the nobles in the inland, he was still far inferior to the Principality of Adar on the other side of the Stranglethorn Vale. Of course, Being neighbors with the Principality of Adar also has many benefits. Precisely because of the extremely close ties with the Principality of Adar. The various disputes in the interior of the empire in recent years have hardly affected Viscount Conti's aristocratic territory, which can be regarded as a relief for the elderly Viscount. As a friendly neighbor of the Principality of Adar, the Adar Drama Troupe's national tour will naturally not leave out the Principality of Conti. In addition to performing the popular play The Partners of Adar for the refugees waiting to pass through customs in the Adar-controlled area on the north bank of the Moor River, the Adar Repertory Theatre was invited to the Lord's Castle of Viscount Conti to perform alone for the elderly Viscount. In this era, drama is undoubtedly a new form of performance. But Viscount Conti was not a pedantic and stubborn aristocrat, so he did not resist at all, especially when he saw that the three young people in the play had known each other since their student days, supported each other to start their own businesses, and finally realized their Adar-style dreams. Viscount Conti even put himself into the story from his own perspective. While he was deeply shocked, he was also amazed at the ups and downs, an eye-catching new art form of drama. Reward? You deserve it. What a great performance. Viscount Conti clapped his hands and asked his personal attendant to take out a stack of brand new Adar banknotes from his pocket. Today, the portability of paper money and the extremely high national credit of the Principality of Adar have long made the Principality of Adar's paper money widely circulated throughout the eastern part of the continent. Even in independent territories such as the Kingdom of Cecil, Conti Territory, and Port Hobbs, or concessions of the Principality of Adar, Adar banknotes have also become one of the most popular circulating currencies on the market. But at this moment, Viscount Conti's old butler stumbled in from the door, waving a carefully sealed letter in his hand. Your Excellency, this is a handwritten letter from Duke Adar. Letter? Upon hearing this, Viscount Conti was obviously a little surprised. Even the Kingdom of Cecil, far to the west of the continent, already had long-distance communication equipment managed by the Adar people, and his own Conti territory was naturally no exception. If there is any information that needs to be exchanged on a daily basis, you can communicate directly with the young Duke through the remote communication device provided by the Principality of Adar. So, since this more efficient way of communication came into being, he hasn't seen such a formal letter for some time. Curiously shaking the letter and checking the seal, Viscount Conti, who had just finished watching a drama, opened the letter from a friendly neighboring country with ease. Then, before he even finished reading the first sentence, Viscount Conti stood there in a daze, his whole body tense. Your Excellency the Viscount? The old butler waved tentatively in front of Viscount Conti. Call. After a long while, Viscount Conti finally came back to his senses and said with a complicated expression, This son of an old friend of mine is truly an extraordinary person. From now on, the Stuart family may be the future ruler of the continent. This letter written by Bruno himself was naturally an invitation letter. The content of the letter can be summarized in one sentence. In the name of the ruler of the Principality of Adar and the patriarch of the Stuart family, Viscount Conti is invited to attend the independence celebration of the Principality of Adar. Hearing this, the old housekeeper said, That's a good thing. The Principality of Adar is now very powerful, and you have helped Lord Bruno a lot in the past. It's one thing to help, but Bruno is now carrying the entire Principality of Adar on his shoulders. So, he is inviting me to participate in the independence celebration. But at the same time, he is also asking for my decision. Decision? The old butler was slightly stunned. Now the Church of Light dominates the inland. The Principality of Adar dominates the east. And together with the Kingdom of Cecil and the Odin Empire, these forces will have a head-on conflict sooner or later. If the Principality of Adar wants to advance inland, there are only two ways to go. One is through the Valence Plain, and the other is... Viscount Conti paused and continued. The other way is naturally to go through Conti territory and go west along the Moor River. As he spoke, Viscount Conti couldn't help but smile, although I already understand that joining the Principality of Adar is the most appropriate choice now. But if I really have to give up this family land, I will still feel a little reluctant. Only, no matter how reluctant he was, Viscount Conti had already known in his heart that the territory of Conti and the Principality of Adar had long been inseparable. Not only is there the special economic zone on the north bank of the Moor River and the Moor wine industry that is making a fortune, but even Viscount Conti's youngest daughter, Isabel, is now teaching at Adar Public University. Therefore, although the territory of Conti has always maintained its nominal independence, its relationship with the Principality of Adar has become inseparable. And the interpersonal exchanges are even more complicated. My Lord Viscount. Although we may have to give up the land. But you know Lord Bruno's character best. And he will definitely not treat our family unfairly, said the old butler. It's natural. Viscount Conde sighed deeply. Independence is a good thing. I just hope that the Principality of Adar can clear all obstacles on its way forward as soon as possible. Only in this way can the status of the family rise accordingly. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Almost in the blink of an eye. The new year has quietly arrived amidst everyone's attention. January 1st. 5:40 in the new calendar. For all Adar people. This is bound to be an unforgettable day in their lives. It was almost daybreak. The agents of the Adar CIA and the police officers of the Adar Public Security Bureau have already arrived at their designated locations fully armed, looking at the surrounding streets and alleys with vigilant eyes. This is an important moment for the Principality of Adar and all Adar people. We cannot afford to make any mistakes. Starting almost a week ago, any slight disturbance in the city of Adar would set off alarm bells in the hearts of many security personnel. Whether it is Adar Avenue running through the north-south direction of Adar City, or Jingsha Road running across the east-west direction. The two most important main roads in Adar City have long been declared under martial law with the assistance of the Adar military. According to the plan made by the Adar City Hall, the Adar Independence celebration will be officially held at 10 a.m. that day. But, at this moment, even in the early morning, the people who heard the news had already gathered in the previously designated viewing area and were waiting quietly. The people of Adar have waited too long for this day. Many of them came all the way from the plains of Valens, the province of Basel, and even from Port Hobbs and the province of Padilla, just to witness with my own eyes this glorious moment that belongs to the Principality of Adar and all the people of Adar. Today, they will bid farewell to their past selves and usher in a new life of their own together with this country. The palace is majestic, and the flags are fluttering. At the urging of the Adar City Hall, the Adar Palace, located in the center of Adar City, was basically completed a few days before the independence celebration. At least, the main building exposed on Jingsha Road has been completed, and only the interior of the palace needs to be carefully carved. This building, with Buckingham Palace as its main body, combines a variety of palace buildings and incorporates the design concepts of countless great engineers of the Principality of Adar. It is a spectacular building that suits Bruno's heart and has become the second SSSS-level wonder of the Principality of Adar. Both its land area and number of buildings are far beyond the reach of ordinary buildings in the previous life. Under Bruno's personal guidance, this palace, which symbolizes the power and status of the Stuart family, continued to use Western architectural styles, but also absorbed some symmetrical and integrated design concepts from Chinese architecture. This also makes the Adar Palace no longer just a palace, but an entire palace complex covering a vast area. All in all, even Bruno himself couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw this spectacular complex of buildings. No doubt, the Adar Palace is a comprehensive palace. It can be regarded as the culmination of various types of palace buildings. In addition to this, in the square right in front of the Adar Palace, which is the intersection of Adar Avenue and Jingsha Road, a building that had been shrouded in a dark curtain for months finally stood in the flickering morning light on this day, appearing in front of everyone. Adar Heroes Monument. This is an obelisk-like building forged from steel. The marble at the base of the monument was dug from the main hall of the Royal Palace of Basel, and the main structure above was reforged from various melee weapons captured from several wars. On the front of the monument, these are two lines of gold-plated words written by Bruno himself. The heroes who fought for Adar's independence will live forever. The heroes who fought for the future of the Adar people will live forever. Perhaps to others, this monument seems puzzling. But, in Bruno's heart, and in the hearts of all Adar people, those heroes who are not afraid of life and death when facing danger deserve this honor. Today, Bruno Stuart, ruler of the Principality of Adar, on the extra-large terrace of the Adar Palace, standing opposite the Adar Heroes Monument, we will announce the independence of the Principality and the birth of the Empire to all Adar people. Chapter 487. The status of Jingsha Road in Adar City is equivalent to Chang'an Avenue in the capital. In addition to the majestic and solemn Adar Palace located in the center of Jingsha Road, the Alhambra Palace, and the newly built Adar Parliament building modeled after the Hungarian Parliament building on both sides of the palace seem to guard the royal palace complex belonging to the Stuart family on the east and west sides. The former is naturally the location of Adar's Ministry of Defense. Thanks to the hard work of Adar's great engineers, the YSL architectural style of this building is no longer as distinct as before. Instead, it echoes with the buildings in the city, like a finishing touch. As for the latter, it is where the Adar House of Representatives is today. This Gothic-style building incorporates many vertical and slender elements and spires, making it a breath of fresh air among the spectacular buildings of the Principality of Adar. Apart from the above-mentioned spectacular buildings, most of the core power institutions of the Principality of Adar are located on the north and south sides of Jingsha Road. Not only are there key departments that have been established for a long time, such as the Adar Public Security Bureau, the Adar Central Intelligence Agency, the Adar Immigration Administration, and the Adar Central Bank, but there are also a series of new institutions including the Cecil Embassy and the Adar Business Office. Although on weekdays, the security on Jingsha Road was already quite tight, but today it was even tighter. Almost every few meters, there would be an Adar soldier in gray uniform standing guard with a gun. Their uniforms were all made of the finest leather from the Odin Empire. The shield-shaped epaulets were decorated with olive branches, a symbol of peace. In the center of the pattern were cross sabers and guns, representing the powerful combat capability and indomitable will of the Adar army. The streets beneath the soldiers' feet had already been swept over and over again countless times by the workers responsible for urban sanitation. Even in the crowded viewing area, the feet of ordinary people were kept extremely clean. Yes, from the morning light to the rising sun, countless Adar people were already wearing thick new clothes, with their hands in their pockets, waiting for the independence celebration to begin. Although the winter in the Principality of Adar is far from being extremely cold, it is still quite cold, if converted according to the temperature measurement units used in Bruno's previous life. The ambient temperature of the Principality of Adar at this time would be around -3 or 4 degrees Celsius. But even so, these civilians spontaneously stood here and waited early, hoping to find a good position so that they could see the unforgettable scene when the independence celebration began. Thanks to the rapid development of the textile industry in the Principality of Adar, the widespread use of the ginny machine greatly reduced the cost of sewing clothes. Even ordinary civilians could buy new clothes that were warm enough in the Adar department store while meeting their basic living needs. If not, no civilian would dare to stand outside for such a long time in such temperature conditions on a cold winter day. Most of the roads on both sides of Jingsha Road were decorated with the Stewart family's griffin emblem, and the Adar flag was also fluttering in the wind in the morning mist. Colorful ribbons were hung on the tops of the buildings on both sides, and colorful banners with slogans such as "The Kingdom of Cecil congratulates Adar on its independence" and "More wine celebrates Adar's independence" were hung one after another. Standing on the terrace outside the Adar Palace, a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard was supporting an elderly man and looking out at the endless crowd. The middle-aged man is the famous Norman general, General Yellen Rudolph, and next to him, the sickly-looking old man is even more famous. He is the former imperial teacher and Imperial Marshal Theodore Lawton. A month ago, the war launched by Adar's army, which took advantage of the chaos to occupy the entire Valens Plain, was a completely bloodless battle, and Adar's soldiers suffered almost no losses in this war, because the letter of surrender written by Adar's defense minister Sarah Corrin herself had a completely unexpected effect. Not only did General Yale Rudolph lead his troops to lay down their arms, but even Imperial Marshal Teodoro Lawton threw himself into the arms of the Principality of Adar. According to Marshal Teodoro, he had repaid the kindness of the Alexander family of the Norman royal family, and spent almost his entire life wielding sword and armor to maintain the rule of the Norman Empire. And now, the second Prince Rez is dead, and the eldest Prince Pisman has become a puppet in the hands of the Church of Light. Ask yourself, Marshal Teodoro has given enough feedback and rewards to the Norman royal family. So, when he saw the letter of surrender brought by Adar's envoy, the Imperial Marshal, who had fought for the Norman Empire for most of his life, finally laid down his weapon and accepted his fate. There was no way around it. After the death of the second Prince Rez's remaining army was attacked from all sides, with forces from 4 directions eyeing them covetously. Only the Principality of Adar in the east seemed more reliable, and took the lead in extending an olive branch. Although he was wearing a thick leather coat, Marshal Teodoro still looked a little staggering. This may be a common problem among most generals of this era. When they were still in the army, their hidden illnesses seemed insignificant. Even the elderly Imperial Marshal looked energetic every day. But, After Marshal Teodoro left the army under Bruno's arrangement and was transferred to the position of honorary dean of the Adar army officers, he seemed to have become exhausted, and his old illnesses began to relapse one after another. As for General Rudolph, who was supporting the imperial marshal, as an old friend of Sarah Colin, General Yellen Rudolph's military talent is naturally unquestionable. He was appointed by Bruno as the garrison general of Stein province. After the independence celebration is over, he will go to Stein province to take up his post. How did Duke Adar do this? As there was still some time before the independence celebrations officially began, Bruno and the accompanying Adar officials had not yet arrived. Marshal Teodoro and the few invited guests who arrived early stood on the terrace of the Adar palace, gazing at the countless civilians outside the palace, their hearts filled with shock. If Rez can also gain such support from the common people, there will be no chance for Pitzman or the Church of Light to appear. Marshal, be careful with your words. Hearing Marshal Teodoro's words, General Rudolph couldn't help but tremble slightly. I am no longer a marshal. The Duke of Adar is a magnanimous nobleman who made me an old man who surrendered, the honorary dean of the Adar Military Academy. Today, even if Rez had not died on the banks of the Albona River, he would never be a match for the Principality of Adar. Indeed, hearing this, Yellen Rudolph nodded empathetically. Compared to Marshal Teodoro, who planned to enjoy his retirement, General Yellen Rudolph, who was about to take up his post in the province of Stein, had done a lot of homework on the Principality of Adar in recent days. And then, he naturally fell into an endless cycle of shock and extreme shock. Under the guidance of Brunoism, civilians gained unprecedented respect, and the Principality of Adar embarked on a path that had never been taken before. Ding ding ding. I don't know how long it was. The morning light becomes brighter and brighter, and the temperature around us gradually rises under the scorching sun. Amid everyone's eager anticipation and anxious waiting, a large convoy finally passed through the city gate and slowly drove along Adar Avenue, which runs through the north and south. It was at the moment when the convoy passed the city gate that the speed of the convoy began to slow down gradually. The Griffin Knights, who had been waiting at the city gate for a long time, lined up on both sides of the convoy according to the established formation. The Griffin Knights wore exquisite armor made of mithril and steel, light golden ribbons, and a series of medals of various colors, and held the flags of the Principality of Adar and the Stuart family in their hands. The flag rustled in the cold wind, and the griffin painted on the flag seemed about to soar into the sky. No one knew who started it, but the civilians standing on the street couldn't help but cheer. They waved colorful flags and clusters of flowers. Those flowers were tulips grown in greenhouses and then distributed free of charge to the public. At this moment, they were cheering for Bruno, for the Principality of Adar, and for themselves. That's all. Under the protection of the Griffin Knights, amid the loud cheers of the civilians, dozens of dark gray customized Benedict cars with double flashes on formed a neat column, passed in front of countless Adar civilians, and then stopped in front of the gate of Adar Palace one by one. The guards, who had been waiting for a long time, opened the car door for their young duke with burning eyes. Bruno glanced at the excited civilians around him, waved and nodded to them. Then, the ruler of the Principality of Adar and patriarch of the Stuart family finally stepped onto the terrace of the Adar Palace, surrounded by the crowd. At this moment, surrounding Bruno, there are old men who have served the Stuart family for generations. Old Ford Minister of Government Affairs, L'Hôpital Governor of Adar Province, Mondale, Shabi Governor of Merlin District, Lister Director of Immigration Administration. There are also civilian officials who, under Bruno's promotion, shoulder the expectations of the Adar people. Cray CIA, Wagner Public Safety Bureau, Dud Battleoff Medical School and Department of Health, and the capable men of the Adar Military, Sam Layton Army, Mal Cullen Navy, Rolf Hawthorne Air Force, Sarah Corin Ministry of Defense, and the foreign representatives invited to attend this event. Viscount Conti, Viscount Danielson Cecil. Bruno looked around. He seemed to be able to feel the trust and support of everyone. Then he looked up and gazed into the distance. Countless civilians were also looking at him, looking at the Duke who led them to create this paradise on earth. When I crossed over, I was penniless and at a loss. Now he dominates the East, and the people are united. Bruno has experienced a lot, and through these experiences, he has gained many completely different feelings. Finally, he cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and shouted in a deep voice to the countless people outside the palace, all the citizens of Adar who live on this land. As soon as Bruno opened his mouth, The civilians present shut their mouths one after another and looked expectantly at the Duke who had changed their lives. The Principality of Adar will become history. I declare, the Adar Empire is established today. With his terrifying magical abilities. Bruno's voice almost echoed in the ears of all the civilians living in Adar City at this moment. Then, military music played. Cannons fired. After a brief silence, the entire city of Adar was enveloped by the excited cheers of the people. From a principality to an empire. This is definitely an extraordinary leap. Although the current Adar Empire only occupies the land in the eastern part of the continent. However, whether it is Bruno himself or the Adar people in front of him, they all have enough confidence and sufficient reasons to believe that the Adar Empire is bound to become the unique overlord on the continent. So, today's celebration is their celebration. Boom boom. This is the roar of a salute. Finally. Wait until the cannon fire dies down, and the cheers fade away. Bruno pressed his hand slightly and continued. Ever since the Church of Light colluded with external forces and launched a reactionary civil war in the Empire, the civilians of the continent have been plunged into dire straits. Fortunately, our Adar army, with the assistance of all Adar people, defended the sovereignty of our territory, fought bravely and selflessly, and maintained the long-term stability of the empire. Today, the Adar regime has been consolidated, and countless Adar civilians have been liberated. On this basis, I will read out the decision made by Bruno Stewart, the Emperor of the Adar Empire, the officials of the Adar Government Office, and the members of the Adar Upper and Lower Houses. Bruno paused for a moment, then continued. The Adar Empire will have the Stewart family as its royal family, the city of Adar as its capital, and all the Adar people as its foundation. From now on, the Adar Government Office will be renamed the Adar Government Council. Old Ford will be elected as the president of the Adar Government Council. He will be entrusted by the Emperor to manage the Empire's affairs. The Adar Upper and Lower Houses have the responsibility to supervise and recommend the Adar Council to handle the internal affairs of the Empire. The Empire has set up 9 provinces temporarily, namely Valens Province, Almes Province, Adar Province, Gerda Province, Basel Province, Stein Province, Southeast Province, Central Province, and Padilla Province. There are also 3 special districts, namely Hobbsport, Dornport, and Merlin Special District. Each province special zone shall set up a government affairs office as the highest administrative body, and the governor of the province special zone shall be the highest local administrative chief. Prepare for the establishment of the Adar Supreme Court. Recruit judicial talents from all over the continent, and compile new laws based on the imperial code that suit the conditions of the empire. The army is under the emperor's command, and all mid- and high-level military appointments must be approved by the emperor himself. In addition, the Adar army will be divided into 3 major army groups, namely the Northern Army Group headquartered in the Valens Province, the Royal Guards headquartered in the Adar Province, and the Southern Army Group headquartered in the Basel Province. Chapter 488 Military Parade. The Air Force is out. With his profound magical skills, Bruno's words exploded in the ears of almost every civilian, making their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. Thanks to the appeals of Adar officials and the efforts of countless Adar people themselves, the per capita cultural level of the Principality of Adar is no longer the same as it used to be when everyone received prenatal education. So, perhaps these arrangements after independence were dispensable to the civilians of other forces, or even ignored. However, the Adar people present could understand the deep meaning behind most of these measures. The political class was not taken in vain. Whether it is the courses taught in the community schools or the news editorials published in the Adar Daily, these actions that seemed incomprehensible in the past have been subtly changing the thoughts and concepts of the Adar people. Adar Council of State, Adar House of Representatives and Lower Houses, Adar Ministry of Defense. This was the first time that Bruno clearly regulated the rights and responsibilities of various administrative agencies in Adar in such a formal and official speech. What made the Adar people present feel more at ease was, in Bruno's Declaration of Independence, there was no mention of the privileges that nobles other than the Stewart family could enjoy. And this means, the promotion channel that uses the civil service examination as the recruitment standard has once again received official certification from His Excellency the Duke. Everyone knows that, although this new country was called the Empire, the rights and status of civilians were respected and improved unprecedentedly. Perhaps it was for this reason that the cheers of the civilians could not be subsided for a long time. Standing beside Bruno, Leia, dressed in gorgeous attire, stared at the cheering crowd outside the palace with a little surprise. Today is undoubtedly an important day for the people of Adar. The same is true for Princess Cecil Leia Blood. Leia was wearing a light gold-pleated long skirt and a light red cashmere shawl. Although she is not wearing any makeup, she is fresh and charming. There is a lively light flashing in her watery eyes. The citrus-scented light perfume is warm and soothing, and her long jet-black hair flutters in the wind. Although she was looking at the cheering people with a sweet smile, her tightly crisscrossed fingers revealed Leia's nervous yet slightly expectant mood. The engagement between Leia and Bruno has already been confirmed. From today onwards, this princess from the kingdom of Cecil will become the queen of the empire. Although I am already familiar with Bruno and have had a good impression of each other, but at this moment, it is absolutely impossible to say that I am not nervous. As if he had sensed the nervousness deep inside Leia, Bruno took a small step back, as if to find the right position, and tentatively touched the back of Leia's hand with his left hand. And then, he held Leia's slightly cold little hand tightly. Her Royal Highness the Princess's face seemed to suddenly turn red with embarrassment. But an indescribable sense of security quietly surged into my heart. At this moment, when Leia looked at the cheering people in front of her again, she suddenly felt a sense of pride, and it seemed that at this moment, the princess from the kingdom of Cecil truly integrated into this new empire. Bruno's speech was over. But the independence celebration was not over. Because the next event is the highlight of this celebration. The military parade? Let me tell you one thing. This was the first time that Bruno held a military parade of such scale. The reason for choosing this time is not only to strengthen the confidence of the Adar people in the new empire through a grand military parade, but also to boost the morale of the Adar soldiers. After all, after the military parade is over, the Adar Air Force participating in the parade will head directly inland to carry out indiscriminate bombing on the holy city of Bethlehem, the core of the Church of Light, the entry of airships. This gives the Adar Air Force more confidence and strength. Therefore, the bombing target this time has expanded from the original bombing of the Colossus to the bombing of the Colossus and the entire holy city. At Bruno's command, the Adar military band played the loud and passionate Adar military song. Under the escort of the 3 service guard of honor, the Adar soldiers guarding the 3 flags marched in neat steps and entered the venue under the excited eyes of the crowd. The 3 flags are the Adar flag, the Stewart family crest, and the Adar military flag. The warm winter noon breeze blew the brightly colored flags, and the lifelike griffin patterns on the flags finally became the symbol of a new empire on this day. Walking behind these soldiers was the Adar battle flag team, elite soldiers from various legions in Adar, holding flags with their respective legion numbers, walked with their heads held high on Jingsha Road in front of the Adar Palace. They are all the best in their respective legions, and almost all of them have military merits. Look! I know him. The young man walking in the second row. Third from the left. He's the kid from the Oren's family. He killed 13 Odin soldiers with his own hands. Look at that bald little guy. Even though he looks old, he's actually young. Baldness is just hereditary. He made great contributions when he was stationed in Port Hobbs. He was even reported in the Adar Daily. Hey! The guy in the front is the coolest. He's the winner of the Adar Hero Medal. Captain Brady Moss. Almost from the moment the parade officially began and Sergeant Adar made his brilliant appearance, the noise and cheers on both sides of the street never stopped. In the hearts of the people of the Principality of Adar, they have a kind of affection for these young men who are defending their country that is difficult for others to understand. In today's era, the term strict military discipline is not common to most armies. Since military pay and rations were often delayed or simply withheld, looting became prevalent in many armies. This means that in the eyes of many inland civilians, there is not much difference between the profession of soldier and bandit or robber. After all, whether it is a soldier crossing the border or a bandit robbing, it is nothing more than a matter of how much loss there is. However, unlike any other army, the Adar soldiers with strict military discipline have broken this stereotype with their actual actions. They never robbed or pillaged, and they never disturbed the civilians. When entering the city of Basel, countless Adar soldiers slept in the streets. When occupying the Valence Plain, not a single Adar soldier made any move to disturb civilians, because they are an army with beliefs and ideals. Led by Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar, fighting for the interests of all Adar people, adequate military pay, and strict training. The ideas conveyed to their minds by the military instructors made it impossible for the Adar soldiers to make the same ridiculous moves as those rebel soldiers. It is precisely because of these that Adar soldiers have such a high reputation in this land, and make every Adar person proud. The 12 infantry phalanxes represent the 9 provincial garrisons, and 3 army groups of the Principality of Adar. There are 3 cavalry phalanxes, namely the Griffin Knights, the Skeleton Cavalry Regiment, and the Ranger Regiment belonging to the Adar Northern Group Legion. The proud march of the infantry and cavalry phalanx caused cheers from the civilians. But this was just the beginning, because following these 15 infantry and cavalry phalanxes is the mechanized phalanx of Adar's army, Military Jeep Peace Guardian. This is the first military jeep jointly built by the Adar 1st Automobile Works and the Adar Military. It was officially put into production at the end of November and has 2 models, convertible and non-convertible. No doubt, as soon as this magical car powered by magic came on the scene, it attracted the attention of almost all the Adar people. Each military jeep had a driver and 3 guards. They held rifles in their hands, stood tall and brave, and when they drove through the main gate of the palace, they saluted with the most standard military salute to their Lord the Duke, no, to their Majesty. After the military jeep comes the military truck. However, currently there is actually no distinction between military and civilian trucks. In any case, they must first be supplied to the Adar army, thereby providing the Adar military with the necessary logistical support. Each truck carried 12 Adar soldiers in the bed, which was an eye-opener for the civilians and foreign guests watching the ceremony. After all, whether it is a jeep or a military truck, these magic vehicles are officially appearing in public for the first time. But, of course, this is not the end. Bruno is known to be a man of principle. Since he has decided to open the eyes of everyone present, he must open your eyes even wider. So, following closely behind the truck formation was the armored vehicle formation composed of the Explorer Type A armored infantry vehicles. And following closely behind the armored vehicles was the tank formation composed of the Sword of Dawn main battle tanks. All of a sudden, not to mention the civilians present, even the foreign guests who were invited to watch the ceremony standing on the terrace of the palace were completely stunned. It's not that they don't know that the Principality of Adar is powerful, because those nobles who couldn't even see this had died long ago. But this was the first time they realized that the Principality of Adar was so powerful. Even if we only take out the few infantry and cavalry phalanxes at the front, the strength of Adar's army is already among the top-notch armies. Plus the mechanized troops behind. The people present were no longer able to give a relatively reasonable estimate of the true strength of the Principality of Adar. As for the reason is simple. No force has ever faced the Adar army after it completed its transformation. Originally, the Church of Light had the opportunity to become the first lucky party to fight against the Principality of Adar. Because when Adar's army marched westward and occupied the entire Valence Plain, it had a military confrontation with the Crusaders in the northern part of the Kelvin Basin. However, the final result was a peaceful ending with both sides taking half a step back. So at this moment, when everyone present saw the steel monsters driven by Adar soldiers slowly passing in front of the Adar palace, their hearts were filled with shock and curiosity. This is the world's first iron army. No one can easily guess the power of these war machines. Marshal Teodoro, standing on the terrace of the palace, General Yellen Rudolph, with a look of horror on his face, couldn't help but whisper, "The Adar people actually have such weapons?" Although Gerlin Rudolph will take up his post in the Stein province, he has not yet reported to the Adar Ministry of Defense, so he naturally knows very little about the weapons and equipment of the Principality of Adar. As weapons appeared before his eyes one by one, Yellen Rudolph, the well-informed Norman general, felt completely dumbfounded. For the people and high officials of the Principality of Adar, the emergence of these weapons was after a long period of transition and preparation. For example, the industrialization of magic, the popularization and application of magic power, thanks to the hard work of the Adar school and countless Adar people. The Principality of Adar is undergoing new changes every day. Therefore, the vast majority of Adar people have already developed a strong heart, and have also gained a relatively superficial understanding of the relevant knowledge of magic industrialization. As the technology tree continues to rise, they have gradually become prepared in their hearts. But for Yellen Rudolph, the day before, he was still fighting with cold weapons. The next day, without any warning, a heavy tank covered with steel and armor suddenly appeared before his eyes. For a normal human being, it is natural to become completely stupid. I don't know where these things came from. But the strength of the Adar people is so terrifying. The elderly Marshal Teodoro suppressed the shock in his heart and murmured in confusion. How the hell is this supposed to be a war? With such a hard steel plate, and such a thick and big gun barrel? Who could endure such torture? At this moment, Marshal Teodoro, who had been a soldier all his life, suddenly discovered that, after arriving in the Principality of Adar, he suddenly seemed to have become incapable of fighting. But of course, the parade isn't over yet. Although the Sword of Dawn main battle tanks, which formed the finale of the battle formation, had already rumbled past the palace, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. When everyone present heard the sound and looked, they saw 3 huge airships that actually blocked out the sunlight in the sky. The Adar Air Force appeared. Seeing this, Marshal Teodoro, who was already filled with horror and deep shock, glanced at the heavy tank formation that had not yet gone far, and then looked up at the 3 huge airships in the sky. The old marshal suddenly felt a little weak in his chest. His heart beat faster, and even the whole world seemed to be spinning at this moment. The old marshal, who was going back and forth between shock and extreme shock, kicked his legs in this intense shock and fell towards General Rudolph. Chapter 489. The airship arrives at faithful Bethlehem. Marshal Teodoro was certainly not frightened to death, but because he was too old, he accidentally fainted. Seeing this emergency, Doug Badalov, the Minister of Health of Adar, who was accompanying Bruno, did not panic at all. He immediately went to the scene and gave Marshal Teodoro a full set of rescue measures. Doug Badalov's past experience was quite rough. He started from the dungeon and was promoted all the way up. Not only has he castrated piglets and performed surgery, but he also teaches at Adar Medical College until now. Naturally, he is familiar with these rescue methods. It's not just him. Any community doctor who has read the Adar version of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual has at least learned from the book how to deal with such emergencies. So, after a short while, Marshal Teodoro woke up slowly. Fortunately, he woke up quickly. Otherwise, if the Imperial Marshal was too shocked by the military parade and was shocked to death, it would be a lot of fun. Fortunately, these were all insignificant episodes. When Teodoro stood up with the help of General Yale Rudolph, the independence celebration had already come to an end. Even the 3 huge airships had already flown far to the west of Adar City, leaving only a few faint marks under the blue sky as the clouds parted. The civilians who attended the celebration did not know that the 3 giant airships that made their hearts tremble and their faces full of horror, after flying away from the city of Adar, accelerated towards the direction of the holy city of Bethlehem. Through this military parade, they knew at least one thing and reached a consensus. That is, the strength of Adar's army has completely exceeded their imagination. Whether it's running on the ground or flying in the sky, Adar's army has them all. Of course, there are also many large creatures that can swim in the water anchored in the military port of Merlin's special zone, let alone anything else. The mechanized troops that appeared at the end alone were an eye-opener for the Adar people. They already knew that the Principality of Adar had a large number of magic cars, and that they had become standard equipment for many of Adar's senior officials. Even the Adar nobles, newly wealthy businessmen, and large chambers of commerce living in the suburbs of Adar are vying for reservations. Benedict cars. In today's Principality of Adar, this kind of magic car has become a symbol of wealth and status, and his company's stocks are listed in the Adar Royal Exchange in the Merlin district. But what the civilians don't know is that in addition to the Benedict cars that are developed for civilian use, the Principality of Adar actually has so many military vehicles powered by magic. There is no need to say much about the Sword of Dawn main battle tank. Just looking at its size, and the thick gun barrel that is several meters long in front, you will know that it is definitely a powerful weapon. Apart from these, which other types of military vehicles are simple? If it weren't for the fact that the full strength of the Church of Light was still unclear, causing the army of the Principality of Adar to not dare to act rashly. This military parade made almost all Adar civilians and invited foreign guests deeply realize that the Adar army has long possessed the strength to sweep across the entire continent. So, after the military parade ended and the independence celebration came to an end, the entire Principality of Adar was in an unprecedented discussion and excitement because of this grand event. After all, the number of civilians who can watch the ceremony on site is limited. Therefore, for almost half a month thereafter, the Adar Independence celebration and the military parade held on that day were topics that many Adar residents talked about with great relish after dinner. This is a sense of pride that comes from deep within the hearts of the Adar people. Whether it was the original native residents of Adar or the civilian merchants who immigrated here later. They all regarded the current Adar Empire as their only homeland without exception. This is not only because of the strength of this new empire, but also because only here can they see hope for the future. That is why whenever the Adar army is mentioned, all the Adar people present will be overjoyed and talk endlessly. Only if the Adar army possesses strong strength can it defend and protect this land, and allow the people living on this land to have lasting peace and well-being, a bright future and hope full of infinite possibilities. However, it is worth noting that, after the independence celebrations, the people who reacted most enthusiastically and seemed the most excited were not actually the ordinary Adar people. Although the common people are happy to talk about these things, the Adar Daily also specially used a large number of pictures and text to record the entire process of the independence celebration and the military parade. The Adar people are also willing to describe the grand occasion of the independence celebration to others. But the most direct reaction was actually from the Adar Royal Exchange in the Merent district. The whole line is in the red, soaring all the way. Note, red rises, green falls and green rises. Red falls are different due to software settings, personal habits, national practices, and red-green color blindness. Here, red rises, green falls is used for the time being. Please don't criticize if you don't like it. The principality became independent, and the empire was established. Add to that an unstoppable army and weapons, and a young and promising Majesty. Almost all the merchants and civilians who were originally skeptical about this country saw hope in the Adar Empire to unify the continent and wipe out the Church of Light. The stronger the Adar Empire becomes, the more stable Adar society becomes, and the lives and property of merchants, nobles, and civilians become safer. Makes sense. So, all the stocks in the Adar Royal Exchange, without exception, showed a towering posture, skyrocketing, especially the Benedict car, as the leading stock of magic cars. Although Benedict Cars has only started taking reservations for magic cars, and has not even officially sold a single car, its stock price has skyrocketed by more than 40% in just a few days. Who makes it the only listed company in the entire empire, and even in the entire continent, that can build cars? The series of industrial-style military vehicles at the military parade were undoubtedly announcing to the outside world that this new empire, this huge national machine, has fully mastered the mass production method of magic cars. For most speculators who are new to the Adar stock market, this is definitely a very powerful shot in the arm. After all, after the military vehicles are built, shouldn't we build civilian vehicles? Of course. The waves that followed these independence celebrations were what happened in the following week. At this moment, including the new Emperor Bruno Stuart. After the independence celebration, almost all Adar officials who knew about it turned their eyes to the direction where the 3 airships left. This time the air strike is completely different. This is not only the first proactive attack by the Adar Air Force, but will also be the first official confrontation between the Principality of Adar and the Church of Light. At the same time, this also means that the military policy that the Principality of Adar has always pursued has begun to change. The Salenberg airship over the Almes Mountains, standing in the open cockpit at the front of the airship. Adar Air Force Major General Rolf Hawthorne was gazing at the continuous mountains outside the airship through the special glass surrounding it. Although it is winter now, you can still see lush green forests between the mountains. The coniferous forests growing on the slopes of the Almes Mountains are evergreen all year round and are far more attractive than the bare mountaintops higher up. If you look down from the sky, the thousands of miles long Almes Mountains almost cut the entire continent in half along the north-south direction, and it is a natural barrier belonging to the Adar Empire. In the passenger compartment behind the cockpit, more than 40 carefully selected elite Air Force soldiers were also looking through the swirling clouds and overlooking the vast land outside the airship. 3 airships, with a total of hundreds of Air Force soldiers. From the moment they boarded the airship, the hearts of these Adar soldiers were filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. There is excitement and more tension. Each of them knew very well in their hearts that this was the first time that the Adar Air Force took the initiative to attack. Therefore, almost all the soldiers belonging to the Adar Air Force attached great importance to this operation. Rolf Hawthorne, a Major General of the Air Force, volunteered to personally board the Salenberg airship and take charge of commanding the bombing operation. The Air Force Major General has even made up his mind that if he fails to accomplish the bombing target this time, he will resign and accept punishment once he can return safely to Adar. The reason why the Adar Air Force's airship can accurately identify the direction and determine the location of the holy city of Bethlehem is that the cockpit of the airship not only has a map, but also the latest research result of the Adar Magic Laboratory. Radar. This thing sounds very high-tech. Only, the Adar people's radar has a completely different principle from the radar on Earth in the previous life. In this era, the existence of magic and spiritual power provides the Adar people with unlimited possibilities. Long-distance communication devices use mental power as a link to transmit information. And the same is true for the new radar of the Principality of Adar. Why can information thousands of miles away be accurately transmitted to the designated receiving device? Because through the Tower of Babel located in Port Dorn, the spiritual power of the Ebbinghaus snail can be covered to every corner of the continent, thereby accurately locking the location of each receiving device. The key point is that the last sentence is accurately locked. The radar installed on the airship naturally also took advantage of this. Agents from the Adar CIA hid a mental receiving device around the holy city of Bethlehem in advance. So, relying on the locking of mental power, the airship can naturally determine the direction and location of the holy city of Bethlehem without any hindrance. Then, the next morning, through the hazy morning light, flying over the mountain ridges, Major General Rolf Hawthorne successfully saw the city located in the south of the empire, the holy city of Bethlehem, the core of the Church of Light. From the cockpit at the front of the airship, he took a deep breath and looked at the Adar Air Force soldiers standing behind him, who were already ready to go. We are about to arrive over the holy city of Bethlehem. After hearing the instructions from their superior general, the Air Force soldiers present all took on a look of being on high alert. Seeing this, Major Rolf Hawthorne continued, in the past few days, both the Adar Army and the Adar Navy have proven their strength to the people of Adar. The Adar Army first attacked the Grand Highlands and defeated the Odin Empire, then moved south to the Kingdom of Basel, expanding countless territories for the empire. Although the Adar Navy did not have particularly brilliant military achievements, it quelled the pirates near the coast, and after taking control of the bay, it took on the responsibility of developing the New World and maintaining the security of Adar's maritime borders. Only we, the Adar Air Force, have never been able to produce a record that would satisfy His Majesty and make all Adar people amazed and proud. As Rolf Hawthorne finished his words, many of the Air Force soldiers present clenched their fists in shame and anger. To know, every soldier in the Air Force was carefully selected. Its recruitment standards were significantly higher than those of the Adar Army and Navy, and even the requirements for certain positions were comparable to those of Bruno's personal guards. However, the Air Force achieved the least. This resulted in many Air Force soldiers watching their comrades, who remained serving in the Adar Army, being promoted ahead of them, receiving honors and commendations from the Adar Ministry of Defense and gaining recognition from the people of Adar. Although everyone knows that the reason why the Air Force has not played its due role is mainly due to the military policy of the Principality of Adar and its current technological level. But, after hearing the words of Major General Rolf Hawthorne, the strong sense of honor and responsibility that they had cultivated over the years still made them burst out with an even stronger desire to fight. Seeing everyone's expressions and performances, General Rolf nodded with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, "And now, it's time for us to perform." The Adar Air Force is the only organized and large-scale air force on the continent, and it is also the only air force with griffins and airships. So, the more intense our bombing this time, the greater the blow to the Church of Light, and the smaller the casualties on the ground forces will be in future conflicts. To be feared by all, to serve the country in the military. Today, the Adar Air Force will forge the iron wings of the Empire. The goal of this mission is to bomb the holy city of Bethlehem and the Colossus outside the city. Finally, Major General Rolf Hawthorne issued the order. Everyone in position. Prepare to drop bombs. Chapter 490. Woohoo! What a huge mushroom cloud! Bethlehem. This city located in the southern mountains has always been called many names. It is considered a holy city by the followers of the Church of Light, because this place is not only the core of the Church of Light, but also has the largest church on the continent, St. George's Cathedral, and the Lateran Palace, the residence of the Pope and Cardinals. It is said that in the Star Cave under the Lateran Palace, the book of the angel Raziel, known as the first scripture in the world, is preserved. Devout believers can communicate with God through dreams in the Star Cave and receive the will of gods. It is also known as the City of Spring. Perhaps it is because the continuous mountains block the cold winter wind. Or perhaps it is because there are rich geothermal resources around Bethlehem. This land located in the mountains can be said to be spring all year round, and the ambient temperature remains above 0 degrees Celsius all year round. It is for this reason that many ignorant civilians regard this as a miracle in the present world, and have established an unshakable devout belief in it since childhood. On a construction site outside the city, the warm morning breeze blew through the evergreen treetops. Although the sky had just brightened, the civilians on the construction site had already begun a new day of work under the whip of their supervisors. The construction site of the Colossus seemed to have no obvious difference from the past. At most, the number of people had quadrupled, and the scale had increased several times. Although the workers from Adar County had either died or escaped, and many were even imprisoned in dungeons, the construction methods from the eastern part of the continent were retained by the Church of Light. Certainly, keep it as you wish. Whips, shackles, and intimidation are still the most commonly used and effective means of supervision by supervisors. Russell is considered an old man on the construction site. Although this construction site has only been in operation for a few years, the workers on the site have almost been completely replaced. Poor living conditions, extremely poor food, and daily labor. Not to mention that these conscripted civilians were already skinny and sallow. Even those who were originally strong would probably find it difficult to sustain such heavy work. So, as for the fact that I am still alive today, in fact, even Russell himself was amazed at his tenacious vitality. Only, if there were anyone cheering for the victory of the Church of Light on the front line, the workers on the construction site, including Russell, were definitely among them. The reason is simple. As the Church of Light won victory after victory, more and more prisoners and civilians were sent to this construction site without any explanation. There is strength in numbers. Although these newcomers to the construction site will not directly share the construction tasks that fall on Russell and others, they have slightly reduced Russell's daily workload. This might be the first time that Russell saw hope of survival in the hundreds of days and nights he had spent on the construction site. The whips from the supervisor still hurt a lot when they hit you. But fortunately there were more people, so the probability of each person being hit was lower. After all, supervisors will also get tired and exhausted. Russell was pulling a huge stone behind him, and the rough hemp rope left a bloody mark on his shoulder. While the supervisor was walking to the other side, he secretly stopped to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and raised his head to look upward. The giant statue not far away has been completed for the most part. If he can endure for another half a year, he might be able to see the end of this nightmare. Because according to what the Church of Light had said before, as long as the construction of the Colossus was completed, these workers would be able to go home with the travel expenses. Actually, Russell no longer counted on travel expenses. During the time he worked outside Bethlehem, he had clearly come to realize the brutality of the Crusaders' overseers and the hypocrisy of the priests and bishops. Even if there is travel expenses, it will definitely not be given to me. The only thing Russell begged for was that his family would still be alive and well after all these years of war and famine. Although the hope is slim, it is the only belief that can support Russell to persevere. Snapped. While thinking, Russell felt a sudden burning pain on his back. He turned his head back while enduring the pain, only to see the Crusader supervisor holding the whip in his hand, staring at him fiercely. "What are you looking at? Get to work." As soon as the words fell, another whip followed. Fortunately, he was blocked by the thick hemp rope wrapped around his back by Russell. Otherwise, the continuous whipping would have torn his skin apart. The stones he was pulling behind him were already heavy, and coupled with the occasional stabbing pain in his back, Russell's steps became even more unsteady. But he didn't dare to stop, because if he failed to complete today's work, he would definitely be beaten more cruelly. The pouring sweat mixed with bloodstains gradually seeped out from the clothes on his back. The workers beside him looked at him with sympathy from time to time, but no one dared to leave their post, not even to take a break. They have become accustomed to this. But at this moment, some reckless guy was the first to scream. But then, they saw a huge monster floating in the air, gradually crossing the towering mountain on one side and appearing in front of everyone. What is that? There was an uproar on the construction site. Even Russell, who had just been whipped a few times, couldn't help but slow down his movements. However, at this moment, the Crusader supervisors present could no longer care about these trivial matters, because even they were a little dazed at this moment. What's that? Most of the Crusader soldiers knew about hot air balloons, just as the Adar people have always regarded the Church of Light as their greatest threat. The Church of Light has also been infiltrating and exploring the land in the eastern part of the continent, especially after the annexation of the Kingdom of Basel. The terrifying mobility and execution capabilities demonstrated by the Adar army have attracted great attention from the Church of Light. The Hot Air Balloon Reconnaissance Battalion, which has appeared in many wars, is naturally well known. But that thing was obviously not the legendary hot air balloon. The war airship belonging to the Adar Air Force is much larger than ordinary hot air balloons. Its size alone is enough to be comparable to dozens of hot air balloons. And now, through the hazy morning mist, 3 airships appeared in the sight of everyone on the ground. The Adars are coming. After a moment's hesitation, the Crusader soldiers on the construction site finally let out panic shouts one after another, even though they didn't know what that thing flying in the sky was. But they all knew the Adar flag printed on both sides of the airship. They all knew the Stewart family emblem with a griffin pattern at its core. And they were even more familiar with the magical creatures roaming around on both sides of the airship. Griffin. It is no longer a secret that only the Adar army has adult griffins. So, the answer is obvious. The Adar people are coming. Looking at the huge creature floating in the sky, Russell was filled with awe. After all, he had worked on a construction site with the Adar people. So several years ago, he had heard from his coworkers at that time about the unusual features of that country in the east of the continent. However, as the labor on the construction site became more and more arduous and his body became thinner, Russell had not thought about the words the Adar people had said to him for a long time. Although they were on the construction site, Russell and others were able to vaguely hear some gossip about the current situation on the continent from the words of the Crusaders in between work. The Principality of Adar, not a typo, located in the eastern part of the continent, has become the mortal enemy of the Church of Light and a pivotal role on the continent. And now, they are here. Not only did the Adar people come, but they also flew in front of everyone in a way that was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. It happened in a flash. While most people were still in a daze, the Sorenborg airship flying in the front finally dropped the first upgraded magic crystal bomb. Everyone watched helplessly as a dark object fell from the sky, and then gradually got closer and closer. The moment the bomb touched the ground, a dazzling light flashed in an instant, and then expanded rapidly, merging with the smoke, dust and sand splashing around. Boom! It was at this moment the roar caused by the explosion of the magic crystal bomb echoed among the mountains in the southern part of the continent for the first time. The earth is shaking. The air was filled with a burnt smell from smoke and fire. The holy city of Bethlehem, a holy place in the hearts of all believers of the Church of Light, finally faced the impact of war at this moment. On the airship, after the order to drop the bomb was officially given, Major General Rolf Hawthorne stared closely at the Colossus that was under construction. Of course he saw there were countless civilian laborers around the Colossus. But he also saw the Crusader soldiers surrounding the Colossus. War is undoubtedly cruel. At this moment, all the Adar Air Force have only one common goal in mind: destroying the Colossus. The first bomb was more like finding the right position. After the first bomb exploded on the left side of the Colossus, the Sorenborg airship quickly adjusted its flight direction while dropping more magic crystal bombs one after another. Rumble. At this moment, loud thunder seemed to ring out in the mountains in the south, like a purple gold hammer that was causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. With a deafening sound, it destroyed all the buildings within the ground coverage area and took away one life after another. The division of labor among the 3 airships is very clear. The Sorenborg was responsible for destroying the Colossus, while the other 2 airships, the Valence and the Basel, were responsible for bombing buildings in the holy city of Bethlehem. The airship's unimaginable carrying capacity allowed the Adar Air Force to carry more ammunition. So this time, not only did they want to destroy the Colossus outside the city, but also the Lateran Palace, St. George's Cathedral and important buildings of the Church of Light in the Holy City, which were also the main targets of the Adar Air Force. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Before this, the Church of Light had launched an assassination attempt against Bruno. Chapters 426 to 427. This time, Bruno wants to retaliate and let the Church of Light have a good taste of the pain of air raids. The construction site outside Bethlehem was in chaos. Bombs fell from the sky one after another. Some landed around the Colossus, and some landed among the crowd, making the scene very chaotic for a time. To know, the explosion of the magic crystal bomb will not only create a rolling heat wave, but also burst out countless shrapnel and debris. It is enough to make people lose their lives. Many workers, including Russell, took advantage of the chaos and fled frantically outside the construction site. If you don't run now, when will you run? The Crusader soldiers present were too lazy to suppress the fleeing laborers, because they were already unable to take care of themselves at this moment. In this era, attacks from the air are almost impossible to defend against. The mage has the ability to attack from a distance. But the problem is, this is a holy city. How is it possible that there are mages in the headquarters of the Church of Light? The Crusaders were unable to fight back, and naturally could not defend the colossus they had spent years building. The only thing they could do was to watch the magic crystal stone bombs pouring down, and then see with their own eyes the giant statue that was dozens of meters tall, collapsed under the impact of repeated violent explosions. At the moment the colossus collapsed, dust flew all over the ground. After a violent shaking, huge rocks fell from the sky and killed countless Crusaders and unfortunate laborers around the colossus. The collapse of the colossus was not the end, but more like the beginning of a bombing. The Crusader soldiers stationed in the Holy City had already seen the terrifying scene outside the city. They wanted to give warning, but also wanted to escape. But it's too late now. In the sky above the Holy City of Bethlehem, 2 other airships, one in the south and one in the north, began to drop the bombs they were carrying without hesitation. These upgraded and improved magic crystal bombs are more powerful than previous bombs. It took only a moment. Thick gray-black smoke and blazing flames rose in the Holy City. What's even more exaggerated is, for this bombing plan, each airship was equipped with at least one T-shaped magic crystal bomb specially customized by the Adar Air Force. The damage caused by its explosion was even more than 10 times that of the ordinary version of the magic crystal bomb. The Soraberg airship used this bomb to bomb the Colossus, while the Valence airship responsible for bombing the Holy City used this customized and modified bomb on St. George's Cathedral in the city center. So, almost at the moment when the T-shaped magic crystal bomb landed, the overwhelming heat wave exploded in the city center, accompanied by flames rising into the sky and sharp roars tearing through the air. The earth-shattering explosion almost instantly lifted the dome of St. George's Cathedral. Amid the billowing smoke, a huge hole seemed to have been torn in St. George's Cathedral. The entire church was almost collapsed, and the temple was full of devastation. At the same time, a huge mushroom cloud also slowly rose in the Holy City. Chapter 491 Aftermath. To Major General Rolf Hawthorne. This was probably the first time a beautiful mushroom cloud appeared in this noisy and chaotic world. The power of the T-shaped magic crystal bomb far exceeded everyone's imagination. The mushroom cloud planted by the Adar Air Force in this air strike almost covered the entire Holy City, and even was still spreading to the surrounding areas. A pungent smell permeated the gray smoke, and the smell of burning lingered in the nose of almost every Crusader soldier. Bright red blood and broken shrapnel splattered everywhere, and the flames in the city were burning fiercely. Countless buildings collapsed in the city. Even those that had managed to survive seemed to be groaning helplessly, struggling hard in the surrounding fire and ruins. Overlooking the scene before his eyes, Major General Rolf Hawthorne seemed to suddenly remember the scene of the Church of Light burning St. Lawrence a few months ago. He was certainly not an eyewitness to that incident, but at that time, intelligence from the Adar CIA had vividly described to him the devastation and destruction suffered by the imperial capital of St. Lawrence in just one day. The Church of Light has come to this day. On the airship, Major General Rolf Hawthorne couldn't help but sneer. Almost every Adar person has an undisguised disgust and prejudice towards this corrupt and ambitious church, because as the kingdom of Basel became a thing of the past, Bruno wanted to awaken the believers of the God of Light wandering in Adar from the foolish deception of the church as soon as possible. Not only did he order the community schools in all provinces and special administrative regions to increase their educational efforts in relevant areas. Under Bruno's personal instruction, the Merlin News Agency even reported all the crimes committed by the Church of Light over the years to the Adar Daily and other publications. Coupled with the subtle influence of the Adar drama troupe, Protestantism continued to spread in the Adar Empire. Let me tell you one thing. Nowadays, the reputation of the Church of Light in the eastern part of the continent has long become so notorious that it is no exaggeration to say that it is hated by everyone. So, seeing the magic crystal bombs exploding on the ground, Major General Rolf felt extremely refreshed. There may be civilian casualties in the city, but this is inevitable. There will always be casualties in war, although the accuracy of the Adar Air Force's bombs is hard to describe. At least when they were first aimed. They were basically aimed at the military buildings and landmark buildings in the Holy City. As for the rest, due to technical limitations, the Adar army is temporarily unable to help. The idea of the Air Force soldiers is actually very simple: to cause greater damage to the Church of Light. This is enough. After the bombing is completed, return immediately. After a long time, Major General Rolfe took one last look at the beautiful and spectacular mushroom cloud and ordered the pilot of the airship to retreat. On the ground, the magic crystal stone bombs that fell from the sky one after another had stunned everyone on the ground. It is definitely impossible to counterattack. After all, the Adar people can fly. And they can fly at an altitude of thousands of meters. The Church of Light currently does not have any long-range weapons with a range that can reach this level. And, as the Adar airships were bombing Bethlehem, several Crusader soldiers, who were loyal to their duty and fearless of death, had already tried to fight back with the catapults on the city wall. It's just that since they were not good at math, they didn't understand the trajectory of the parabola and the most basic principles of mechanics. And they didn't have much practical experience. So, the stones they threw quickly fell to the ground, killing several unlucky colleagues, who were running around on the ground. The airship had already flown away, but the entire holy city had already fallen into chaos. The impact of the airstrikes is becoming more and more serious as time goes by, and panic is spreading in the city. The Crusaders are indeed the most elite soldiers in the southern part of the Norman Empire, and every Crusader soldier stationed in this city has a clear division of labor. But the attack from the sky was obviously beyond their reach, and the Crusaders had never made a complete and reasonable plan for such a situation. The explosions were so loud that the heat waves and pungent smoke made it impossible for many people to open their eyes. This caused the entire holy city to be almost completely paralyzed when facing the bombing. The flames at St. George's Cathedral grew stronger and stronger, and collapsed buildings blocked the city's streets. Even though some people wanted to put out the fire and save the huge church that had stood in Bethlehem for hundreds of years, the chaos in the city made them powerless, and they had no idea where to start. Opposite St. George's Cathedral, the Lateran Palace is also a key target of magic crystal bombs. But I don't know whether it is lucky or unlucky. Due to the influence of wind, the T-shaped magic crystal bomb that was originally going to fall in the center of the Lateran Palace deviated from the expected trajectory and exploded in the northwest corner of the Lateran Palace. And that is where another important institution of the Church of Light, the Inquisition, is located. The Inquisition was almost flattened by bombs that fell from the sky. The precious church books it contained flew everywhere in the thick smoke and dust. And the countless treasures stored there were also buried under the ruins. Standing on the third-floor terrace of the Lateran Palace, Cardinal Camille Blanchard looked out at the flames and thick smoke in the city, and clutched the fence in front of him tightly. The marble fence even had several very obvious cracks in the hands of the cardinal. Anyone could see that at this moment. Cardinal Camus Blanchard was suppressing an unprecedented anger in his heart. The colossus outside the city had collapsed with a loud bang. And there was no need for the Crusader soldiers to come and report this. Because if it were in the past, the cardinal could clearly see the giant statue that was dozens of meters high from the terrace of the Lateran Palace. And now, apart from the mushroom cloud that covered the entire city, Camus Blanchard could not see the nearly completed statue and St. George's Cathedral. As the Adar people dropped their bombs, the cardinal practically watched as a barrage of them flew towards St. George's Cathedral, blew its solid dome to the sky, and ripped the iconic building apart. Colossi fell. Churches burned. The Inquisition was razed to the ground. Although the number of magic crystal bombs carried by the Adar people was limited, almost every bomb fell on the most vital places that the Church of Light relied on. This is why panic spread so quickly in the city. That is the face of the Church of Light. It is the iconic building of the holy city of Bethlehem, not to mention other damage and casualties. The burning and collapse of these buildings alone made the Adar Air Force's sneak attack a great success and achieve fruitful results. Damn it. The cardinal took a deep breath and uttered his first words since arriving on the terrace. Adar people. Why always the Adar people? Cardinal Camille Blanchard has been faced with a series of bad luck since the word first appeared on his desk. Spies who have infiltrated the church. The arrest of key church figures. Protestantism was born in the eastern part of the empire. The defection of the leader of the Crusader Legion and the exposure of the church's secrets. Even if the Church of Light has made considerable progress in other areas, once something involves the Adar people, the final outcome will become confusing. and the church will definitely suffer unpredictable losses. Prior to this, the cardinal's repeated misjudgments regarding the Adar people had already led to his being impeached many times. This time, looking at the ruins of Bethlehem and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, Camus Blanchard actually no longer had any hope of continuing to serve as cardinal, because the damage suffered by the church in this air raid was really too great. The Crusaders had been on guard against Adar air raids before, knowing that the Adar people possessed aerial weapons such as hot air balloons. The Crusaders had long imagined the possibility of the Adar army launching an aerial strike against the Church of Light using hot air balloons. However, this possibility only flashed through their minds, and was then denied by the generals of the Crusaders, because the straight-line distance from the Adar territory to the holy city of Bethlehem is thousands of kilometers. The Adar hot air balloons are simply unable to achieve such a large-scale long-distance attack. In the eyes of the church, the Griffin, the only creature capable of long-distance raids, is unable to carry magic crystal bombs that are enough to cause a threat. But it is obvious, the existence of the airship is a big surprise given to the Church of Light by the Adar army. Not to mention the church. Before the parade, even few of the Adar officials had heard of such a large aerial weapon as an airship. So, no matter whether it was the civilians in the Holy City, or the clergy of the Church of Light, and the soldiers of the Crusaders, almost everyone was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Put out the fire. Mobilize the Crusaders to put out the fire. No matter what method you use, you must control the fire in the city, especially St. George's Cathedral. The cardinal screamed desperately. Yes. A Crusader general standing next to the cardinal quickly took the order and left. The Adar people's bombing could not be stopped at all. Any Crusader soldier who had a devout faith in the Church of Light would be heartbroken by the raging fire burning in the holy city, because St. George's Cathedral is not only a landmark building in the holy city of Bethlehem, but also houses precious books, gold and silver utensils, statues and paintings. No matter which treasure is in it, it has extraordinary significance. And now, looking at the blazing flames, the cardinal was skeptical about how many treasures the Crusaders could rescue. Camille Blanchard. Just as the cardinal was feeling extremely anxious and angry because of the sudden air raid, an extremely familiar yet slightly unfamiliar voice came from behind him. The moment he heard this cry, Camus Blanchard froze on the terrace, shaking uncontrollably. However, the generals of the Crusaders around him had already made the sign of the cross on their chests, and greeted the visitor in unison, "Your Holiness." After a moment, Camus Blanchard turned around with great difficulty, and a familiar figure suddenly came into the eyes of the cardinal. He said with a guilty conscience, "Your Holiness." He was dressed in a light golden robe, a papal crown on his head, and holding a gold-plated cross bordered with white jade. Clement V looked energetic and didn't look like a man over 70 at all. If you just look at his appearance, he even looked younger than the cardinal. Clement V looked at the ruins not far away, his face showing no joy or anger, and even his words did not contain a trace of anger or sarcasm. "Your Excellency, the cardinal has worked so hard over the years to have turned the holy city into this state." As soon as the words fell, everyone present, including Camus Blanchard, felt their knees go weak, and they knelt on the cold marble terrace. This was the first time their pope had appeared in public in nearly 20 years. But, at this moment, the aftermath of the air raid had not yet dissipated, and the Bethlehem that appeared before Pope Clement V was a chaotic city after the war. "This is an attack from the Adar people?" Clement V spoke to himself, as if he did not notice the shock of the crowd. "Your Holiness, I am willing to accept any punishment from the church and will no longer serve as a cardinal," Camus Blanchard said in a deep voice. Clement V said nothing. He looked past the Lateran Palace, past the almost half-ruined St. George's Cathedral, and looked outside the city. "How is the Colossus?" The Colossus was the first target attacked by the Adar people. The cardinal gritted his teeth and replied, "According to the news sent by the Crusaders, it has collapsed." Clement V sighed with regret. "It doesn't have to be like this." As he spoke, the Pope's voice gradually became lower. He looked at the cardinal kneeling on the ground and said, "You are still the cardinal, but the future affairs of the church will be handled by me personally." Hearing this, Camus Blanchard was surprised and said, "But, there is no but. Although the Colossus is gone, the church does not have only this option." Clement V paused and continued, "As for the Adar people, as long as the church's plan is realized, they are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." "Choice?" Grand plan? The cardinal was a little confused, although he has been managing the operation of the entire Church of Light over the years. In fact, Camus Blanchard's understanding of certain aspects is not even as good as Bishop Olson, who was arrested by the Adar people. God will protect the church. He will. Clement V smiled faintly. Only, at this moment, the cardinal suddenly shuddered. The Pope's smile looked kind and approachable, but an inexplicable emotion gradually took over his heart. Chapter 492, Your Majesty. Wonders are harmful to the country. When the dreamlike mushroom cloud appeared over the holy city of Bethlehem, the city of Adar also experienced the first snow of winter. Of course, this is also the first snow since the birth of the Adar Empire. The Almes Mountains were covered in a layer of silver, and the white snow covered the frozen banks of the Adar River. The snowflakes were like soft goose feathers, spread out very flat, making people want to step on them. Withered yellow leaves were scattered on the ground, and the trees planted on the roadside had long become bare, with sporadic ice crystals still forming on the dry branches. The newly built Adar Palace has undoubtedly become the largest building in the entire city of Adar. A layer of mist seems to be floating around the palace. Only the griffin flag symbolizing the Stuart family can be clearly seen from a distance. When the morning light finally shone through the clouds and shone on the pure white snow, the reflected light made the surrounding environment look exceptionally bright. Clang. This is the sound of the bell from the bell tower located in the southeast corner of the palace. Every blade of grass and every tree in the palace is a work of art created by Adar's great engineers with their hard work. On the spire of the clock tower, a gilded griffin statue forged from mithril slowly rotates, driven by gears every moment. There is a clock on each of the 4 directions of the square tower. With the clever use of magic machinery, the crystal dial on the top of the clock tower can be clearly seen from any direction. The Adar Palace Garden, located in the center of the palace, is one of the highlights of the entire complex, except for the central garden behind Buckingham Palace, which looks square and symmetrical. The palace garden runs through almost the entire palace complex. There are flower gardens and fountains, as well as boats on the lake. The garden paths have been cleaned by the servants of the palace, and many corners are filled with cute and ugly snowmen, because of a special magic circle set up at the bottom of the lake. Lake Jeffrey on the northwest side of the palace has not yet frozen. As Leia scattered the bait in her hand into the sparkling lake water, koi fish jumped out of the water one after another. The colorful colors blended with the deep lake water, creating circles of intense ripples. In a small pavilion near the lake, Bruno sat opposite Old Ford, who had just taken office as the Prime Minister of the State Council. Although the Adar airship formation led by Air Force Major General Rolf Hawthorne has not yet returned, General Rolf has already passed the news of their fruitful gains to Adar through the long-distance communication device on the airship. So, Bruno couldn't help but smile as he looked at the battle report that had just been sent to him. Krell just sent me the news that this air raid was a great success. The Adar Air Force has become famous in one battle. As he spoke, he handed the battle report in his hand to Old Ford, who was standing beside him with great expectation. Good. Great. Even the president of the executive yuan, who always appeared calm and composed, couldn't help but applaud when he finished reading the battle report. Although Old Ford is already old, he has never been a conservative and stubborn person. From the work point system to serf reform, from magic industry to economic development, even though Old Ford sometimes felt that he could not figure out Bruno's intentions, his loyalty to the Stuart family made this dutiful old man provide indispensable support for Bruno's series of reforms. After a moment of joy, Old Ford calmed down and said in a deep voice, "The victory of the Air Force is gratifying. But, Your Majesty, since the Church has suffered such heavy losses, I am afraid that our troops stationed on the border must be vigilant from now on." To know, although Old Ford was only the president of the Executive Council, in charge of the internal affairs of the new empire under the instruction of Emperor Bruno Stuart, he was also quite familiar with military and political affairs. When Old Ford was young, he followed Bruno's father to the battlefield. Even though he has already taken off his military uniform, there is no doubt that Old Ford's current position in the Stuart family was gained through fighting in the flames of war and the flash of swords. I will instruct Sarah Corrin to do it, and I will also ask the CIA to be extra careful during this period. Bruno nodded solemnly. Before this, although the Principality of Adar had caused the Church of Light to suffer many setbacks, the territories of the two sides were not adjacent at that time, and the Church of Light was powerless. Moreover, the Church of Light was busy dealing with Rez at the time, and had no extra time and energy to have a frank exchange with the Adar people. Therefore, even if the church suffered a small loss at that time, it could only endure it. At most, it would send a few crusaders to carry out an assassination, giving the Adar agents a few heads and gaining some military merit. But the situation is completely different now. Not to mention anything else. The damage caused to the Church of Light by the Adar Air Force alone is enough to lure the Crusaders into a head-on confrontation with the Adar army, the Colossus, the Inquisition, St. George's Cathedral. According to the usual nature of the Church of Light, Bruno did not believe that those charlatans could tolerate such humiliation and provocation from the Adar army. Even if the cardinal could tolerate it, the priests in the church could not. Even if the church's charlatans really tolerated it, the believers of the Church of Light could not tolerate it. During this period, the crazy sale of indulgences had caused many believers to begin to turn away from the church. If the church failed to show a tough attitude at this time, Bruno would immediately let CIA agents fan the flames and trigger a wave of opposition to indulgences in the interior of the empire. To know, although the Adar Daily is only distributed within Adar, caravans traveling through this land will carry these newspapers to various parts of the continent. Nowadays, the surrounding areas of the Adar Empire, especially in the San Plain and the noble territories along the Moor River, the Protestant thought has caused many believers of the Church of Light to abandon darkness and join the light. So, whether it is to restore the dignity of the church or to establish the invincible image of the Crusaders, even if the church leaders do not want to face the Adar army directly, they cannot remain indifferent to the Adar air strikes. In fact, Bruno hoped that the Church of Light would take the initiative to attack, because the Adar people had already cleared the land near the border. If the church took the initiative to attack, the minefields buried by the Adar army near the border alone would be enough to give the Crusaders a hard time. After all, the number of mechanized troops is too small. Otherwise, there would be no need to wait for the church to take the initiative to attack. Bruno sighed. But no matter how few there are, the Adar Empire is the only country on the continent that has mechanized troops. And you also saw Marshal Teodoro's reaction at the time. With the current strength of the Adar army, defending the country is definitely a piece of cake. Oldford paused, and then said confidently, even if we push all the way to the outside of Bethlehem, it probably won't be difficult. After all, the gap between steel and flesh and blood cannot be made up so easily. Actually, as the Prime Minister of the State Council, Oldford could never understand Bruno's caution. In his opinion, the Adar army is now at the pinnacle of the continent. From the Explorer Type A armored infantry vehicle to the Sword of Dawn heavy main battle tank, the application of magic industrialization has brought too many changes to the Adar army. Take the Kingdom of Cecil as an example. If the Adar people had not provided this country in the west of the continent with an opportunity to trade arms, allowing Cecil soldiers to obtain a batch of second-hand firearms, I am afraid they would still be stuck in the era of cold weapons dominated by short swords and short knives. As for what Bruno said about too few mechanized troops, today, the Principality of Adar has more than 40 Sword of Dawn main battle tanks and nearly 200 light armored infantry vehicles, plus the rest of the jeeps, trucks. The number of magical vehicles equipped in Adar's army has approached the 500 mark. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of Adar's army. The soldiers of Adar's army are also equipped with countless magic rifles, a large number of magic crystal bombs, and mobile self-propelled artillery modified for magic cannons. Therefore, Oldford really couldn't understand why His Majesty always felt that the Adar army had too few weapons. This is probably a fear of insufficient firepower. After hearing Oldford's question, Bruno couldn't help but laugh at himself and explained frankly, in my opinion, the Adar army can only be considered to have sufficient firepower when the amount of munitions stored is enough to bomb the entire land controlled by the Church of Light. Hearing this, Oldford couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. In short, all troops deployed on the border of Adar must be on high alert. Not just the Valence Plains and the Stranglethorn Valley Customs. If the Church really takes action, I am worried that they will send troops from the Ogre Desert and seize the land that originally belonged to the Kingdom of Basel. Desert? Oldford was stunned. Your Majesty, are you worried about the undead legion that Bishop Olsen mentioned? To say that they are immortal is to flatter those charlatans. I would like to see how many rounds of artillery bombardment they can withstand, Bruno said in a deep voice, looking at the snowflakes slowly falling in the sky. As he was speaking, Leia had already walked into the pavilion with a group of servants. Oldford, standing by, quickly stood up and greeted him. Bruno skillfully grabbed Leah's hand, pulled her to the seat, and said to Old Ford, "Let's have a quick meal together. And by the way, I want to talk to you about the construction of the new wonder." Hearing this, Old Ford, who had originally wanted to refuse, was suddenly startled. The word spectacle seemed like a magic spell, lingering in his ears over and over again. "Your Majesty, you want to build a wonder?" Old Ford was not actually opposed to the construction of wonders. After all, it was also a public works project, and was of great benefit to the resettlement of refugees. But here's the thing. In recent times, the construction of wonders has been a bit too frequent. For the sake of the Empire's independence, the vast Adar Palace was being built at a rapid pace. Although it was also a SSSS-level wonder, its construction period was obviously much shorter than that of Adar Public University. In addition to this, the Adar Parliament building has just been completed, and the Basel province's Arc de Triomphe is still under construction. Old Ford didn't know the significance of these wonders, so he naturally had objections to them. After all, the annual financial expenditure of the State Council is limited, taking into account that His Majesty has an inexplicable love for wonders. The Adar State Council has set up a special fund for the construction of wonders since the State Council period. However, the facts of the past few years have proved to Old Ford that overspending is the norm. "Your Majesty, spectacles are harmful to the country," Old Ford pleaded with a sad face. "This will create a spectacle for your State Council. Are you sure you don't want it?" Bruno glanced at Old Ford and said calmly, "Build it for us? Nature." As he spoke, Bruno took out several blueprints from the servant beside him and introduced them one by one. Hamburg City Hall, Antwerp City Hall, Amsterdam City Hall, Stockholm City Hall. The drawings that Bruno showed in front of him were mostly well-known municipal buildings in various European countries in the last life. Although they were certainly not as large as the Adar Palace, they were also among the best spectacular buildings. Although the government offices of each province have been established, most of them are located in the noble castles that were previously occupied. This is obviously not in line with the governing philosophy of the Adar government office, nor is it suitable for the future administration of the empire. If that's the case, Old Ford stared at the drawings Bruno had placed on the table, and said a little embarrassedly, "Your decisions are always so wise. The office of the Adar Council of State is located in the southeast corner of the palace. But in contrast, the offices of the provincial government offices are not impressive at all." The Basel province was considered good, as the Kingdom of Basel was directly set up as the seat of the government affairs office. But the other provinces were much more shabby. So, when Bruno proposed this plan, Old Ford realized that he could not refuse the spectacular construction plan proposed by the young Majesty. "Okay, these are the wonders to be built for the government offices of each province. Let's build these wonders first. The governor's offices of the special zones can be built later." Bruno's words just made Old Ford feel relieved, but his next words made Old Ford's heart rise to his throat again. "Well, now that we've talked about the wonders to be built for the government office, let's talk about the other wonders," Bruno said on a whim. Old Ford asked in confusion, "What else?" "It's natural." Bruno nodded as a matter of course. Chapter 493 Wonder Construction Plan. Catkins-like snowflakes drifted in the wind from the sky, lightly sprinkling on the ground that had already been dyed white. Leia personally built a simple barbecue grill on the table in the pavilion. With a continuous infusion of magic power, flames rose in the burning magic circle, sizzling with sparks, and the grilled skewers on top were glowing with an attractive oily sheen. The overflowing aroma whetted one's appetite. But Old Ford had no time to think about it at this moment, because he was thinking quickly about Bruno's instructions in his mind. Excluding the provinces of Adar and Basel, 7 of the 9 provinces needed to build sufficiently grand government offices. However, for today's empire, building 7 wonders at the same time can indeed provide more jobs. In addition, they are scattered in different provinces, so it is not difficult to accept. But what's even worse is, in addition to building government offices in each province, Bruno also wants to build central commercial plazas in the capitals of each province. George Square, Plaza Mayor in Madrid, Grand Place in Brussels, Trafalgar Square. The drawings in Bruno's hand seemed endless. A series of ingeniously designed central squares made Old Ford doubt, for a time, that His Majesty was actually a talented engineer. In fact, the Adar Empire can afford to build all these spectacular buildings, because Old Ford is used to Bruno's lavish spending to create spectacular sights. But here's the thing. The new year has just begun. To know. Starting from the Hanging Gardens, Bruno built more and more wonders every year. And the scale of the wonders became larger and larger every year. And the money, manpower and material resources spent continued to rise. Although Bruno himself was a man of wealth. And the Chamber of Commerce run by the Stewart family provided a large amount of income to the royal family every year. Old Ford, as the president of the State Council, had once served as the chief steward of the Stewart family. So he felt that he had to remind Bruno. Compared to generosity, frugality may be a better virtue. Money is only money when it is spent. Otherwise it is just a pile of waste paper. Bruno said this as he watched Leah barbecue. But we always have to save some coins for backup. And like the word you said, the influx of a large amount of money may cause inflation. I remember it was probably this word. Old Ford pondered. It's not like the State Council has to start construction at the same time. What I'm talking about is a year-long plan for building wonders. We can hand it over to White Barrel when the time comes. He has sufficient experience in building wonders. Bruno added. Your Majesty, you mean that we will only build these this year? And nothing else? At this moment, there was a hint of surprise and excitement in Old Ford's voice. He originally thought that this was just Bruno's spectacle building plan for the first half of the year. But it was obvious that he seemed to be wrong. Although His Majesty ordered a large number of wonders to be built at one time. To be fair, the construction of these wonders is not difficult. And the building materials do not need to be very expensive. Ordinary ones will do. Compared to the large-scale spectacular buildings such as the Adar Palace and Adar Public University. Only a few government halls and a dozen squares will be built this year. If Bruno doesn't change his mind and add the wonder building halfway, it doesn't sound so unacceptable. Thinking of this, Old Ford breathed a sigh of relief. And Leah, who was standing by, said to Bruno after the discussion was over, do you want some of the prepared sauce? Before coming to this land, Leah's strict family education made her never barbecue in the garden. So I felt this was particularly new, and this time, I simply took on the task of grilling the skewers. Of course, the attendants will also assist. Brush it more and sprinkle some chili on it, Bruno said with a smile. Leah couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Problem. The scorching flames danced in the oven. A drop of hot oil that had been baked to a golden color slowly slid down the plump lines on the mutton. The unique aroma of mutton gradually drifted away, making people unable to help swallowing their saliva. Give! Leah handed the first skewer of lamb sprinkled with dipping sauce to Bruno, and watched Bruno put it into his mouth with a slightly expectant look. How is it? Leah asked nervously. Bruno took a bite of the skewer, chewed it very carefully, and then nodded approvingly. It tastes good. This is more than just encouragement. Although this is only Leah's second time grilling meat. The lamb skewers she grilled are not greasy or smelly, and are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The heat is controlled just right. This is certainly related to the quality of the mutton itself. But Leah's control over the heat is equally impressive. Hearing this, Leah couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It snowed heavily a few days ago, so I had to stay in the palace. I had nothing to do, so I flipped through those recipe books. It seems that there is some effect. Your Majesty, thank you for your hard work. As Bruno spoke, he personally brought a skewer of lamb to Rhea's mouth. Old Ford on the side turned his head slightly, reached out, and picked up a string of lamb from the grill, and started eating it by himself. Although his loose teeth could not bite the slightly hard cartilage, the hot skewers of meat satisfied his appetite, and filled Old Ford's heart with pride. The reason is simple. The mutton used for kebabs comes from the eastern lamb of the Odin Empire. This kind of lamb living in the eastern highlands not only has delicious and chewy meat, but also grows very fast. Although it is impossible to compare with the large-scale farm chickens in the southern part of Adar province. Its fattening speed is also extremely outstanding among many livestock. Today, the port of Hobbs, located on the edge of the eastern highlands, has become increasingly prosperous. Merchant ships and cargo ships traveling between the Adar Empire and the Odin Empire have made the once poor land develop rapidly. With the help of Hobbs Harbor, the Odin tribe in the eastern highlands has a new profit base. They raise cattle, sheep and horses, and then sell them to caravans from the Adar Empire. As for the lower-class Odin people who have no herds of cattle or sheep, they will go to work in the mining areas opened up by the Adar people. Although this job sounds extremely hard, the mine owners from the Adar Empire are never stingy in rewarding these Odin workers. The Adar mine owners are also happy to employ these simple-minded, strong-limbed lower-class Odin people, because as long as they are provided with food and shelter, even the unruly Odin people will become well-behaved and obedient. Sometimes, the workload of one Odin worker can even be equivalent to that of 2 or 3 ordinary people. The jobs are provided by the Adar people. The grazing cattle and sheep are purchased by the Adar people. And the necessary daily necessities must also be purchased from the Adar people. All in all, naturally, this led to a situation in which the Odin royal family was suffering. The Odin tribe living in the Eastern Highlands only knew the Adar Empire, but not King Odin. After all, before the Adar people established the port of Hobbs, the Odin tribe in the Eastern Highlands was so poor that they could only watch buffaloes fight. If they wanted to obtain enough supplies for survival, they could only rely on hunting and robbery. But to be honest, even if you rob, you won't be able to steal anything good because everyone's living conditions are equally bad. And now, apart from anything else, since the arrival of the Adar people and the demise of the Pachania tribe, there have not been large-scale fights and conflicts in the Eastern Highlands for a long time. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to do business in harmony? Instead of having the energy to fight, it is better to work more in the Adar mines. This way you can get wages and buy the necessary survival supplies. What King Odin's court failed to do, the Adar people who came from afar did. Even more outrageous is that, under the management of the Adar Ministry of Defense and the Adar Council of State, the Adar military even established the Eastern Security Team in Port Hobbs. The members of the security team are all composed of poor Odin warriors, under the command of Adar officers. They maintain the influence and deterrence of the Adar people on the Eastern Highlands. When Old Ford finally recovered from his memories of Port Hobbs, he saw Rhea placing a large plate of garlic oysters in front of Bruno. As if she noticed Old Ford's gaze, Leia smiled and said, "Dean Ford, why don't you try it too?" No, let your Majesty eat more." Old Ford waved his hand quickly. On the evening of January 4th, the gorgeous sunset seemed to light up the sky of Adar. The Adar airship formation, led by the Sorenborg airship, finally landed smoothly at the Almes Air Force Base west of the city of Adar. Although the process was somewhat bumpy and the preparation time was not short, for the newly born Adar Empire, the successful air strike by the Adar Air Force was undoubtedly a very good start. The Colossus collapsed. The cathedral burned down. The stunning Adar Air Force has already exceeded its mission, and with a record of success that is enough to go down in history. They have overturned all doubts about the Adar Air Force, and proved how well-trained and powerful the Adar Air Force is. When the airship landed, Bruno and the Empire's senior officials had been waiting in the Almes Air Force Base for a long time. Imperial Emperor Bruno's steward personally came to the scene, delivered a speech in front of the Adar Air Force soldiers, and awarded honors and medals to all Adar soldiers who participated in the operation. At the same time, Major General Rolf Hawthorne, the Air Force commander, was successfully promoted to Lieutenant General of the Adar Air Force, which gave him the same rank as Adar Army Commander Sam Layton and Adar Navy Commander Mal Callan. The generous rewards are exciting. The improvement in status is grateful. And under the setting sun, the entire Almes Air Force Base is filled with a happy atmosphere. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, except for the Church of Light on the other side of the Almes Mountains, which suffered heavy damage in the air raid. The Church of Light suffered a great loss this time. The Adar Air Force will probably have to conduct regular patrols in border areas in the future, Bruno said in a deep voice when he personally put the ordinary on the chest of Lieutenant General Rolf Hawthorne. The Adar Air Force will always be loyal to your Majesty and defend the Empire's territory with their lives. Lieutenant General Rolf Hawthorne solemnly placed his right hand across his chest and saluted Bruno with a standard military salute. When Bruno drove back from Almes Air Force Base, the lights in Adar City were already on. The magical street lamps on the roadside were lit one after another, and the city was still bustling under the night sky. When the Adar Avenue was first built, Bruno had considered that horse-drawn carriages and magical vehicles might appear at some point in the future. But even so, the speed of the convoy was still not fast, even though there were no military police or cavalry leading the way. When the convoy passed by, most of the passers-by would stop and salute the convoy in awe. The license plate, the logo, and the griffin flag on the front of the car all show others the noble identity of the owner of this convoy, Emperor Adar, Bruno's steward. The gray-black body of the car looks noble and sturdy. From time to time, brave children would want to stretch out their hands to touch the vehicle slowly passing by not far away. After the awarding ceremony, Bruno stared blankly at the scene passing by outside the window. People were coming and going in the brightly lit shops. And even through the well-sealed glass, Bruno could vaguely hear their shouts. If it were a few years ago, Idar City would never have seen such a scene. At that time, even having a full meal would have been a luxury for the people in the city. Thinking of this, Bruno seemed to have some feeling in his heart, and said to himself, "This is the country I created. No one should dare to destroy it." Hearing this, Mondale, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned around and said carefully, "Your Majesty, rest assured, Lady Sarah Corrin has already given the order. The 3 major army groups of the Imperial Army have entered a state of full alert, always on guard against possible retaliation from the Church. I know that, but I always feel a little uneasy." Bruno rubbed his head and said helplessly, perhaps due to what he had seen and heard in his previous life, Bruno was extremely cautious about every war. Even though the Idar Air Force achieved a great victory in this air raid, Bruno soon became worried about the possible counterattack by the Church of Light. Start a war directly. This is certainly what Bruno hopes for, because whether it is the minefields in the border areas or the convenient conditions for fighting on the home front, Bruno hopes that the Church will make such a choice. However, can I really get what I want? He didn't believe that the Church of Light couldn't see through his purpose. But at this moment Bruno could only wait quietly and watch closely the possible counterattack of the Church. Chapter 494 Remote Guidance Technology. On the river, Idle Public University. Several days of snowfall have given the vast campus a new coat of clothing. The white snow covers the garden lawn. Under the scorching sun, the melted snow water drips along the eaves, creating ripples in the puddles on the ground. Suddenly, a flickering black color seemed to appear in the snow-covered grass. Goosefeather-like snowflakes seemed to be dug out by something, and were flying in the air more than 10 centimeters above the ground. After a long time, an Almy's snow rabbit that was raised on the campus finally poked its head out stealthily from the snow. There were a lot of snowflakes on the long fur that was as smooth as silk. The snow rabbit shook its round body vigorously, and finally pulled itself out of the snow. As the few little guys in Idar Public University, this group of Almy's snow hares on campus have always been the objects of daily feeding by students. So their bodies are obviously much rounder than those of snow hares living in the wild. The cute eyes look silly, and except for a pair of gray-black ears, the snow rabbit is covered with a layer of 4 or 5 centimeters long snow-white silky hair. It looked around vigilantly. Although the snow rabbit was highly myopic and could not see anything, it could still roughly identify its location. Oops. We're heading west again. It slapped its head with its short forelimbs in annoyance, then stuck out its butt and quickly slipped towards the east side of the campus. Even though the snow rabbit's IQ is only equivalent to that of a 5 to 7-year-old child, it has already formed a clear understanding that there are many two-legged animals in the east who like to feed it. The concept of the East Campus and the West Campus is actually just a vague division. In accordance with the habit developed over a period of time, Idar people prefer to regard Radcliffe Reading Room as the center of the campus and divide the campus of Idar Public University into 2 parts, East and West. Along the central axis, the eastern part of the campus is where the population is more densely populated. The accommodation and dining area for students and teachers from various departments is located in the northeastern part of the campus, while the teaching area where students usually attend classes and study is located in the southeast corner of the campus. As for the west side of campus, in the campus area west of the Radcliffe Reading Room, most of the scientific research institutes and experimental sites in the Idar Empire are located. Since this area is patrolled by Idar agents and military police all year round and is not a frontline teaching venue on weekdays, this complex of classical buildings located in the southwest of the campus is probably the place with the least traffic on campus. Only, small traffic does not mean a weak presence. The West Campus of Idar Public University may be the area with the strongest presence in the entire campus. From the popularization of the magic industry to the most advanced magic technology of this era, almost all the changes that have taken place in the Idar Empire during this period are inextricably linked to these research institutes located in the West Campus of Idar Public University. That is why almost every student studying at Idar Public University has a common dream: to become a scientific researcher at the West Campus of Idar University after graduation. Because only in this way can they stand at the forefront of this era, explore those unknown areas, and create a better era. Although the snowfall that had lasted for several days had stopped, the cold winter wind was still howling, perhaps in order to cool down the increasingly urgent and turbulent situation on the mainland. This winter is obviously much colder than in the past. The cold wind hits the outer windows of the laboratory, causing the transparent glass windows to shake. Wright wrapped himself up tightly. He wore a thick cashmere felt hat on his head, and the latest cashmere scarf from Adar City around his neck. It was made of two-color cashmere dyed in dark green and navy blue, which looked warm and elegant. While blowing hot air on his hands, he pushed open the door of the laboratory. On the sign at the door of the laboratory was engraved a line of extremely low-key, but touching small words, Adar Magic Technology Laboratory. As soon as he opened the door, a warm air rushed towards him, making Wright feel much more comfortable. Good mentor, Professor Wright. As one of the first students taught by Bruno himself, Wright has now become the head of the Adar Magic Technology Laboratory. He is also another representative figure of the Adar School after Arnel Blood, the director of the Magic Industry Research Institute. Arnel's team focuses on the popularization and application of magic technology in industry and people's livelihood. Wright's team is responsible for the research and development of the most core magic technology of the Adar Empire. The two complement each other and achieve twice the result with half the effort. And both have made outstanding contributions to this land. Has the previous problem been solved? Wright asked with great concern as he pulled off the scarf around his neck. The weight problem has been solved, according to the plan you mentioned the day before yesterday. But when it stays in the air, it is still difficult to control its internal stability. A researcher who looked quite old said, and the accuracy needs to be adjusted. Everyone. Wright looked around and said seriously, I think you have read the Adar Daily these days. Right? Hearing this, most of the young people in the laboratory raised their heads excitedly. The Edal Air Force is so handsome. Hack. I've long disliked those charlatans in the Church of Light. No matter what position you are in, or what industry you are in. As the influence of Adar Daily continues to expand in this land, reading the newspaper every day has almost become a lifestyle habit for the vast majority of Adar people. Before and after meals, people always read a short paragraph of the day's newspaper to feel satisfied. So, when Wright mentioned this, the news of the Adar Air Force's air strike on the holy city of Bethlehem a few days ago had already reached the ears of most Adar people, and everyone present naturally seemed extremely excited. After the discussion among the crowd subsided a little, Wright continued, Everyone. The arrival of this airstrike means that the conflict between the Empire and the Church of Light has been exposed. Although the pseudo-holy city of Bethlehem has suffered a blow, the Crusaders of the Church of Light are still preparing for war. The Adar military is facing considerable pressure along the long border, and the research we do is even more vital to the Adar military. Having said that, in fact, what Wright wants to express is very clear. In the entire Empire, we are the only team that is developing long-range guided weapons with the assistance of the military. The sooner we come up with perfect research results, the sooner the pressure on the Adar military will be reduced, and the threats and losses that the Empire may face will also be reduced. That's right. Remote guidance. The current research goal of the Wright team is to develop a super weapon that transcends the times. In fact, according to common sense, with the current technological level and research capabilities of the Adar Empire, it is simply unable to support this level of research. However, the uniqueness of this world and the buff that Bruno possesses provide a new possibility for this new empire. Magic power plus mental power plus Tower of Babel. This is the reason why Wright has enough confidence and reliance to carry out this research. To know, for architectural wonders like the Tower of Babel and Stonehenge, which can directly impact real society on a material level. The principles of their wonder bonuses are traceable. For a long time, whether it is the Stonehenge that can transmit and gather magical power, or the Tower of Babel that can send out divine power signals, both are the objects of intensive research and analysis by Adar researchers. Although the Adar people have not yet fully understood the deep logic and internal principles of the effects of these two types of buildings, this does not affect the Wright team's expansion of exploration into other fields based directly on them. After all, just like a programmer learning C++, there is no need to learn how to make a computer while learning programming. A chef preparing meals in the kitchen does not need to start from growing vegetables and raising livestock by himself. Therefore, when Wright's team was researching long-range guidance technology, there was no need to fully understand the source and composition of mental power. They could just use it directly. Of course, although Wright and others temporarily regard it as a theorem, it does not mean that research on mental power itself is not important. Mainly due to the current situation faced by the Adar Empire and the pressure on the Adar military, The Wright team had no time to get to the bottom of the matter. The principle of remote guidance technology is actually not complicated. At least in this world where mental power and magic exist. Through the Tower of Babel, the spiritual power of the Ebbinghaus snail was spread to every corner of the continent. Relying on the unique thinking mode and brain structure of the Ebbinghaus snail, the continent covered by the mental power was divided into countless small blocks and nodes. With the Tower of Babel as the center point of the plane coordinate system, different locations were set with different coordinates. After being integrated and sorted out by the Tower of Babel, these different forms of plane coordinates will be stored in a special memory structure within the tower. Determine the specific location based on the mental coordinates. This is not only the manufacturing principle of long-distance communication devices, but also an important theoretical basis for long-distance guidance research. But remote guidance technology is far more complicated than communication, because just having an accurate coordinate is not enough. The Adar people also need a power device that can launch the magic bomb to the predetermined location. This was the first difficulty faced by Wright's team. Even if it has a power device, it is still necessary to ensure that the magic bomb can maintain the stability of its internal structure during the process of high-speed movement and will not explode in midair. This is the second difficulty we have to face. Even if all the above conditions are met, with the current technological level of the Adar people, can they determine the exact location of the magic bomb through the mental network covering the continent while it is moving at high speed? This was the third difficulty that Wright's team had to solve. In addition to this, can its launch speed and the power device it uses enable it to maintain high-speed flight for a long time? Can the long-range guidance device adjust the air posture of the magic bomb in time after completing the launch? Although the existence of magic and mental power allows the Adar people's technology tree to grow in a direction that others can hardly imagine under the careful care of Bruno and others. Even so, long-range guidance technology is still a barrier that is difficult to cross. At first glance, it seems to be right in front of us. But in actual operation, there are countless difficulties that need to be explored. So, not only the Adar military was anxious, but Wright himself and the members of Wright's team were equally anxious. When Wright's somewhat urgent voice fell, a researcher with boiling blood suddenly stood up and said, "Professor Wright, don't worry. We understand our responsibilities, and will definitely give the Empire a satisfactory answer before the war breaks out." Seeing this, others present also said, "Boss, the latest power device has begun to be debugged. Although the attack distance is relatively short, only a few dozen kilometers, it is much more reliable than a single magic cannon bombardment." Just when Wright was very satisfied with the effect of his words, a sudden suggestion made his face become solemn. Teacher Wright. The young man who spoke was Wright's favorite student, Gabriel Maddock. Gabriel Maddock of the Magic Technology Laboratory and Lennon Cohen of the Magic Industry Research Institute. These two young men were both outstanding talents selected from the first batch of students at Adar Public University. Before they graduated, they had already participated in extremely core research projects as assistant researchers. "I have an immature idea about the stability of this long-range magic bomb," Gabriel Maddock said a little nervously. "Tell me first." Wright knew his student's temperament very well. Although he was usually introverted, the suggestions he put forward were all well-thought-out plans. Since this kind of ultra-high-speed launch makes it difficult to ensure the stability of the magic bomb, and it is easy to cause the energy storage inside the magic crystal and the compression array to explode before reaching the target location, then, can we directly abandon this method of using magic crystals and arrays to store energy and then detonate it? Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but look surprised. To know, most of the magic crystal bombs of the Adar army today are based on magic crystals and explode through magic storage arrays, compression arrays, and detonation arrays. But according to Gabriel Maddock, he wants to start a new business. Tell me more specifically. Wright felt himself becoming interested. After thinking for a moment, Gabriel Maddock seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Divine power and magic power. According to our research, there is a natural repulsion between divine power and magic power. So if I can compress magic power and divine power at the same time, and then store them separately in the ammunition compartment of the long-range missile." Hearing this, a glimmer of confusion flashed across Wright's eyes, and he took the initiative to take over the conversation. In this way, during the flight of the long-range missile, since the magic power reserves are only half of the original or even less, the stability of the magic storage array and the compression array will be stronger. But once the divine power and the magic power are released and exploded at the same time when they come into contact with the target, the mutual repulsion between them will probably produce unimaginable power. Chapter 495. The 10th Province, Moor River Valley. On the Almes Ridge, the snow-covered mountains are still standing tall, and the tall spruces, with their strong and sturdy branches, have withstood the washing and erosion of the cold wind. Perhaps due to the high altitude, the snow on the treetops has not yet melted. Whenever a cold wind blows, the snowflakes originally leaning on the treetops will move with the wind, raising a mist as light as feathers. The Stranglethorn Vale Customs is located on the only way through the Almes Mountains, spanning the valley formed by the mountains on both sides. It is the most important pass in the Adar Empire. At this time, it has been quite some time since the first heavy snow of the new year. The warm winter sun shines through the mountain mist, bringing a rare warmth to the snow-covered earth. The ground near the Stranglethorn Customs has been hardened with cement, and the melted ice and snow flow along the ditches on both sides and flow into the stream not far away. Only on both sides of the road west of the Stranglethorn Customs, in the land that did not belong to the Adar people, melted ice and snow mixed with the mud on the ground, making the ground muddy and wet. Fortunately, the Adar people had already built a cement trunk road connecting Moor Manor and Stranglethorn Customs, which ensured smooth and convenient transportation between the two places. Clang. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. This is the time when the staff of Stranglethorn Vale Customs start a new day of work. The moment the bell of the customs building rang, the entire Stranglethorn Vale Customs seemed to boil over in an instant. The civilians gathered on the west side of the customs had already consciously lined up in long queues, carrying their dry and worn bags, tightly holding the few copper coins left in their pockets, and waiting for the arrival of a new life with great anticipation. Most of them are refugees who have fled from the inland of the empire. Years of war have left the inland of the empire in ruins, even though the Church of Light has basically completed its control over the inland lands. The scars caused by the war still exist. Many families lost their prime labor force, and the continuation of the war turned the once fertile land into a barren land. Add to that tithes, indulgences. These heavy taxes of various names made the already difficult lives of the common people even worse. So, even though the inland is no longer filled with war smoke, there are still countless refugees fleeing to the eastern part of the continent in large numbers. They simply had no money to pay taxes. But the church's oppression of the common people was no less restrained than that of the previous Norman nobles. Then, continue to flee, continue to migrate. The group of refugees continued to expand during the migration. Some went west to the kingdom of Cecil, and some went east. Eventually, they brought more and more civilians and arrived at the foot of the Stranglethorn Customs. During the journey to the eastern part of the continent, more and more refugees heard various rumors about the Adar people. Perhaps it was the glimmer of hope contained in these rumors that allowed these refugees, who were starving and lacking in food and clothing, to arrive at this land in the eastern part of the continent after going through so many hardships. However, on this day, the customs entrance to Stranglethorn Vale did not open on time as usual. Amid the whispers of the refugees, the steel gate in the center of the customs was slowly pushed open with the sound of gears turning and clicking. A team of Adar military and police came out and lined up on both sides of the road, clearing the civilians who had gathered on the road to the surrounding areas. Seeing this, although the refugees were a little surprised, they still skillfully led their families and stood carefully on both sides of the road to look around. According to the life experiences of the refugees in the interior of the empire, this was nothing more than the airs put on by the powerful when they left the city. The only thing that surprised them was that due to the chaos and war in the inland, the Stranglethorn Vale Customs had been in a one-way state from west to east for a long time. They really couldn't imagine which powerful person or wealthy businessman would be so desperate as to travel inland. After all, it's not just refugees who are fleeing to the east and west sides of the continent. The Norman palace in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence was burned down by the church, which was enough to be regarded as a break between the Church of Light and the imperial nobility. As the persecution of neutral nobles by the Church of Light intensified, countless nobles fled in panic with their families, because compared with the church, it seemed that even the Adar monarch who protected the interests of the common people had become kind. But, as waves of rumbling sounds reached their ears, the doubts in the civilians' minds were soon answered. What emerged from the Stranglethorn fortress was a steel structure that they had never seen before. They have round hubs on their bottoms, and their light brown decks are angular and look as hard as shields or armor. The sound of mechanical gears turning and the unique noise made by the interaction of levers and springs make these steel monsters even more intimidating in this backward era. When had the refugees present ever seen such a scene? In their eyes, the Norman soldiers holding weapons were already as ferocious as wolves. And how powerful were these Adar soldiers riding on steel monsters? In just a moment, the civilians outside the Stranglethorn Vale customs felt their knees go weak, and they fell to their knees. For a long time, Idar's army has been pursuing a defensive strategy of not taking the initiative to attack. Therefore, scenes of marching west out of Stranglethorn Vale are extremely rare. Even the Adar military police standing guard on the roadside and the staff of the Stranglethorn Vale customs were slightly moved at this moment. Not to mention how deeply such a scene would leave an impression on the hearts of these inland refugees, who had never heard of magic vehicles. The refugees almost subconsciously crawled on the ground, their eyes timidly glancing at the steel behemoths passing by on the road, their anxiety evident in their hearts. Even though Idar's army had already passed through the Stranglethorn customs and was rumbling towards the land west of the pass, the refugees wandering outside the Stranglethorn Vale were still frightened and looked at each other in confusion. The Adar army heading westward certainly did not go looking for trouble or war. After all, Bruno has always been a peace-loving monarch, and the Adar army has always liked to convince people with reason. Well, at least most of the time. The only purpose of this army's trip is to peacefully liberate the civilians living in the Moor River Valley, and make the Moor River Valley the 10th province under the jurisdiction of the Adar Empire. This Count Conti was not an ignorant aristocratic fool. As the situation on the continent became clearer, his good relationship with the Stuart family made joining the newly born Adar Empire the best choice for Viscount Conti. Even as early as the beginning of Adar's independence celebration on January 1st, Viscount Conti had mentioned to Bruno his intention to join the Adar Empire. So, Viscount Conti had heard the news early in the morning that the Adar army would take over the Conti territory today. When the Adar army finally appeared on the not-so-tall and strong city wall of Moor City, he had been standing alone for a long time when the Adar army finally appeared on the horizon not far away. The troops defending the city had been assembled at the city gate by Viscount Conti, not for resistance, but to welcome Adar's army into the city. As a friendly neighbor of the Adar Empire, Viscount Conti witnessed the rise of the Stuart family with his own eyes. But even so, he still found it incredible when he thought back on it. After all, there was a time when the Lord of Adar, ruled by the Stuart family, had to rely on the help of the Lord of Conti to defend the sovereignty of the Golan Highlands. But how long has it been? 2 years? 3 years? Or 4 years? Viscount Conti could no longer remember the exact time. But no matter how many years it is always a short and astonishing number. Viscount Conti's youngest daughter, Isabel, teaches at Adar Public University. So through this relationship, Viscount Conti understands this regime that has risen sharply in such a short period of time better than any other noble outside the Adar Empire. He really studied the political system and legal provisions of the Adar Empire, and witnessed the changes that took place in Adar during this period. Viscount Conti even tried to promote reforms in the territory of Conti. But he can't do it, because with the help of the Wonder Construction System, every change that the Adar people experience is closely connected. Magical industrialization, the serf liberation system, and the labor points system complement each other, and the confiscation of noble land and the corresponding commercial economic compensation complement each other. With the gradual changes, Bruno even brought the lowest class of civilians onto the stage of participating in politics. Under Bruno's guidance, the weak contractual relationship between the king and the nobles was changed, and the power of the royal family was strengthened. The State Council, the House of Commons, and the House of Representatives, the Ministry of National Defense, the participation of civilian officials made the Stuart family, as the rulers of the empire, the sole owners of that vast land. In the past, this would have been something even the nobles could not imagine. But the young man from the Stuart family actually did it. And he did it very well. So much so that the situation in the mainland today has actually become the competition between the Edal and the Bright Church. I don't know how much time had passed, but the sound of the wheels rolling over puddles seemed insignificant amid the roar of the machine. When Bowen's Confucius raised his head again, the Edal's pioneer had passed the Moor River and slowly drove towards the gate. "How many years have you been with me?" Very abrupt. Empress Confucius suddenly turned back and asked the old housekeeper, who was always on his side. The old butler was slightly stunned, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. "My family has been working for the Conti family since our father's generation. As for me, I have been with the Viscount for about 20 years. After a moment, Viscount Conti suddenly chuckled and said, "Then you will have an easier time from now on, my Lord Viscount." The old butler seemed a little worried. "It doesn't matter." Viscount Conti shook his head. "After the annexation of the Principality of Adar, we will no longer be in charge of the affairs within the territory. It will be a rare opportunity to have some free time. Besides, I heard that there is something called a stock market in the Merlin Special District. It is possible to make a lot of profit in just a few days. It might be interesting to take a look at it then. I will go and learn about the stock market tomorrow and try to make a mountain of gold for the Viscount," the old butler promised, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Viscount Conti couldn't help but smile. "It's time to go. Follow me to welcome our Adar army." Viscount Conti stroked the battlement in front of him for the last time, then turned around without any reluctance and walked down the city wall accompanied by the old butler. He knew very well in his heart that he had to look forward to everything. "Minister, the gates of Moor City have been opened." When Sarah Quarren was looking at the nearby Moor City through a telescope, the news from the vanguard had already reached his ears. Empress Confiels is really a clever person who can see the situation. On the military jeep, Defense Minister Sarah Quarren nodded with satisfaction, but then changed the subject. "It's just that others may not have this awareness." After hearing that, a young officer sitting on the side of Sarah Quarren couldn't help trying to try that eliminate others. "Major General Grant Doyle, you are too reckless." Sarah Quarren paused and continued, "But I like the way you deal with those noobs." Of course, Viscount Conti was not the only noble living in the Moor Valley. As the longest river on the continent, the Moor Valley located in the upper reaches of the Moor River has a total area equivalent to the entire Sorenburg province. In addition to the Count of Conti, who is in charge of the city of Moor, there are also a large number of Norman nobles living here, such as the Marquis of Sel, Viscount Obi, and Count Locke. There are as many as 6 or 7 noble lords, large and small. Not only does this place have fertile soil and the best grapes on the entire continent, it is also the land in the inland of the Norman Empire that was least affected by the war. There is no reason for him. It is too close to the former Edal Principality, and today's Edal Empire is too close. When the war raged inland, the reputation of the Adar people allowed the Moor River Valley to survive the chaos of several forces. And now, it is time for the Adar people to collect their rewards. Bruno certainly had to take this piece of land, which was barely intact, into his possession, and set up defensive fortifications in advance. Otherwise, if the Church of Light took the initiative to attack, this piece of land, which was barely intact, would probably be ruined beyond recognition. On this point, Bruno still has confidence in the Church of Light. So, with Major General Grant Doyle of the Royal Guards as the Commander-in-Chief and Defense Minister Sarah Quarren personally in charge of the front line, the Adar army must make the Moor Valley the 10th province under the rule of the Adar people in the shortest possible time. Leave a team to take over the city, and the rest of the army target the Marquis of Sel. Major General Grant gave the order. Chapter 496 Mutation. From the Marquis of Sayre to the Earldom of Locke, then to the Viscount of Obi, and the Earldom of Adra. As the situation on the continent continued to change, most of the nobles living in the Moor River Valley had already formed their own private army to maintain their rule over their territories. But when these nobles were private forces and really faced the well-trained Edal army, no one would be stupid enough to hold a short sword and short knife to fight the steel monsters of the Edal. At least these noble private armies that can't even get their full military pay are certainly unable to do this, because the weapons of the Adar people have surpassed their already shallow knowledge. The unknown often brings an inexplicable fear. But unfortunately, there are always exceptions, and reality does not always conform to logic. Even though the Adar army's strict military appearance is intimidating, not all nobles are smart. For example, Viscount Obi's brain seems to be a little bit not so smart. This clever Viscount felt that he could rely on the 180 warriors under his command to compete with the Adar army equipped with tanks and artillery. The fact that the Crusaders' minions had never extended into the Moor River Valley gave this intelligent Viscount a kind of mysterious confidence. He believed that the reason why the Church of Light was shrinking back was that it was unwilling to come into conflict with its elite troops. That is why, when seeing the dusty Adar army from afar, the wise Viscount thought that those greedy Adar people should see the 180 warriors under his command, then block the city gates and fight to the death. When Major General Grant Doyle saw the miraculous operation of the wise Viscount with his own eyes, and heard his unique train of thought, General Adar was immediately delighted. From the perspective of the interests of the Adar Empire, peacefully recovering the Moor River Valley is naturally the best thing to do. But if you ask Grant Doyle's wishes, he certainly hopes to fight with the nobles of the Norman Empire. This was not because he was eager for military merit, but for training, to test the soldiers' adaptability to the new weapons. After all, after replacing new weapons, the Adar Army's combat methods have undergone earth-shaking changes. Even though most Adar officers have received course training at the Adar Army Officer Academy, there is still a certain gap between theory and practice. Is there anything more suitable as a human sandbag than the incompetent private army of nobles? No. In the eyes of Major General Grant Doyle, the private army of the nobles not far away can be used to test the coordination and actual combat of Adar's army. So, in order to prevent the wise Viscount from changing his mind and leaving the city to surrender, General Grant Doyle issued the order to attack the city as quickly as possible. With his order, more than a dozen self-propelled artillery pieces opened fire at the same time. Amid the rumbling of artillery fire, the solid city walls that Viscount Obi was proud of collapsed, and Adar's army marched straight in. There is no difficulty at all looking at the soldiers fleeing in panic on the city wall through a telescope. Major General Grant couldn't help but sigh slightly. Being careless and underestimating the enemy is a taboo in war. So even when facing the noble private army that seems unreliable, the Adar army has adopted the most cautious attitude. But it is obvious that the opponents are just a group of real noobs. After just a few rounds of artillery fire, the Adar army captured the last noble territory in the Moor River Valley without any surprise. As the Adar army advanced at an unimaginable speed, taking over one city after another, the Adar soldiers, who have always been united, friendly and sincere to others, also invited nobles one after another to visit Adar city. And then, the newly established Moor Valley Government Office followed closely behind Adar's army, settling and comforting the people living on this land with 100% enthusiasm. Well, there is no need for consolation or publicity at all. As an important passage to Adar, the civilians living in the Moor River Valley had long heard various rumors about the Adar Empire. So, when they saw the legendary Griffin flag, joy and anticipation immediately filled the hearts of the civilians. One by one, the well-tested Adar officials rushed to various cities and, in the expectant eyes of the common people, rented out the fields and lands that originally belonged to the local nobles to the landless and landless commoners. Perhaps the expansion speed of the Adar people is relatively slow, whether compared with the Church of Light or the Odin Empire. However, unlike the burning, killing and looting by the Odin Empire after the occupation, and unlike the taxation and recruitment of soldiers by the Church of Light after the occupation, the civilians were no longer panicked, but surrounded by a sense of security after being redeemed. After all, who can refuse to tearfully denounce the oppression and torture they have suffered at a grievance meeting? Who would not be grateful to His Majesty Bruno Stewart, Emperor of Adar, who gave them a brand new future? Standing on the top floor of Viscount Obi's Lord's Castle, Sarah Corrin looked out at the Crusader base not far from the Moor River Valley. The flag symbolizing the Church of Light fluttered in the cold winter wind. Has the Crusaders made any unusual moves in recent days? Sarah Corrin asked in a deep voice. No. The captured Viscount Obi spoke hesitantly. He had received a pair of silver bracelets on his wrists as a gift from the Adar military, and he was trembling all over. No. Sarah Corrin frowned slightly. You know, almost a week has passed since the air strike. Even if the church's message transmission speed was very slow, the news that the holy city of Bethlehem had been attacked by air strikes should have spread throughout the continent by now. After all, Krell, the director of the Adar CIA who aspires to become the continent's #1 troublemaker, has also been fanning the flames behind the scenes. How could the church be so cowardly? They weren't like this when they attacked St. Lawrence. Sarah Corrin murmured. Adar City. Cecil Embassy. With the promotion of the Adar Daily, the establishment of the Moor River Province made the people of Adar excited. As a friendly country of the Adar Empire, colorful flags have been hung in front of the Cecil Embassy on Jingsha Road. Only, on this day, while the embassy staff were standing by the long-distance communication device donated by the Adar people as usual, the rapid flashing of indicator lights and a message from the Kingdom of Cecil made the atmosphere in the entire embassy suddenly solemn. Quick! Go find Viscount Danielson. Chapter 497, The Crisis of the Cecil People. Viscount Danielson has developed a habit recently. Every afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, he would pour himself a cup of coffee and then sit on the terrace on the second floor of the embassy, looking out at the busy streets not far away and listening to the noisy sounds of vendors hawking their wares. The coffee produced in the French Isles is rich and mellow. Its unique aroma lingers around your nose in the steaming mist, making you unable to help but indulge in it. Before coming to Adar for the first time, Viscount Danielson had imagined countless times the barrenness and desolation of this land. However, when he actually set foot on this land, Viscount Danielson suddenly realized that Cecil's position as ambassador to Iran was definitely an unexpectedly good job. Compared with the Kingdom of Cecil, the Adar Empire has already achieved comprehensive catch-up in all areas. So, apart from his daily working hours, Viscount Danielson needs to complete the tasks assigned by King Cecil in the embassy. Viscount Danielson has almost regarded the Adar Empire as his second home. In his spare time in the evening, he would linger in the Adar department store like the people of Adar, because there are not only various commodities related to food, clothing, housing and transportation, but also luxury stores like Norman House, perfume, necklace, accessories, whether in terms of style or quality. These items from Adar are superior to other items. During the weekends, he would sometimes wander around the city of Adar, or go to the Marin district, the province of Sorenburg, or even the province of Basel for inspection and study. The roar of steam locomotives gradually became familiar, and the hot air balloons floating in the sky no longer made people stop and feel fear. In the vast territory of the Adar Empire, every province is quietly changing, and the dawn of hope is appearing on the faces of more and more civilians. These heart-stirring scenes cannot be seen in any other force except the Adar Empire. Even though it was hard to accept, Viscount Danielson had to admit that the Kingdom of Cecil had been left far behind without anyone noticing. He had even made up his mind that if possible, he would spend the rest of his life in this land in the eastern part of the continent when he was old. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the scattered clouds in the sky red, cast its orange-red glow on the city, and left shadowy figures on the streets. Viscount Danielson picked up the coffee and put it to his lips, taking a sip of the rich and mellow hot steam. "My Lord Viscount, something bad has happened." The Viscount's servants seemed to have forgotten the etiquette they had been trained in for a long time. They pushed open the door rashly, and suddenly shouted loudly. Puff! Viscount Danielson was probably startled, and the rather hot coffee poured into his throat all at once, forcing him to fan himself with great effort while coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. At this moment, the attendant also realized his impoliteness and rashness, but he still said anxiously, "My Lord Viscount, there is news. It is the Kingdom of Cecil. The kingdom has declared war." The servant's urgent and incoherent words contained unspeakable surprise and worry. The moment these words reached Viscount Danielson's ears, he seemed to be stunned for a moment. "Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing?" The small blisters on his lips stimulated Viscount Danielson's nerves, and his mind gradually started to work again. "What did you say? Say it again?" He grabbed the servant's collar tightly and asked seriously. Just now. News came from the Kingdom of Cecil that the army of the Principality of Sidon suddenly broke camp and headed north, launching a sneak attack on the Cecil army stationed on the border. Being stared at by Viscount Danielson, the servant could only tremble and answer cautiously. Upon hearing this, Viscount Danielson could not help but look surprised. "Who? You mean, the Principality of Sidon?" Viscount Danielson is a noble who is accustomed to big scenes. After all, since he first arrived in Adar, his psychological endurance has continued to improve under the constant stimulation of the Adar people. Therefore, in the 10 seconds or so before the servant gave the answer, several possibilities had already crossed his mind. Perhaps the Church of Light invaded? Or the Odin Empire moved south? Or perhaps the serfs rebelled? Or the nobles backstabbed them? But what Viscount Danielson never expected was that the answer he finally got was a sneak attack from the Principality of Sidon. The Principality of Sidon is probably the country with the weakest presence on this continent. No doubt about it. Although the supreme ruler of this country only holds the title of Duke, he is not a vassal of any force. It is the country with the longest history in the entire continent. Even before the birth of the Norman Empire, the Simpson family had become the rulers of the Principality of Sidon. A year ago, there were only 4 independent countries on the continent. They were the Norman Empire in the center of the continent, the Kingdom of Basel huddled in the southeast corner, the Odin Empire adjacent to the Arctic ice field, and the Principality of Sidon at the southern end of the continent. As of now, The existing independent forces are the Adar Empire, the Odin Empire, the Kingdom of Cecil, the Church of Light, and the Principality of Sidon. Only, unlike other countries that experienced turbulence during this period, when the two neighbors of the Principality of Sidon, the Kingdom of Basel and the Norman Empire, became history one by one, the Principality of Sidon, which had almost no sense of existence, always remained calm and stable. As a country where more than 1/3 of its land area is covered by desert, the Principality of Sidon is not rich. This also allowed the Simpson family, who always adhered to the principle of self-preservation, to rule this land, which was not rich but not coveted by others, for thousands of years. You know, keeping oneself safe has almost become the motto of the Simpson family. It has become the common understanding of all parties about the Principality of Sidon. Who could have thought that the Sidon Principality, which had been silent for many years, would actually take the initiative to launch a sneak attack at this time? In the eyes of Viscount Danielson, this is simply an incredible thing. Is the source of the information reliable? The Viscount asked hastily. Very reliable. And Cecil's army stationed on the southern border has already retreated. The attendant replied quickly. Upon hearing this, Viscount Danielson could not help but frown. The sky above the entire Cecil embassy seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark clouds of war. The Principality of Sidon. After a long pause, Viscount Danielson said in a deep voice, Send a message. Envoy Cecil wishes to meet with His Majesty Bruno Stewart, Emperor of Adar. Chapter 498, Rushing to help from thousands of miles away. The cold winter wind blew through the branches and treetops, and the sharp horn sound awakened the hibernating squirrels. They cautiously poked their heads out of their nests, and seemed to be holding a half-eaten hazelnut in their arms. Not far away, an extremely fierce siege battle was in full swing. The dry winter grass provided natural fuel for the blazing flames, and the billowing black smoke filled the air with a pungent smell. Freddy Crook held a broadsword in his hand, and stared solemnly at the battle situation not far away. Behind him, the flag of the Principality of Sidon was fluttering in the howling cold wind. The eagle-headed, snake-bodied, two-winged beast on the flag was the symbol of the Principality of Sidon, and it seemed to be bringing a subtle buff to the Sidon soldiers fighting on the battlefield. The strength of the Cecil people far exceeded the expectations of the Sidonian general, even though the sneak attack launched by Freddy Crook gave the Sidonian army an advantage at the beginning. The Cecil people still managed to stabilize their position and defend the city within a few days. The weapons and equipment from the Adar people are the key factor that enables Cecil's army to maintain its position. When the isolated Sidon army first encountered those rifles that could shoot out magic rays, they were really stunned. But after all, the Cecil people got the old rifles discarded by the Adar army. When the soldiers of the Principality of Sidon raised the temporary shields made of door panels and wooden signs, the power and function of these weapons were greatly limited. So, on one side was the Cecil army armed with obsolete weapons, and on the other was the Sidon army that had been exposed to the wind and sand in the desert for most of its life. The two sides fought back and forth in an extremely fierce manner. Arrows flew in the air, and soldiers carrying ladders launched charge again and again. General Freddy Crook watched the Sidon soldiers fall one by one, but he could only grit his teeth and order an attack on the city, because as long as they conquer this city, the vast southern plains of the Kingdom of Cecil will be exposed to the Sidon army, and the soldiers of the Principality of Sidon can reap the fruits of war in their own way after a hard battle. Damn it! Don't those Sidon soldiers know their own casualties? Even with such a low casualty ratio, they are still able to charge forward? On the city wall, a Cecil general cursed. Although Cecil's army suffered heavy losses, the Sidon army that attacked the city obviously suffered greater losses. But now even the Cecil people who were defending the city were almost unable to hold on, while the Sidon soldiers attacking the city were still pouring in. This is unreasonable. Very unreasonable. However, no matter whether it was reasonable or not, these Sidon soldiers in front of them were enemies that the Cecil people had to face. The Cecil general who was supervising the battle killed dozens of soldiers who wanted to escape from the battlefield, and only then was he able to barely stabilize the situation. He shouted with a lack of confidence, "We can't abandon the city. Reinforcements are on the way." And all he got in response was a series of sparse and weak responses. The other side of the battlefield, General Freddy Crook seemed to have sensed the fatigue of Cecil's army, and had a rough estimate of the losses in his mind. Push forward with all your forces. The Cecil people can't hold on any longer. The sharp sound of the horn was blown again, And at this moment, a faint light seemed to flash in the eyes of the Sidon soldiers. The war was fierce. But in fact even Freddy Crook himself, the general, didn't know why he launched an attack on the kingdom of Cecil. The order from the Grand Duke of Sidon was abrupt and confusing. You know, just half a month ago, Freddy Crook was just an idle earl of the Principality of Sidon. Although he had extensive experience in military training, the long-term peace in the Principality of Sidon had forced him to leave the army and lead a shameless aristocratic life. However, just as he was thinking about how many banquets he would hold next month and how many nobles he would invite to have fun together, the servants of the Simpson family brought him an order from Grand Duke Sidon to attack the kingdom of Cecil. When he first received the order, the Earl thought that Grand Duke Sidon had his head knocked off by the church's charlatans. The devout Grand Duke Sidon was a believer in the God of Light, and he was always accompanied by bishops and priests. Fred Crook had no idea whether a sack of cement was really poured into the head of the Grand Duke of Sidon. But no matter what, the spirit of contract among the nobles forced him to obey the orders and arrangements of Grand Duke Sidon. Let him fight. After all, he is not the one who will die. General Freddy. A voice that did not sound very comfortable suddenly brought Freddy back to reality. The army of the Principality of Sidon is still very strong. These civilian soldiers are not as weak as you said before. Right? You are right, Bishop of Wells. Freddy's face seemed a little ugly, but he still nodded and looked to his side. A well-dressed bishop was standing there. He wore a pentagonal bishop's crown with light red silk stitching. The pale gold cross hanging around his neck was shining with an eye-catching light. Freddy Crook was not a devout Christian. If possible, he would even like to take off his shoes and then spank the bishops, but hard. The Church of Light must have fed Grand Duke Sidon 2 large buckets of psychedelic soup, if such a thing really existed. General Freddy thought secretly. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out why his Grand Duke would choose to attack the kingdom of Cecil at this time. After all, although Grand Duke Sidon is a believer of the Church of Light, and the Church of Light is also designated as the state religion by the Simpson family. In Freddy's eyes, the Church of Light that has ignited the entire St. Lawrence seems to be more aggressive than the kingdom of Cecil, and is more worthy of his vigilance. Moreover, the Bishop of Wales was in name only as a missionary, but in reality, he was a military supervisor. Freddy didn't even know what method the bishop had used to make the soldiers under his command so unfamiliar that they could resolutely attack the city despite such a high casualty ratio. You know, even though the army of the Principality of Sidon had fought in the desert for a long time, and had been tempered for a long time, it had never shown such combat power. General Freddy Crook, I remember, you are not a believer of the Church of Light, right? Bishop Wells suddenly said, standing beside Freddy. Hearing this, Freddy was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to answer, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He finally took a deep breath and said, No. Looking at the Sidon soldiers gradually climbing up the city wall not far away, Bishop Wales nodded calmly. The war in the western part of the continent was not a secret. At least not in the Adar Empire. Through the intelligence network gradually spread across the continent by the Adar CIA, and the use of long-distance communication devices at critical moments. Sometimes, the city of Adar gets news even faster than King Cecil. The news published in the Adar Daily has attracted the attention of a large number of civilians to the war in the kingdom of Cecil. The common people who had just learned to spell and read might not know where the kingdom of Cecil was located. But what they knew was that the kingdom of Cecil was an ally of the Adar Empire. And there was even a Cecil embassy located on Jinxia Road in the city of Adar. For a moment, almost all Adar people, from farmers to craftsmen, from fishermen to vendors, were staring at the developments of the Adar Council of State and the movements of the Adar royal family. Jinxia Road, Adar Parliament Building. The Principality of Sidon's invasion of the Kingdom of Cecil is a violation of the peace on the continent. It is a disregard for the sovereignty and territory of the Kingdom of Cecil. As allies of the Cecil people, we must condemn this atrocity. Condemn? We should send troops. The Principality of Sidon does not know how to respect human rights. They deprive civilians of their right to life. This is a violation of order and rules. Send out the troops. Send out the troops. There is a big conspiracy behind this. This must be the Church of Light's response to the airstrike on the holy city. The cowardly church doesn't dare to confront the Adar people, so it turns to attack our allies. This is simply shameless. Send out the troops. Send out the troops. During their time as MPs, the civilian MPs of the House of Commons have come to understand the rights and obligations they have. and the civilians who stand behind them. They want to make the voices of the common people heard in the House of Commons, and give the common people a channel to make their voices heard. So, angry quarrels, loud arguments, clapping and slamming of the tabletop. The members of the House of Commons only superficially learn the etiquette of the nobility after becoming members of the House of Commons. So in order to express their views, they almost all use various methods to communicate with each other. All in all, the Adar House of Representatives was in complete chaos, even as early as when Cecil's envoy, Viscount Danielson, came to the palace for an audience and the news that the Cecil kingdom had been attacked spread. The parliamentarians began to talk about it. In addition to the restraint of members of the House of Lords and aristocracy, the members of the House of Commons have already quarreled. At the time of the House of House, the idle palace was not calm. Ford, the president of the Executive Yuan, CIA Director Adar Krell, Secretary of Defense Sarah Corrin. These Adar officials know much more information than the members of the House of Commons. So, at least for the current Adar Empire, the voice of the House of Commons represents more of a reference for the civilians. The sneak attack by the Principality of Sidon is suspected to be related to the Church of Light. Clay paused and added, "What I want to say is, this is definitely not a conspiracy theory. To what extent to the Principality of the Bright Church to the Principality of Sidon?" Bruno said with a righteousness. The Simpson family has always had a close relationship with the Church of Light. And it is said that this time, the Church directly sent the bishop to the front line of the Sidon army. Bruno's eyes became dignified. "Do you mean, the Bright Church has controlled the military power of the Principality of Sidon?" Hearing the words, the people present also set their gaze to Krell's intelligence head. It is not certain whether it is completely under control, nor is it clear whether the current Grand Duke of Sidon has already become a puppet like Pitzman. But, the Church of Light can definitely influence the decision-making of the Principality of Sidon. And the degree of influence is very profound. Claire wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered cautiously. In that case, as he spoke, Bruno stood up from the throne carved with a griffin sculpture and walked slowly to the center of the main hall, where there was an extremely finely crafted sand table, which meticulously outlined the territorial boundaries of various forces. Bruno stretched out his hand, and the magic power around him seemed to gather in his palm. He flicked his finger lightly, and the flags and the lines representing the boundaries in the sandbox began to change quietly. Then simply consider the worst case, and we are the military and political power of the Principality of Sidon, which are completely controlled by the Guangming Church, and the Simpson family has become the puppet of the Bright Church. Next, from the perspective of you, how should the Edal people deal with? Hearing this, the palace fell into silence. Only a young griffin came out from the gap under the sandbox, tilted its head, looked at the people in front of it with sleepy eyes, and then fluttered its wings that had not yet fully opened, and jumped into Bruno's arms. This is not that they dare not speak, but because everyone present is thinking and brewing their own words. We should support the kingdom of Cecil. Finally, Old Ford's words broke the silence in the palace. The kingdom of Cecil must not fall. And this is not just because the Queen of the Adar Empire is from the Cecil royal family. If the kingdom of Cecil is overwhelming, then the Guangming Church can devote all the troops to the eastern battlefield. We will face the Guangming Church that integrates the entire mainland in the central and western regions of the mainland. On the side, Loda, who is in charge of commercial economy, also added in a timely manner. And the kingdom of Cecil is not only an ally to the Edal, but also an important dumping place for Edal products. With the fall of the Rez regime and the fall of the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, the kingdom of Cecil has become one of the few dumping grounds for Adar's industrial products. Bruno did not answer, but looked at his Minister of Defense. What does Sarah Corrin think? I don't think I can support the kingdom of Cecil. Sarah Corrin paused, looked at the slightly surprised eyes of the crowd, and continued, It is an unrealistic fantasy to directly support the kingdom of Cecil. The current strategic situation makes it impossible for the Adar army to carry out such a long-distance raid. So what I mean is, don't care about the kingdom of Cecil, the Principality of Sidon. We will directly launch a comprehensive decisive battle to the Guangming Church. If the Guangming Church really completely controls the Sidon army, they will naturally transfer their troops back. Chapter 499 Total War. The city of Adar in winter looked no different from usual. But both the civilians in the city and the merchants coming and going seemed to be able to sense a hint of unrest in the cold wind. The clouds on the sky cover the warm sun at noon in winter, and a slightly dull sky has also covered a lot of Idal's hearts to cover a layer of haze. The proposal of Defense Minister Sarah Corrin was eventually recognized by the vast majority of senior officials present at the meeting and was also accepted by Bruno Stewart, the ruler of the Adar Empire. Frankly speaking, although serving people with rationality and not being expensive has always been the goal pursued by Bruno, he has never been afraid of war. The reason why the Idal Empire was able to have the status and influence today was played under the leadership of Bruno. What's more, the existence of the Wonder construction system provides Bruno with unparalleled confidence. I want to be a god. I have a hanging. Who is not necessarily lost. In a word, just do it. As long as the Church of Light is defeated and all destabilizing factors are eliminated, the people of Adar can calm down and pursue development with peace of mind. Certainly, this does not mean that the Idal army is going to charge now. Nor does it mean that Bruno decided to start a war immediately. Although Bruno had acquiesced to the plan proposed by Sarah Corrin and had officials at all levels begin preparations for war, he still needed to wait. He is waiting for a suitable opportunity to wait for the Idal army and administrative agencies at all levels, including the government officer, to make more all preparations and plans. After all, the Adar Empire today is no longer the impoverished country it once was. Any decision made by Bruno and Adar's decision-makers must be responsible to all Adar people and be worthy of the millions of Adar people living on this land. Although secretly, led by Bruno himself, Adar's various administrative agencies have begun preparations for war. But at least on the surface, the administrative agencies at all levels of the empire are still operating normally, and no changes can be seen. As an important mouthpiece that Bruno relied on, the Adar Daily also properly grasped Bruno's thoughts and made appropriate responses. With the mutual coordination of the Merlin News Agency and relevant departments, news about the Kingdom of Cecil appeared from time to time, and the possibility of the war spreading to Adar's homeland was also controlled just right. In short, the message that the Adar Daily wants to convey is gradually penetrating into the hearts of every Adar person. War may break out, but as long as the Adar people can work together, they will be able to win this war. In addition to the war in the western part of the continent, the establishment of the Moor River province also concerns the Adar people. With the assistance of the Idle Immigration Authority, the Idle Military Bureau counted the population that followed the Idal Empire with the Moor River province. The newly established Moor River Provincial Department of Political Affairs also operates quickly, and public officials have their duties. While officials at all levels in Adar were promoted and took up their posts one after another, Bruno did not mistreat Viscount Conde, who had treated him well in the past. This middle-aged nobleman did not achieve his goal of making money by speculating in stocks in the Merlin district. He was appointed by Bruno as the director of the Department of Noble Affairs and concurrently as an alternate member of the Adar Senate. In a sense, after relying on the Idal Empire, the Viscount even had a longer term and optimistic future than before. Cecil Embassy. As Cecil's ambassador to Iran, Viscount Danielson has been frowning for several days. He did meet with Emperor Bruno Stewart of Adar and received comfort from the young king, but he did not get a positive answer from Bruno. In fact, this is not difficult to understand, because no matter which force it is, it always has to think carefully before making any decision. The Daniel Poo had to look forward to the decision of the Idal Empire, and always worried that the change in western parts of the mainland was always worried. Cecil's army, armed with Adar's second-hand weapons, was actually defeated by Sidon's army. If the noble Cecil, who was in charge of contacting Viscount Danielson, was not a guy who liked to exaggerate, Viscount Danielson would definitely question the authenticity of the information coming from the western part of the continent. Is the Sidon army really crazy? Are they crazy? Holding the latest news from the Kingdom of Cecil. Poor Daniel Song frowned tightly, saying, he said boringly, this Adar slang actually originates from the southern hills of the Adar province. There was the earliest basin chicken farm in the Adar Empire, and there was no doubt that the basin chickens jumping around made a deep impression on the breeders. The city of Adar is still prosperous and peaceful, and the streets not far away are crowded with people. What Viscount Danielson was thinking about was the survival of the Kingdom of Cecil, and he was worried about his own people and children far away in the western part of the continent. But at this moment, what he saw before his eyes was the life scene of the Adar people. Stability, peace, prosperity and prosperity. The cold winter wind kept the elderly nobleman awake in a rare state. He lowered his head, holding an unfolded letter in his hand. Just be patient. This short sentence gave Viscount Danielson a glimmer of hope, and allowed the Cecil Kingdom, far away in the west of the continent, to retain its expectations for reinforcements, allowing the Cecil army to hold on, because in the lower right corner of the letter, a special name seemed to represent the Adar royal family's statement, Queen Adar, Leah Blood. Rhea's letter was naturally written at Bruno's instruction, because he really didn't trust the combat capability of Cecil's army. If he couldn't leave a glimmer of hope for those old-fashioned and conservative nobles, they might not survive until the day when Adar's army officially set out. But, as each piece of news from the western part of the continent was presented to Bruno's desk, even the young monarch who ruled this vast empire felt a sense of urgency and pressure. The Sidon army's advancement speed was so fast that they had even approached the capital of the Kingdom of Cecil. During this process, countless Cecil people were looted, and the wanton slaughter by the Sidon army was deeply infuriating. At the same time, under the pressure of the sale of indulgences and high taxes, more and more civilians were swept up in homelessness, turning the originally relatively prosperous western part of the continent into chaos. At the emergency meeting, Bruno stood in front of many Adar officials and explained his views. "We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, the Cecil people may not be able to hold on. Then, under the gaze of everyone," he said firmly, "since other forces can't do it, then the Adar people will change the world for the better." Clear. January 14th. 540 New Calendar. Adar Parliament Building. That morning, at the initiative of House of Representatives member Clive Vinci, the Adar House of Representatives formally passed the Cecil Human Rights Watch draft, the Western War Investigation Report, and the National War Initiative with an overwhelming majority vote. Among them, the National War Initiative that was finally passed also received the support of all members of the House of Lords. Such a result undoubtedly made Viscount Danielson feel a little relieved, because Ambassador Cecil knew very well that the passage of this proposal in the House of Commons meant that a large number of Adar civilians had spontaneously made the decision to participate in this war. These parliamentarians of common origin empathized with the sufferings that the people of Cecil were going through, and they hated the conspiracy of the Church of Light from the bottom of their hearts. So, they naturally hope that the glory of the Adar Empire can shine on the entire continent. As for the statements made by the members of the House of Lords, they represent the attitudes of the nobles and businessmen. These new nobles of the Adar Empire are not just Bruno's mouthpieces in Parliament. They also represent the expectations of the Adar nobles. Because only when the chaos on the continent is completely quelled, the industry and commerce of the Principality of Adar will achieve unprecedented rapid development, and their status and wealth will be improved with the expansion of the Adar Empire's territory. Then, no matter nobles or commoners, businessmen or students, under Bruno's intentional or unintentional guidance, and perhaps also influenced by the buff bonus brought by the Wonder construction system, the Adar people's views on participating in this war were surprisingly unanimous. Again, just do it. The next day was January 15th, 540 in the new calendar. Emperor Bruno's steward of Adar personally went to the Adar Parliament building, listened to the opinions and suggestions from the members of Parliament, and took away the war draft initiated by the House of Commons. That afternoon, authorized by the Royal Palace of Adar, the Adar State Council and the Adar Ministry of Defense jointly issued a war warning and declared a state of emergency throughout the Adar Empire. The three major border provinces of the Adar Empire, including the Central Province, the Moor River Province and the Valence Province, directly entered a wartime state. It was at this moment that the huge state machine of the Adar Empire began to operate in all aspects. In previous wars, the Adar people could completely rely on their weapons and equipment that transcended their time to crush their opponents while retaining their strength. But this time, in Bruno's eyes, this was a decisive battle. It was a total war that concerned the future of the Adar Empire. After this battle, only one of the two forces, the Adar Empire and the Church of Light, can continue to exist. So, the Adar people held nothing back, as orders were officially issued one after another. Not only the Adar army, but all walks of life in the entire Adar Empire began to move rapidly. Glen Heights. The Adar arsenal started to expand production at full capacity, and all factories that could be converted were temporarily requisitioned as arsenals, with a large number of Adar workers spontaneously joining in. Magic bombs were created and magic cannons were transported to the front line. The magical machinery that had been temporarily sealed was put into use in a timely manner, allowing the Adar arsenal to demonstrate unprecedented production and manufacturing capabilities. In addition to this, the Adar First Automobile Works, which had just begun trying to build a civilian version of the car, temporarily stopped the relevant project, and the military Magic car returned to the production line. The Sword of Dawn main battle tank has begun to be assembled, and the Explorer type of light armored infantry vehicle continues to expand production on the banks of the Adar River, except for the Adar Food Processing Factory, which was directly controlled by the Adar Chamber of Commerce. All food factories were temporarily requisitioned, such as compressed biscuits and canned food for marches. The food and logistical supplies unique to the Adar Army were produced at a rapid pace. Some civilians even took the initiative to transport food from their homes to outside the factory, supporting the actions of the Adar Army with their simple actions. Merlin's Special Economic Zone. With the approval of the Adar Council of State, the first batch of war bonds of the Adar Empire was officially issued on the Adar Royal Exchange. No matter in which era, businessmen are always one of the most savvy people. As they spent more and more time living in the Adar Empire, they had clearly realized that they were tied to the Adar Empire. Only if the Adar Empire wins this war can they have a bright future. So, when purchasing these war bonds, businessmen showed a crazy attitude that was difficult for others to understand. Not only did they spend money lavishly, they even competed with each other to buy more bonds, as if there was a huge treasure contained in them. Almost everything that happened in the Adar Empire was seen by Viscount Danielson, Cecil's ambassador, even though he has lived on this land for quite some time. And even though he has observed all the changes that have taken place on this land with his own eyes on a daily basis, he still cannot understand this phenomenon. He was surprised by the Adar people's attitude towards the war. Viscount Danielson knew very well that the reason why this war had won the strong support of the Adar people was certainly not because of supporting the kingdom of Cecil far in the west of the continent. It's because all Adar people have a common hope in their hearts. They sincerely hope that the Adar Empire can become powerful. And they also really hope that the Adar Empire can make the Church of Light become the dust of history. This is a miracle. Sitting at his desk, Viscount Danielson finally picked up the quill in his hand and wrote truthfully. Only, while the Adar Empire's preparations for war were proceeding in an orderly manner with the joint efforts of countless Adar people, the Adar Empire's huge state machinery was also running at a rapid speed. Deep in the Ogre Desert, above the conical pyramid surrounded by the Crusader fortress, a bright beam of light seemed to penetrate the sky, and then turned into a halo of stars in an instant, leaving only a faint golden light wave that swept away the surrounding clouds and covered all directions. Chapter 500, Westward Journey. Battle of Boulder City. January 20th, 540 in the Gregorian calendar. This day, which sounds so ordinary, is bound to be remembered by history and will be engraved in the hearts of all Adar people, because on this day, the Adar army finally left their homeland and embarked on their own journey under the expectant eyes of all Adar people. There is no impassioned declaration of war, no need for lengthy justifications for war, and no need to issue tactics or make advance warnings. What was published in the Adar Daily and praised by the Adar people was just Bruno's simple words, in order to safeguard the interests of the Adar people. This may sound a bit terse, but it is sufficient, since the wars will never end, and none of the forces have the ability to govern this land. Then the Adar Empire has the responsibility to bring a better future to the world. Let the common people have enough food, and let the craftsman earn money. Let the worker be able to feed his family. Let the farmer own the land he tills. Let the businessman be free from fear. And let spelling and reading no longer be a privilege reserved for a few. The words and phrases used in the Adar Daily are not profound. This newspaper, founded under Bruno's guidance, did not inherit the extreme euphemisms and endless red tape of the Norman nobles. Readers of QIDN.com click here to view details. Through the Adar Daily, the purpose of starting this war was clearly told to all Adar people. It was for the benefit of the Adar people. Valence Province. Shinmu Castle. Shinmu Castle, located in the southwest of the Valence Plain, is not a castle fortress. In fact, it is just an inconspicuous agricultural town on the Valence Plain. This small town originally belonged to the territory of Viscount Massivo. Most of the local civilians made a living by farming and relied on the land given by Viscount Massivo to survive, and they had to pay high taxes every year. However, when this land was incorporated into the territory of the Adar Empire, Viscount Massivo's rule naturally became history. Officials from the Valence government office have already developed a complete and detailed set of governance strategies through countless days and nights of hard work. So, when they first appeared on this land a year ago, The civilian officials of the government affairs hall skillfully divided the farmland around the town into different plots, and then lent these lands free of charge to the civilians living here in accordance with the laws of the Adar Empire. From full of doubts to the joy and happiness after the first harvest. Under the rule of the Adar Empire, the civilians living in this small town understood the meaning and hope of life for the first time. They also gradually realized that having enough food and warm clothes is not just an unrealistic luxury. Even in the cold winter, they can get job opportunities outside their houses instead of living off their savings like before. When the hazy morning light just sprinkled on the frosty land, the rumbling sound of the gears woke up many residents living in this small town from their sleep. The well-informed Adar people are no strangers to this sound. Whether it is a steam locomotive or a magic car, these magical creations are no longer a fantasy in the eyes of the Adar people. Even the Adar people living in the border areas already know that these are the changes brought to this era by the magic industry. But this time, people sensed a hint of something unusual among these familiar sounds. Many town residents curiously unlatched the windows and pushed open the wooden windows that were closed because of the cold winter wind. Then, when the cool morning breeze blew on their sleepy faces, the gazes of these civilians were involuntarily fixed on the road not far outside the window. Even many years later, they will be extremely grateful for their curiosity that morning. Even though Shamu Fort is not a castle fortress and does not have tall and strong city walls, this small town is located on the road leading to the border after all. Therefore, when the Adar Northern Army Group stationed on the Valence Plain finally received orders from the city of Adar, the residents living in this small town saw a scene that they would never forget. Strictly speaking, Adar's army cannot really be called a steel torrent. After all, magic industrialization has not yet been fully popularized, and the production capacity of magic vehicles is still insufficient. So, although cavalry and other arms are no longer the main force, they have not completely withdrawn from the stage of history. Although within the Adar Empire, logistical supplies such as food, fodder, and ammunition could be transported by steam locomotives. Once the Adar army stepped out of the empire's borders, they had to rely on ox carts and horse carriages due to the limited number of military vehicles. However, all of this did not affect the shock on the faces of the townspeople. In the reflection of the dawn, the steel armor covering the entire vehicle looks particularly eye-catching, and occasionally one can see the light blue luster of the magic patterns flashing at the joints of the steel plates. The sturdy wheels rolled over the gravel on the road, and the broken stones hit the steel plate at the bottom of the vehicle, mixing a lot of crisp and noisy sounds with the rumbling sound of the engine. As military vehicles drove past, the road that had not yet been fully hardened was stirred up with gusts of dust, covering the convoy following closely behind. As the vanguard of Adar's Northern Army Group, armored personnel carriers were moving on the road at an astonishing speed. The Jeep military vehicle responsible for leading the way used its horn to emit deep and powerful sounds from time to time, leading the armored vehicles following closely behind to drive away in a mighty manner. But you have to know that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Adar's military mobilization. Following an order from the city of Adar, the Adar army split into 3 groups, from the Valence province to the Moor River province, and then from the Moor River province to the central province. All of a sudden, from north to south, the entire Adar border was shrouded in war clouds, and under the coordination of long-distance communication devices, the armies of the entire empire took action one after another. In the northern battlefield, Adar's Northern Army Group stationed in the Valence province moved southwest of the Valence Plain with the intention of encroaching on the Keldon Basin. In the central battlefield, the Adar 1st Armored Brigade under the Adar Royal Guards marched westward through the Stranglethorn Vale Fortress and joined the Adar Royal Guards stationed in the Moor River Valley, heading straight for the Central Plains. In the southern battlefield, while consolidating the border defenses and adding border minefields, Adar's Southern Army Group dispatched mechanized corps to the northwest, deep into the Ogre Desert, intending to directly attack the heartland of the Church, except for the Adar Navy, which could not directly intervene in the inland battlefield. The Adar Army and the Adar Air Force cooperated with each other, while the Adar Army troops were rushing to designated locations for deployment. The Adar Air Force's hot air balloons and airships were also patrolling the border areas, especially on the Valence Plain and the long southern border of the Adar Empire. Hot air balloons belonging to the Adar Air Force flew one after another, and some even crossed the border line for dozens of kilometers, completing aerial surveillance of the entire border area. Any movement of troops by the enemy would be reported to the general stationed in Adar immediately. If the Church had radar, And if they could look down from the sky, they would probably be shocked to find that the vast land in the eastern part of the entire continent was filled with Adar troops being mobilized. The active army was sent to the border. The reserve army was recalled for training. And even the province of Padilla, far away in the Lost Land, was affected and began to expand its army. Adar, Alhambra. According to the laws of the Adar Empire, when the empire faces war, the Adar Supreme Command will be formed by itself. And the Adar Emperor Bruno Stuart will serve as the supreme military commander of the Principality of Adar. Therefore, once the war order was issued, Bruno came to the Alhambra Palace to take charge personally. He may not know how to respond flexibly on the battlefield. But even if Bruno just sits here, he can bring unparalleled confidence and strength to the empire's generals. At the same time, in order to fight this war, the various institutions of the Adar Empire also had clear division of labor. Deep in the hinterland, the Adar CIA was responsible for collecting information and intelligence from the enemy. Verified intelligence will be gathered to the Adar Supreme Command in the shortest possible time for review and reference by the chiefs of staff and senior generals from the Adar Navy, Army, and Air Force. These strategies and instructions, approved by the Supreme Command and Emperor Bruno Stuart of Adar, will be immediately issued to the generals in charge of the front lines, who will then respond accordingly based on the situation of the battle. As the weapons and equipment of the Adar army continue to change, all-round and three-dimensional combat has become the war concept implemented in the Adar army. In particular, the significant results achieved in the air strike on Bethlehem also made many Adar generals more deeply aware of the improvement in combat effectiveness that can be brought about by the cooperation between different branches of the military. The southern part of the empire is peaceful for the time being. According to the information sent by intelligence personnel, most of the troops of the Principality of Sidon have been mobilized to the north. Although there are a lot of Sidon troops stationed on the border, most of them are temporary militias. If a fight really breaks out, they will probably scatter in a hurry and will not be our opponent at all. On one side of the conference table, CIA Director Krell pulled out a piece of intelligence that had just been delivered to the city of Adar from his folder. You can't fight well. The central battlefield is the most critical place. Although the Sidon troops stationed on the border are weak, the Adar Southern Army Group is the weakest of the three major armies of the empire. If the battle line is extended too long, it may affect the situation on the mainland, Sarah Corrin said without hesitation. Besides, the elite troops in the south have already entered the Ogre Desert, so we can't make any changes easily. Upon hearing this, the staff officers and generals present nodded in agreement. Although the Adar army was launched in the third road in this all-round war, the Adar Northern Army had to divide the troops to prevent sneak attacks from the Odin Empire. The Southern Army Group was just established shortly after the elite into the desert. Therefore, the central battlefield, with Adar's 1st Armor Brigade and Adar's Royal Guards as the main force, is the key to this war. After all, when the Edal army came out of the Moor Valley, he only needed to penetrate the flat central plain, and the Edal soldiers could threaten Bethlehem to the south and threaten Santa Lawrence north to form a division of battlefields, so that the Adarians lived in a favorable position in the war. And this strategy has also been unanimously recognized by Edal's Supreme Command. What's the reaction from the Church of Light? After a moment, Bruno's words broke the peace in the conference room. The Central Plains is vast, and there aren't many places that are easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Church of Light has almost received our news. The main force of the Crusaders stationed on the eastern front is gathering towards Giant Stone City. As he spoke, Claire planted a light yellow flag that symbolized the Church of Light on a city near the junction of the Central Great Plains and the Moor River Valley. Boulder City? As Claire finished speaking, Bruno couldn't help but focus his slightly solemn gaze on the colorful flag that Claire had just erected on the sand table. This move by the Church of Light did not actually exceed everyone's expectations, because when the east of the mainland was not conquered by the Norman Empire, he was guarding the Giant Stone City on the west side of the Moor Valley, which was the portal of the Norman Empire. If the Giant Stone City is broken, then the large plain in the central region will be no dangerous. So it is impossible for the Light Church to give up easily. Sarah Corrin frowned slightly and asked again and again, "Is the news accurate?" As a former Norman general, Sarah Corrin was very familiar with the name of Boulder City. In other words, the vast majority of Eastern nobles and Norman generals have more or less heard about the history of Boulder City. Back then, in order to build this fortified city, the former Norman Empire spent huge amounts of money and piled up a large amount of stone. The strength of its city walls is enough to rival that of the imperial capital, St. Lawrence, and it also adopts the highest level of fortress standards of the Norman Empire. CIA intelligence personnel and Adar Air Force scouts have jointly confirmed the accuracy of the news. Krell immediately gave an affirmative answer. No matter how many troops the Crusaders have gathered in Boulder City, we must fight. And we must fight hard. Tell Sam Layton that the Battle of Boulder is both the first and the crucial battle. He must capture Boulder before the Northern Army Group takes the Kelvin Basin, Bruno said in a rare statement that did not allow for any argument. Chapter 501. Central Great Plains. Outside the Stone City. The winter of the year 540 in the new calendar seemed particularly cold. Even with the mountains blocking the way, the temperature in the Central Plains was still exceptionally cold. Although such weather was nothing to the well-disciplined Adar army. What the soldiers saw and heard had completely changed since they stepped out of the Moor River Valley. Compared to the stability and prosperity of the Adar Empire, the land west of the Moor River province has not yet healed the scars caused by war. The barren farmland was covered with withered yellow weeds, and the cracked land seemed to be telling the Adar army passing by about its past confusion. Under the rule of the Church of Light, civilians living in this land are still extremely poor. The fact that a large number of civilians have fled eastward has also slowed down the church's reconstruction work in this land. Along the way, the soldiers from the Adar Empire saw countless abandoned villages, towns and markets, and stiff corpses lying on the roadside. Not only were the faces of the corpses blue and purple, and the limbs stiff, but many of the clothes on the corpses had already been stripped away by the hungry and cold refugees. Their emaciated corpses were frozen together with the surrounding snow and ice. The misery they experienced was almost impossible to describe in simple words. It was these tragic scenes presented before the eyes of the Adar soldiers that further strengthened their inner beliefs and aroused their persistence. If there were no Stuart family, if there were no Emperor Bruno Stuart, the eastern part of the continent at this time would probably have become like this under the ravages of war. Right? The long-term peace in the Adar Empire has caused many Adar people to subconsciously ignore the suffering they once endured and bury that painful experience deep in their hearts. But the scene before them once again touched the softest part of the Adar soldiers' hearts, making them clearly aware of the responsibilities and missions they shouldered. Standing behind them is His Majesty Emperor Adar, who led them out of the quagmire of war, their families and friends, and millions of united Adar people. If there had not been Bruno's leadership and the popularization of magic industrialization, the eastern part of the continent would probably have become a living age, as early as when Odin's cavalry marched south. Therefore, what they have to defend is not only the glory of the Adar Empire, but also the countless Adar people and their aspirations and hopes for the future. Several kilometers away from the Stone City, Lieutenant General Sam Layton, commander of the Adar Army and chief commander of the Central Battlefield, was holding a telescope and gazing at the fortified city not far away with a serious expression. The order from the city of Adar had been transmitted to this battle-hardened general through a remote communication device. This time, looking at the flags flying in the Stone City and the Crusader soldiers standing solemnly on the city walls, Sam Layton's heart was filled with emotion. Bruno has fought many battles for Adar since he came to power. From the Battle of the Golan Heights to the friction with the Odin Empire. From the Basel Conquest War to the current Battle of Stone City. This veteran can be seen in almost every war since the founding of Adar. But for him, every war brings about great changes. The changes here are not changes in the enemy's strength, but changes in Adar's army's weapons and equipment as well as strategies and tactics. During this period of time, the changes that took place in the Adar Empire were too fast and too many. Especially the changes that took place in the Adar army. From the initial short swords and daggers to the steel blades that flash with cold light and show their sharp edges. From the Adar cavalry galloping in the Grand Highlands to the steel-covered, magic-driven armored vehicles. The tactics of the Adar army were changing at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. To be honest, even Sam Layton, who had witnessed it, was stunned by it. The only explanation he could find was that the person he was loyal to, Emperor Bruno Stuart of Adar, was the man of destiny of this era and the creator of history and the future. Only in this way can Sam Layton explain the changes that have taken place in the Adar Empire in this short period of time. In Sam Layton's view, since the emperor he is loyal to has set a precedent for the times, his followers, including himself, must also accept the changes of the times with a new attitude. In the days and nights before the war broke out, not only Sam Layton, the Army Lieutenant General. But almost all generals at all levels in the Adar Army are studying tactics and strategies in the Adar Officer Academy. They tirelessly train new recruits and try to conduct military exercises again and again with brand new weapons and equipment, striving to create a more combat-effective Adar Army. The Adar 1st Armored Division, which has already arrived outside the Stone City, and the Adar Royal Guards led by Sam Layton himself are undoubtedly the best in the Adar Army. From the Explorer type of light armored infantry vehicle to the powerful Sword of Dawn main battle tank, almost all members of the Adar Army commanded by Sam Layton himself have been equipped with the latest models of weapons and equipment of the Adar Empire. So, conquer the Stone City. For Sam Layton, this was not only an order issued by Bruno himself, but also an answer that he and the Adar soldiers he led must give to all Adar people. Report. As a loud and powerful shout reached Sam Layton's ears, Major General Grant Doyle, commander of the Adar Royal Guards, trotted to Sam Layton's side. Although this young general also has a high military rank, it is obvious that at this moment, Lieutenant General Sam Layton is the highest military commander in charge of the central battlefield. Explain, General. In order to coordinate the battle on the front line, Deputy Director of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency, Baumel Brown, has transferred all the contact coordinates of the Adar agents deployed in the Stone City to us. After the war begins, the agents will directly transmit information from the city to us, and you can also directly command the Adar agents in the city. Hearing this, Sam Layton nodded solemnly. He himself knew only too well how important this war was to the Adar Empire, and in the hearts of all Adar people. Is the Air Force in place? Lieutenant General Rolf Hawthorne of the Air Force has allocated 2 hot air balloon formations for us. The magic crystal bombs for bombing have also been loaded. But Major General Grant Doyle hesitated for a moment, and then replied in a deep voice, "But our army's siege methods are no longer a secret, especially after the air raid on Bethlehem. The Crusaders have long been prepared for this, and have also temporarily built a number of fortifications in the city. Defense? Then let's see whether the Crusaders' walls are stronger or the Adar people's artillery is more lethal. I'll give you 20 minutes to deploy all the self-propelled artillery and magic cannons to designated positions." As he spoke, Sam Layton raised his wrist, and a military watch with exquisite workmanship and wrapped in special materials suddenly appeared in front of him. It is true that the Adar people's magic industry is not yet able to be precise to the millisecond, but as long as it is debugged, there will not be too big an error in the movement of the pointer. At least within a week. Understood. Major General Grant Doyle replied seriously. Boulder City. As a war hero who captured the imperial capital of St. Lawrence and burned down the Norman palace, the meritorious commander of the Crusaders, Caravel Wendell, was highly expected by the Church of Light and naturally shouldered the heavy burden of defending the Stone City. Only, at this moment, deep down in his heart, Callaway Wendell was no longer as calm as he appeared. The Adar Empire has the Adar CIA as its eyes that penetrate deep behind enemy lines, and the Church of Light, which has been rooted in the continent for many years, cannot be blind or deaf, especially with the expansion of the Adar Empire's territory and the increase in its population. The number of caravans traveling within the empire has continued to grow. It is almost impossible to ensure that there are no spies from the Church of Light within the territory. Therefore, Karabi Winder, the meritorious commander of the Crusader Legion, had naturally heard of the weapons and equipment of the Adar people, especially after the holy city of Bethlehem suffered an air strike. He immediately ordered the gathering of the Crusader soldiers who were originally scattered along the Moor River Valley, and requested military support from the holy city of Bethlehem. But even so, the speed of Adar's army's actions had completely exceeded Karabi Wendell's expectations. Almost as soon as the letter requesting support was sent out, the Adar 1st Armored Brigade, which had strict military discipline, had arrived at the outskirts of Boulder City. Then, the Legion commander was a little dumbfounded. Caraway Wendell had indeed experienced several wars, and personally commanded the siege of the imperial capital of St. Lawrence. So he had a lot of experience in both siege and defense. But the problem is, those are all sieges and defenses in conventional wars. But what about the Adar troops outside the city? In addition to armored infantry vehicles, self-propelled artillery, heavy tanks, and other ground weapons that Caraway Wendell had no idea what to call them. He even saw hot air balloons slowly rising in the sky. The hard armored steel plates reflected a terrifying cold light, and the black gun barrels made people want to leave the city wall. For Callaway Wendell, All the previous experiences and strategies seemed to have vanished into thin air when facing the Adar people, because he really wasn't sure what siege tactics the Adar people would use. Anyway, conventional siege weapons such as arrows, ladders, and catapults were unlikely to be used by the Adar people. The only thing that Karabi Wendell could be sure of was that he and the Crusader soldiers he led would inevitably face direct artillery bombardment from the Adar people for the first time. And since he had never experienced the feeling of being bombarded by artillery before, even Caraway Wendell himself was not sure how useful the fortifications built under his orders, and according to his own ideas would be in defending the city. The cold wind in the early morning seemed to be mixed with scattered ice chips, bringing a slight sting to the exposed faces of the Crusaders defending the city. Their hands and feet were slightly cold, and their fingers and cheeks were red from the cold. The sun flag symbolizing the Church of Light fluttered, and the sound of the flag seemed to cover up the noise of Adar's army outside the city. Only faint rumbling sounds that they had never heard before could be heard. For the God of Light. A Crusader stared at the Adar army that was approaching the city wall at an extremely slow speed, clenched the weapon in his hand, and murmured softly with his slightly cracked lips, "What are those things? They must be evil creations of the devil." The soldiers on the city wall watched as the Adar people's artillery was lined up outside the city wall, with the black muzzles connected into one. And all they could do was breathe out hot air and talk in a low voice. The reason was simple. The position of Adar's army was just beyond the range of the arrows. Who cares? We can definitely hold out. Even St. Lawrence has been reduced to ashes. So the Crusaders are naturally invincible. Besides, we still have the Apostle Legion from the Holy City. Hearing the discussion that was as quiet as the hum of a mosquito, a devout Crusader soldier spoke with his neck stiffened. Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers shut their mouths. Only anyone could tell that in that man's stubborn and resolute voice, there seemed to be a hint of imperceptible uneasiness and anxiety hidden. Apostolic Legion. This is the name that ordinary Crusader soldiers privately gave to the legion that covered itself entirely in white robes. It is said that those people are a legion led by His Holiness the Pope himself. And they are an immortal legion whose members have all been blessed and baptized by the God of Light. Ordinary Crusaders did not know whether they would live or die. But what they knew was that before the Adar army arrived, the commander of this legion had stood on the top of the city wall and proposed to take the initiative to attack the possible Adar army and give the Adar people a head-on blow. But when the strange-looking weapons and equipment of Adar's army, as well as the huge monsters that could walk on their own, arrived outside the city, the legion seemed to have forgotten their previous proposal and even hid themselves in the deepest part of the stone city. The rumbling sound of the artillery penetrated the mist and cold wind, like thunder exploding in the ears of the Crusaders. When the artillery pieces far away in the outskirts of the city all made the sounds that were so familiar to the Adar people. The Crusader soldiers stationed in the stone city finally experienced their first round of artillery fire on this day. Bend down and crawl. Head for the fortifications. Amidst the panic shouting. On January 20th, 540 in the new calendar, the rumbling artillery fire of the Adar people marked the beginning of the war. Chapter 502, The Exploding Indulgence. Sam Layton's war ideas are in line with those of Bruno Stewart, the Emperor of Adar. Therefore, the siege strategy adopted by the Adar army is actually very simple. Firepower coverage. When rich, use firepower coverage. When poor, use tactical interspersion. Generals at all levels of the Adar army are well aware of this catchphrase that Bruno often says. In the eyes of Emperor Adar, it was not a wise move to accumulate victory at the cost of lives when one was clearly ahead in weapons and equipment. In addition, the stone city is not far from Adar's mainland, although it has not yet been connected by rail. The Adar people have sufficient ammunition supplies, and there is no need to worry about logistics. Therefore, Sam Layton had never actually thought of attacking the city at the cost of human lives. What era is this? In this era of rapid development of magic technology, how could Adar, who keeps up with the times, retain such primitive siege methods? That would be a step backward in history. As an Adar general, Sam Layton was well aware of the importance of population to the Adar Empire, not to mention anything else. From factories and businesses to workshops and farms, which industry and field in the Adar Empire was not short of manpower. Moreover, for this war, the Adar Empire had already prepared a large amount of military supplies and conducted countless sand table simulations. There was no need to adopt such a brutal fighting method. In a word, boom. In many cases, human joys and sorrows are not shared. Perhaps to the Crusader soldiers defending the city, The artillery fire from the sky and the roars coming from all directions were like the chanting and wailing of the messengers of H.L., ruthlessly taking away lives in the blink of an eye. But in the eyes of our soldiers, this loud sound like thunder is like a passionate piece of music. A march that inspires our soldiers to move forward bravely and defend their homeland. The warmth from the artillery fire melted the surrounding frosty ground, and the huge noise awakened the beasts sleeping in the forest. Birds flapped their wings vigorously and ran around in panic under the cover of war. Their dense gray-black figures looked like dark clouds filling the sky. Under the command of the company and battalion commanders, the Adar soldiers worked in groups of 3 with clear division of labor and skillfully operated the artillery in front of them based on the experience they had gained from past exercises, accompanied by sharp whistles and dull roars. Countless artillery fire poured down on the towering walls of Boulder City. Even the cold wind coming from the Arctic ice field seemed to be afraid of the rumbling artillery fire. Under the invasion of the rolling heat wave, even the cold wind that was rampant in winter could only dissipate silently outside the city wall. The ground was shaking, and the towers were wailing. The solid city walls were littered with broken stones, and the towering arrow towers seemed to be crumbling under the attack of artillery fire. Those Crusader soldiers, who did not have time to find cover, were almost blown away by the fierce artillery fire or burned by the spreading flames in an instant. Since the Church of Light had already taken precautions, there were no flammable or explosive dangerous items in Boulder City. This means that after the magic cannonballs are triggered, the explosive magic array built into them can only spark flames that explode and splash. But it is difficult to ignite the buildings in the Stone City. But even so, the shrapnel, gravel and flames that burst out after the SHLS landed caused heavy losses to the Crusader soldiers in the city. However, this is just the beginning. Sam Layton was well aware of how much importance the Church of Light attached to Stone City. According to intelligence obtained by the CIA, not only were tens of thousands of enemy soldiers stationed in this city, but sufficient food and fodder had also been prepared in advance. He had to take the city as quickly as possible without causing too many casualties to his own side. So he could only rely on firepower coverage to open a gap for Adar's army. The consumption of ammunition can be compensated by subsequent transportation, and the damaged weapons can be produced and repaired in the arsenal in Adar. But the death of a Crusader soldier is one less. Under Sam Layton's command, round after round of artillery fire streaked across the sky, and violent explosions almost covered the entire Stone City. The deafening roar seemed to shake the surrounding air and pierce the fragile hearts of the Crusader soldiers. With the continuous bombardment, the feeling of fear finally began to spread among the soldiers of the Crusader army. Crusaders are also human beings, even though most of them have their own beliefs. As long as they are human, they will have emotions of cowardice, shrinking, and fear. Not to mention how many logically self-consistent parts there are in the religious texts that the Church of Light keeps mentioning. The faith that people of this era have in the Church of Light is actually more of a helpless expectation. And now, even though the Church of Light portrayed the world after death as extremely beautiful, it was hard for ordinary Crusaders not to have doubts in their hearts when they saw the Stone City before them becoming like AHL on earth under the attack of artillery fire. The Adar people believe in Protestantism, which is considered heresy in the eyes of the Church of Light. The artillery fire that poured down on the city was the fire of HL in the eyes of the soldiers. If this is the case, then can dying at the hands of the Adar people, dying on this land, really lead to the paradise on earth that the Church speaks of? The reason why the Crusaders were able to repeatedly come out on top in past wars was because they more or less believed that after they dedicated themselves to the Church, the kingdom of heaven on earth would open its doors to them. But faced with such a violent explosion, even the most devout believers would eventually feel fear and tremble all over. You know, although there are tens of thousands of Crusaders stationed in Boulder City, these soldiers are not all veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time. A large part of them were able-bodied men temporarily recruited before the arrival of Adar's army. Although when it comes to recruiting soldiers, the Crusaders flying the banner of the God of Light would not do something as embarrassing as forcibly recruiting people, but letting a group of recruits who have never seen blood fight against the Adar army equipped with epic-making weapons is actually no different from a joke. As rounds of artillery fire continued to pour down, many new soldiers had the same question in their minds. How could war be like this? Swords, armor, arrows, round shields. These equipments are what the vast majority of Crusader soldiers consider to be weapons. and are also the arrangements for the daily training of Crusader soldiers. However, the fighting style of Adar's army made many Crusader soldiers confused on the spot. Where are the people? Where are the enemies? The Adar people were far outside the city walls. But the holy priests in the stone city had already suffered a heavy blow. If it weren't for the early preparations made by Caravel Wendell, the commander of the Crusaders, and the support of the most devout elite veterans, the defense line of Boulder City would probably have collapsed in the blink of an eye under the double attack from the ground and the sky. The sounds outside the house were noisy and chaotic. With a loud bang, a cloud of dust seemed to be raised outside the window. At this moment, Bishop Howard no longer cared about his dignity as a bishop. He hurriedly picked up a pure gold candlestick, without even having time to look around. He aimed at a corner of the house, and hurriedly hid under an inconspicuous table, not daring to make the slightest noise. Clang! The door of the room was suddenly pushed open by the crowd, and a group of ragged civilians finally rushed into this spacious mansion in the city. The civilians who broke into the mansion were holding a variety of weapons in their hands, including crude farm tools such as hammers, hoes, and rakes, some of which were even covered with hardened soil. Excited, nervous, timid, fearful, brave, complex and contradictory expressions can be seen in the eyes of many civilians, and it is obvious that they are struggling and worried deep in their hearts. But all these complicated emotions turned into grief and anger the moment they broke into the mansion. This is Louisbourg in the southern part of the Principality of Sidon, and these intruders armed with sharp blades are civilians and serfs who have lived on this land for generations. As the most important central city in the southeastern part of the Principality of Sidon, Louisbourg is home not only to a large number of businessmen and gentlemen who consider themselves upper class, but also to a large number of nobles of all sizes. So although this spacious mansion occupies a large area from the outside, it is generally not very eye-catching in this city. However, when these civilians actually rushed in and broke down the door of the house together, what appeared before their eyes was a luxurious scene that they had never imagined. The pure gold candlesticks were burning with bright candles, and the thin gauze was just the most ordinary decoration. The long oak table in the room was placed with still warm dinner. A piece of soft white bread had just been broken open, and the suckling pig that had been roasted into a light golden color was dripping with fat and emitting a burnt aroma. Silver goblets were filled with clear, transparent wine, and soft, fluffy, pale red velvet cushions were reclining on the Gothic high-backed chairs. The originally aggressive civilians almost all stopped in front of the door, staring in amazement at everything that appeared in the room, until a civilian who couldn't stand the hunger anymore pushed aside his companions in front of him, strode forward bravely, grabbed the piece of white bread that had been bitten, and stuffed it into his mouth. The civilians present seemed to have just recovered from their shock and realized where they were now. This is the residence of Bishop Howard, where the Cardinal of the Diocese of Louisbourg lives and resides on weekdays. But is this really the residence of the poor, kind, pious and dignified Bishop Howard? Even before this, they had heard from Mr. Walter about the unknown extravagance behind Bishop Howard. But this was a completely different feeling from witnessing it with their own eyes after they rashly broke into the mansion. In fact, the reason why these civilians are standing here today is more because they are instigated by others to vent their anger and resentment towards indulgences. But the situation at this moment undoubtedly exposed the extravagance behind the church nakedly in front of the poor civilians. In the Principality of Sidon, the church not only has conventional means of making money such as indulgences and tithes, but also levies many taxes under various names. The lives of civilians were already difficult, and the current unstable situation made the forced distribution of indulgences even more common. As a result, even the Sidon civilians, who had always been extremely obedient to the church, under the guidance of an Adar CIA agent who went by the alias Mr. Walter, mobilized hundreds of believers with difficult lives and committed the atrocity of breaking into the bishop's residence. Most of the civilians who broke into the mansion were accustomed to a life of hunger and starvation. So when they finally reacted, the long table in the room was suddenly surrounded by crazy civilians. They grabbed handfuls of foods that they never even saw on normal days and stuffed their mouths full. In addition, some civilians rummaged through the drawers and boxes in the mansion, finding countless shining gold coins and fascinating gold and silver utensils of various shapes. Almost every time a wooden box was smashed open by civilians with brute force, they could see countless treasures. Everyone, now is not the time to do this. We need the church to give us an explanation. We need to find Bishop Howard. Finally, amid the noisy crowd, a loud shout finally stopped the civilians' frantic liquidation action. Yeah! They need an explanation. The bishops lived a luxurious life in their own mansions, but forced increasingly expensive indulgences on all believers and civilians of Sidon, while the common people could only watch their families starve and gradually turn into stiff corpses in the cold winter. The bishop of the church was enjoying the suckling pig roasted over a low fire. The strong contrast brought about an extremely unreal feeling. But everyone present knew that everything before their eyes was their most real experience. What's even more outrageous is, as time went on, it seemed that even the church itself had forgotten what indulgences were supposed to look like. From the meticulous drawings at the beginning, to the shoddy production later, to the current practice of just collecting money, the role of indulgences was changing quietly. The significance of its continued issuance seems to have evolved from the original financial instrument issued to raise funds to support the war, to the most effective means of making money for the cardinals of various dioceses today. The feeling of broken faith is not pleasant, especially since this is the belief and ideal that the common people of Sidon have believed in for most of their lives. So, when these angry civilians finally discovered Bishop Howard hiding under the table, the fate of this unfortunate bishop was actually already doomed. January 27, 540 AD. On the fourth day after Bishop Howard's death, the reform triggered by indulgences finally broke out in the Principality of Sidon, and with the instigation of the Adar people, it spread rapidly throughout the entire Principality of Sidon like a raging fire. More importantly, as the ideas of Protestantism accidentally reached the ears of many Sidonian civilians, the conflict had gradually evolved from the initial indulgence dispute to an attack on the church and a call for change. This is the real destruction of the foundation of the church's faith by the Adar people. Chapter 503 Raid. The Great Aoglai Desert. Compared with the inland area in the north, the Augura Desert in winter is not as cold, but it is still exceptionally chilly. When the Adar army gathered on the central battlefield, led by Adar Army Lieutenant General Sam Layton, bombarded the Stone City. In the south of the Adar Empire, a fully armed mechanized corps crossed the Adar border and fearlessly broke into the vast desert. As the largest desert on the continent, the Augura Desert is not only regarded by the world as a dangerous, desolate and unreachable place, but is also known as one of the 4 forbidden areas on the continent along with the Forest of Warcraft, the Arctic Ice Field, and the Babrut Mountains. Countless bards have sung about the dangers of this desert, and even the most profit-seeking businessmen would be intimidated by this land. However, as more and more intelligence was sorted and collected by Adar agents, the Adar CIA had basically confirmed the layout of the Church of Light in the Augura Desert. Is the Augura Desert a forbidden area for humans? No. This is actually the core of the Church of Light, which is no less important than the holy city of Bethlehem. After all, first there was Mike's lurking and Will Roche's surrender, and then Bishop Olson was arrested and surrendered, combined with the information Bruno obtained through the Wonder construction system. Although the Adar people's understanding of the Church of Light cannot be said to be one-way transparent, they have basically figured out the Church's ideas and ambitions. The Augura Desert not only stores the bodies of gods, but also keeps a large amount of money, food, gold and silver from all over the place. It is a holy place for the soldiers of the Crusaders to receive blessings from gods. Although General Adar was quite cautious about the so-called undead army mentioned by the Church, and did a lot of preparations to deal with this team, deep down in the hearts of the Adar people, they still scoffed at such statements. Just like Bruno said, if God is really that powerful, then why did he die? Therefore, even though the Augura Desert seemed to be shrouded in all kinds of rumors related to gods, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg did not care about it at all. Cornell Berg could probably be considered the youngest and highest-ranking civilian general in Adar's army. This young man, who was born in the Grand Highlands, had witnessed with his own eyes the rampant and viciousness of Soren's private army before Bruno took control of this land. The invasion from Thornburg and the frequent border conflicts in the Golan Heights made life extremely difficult for the people living in the Golan Heights. However, as Bruno refused to give in and all members of Adar's army changed their uniforms, Cornell Berg was lucky enough to see the crushing battle of the Golan Heights from a distance. From then on, the heroic Adar army left an indelible mark in the hearts of these peasants, who originally only knew how to farm. Therefore, when the Adar army conducted its first large-scale recruitment, Cornell Berg chose to join the army without hesitation. After that, he followed the Adar army through several battles of varying sizes, and was promoted all the way with his bravery in battle. This time, The young man, who had been promoted to lieutenant colonel of the Adar army, shouldered an unprecedented mission to raid the Crusader base in the Ogre Desert. For Cornell Berg, this heavy trust is no small matter. But precisely because of this, the belief in his heart became stronger, and he had a stronger motivation to complete the task assigned by His Majesty Emperor Bruno of Adar himself. Due to the loose soil in the desert, every time the rapidly rotating tracks roll over countless gravel, dust will be raised around the convoy. There are almost no plants that can be seen in the desolate desert, and there are no objects that can serve as landmarks. The Adar army can only rely on compasses and mental positioning devices to confirm their current position and direction. But, even facing such a harsh natural environment, in a sense, the Adar army can display a far more powerful combat power than the Church of Light in this desert. Although the Adar army was not familiar with the geographical environment of the Ogre Desert, the Church of Light, which was familiar with the area, also had to face such a harsh desert environment. Moreover, when it comes to solving problems such as the huge temperature difference between day and night and the shortage of freshwater resources, the Adar people can make up for it through magic technology and more advanced industrial production capabilities and logistics and baggage management. Take military rations for example. The existence of compressed biscuits, canned vegetables, and canned chicken can provide Adar's army with food supplies for a longer period of time while taking up very little storage space. What's more, the unobstructed desert area will provide the mechanized army from the Adar Empire with a wider shooting field of view, allowing them to detect the traces of the Crusaders early with the help of telescopes. Although this would also indirectly lead to the presence of Adar's army being discovered by the Crusaders earlier. But once they are discovered, they are discovered. The Adar brigade that was tasked with this raid was by no means a semi-mechanized force like the one on the central battlefield. The Sword of Dawn main battle tank provides strong firepower support to the Adar army, while the Explorer type of light armored infantry vehicle can bring better mobility to the Adar army, coupled with a few jeeps and military trucks. The mobility of this Adar army is unmatched by any other force. So, when Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg finally saw a figure flashing by not far away through the telescope in his hand, he couldn't help but clench his fists. It's finally here. The convoy accelerated and encircled the enemy at the command of Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg. The engines made noisy noises, and as a strong sense of push was transmitted to the soldiers' backs, the convoy accelerated suddenly and raised a cloud of gray dust in the depths of the desert. After the gunfire subsided, several unknown bodies of the Crusaders were left forever in the depths of the desert. It was a patrol belonging to the Crusaders. This means that the Adar army led by Cornell Berg not only found the right direction, but was also very close to the core of the Church of Light. Gazing at the slanting afterglow of the setting sun and the golden desert dunes, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg issued his order. Disperse the formation and speed up. We must catch them off guard before the sun sets. The monotonous yellow color was extremely boring. Since crossing the border of Adar, the soldiers were only accompanied by the sand dunes winding westward and the withered desert plants. When Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg's order was transmitted to the cockpit of each military vehicle through the communication system, the Adar soldiers participating in the operation all cheered. As soldiers of the Adar Empire, the young men who took part in this operation were well aware of their responsibilities and the threat posed by the Church of Light to the Adar Empire. But they are not afraid of it. The soldiers who were able to participate in this operation were all elite soldiers who volunteered. In their eyes, the soldiers of the Crusaders were like moving medals of honor and stepping stones on their road to promotion. The pouring sunlight splashed unscrupulously on the pyramids located deep in the Ogre Desert, leaving a long shadow in the sand. As the absolute core of the Church of Light, almost all the Crusaders stationed here live around this conical spire. The temperature difference in the desert in winter is extremely large. Although the sun is bright above their heads, the Crusader soldiers are also wrapped in thick winter clothes. Almost all the Crusaders who had been blessed by God had been recalled by the Church to defend the Holy City or serve as reinforcements on other battlefields. But despite this, the Crusader soldiers who stayed here still carried out their training without hesitation under the leadership of their officers. They are the absolute elite in the Church of Light, and are soldiers who may gain the favor of the God of Light at any time. Draw the sword. Chop. Block. Adequate food and logistics made daily training, which sounded a bit unrealistic in this era, become a daily routine for these Crusader soldiers. But on this day, just as they were sweating profusely in the afterglow of the setting sun, hoping to gain the favor of the God of Light, A dark shadow seemed to appear quietly on the horizon not far away. "Captain! Look over there." The sharp-eyed Crusader soldiers were the first to notice something unusual happening not far away. Hearing this, the Crusader soldiers who were training couldn't help but turn their gazes to the vast sea of sand not far away. Sandstorm? Because the Adar army was still quite far away. In the eyes of many Crusader soldiers, the black shadow running from the horizon looked like a sudden gust of dust. Only, this time, the Crusader soldiers' guess was destined to be a mistake. Because what they are facing is not a sandstorm, but a real steel torrent. As the Adar army got closer, the Crusader soldiers guarding this place finally saw with horror the Adar Empire's flag. The Griffin flag, flying in the air. They had no time to think about why the Adar army, which was fighting the main force of the Crusaders on the Central Plains, suddenly appeared in the depths of the desert. The well-trained Crusaders immediately gave a loud shout. "That's not a sandstorm. That's an Adar. Prepare to fight." Upon hearing this, the Crusader soldiers present were stunned for a moment, then quickly clenched their weapons and equipment, looking at the behemoth that was approaching in the distance at a speed they could not understand. Is that a carriage? A carriage made of iron? Being stationed in the Ogre Desert can indeed isolate the secrets of the Church from the world and temper the will of the Crusaders in a harsh environment. But at the same time, it will also lead to the Crusaders stationed here having a relatively closed source of information. So, watching those strange-looking vehicles slowly approaching, the Crusader soldiers couldn't figure out how they should engage the enemy. Release? Archers. Release? At the critical moment, it was the Crusader officers present who took timely action in response to whatever measures they could think of. But the fragile arrows and the hard armor covering the car body, the two are simply not at the same level. The rain of arrows flying all over the sky is indeed daunting, but it really only makes the scene look grand. When the arrows streaked through the sky and pierced the slowly approaching armored steel plates, the only effect was the crisp sound of the arrowhead hitting the armor. And then these arrows would fall into the sand of the desert without exception. All the Crusaders could do was watch as the Adar armored forces passed through the raised dust, and then rush towards them with a roar that sounded particularly unfamiliar. Out of considerations of mobility, this elite Adar army led by Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Byrd was not equipped with self-propelled artillery that had a heavy load and was too slow to move. Long-range attacks are carried out by main gun bombardment, and close-range attacks are carried out by rifle volleys. The high-speed movement and tactical penetration brought about by the powerful mobility are far more suitable for the Adar army's surprise attack tactics than simply emphasizing firepower. And, even though firepower output is not the first priority on the southern battlefield, the firepower coverage capability of the Adar army is not bad at all. When the Crusaders' harmless rain of arrows receded, the Sword of Dawn main battle tank, which the Adar soldiers had high hopes for, finally fired the first shot of the Adar army. The sudden burst of artillery SH/LS seemed to be accompanied by a shrill roar, breaking through the surrounding air at lightning speed and rushing straight towards the confused Crusader soldiers not far away. Touching the ground, explosion, roar, and shrapnel flying. Familiar process, familiar sound. This was the first time that the Sword of Dawn main battle tank of the Adar army roared in front of the Crusader soldiers. Certainly, for a few unfortunate Crusader soldiers, this was also the last scene in their memory. No matter what the so-called undead army is, in the eyes of the Adar people, if the enemy cannot die, then insufficient firepower is the only explanation. And when facing such an enemy, you must use heavy punches. Moreover, the Adar army that raided this place had no idea that these guys in front of them were actually just ordinary soldiers who had not yet received the blessing of God. So, in order to deal with them, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Byrd provided them with the highest standard of treatment. The main battle tanks charged head-on, and fierce artillery fire covered the ground. Armored infantry vehicles flanked from both flanks, harvesting the lives of the Crusaders with the magical firearms mounted on their roofs. For the Adar people, this will be a war where no prisoners are taken. Chapter 504, The Majestic Pyramids. The confused Mundell. When the battle was over, the evening sunset had quietly slipped onto the distant skyline. The afterglow of the setting sun penetrated the dust in the air, casting beams of mysterious, flickering light on the vast golden desert. The blood of the Crusader soldiers dyed the ground beneath their feet red. In addition to the Adar soldiers, who were outflanking and chasing the remnants of the church, there were also armored infantry vehicles speeding along, raising flying dust in the vast desert. The remaining Adar people had already poked their heads out from the military vehicles and tanks they were driving. And under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg, they were spontaneously cleaning up the tragic battlefield. Certainly, sometimes, tragedy is only relative. Although the Crusader soldiers suffered heavy casualties, the losses of Adar soldiers were almost negligible. After all, the Adar people inside the carriage do not need to use swords to chop the hard armor, nor do they need to use their bodies to face the crushing of the steel behemoth. In a sense, even in the eyes of the Adar people, the Crusader soldiers guarding this desert can be regarded as the true elite of the Church of Light, because even when facing the fear from the unknown, and facing the Adar armored forces for the first time, these soldiers stationed here still showed extraordinary courage and devotion to their beliefs. Alright, apart from praising these Crusaders for their courage, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg really didn't know what else to praise them for. Using their bodies against steel, and their swords against guns, no matter how elite and well-trained these Crusaders are, their fate has already been determined. Perhaps they had prayed to the God of Light to feel their bravery during the battle. Perhaps they had hoped that the God of Light could give them glory and power. But how many divisions does the God of Light have? Perhaps he once possessed great power that was difficult for ordinary people to understand. But even the God himself at this moment was just a corpse. The spurting blood slowly seeped into the sand along the gaps between the gravel, leaving only a bright red patch on the surface. Perhaps it won't be long before the desert sandstorms will obliterate all traces of the battle, cover the fallen bodies, and bury everything that happened here in the sand and dust. In the eyes of Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg, these dead people were a group of fools and his enemies. But at the same time, they were worthy of respect. They are called stupid because even until the moment of death, these Crusaders are still obsessed with the fantasy created for them by the Church, longing for the legendary kingdom of heaven. The reason why we still have a little respect for them is because of their bravery and fearlessness in battle. If he were to ask himself honestly, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg actually saw his own shadow and the shadows of countless Adar soldiers in these Crusader soldiers who fought to the death and refused to surrender. If they were the Adar soldiers who were suddenly attacked, would they be able to fight to the last man while ignoring the casualty ratio? The answer is of course yes. All Adar soldiers are aware of the responsibilities they shoulder, and the mission and honor that belong to Adar soldiers. Standing behind them is not only His Majesty Bruno Stewart, the Emperor of Adar, who will lead them into the future, but also their families, their friends, and everything they have, in order to allow those standing behind them to see a hopeful future. Adar soldiers will also be fearless, and will fight to the last moment. The only difference is that what the Adar soldiers guard and defend is a visible and tangible future, but what these Crusaders sleeping in the desert are defending is just sacrificing their lives for a false and unfounded fantasy. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg just felt that he was extremely lucky, looking at the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield around him. Cornell Berg raised his head and looked up at the huge building not far away. Cornell Berg had certainly never seen the pyramids before. In the glow of the setting sun, this giant building, built entirely with light white stones, seems to be shining with a light golden luster. Perhaps these boulders are just ordinary stones, and even have many flaws and traces of bumps on their edges and corners. However, when they were piled up by people, this conical square tower standing deep in the desert seemed to symbolize the untouchable eternity. Lieutenant Colonel, something's happening here. The soldier's loud shout interrupted Cornell Berg's slightly turbulent heart. He strode towards the soldier. On the military vehicle behind the soldier was a magical device that looked extremely sophisticated. What happened? Cornell Berg asked solemnly. Look here. The Adar soldier who shouted quickly pointed to the dial on the front of the magic machine. I saw a pointer made of mithril, which was spinning at an unimaginable speed, and it was getting faster and faster. Before Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg even had time to think about it, he saw the mithril pointer on the dial suddenly break and fall because the speed was completely beyond his expectations, leaving the few soldiers present looking at each other in bewilderment. Cornell Berg remembered clearly that this was a magical instrument that was personally handed to him by His Majesty Bruno before he left. According to what Bruno said, the only purpose of this magical instrument is to detect the degree of fluctuation of divine power within the Ogre Desert. Could it be that the gods really aren't dead yet? Cornell Berg turned his head and looked at the huge pyramid not far away, his expression becoming more and more serious. As the commander in charge of the raid, Cornell Berg had of course heard some secrets that no one else could access from Bruno and a senior executive of Adar. So, Seeing the magical instrument in front of him suddenly collapse due to the chaotic power fluctuations around the pyramid, Cornell Berg naturally felt worried. Certainly, this is not due to fear, but rather vigilance and disgust towards this unknown phenomenon. Go and check if the remote communication equipment is affected, Cornell Berg asked immediately. The adjutant at the side hurried over and gave a report after completing the inspection. No, the remote communication device is all normal. Hearing this, Cornell Berg breathed a sigh of relief. You know, if the long-distance communication device is also interfered with, then I, who am in the desert, will completely lose contact with the city of Adar. Let all Adar soldiers who are clearing the battlefield and surrounding the Crusader soldiers withdraw. Everyone should withdraw to the place where they are 3 kilometers away and stand guard, Cornell Berg said in a deep voice. Also, send a message to Adar City now. Code 7777. And ask Adar City to make a decision immediately. Yes. For the Adar people, war is far away from them, but also very close to them. Different from the civilians of other forces who were indifferent and kept their distance from the war. The Adar people paid close attention to every slightest change in the war on the front line. This is not only because of the existence of the Adar Daily, which has enabled the spread of news to develop rapidly in this land, but also because of the general improvement in people's cultural level and spelling ability. The key is, the people of Adar know what the purpose of the war is, and they also know who the Adar soldiers who shed their blood on the front lines are fighting for. From starvation and cold to fullness and warmth. On paper, this might just be a subtle change, but, in real life, in the eyes of countless Adar people, this is a change that is enough for them to support and defend with their lives. No, this is not just a change. It's a revolution. The demands of ordinary people have never been high. At least in this era. Their wishes are as simple as having enough food and clothing. But before that, even such a tiny request was deprived and taken away by the greedy nobles. So that countless civilians could only rely on the illusions created by the Church of Light to maintain their slim hope for the afterlife. Only in the eastern part of the continent. Only Bruno Stuart, the former Count of Adar, Duke of Adar and now Emperor of Adar, has allowed the common people to see another possibility. Bruno didn't give much, but just this much was enough to make the civilians loyal to him. In Bruno's eyes, the development of the Adar Empire relies on the countless Adar civilians. And in the eyes of the civilians, everything in the Adar Empire is worth defending with their lives. The change in living conditions and the spread of Protestantism made the people of Adar look down on the past deeds of the Church of Light. They no longer pray to go to heaven on earth after death, because now they are creating a heaven on earth. It is for this reason that, although this war was initiated by the Adar Empire and approved by the Adar Emperor Bruno himself, the Adar people's support for the war and the passion for war burning in their hearts have reached a terrifying level. Many young people in the Adar Empire voluntarily joined the army with the support of their families. Many Adar people with bulging pockets spontaneously purchased war bonds issued by the Adar Central Bank. Adar's army has kept the flames of war out of the empire. And the civilians living within the empire are also supporting the war with their actions. The Adar military factory was put into operation at full capacity, allowing countless ammunition and weapons to be transported to the front line via steam locomotives. The purchase and collection of grain went extremely smoothly, allowing the Adar Empire's national grain reserves to remain at a high level. But, when the Adar Empire was running at an unprecedented speed, like a huge war machine, Bruno Stuart, the Emperor of the Empire, quietly slipped to the Frant Islands in the Gulf of Merlin accompanied by his servants. Unlike the common cold in winter, the temperature in the Frant Islands, located southeast of Adar mainland, is significantly more comfortable. But Bruno certainly didn't come here for vacation. Or rather, not just for vacation. On the main islands of the French archipelago, coffee is grown on French Island and tobacco is grown on French East Island. In addition, on a small island on the east side of the Frant Islands, there is a weapons testing site controlled by the Adar military. The reason why Bruno came here was naturally obvious, to inspect the latest weapons developed by the Adar Magic Technology Research Institute for the Adar military. Isn't the weapons testing ground at the foot of Mount Almes enough for you to deal with? Why did you have to come to the Frant Islands? While His Majesty was chatting with Wright and others, Mundell couldn't help but complain to a mage apprentice. Although the climate of the island is extremely pleasant, the process of arriving at the Farnese Islands was particularly painful for Mundell, who was seasick. It's not necessary to come here, but I'm mainly afraid of accidental injuries. The mage apprentice present naturally recognized the attendant, who accompanied the emperor. So he explained very sincerely, if the experiment is carried out on the mainland, if there is any accidental injury, it will inevitably have a bad impact. Accidental injury? Is the power so great? Is it possible for such a large test site to cause accidental injuries? Mundell asked curiously. Well, hearing this, the wizard considered his words for a moment, and then said in a tone as tactful as possible, it's mainly because, this time's weapons and equipment combine the research results from different scientific research institutes, magic propulsion and stabilization systems, etc. And then, they have to be matched with each other. In short, the wizard apprentice tilted his head and thought for a while, then said rather bluntly, in short, it can be launched, but there is no guarantee where it can hit. Mundell? After a long while, Mundell finally came back to his senses from his dazed state. In other words, what you mean is, the reason why we chose to conduct the experiment here is because the Friend Islands are surrounded by ocean. Even if there is a mistake during the launch, and the thing launched accidentally jumps to another place, it will not injure civilians. Yes, that's what I mean. The mage apprentice nodded quickly. Oh my god! How can this be possible? Hearing this, the usually calm Mundell couldn't help but exclaimed, there are indeed no civilians here. But His Majesty is here. What if His Majesty is injured? Ah! Hearing this, the apprentices present could not help but freeze in place. It seems to make sense. Okay. Mundell! At this moment, Bruno, who was originally chatting with Wright, walked over slowly. I took the initiative to come here. And Wright's team has conducted several experiments, and the reliability of the weapon has long been verified. So now, Researcher Wright, show us your research results. Chapter 505, New Tasks in the Wonder Construction System. The research results of Wright's team are naturally the long-range strike weapons that they have focused on during this period. In fact, it was Bruno who first proposed the concept of long-range guidance. Even though the world today is a world full of magic, Bruno's experiences and foresight in his previous life allow him to predict the possible direction of history in advance and make accurate responses accordingly. The task of requiring Adar researchers to focus on the research of long-range strike weapons was a decision Bruno made after comprehensively considering various factors. Adar's army is indeed powerful. Whether it's the Sword of Dawn main battle tank, the light armored infantry vehicle, or any other type of magical weapon. With the deliberate promotion of Adar Emperor Bruno's steward, the application of magic technology in the Adar army made the Adar army invincible. Even when facing the Crusaders, it was still unstoppable. It can be said, until now, there were frequent reports of victory on the Adar front, and all three major battlefields were going smoothly. But if that were all, then the danger level of the Church of Light is far from enough to keep Bruno alert at all times. The reason why Bruno regarded the Church of Light as the most dangerous enemy was certainly not because the Crusaders were well trained. Because no matter how well trained the soldiers were, they could never fight against the torrent of steel with bare hands. So, the biggest reason why Bruno regards the Church of Light as a threat is its complex connection with the God of Light. The God is indeed dead. But is he really dead? Since the Church wants to create gods. Since the first Pope O'Brien might still be alive. To what extent has the first Pope reached at this time? Is he still him? Or has it become him? Bruno was unsure about these points. And it was precisely these unknowns that forced Bruno to face his opponent with the most cautious and solemn attitude. As Bruno learned more and more information over time, his understanding of the secrets of the past gradually deepened. He then gritted his teeth and made the decision to actively attack the Church of Light. Because while the Adar Empire continues to develop and progress, the Church of Light is not static. Bruno was certainly not worried about the ordinary Crusaders. What he was really worried about was that if he continued to develop step by step in the eastern part of the continent, would the first Pope really have the time and energy to complete his goals? Would this cause the current situation to become increasingly out of control and create more variables? Although becoming a god seemed like a joke, and even the Adar executives who knew about it scoffed at it, Bruno had to take this possibility seriously. Because the news coming from the Lost Land was something he couldn't ignore. The remaining power of the gods is becoming more and more active. This is also the only reason why the activity of mutants has suddenly increased during this period. A series of news that came one after another forced Bruno to consider the possibility that the Pope could achieve his own goals. After all, since even time travelers and systems can exist in this world, then becoming a new god in a world where magic and divine power exist, and where gods once existed seems to be a reasonable thing. Therefore, although the war would affect the development of the Adar Empire and make the entire continent panic, Bruno had to make the decision to go to war. This war, for the sake of stability and development in the next few decades, or even hundreds of years. The long-range strike weapons that Wright's team is responsible for are the weapons Bruno specially prepared for this purpose. An earth-shattering explosion that had killed gods who came to the world in the past was the information provided to Bruno by the Wonder construction system. When it comes to violent explosions, and when he thinks of what he saw in the forgotten past. MP4, Bruno, as a time traveler, naturally thinks of the ballistic missiles that once dominated the Earth, the once powerful Dongfeng Express, and the mushroom cloud that brought the Showa men to become their fathers. Bruno's memory and decision undoubtedly determined the direction of the development of the Adar Empire. While Adar soldiers are fighting bravely on the front lines, the research and development of long-range guidance technology is the top priority of Adar's military and Adar's top magic research team. And now, it's finally time to test the results. During this period, Adar's scientific researchers worked day and night on research and development, and finally achieved amazing results a few days ago. The suggestion that Gabriel Maddock made by chance not only solved the reliability problem of the magic bomb during flight very smoothly, but also increased the destructive power that this long-range killing weapon could cause by a dimension and an order of magnitude. As a severe patient of fear of insufficient firepower, Bruno was almost instantly shocked when he heard this proposal for the first time. Because although the power used in this world is magic and divine power, its reaction mechanism is exactly the same as some weapons of mass destruction in the previous life. I can do without it, but I can't live without it. This is the belief Bruno has always held on weapons and equipment. This is also the important reason why Bruno came all the way from Adar to the Friend Islands, hoping to witness this historical moment with his own eyes. Changerai type land-based medium-range ballistic missile. This is the full name of the Adar Empire's new weapon. Ballistic missile. According to the definition given on Earth, it refers to a missile that flies according to a predetermined program under the thrust of a rocket engine and flies along a free parabolic trajectory after being shut down. At the beginning of his journey, Bruno never thought that he would be able to manage this country in the eastern part of the continent to such an extent. After all, even on Earth in the previous life, no matter how fast a country developed, it would not be possible to achieve the leap from manor agricultural economy to medium and long-range ballistic weapons in such a short period of time. That's right. This can no longer be simply called a jump. It's literally soaring all the way, like hanging the technology tree on a rocket and speeding all the way. If there is no magic in this world, if Bruno has no system, if there are no gods and all kinds of phenomena that are difficult to explain and clarify with words, then it is impossible for Bruno to build the current Adar Empire. Even the cool novels dare not write this way, because it is all too ridiculous. However, reality is often stranger than fiction. When Bruno saw with his own eyes the nearly 6-meter-high missile spewing out blazing flames and then blasting towards the sky, he not only clenched his fist tightly, the missile streaked across the sky, accompanied by a shrill whistle, and drew an extremely conspicuous arc on the clouds above. Where are we going to hit? Bruno finally remembered something and asked. Upon hearing this, Right on the side quickly explained, 15 nautical miles southeast of the Friend Islands, there is an uninhabited desert island that can be used as a ready-made target. There are special recorders on a boat nearby to observe the landing situation. The flying speed of a ballistic missile naturally far exceeded any means of transportation of this era. So when the observer's message came through the long-distance communication device, only a moment had passed. The accuracy will naturally not be too high. After all, the level of development of magic technology is still far from enough. But, relying on the mental coordinates emitted by the Tower of Babel and the coordination of various magic devices, the accuracy of its landing point has reached an astonishing level. Well done. Looking at the brilliant report in his hand, Bruno couldn't help but smile knowingly. Perhaps the Church of Light has something to rely on, as it has an old monster who wants to become a god. But the Adar Empire is not to be trifled with. At this moment, even the gloom that the news of the Ogre Desert brought to Bruno's heart seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant. Of course, Bruno had already known the news sent by Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg from the Ogre Desert, due to the delay caused by coming to the Farnese Islands to review the test launch in person. Bruno did not see the latest report compiled and summarized by the Adar CIA until after the missile was launched. But in fact, as the owner of the Wonder construction system, when he was watching the missile launch, that is, when Cornell Berg saw a majestic and magnificent pyramid in the depths of the desert with his own eyes, a familiar voice came in his mind. Ding! This is probably the default ringtone for all systems. And Bruno has no intention of changing the ringtone in the system settings. Wonder name, Pyramid of Augur. Spectacle rating, SSS. Wonder owner, Church of Light. Wonder introduction. The Augur Pyramid is located in the Augur Desert. It preserves the remaining body of the God of Light. The god's regrets are born from it. It is the intersection of the continent's magic power. Wonder bonus, unknown not activated. Bruno had not seen this set of familiar Wonder templates, as well as the logos and introductions in the Wonder Construction Atlas, for a long time. Ever since the threat from the Church of Light became more severe and the number of architectural wonders owned by the Adar Empire continued to increase. Bruno had not looked through the introduction catalog of a wonder so carefully for a long time. Others is the best. When Bruno got the news, the first thing that popped into his mind was that the Church of Light had a wonder. The Church of Light had a wonder. The Church of Light had a wonder. As the owner of the Wonder construction system, Bruno could hardly tolerate a wonder with wonder bonuses being controlled by others. Moreover, it is a top-level wonder certified as SSS level. In fact, Bruno still had some doubts about the 5S level spectacle rating. Although the pyramids are truly stunning, the difficulty of their construction alone should not warrant such a terrifying rating for their wonders. You know, even the Adar Empire, which now has countless wonders, only has 2 wonder buildings that have reached this level. Is it because of its geographical location deep in the desert? Or is it that the remains of the god caused the land value to increase, thereby indirectly raising the price of this spectacular building? Bruno didn't know the specific reason. But what he knew was that even though the Adar army had already set foot on that land, and the Crusader soldiers stationed there had surrendered, why did the pyramid still show that it belonged to the Church of Light? It can't be that the system still needs to be updated. Right? Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but complain inwardly. But the Wonder construction system seemed to have sensed what Bruno was thinking. The originally dim task icon in the interface was suddenly surrounded by an eye-catching halo. As Bruno's thoughts moved, a line of bright characters for limited-time tasks suddenly appeared in the originally empty task list. Limited-time mission, enter the Augur Pyramid. Quest reward, become the owner of the Augur Pyramid and activate the wonder bonus of the Augur Pyramid. Note, the mission will last for 7 days. If the mission is not completed within 7 days, it will be permanently invalidated, and the rating of the Augur Pyramid Wonder will be downgraded to SSS level. Bruno, to be honest, since the 2 novice missions of building the Hanging Gardens and Namur Fortress were completed, the Wonder Construction Atlas was unlocked and open to Bruno for his own use. This was the 3rd mission Bruno received after his time travel. And this limited time mission is no longer about building a wonder, but about getting Bruno into the pyramid. That's a pyramid. Although he wanted it, Bruno, as a time traveler, was too aware of the rumors about the pyramids. Not to mention that whether it is the pyramids on Earth or the pyramids located in the Augur Desert, they are themselves tombs. There are strange rumors and supernatural events about the pyramids, which were widely circulated on the Chinese internet in Bruno's previous life. There are novels about it, and even movies adapted from it. When Bruno suddenly saw the time-limited task of entering the pyramid before him, it was really difficult for him to remain calm. Give up? Of course, this is impossible. Through his understanding of the Wonder construction system during this period, Bruno knew very clearly that the Wonder construction system would never give him an impossible task. Coupled with the Wonder bonus that activating the SSS level Wonder can bring, Bruno naturally cannot miss such an important opportunity. And, in Bruno's subconscious, this mission is likely to be related to the God of Light and the Church of Light. It may even be the key to his overthrow of the Church of Light. Faced with such an opportunity, Bruno would never allow it to slip away from his hands. Chapter 506 The Emperor will arrive at his loyal Augur in the near future. No. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Please be careful. You must be careful. Your Majesty. Please think twice. Your Majesty. The test of the long-range ballistic missile was a complete success, and the Wonder construction system also released a limited-time task that may be related to the Church of Light. Logically speaking, this should be a happy occasion for everyone. But, looking at the Adar officials, who were kneeling before him and crying bitterly. Bruno's face revealed a somewhat unnatural expression. What is this for? This is... Mondale! Get up, Bruno said with a stern face and pretended to be angry. Your Majesty, you can't leave. If you leave, what should we do? This tone, this scene, and these familiar words. Fortunately, I am healthy and well, and the servants around me are all loyal and know me well. Otherwise, who knows whether they are just giving advice or mourning? Even though Bruno had always maintained a calm attitude, his face couldn't help but darken when he saw these guys wailing loudly in front of him. Get up, Bruno said with his eyes wide open. The cause of all this was actually just an order Bruno had just issued, just a few minutes ago, just as everyone present was cheering for the successful test launch of the long-range missile. Bruno called Mondale to his side and said softly, You will go back with the guards and men later. I will take a few Griffin Knights out for a while. Ah? I understand. Your Majesty. Mondale nodded quickly. But after that, he still asked curiously, Your Majesty, where are you going? Do you want me to bring some people with you? The Great Ogre Desert. Bruno gave the answer calmly. Anyway, the servants around him would know the news of his departure from the Adar Empire sooner or later. So Bruno did not deliberately conceal it. After all, there is no way I would let go of this limited time task that only lasts for 7 days. Not to mention that the reward for completing the mission will be a SSS level wonder bonus. Even if it is just to increase the confidence and possibility of overthrowing the Church of Light. Bruno will definitely not miss such a precious opportunity. Oh, okay. Then does Your Majesty need... Wait. You mean, the Great Ogre Desert? When he finally realized the location that Bruno had mentioned, Mondale almost screamed out loud and looked at his emperor in disbelief. Then, he watched Bruno nod solemnly and give an affirmative answer. That's right. Hearing this, Mondale almost cried. Even the joy of witnessing the long-range strike weapon with one's own eyes was wiped out by the sudden horror at this moment. To be honest, he is really panicking now. Mondale knew clearly that in the past, His Majesty Bruno had done many things that were worrying. For example, dragging Lobita along on horseback, and then taking a boat out to sea in a small fishing village on the east coast of Adar. The originally extremely desolate fishing village is now the Merlin Special District. Mondale originally thought that it was only the momentary joy of His Majesty Bruno, which had gradually faded away with the passage of time and the development of the Adar Empire. But I didn't expect that after Lobert, I would also encounter such a situation. You know, going to the Ogre Desert and going out to sea by boat are two completely different concepts. The former only needs to worry about whether the ship will encounter a storm, be overturned by the waves and capsize. And these are only low probability events. But the latter actually went deep into the enemy's rear. Everyone present knew very well that the Church of Light had always regarded the Ogre Desert as its core territory. Even though the Adar Mechanized Division led by Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg had successfully completed the raid mission and wiped out all the Crusader soldiers stationed deep in the desert, there were still elusive dangers lurking in the meantime. Because no one is sure what the Ogre Desert means to the Church. And no one is sure whether the Church will do everything it can to increase its troops in the Ogre region and use all the troops it can mobilize to regain the lost land. So, at this moment, Bruno proposed to go to the Ogre Desert, which was completely puzzling in Mondalkin. How can I do this? Ah, I don't mean to stop you. But the Ogre Desert is... No, I want to persuade you with all my strength and words. To stop you. If I don't stop you now, I won't be able to explain to the officials of the Empire when I go back. Although Mondale has always regarded the orders of His Majesty as the most important thing in the world, he has always faithfully carried out any order of Bruno. But this time, the order Bruno gave was really hard for him to accept calmly. It was for this reason that Mondale and the servants around Bruno knelt down in front of Bruno. The mechanized corps of Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg is stationed in the Ogre Desert. At the same time, the Church of Light is facing 3 major battlefields. Even if they want to return to the Ogre Desert, I'm afraid they will be powerless. Seeing this, Bruno had to try to comfort the people who were prostrating themselves on the ground. But your safety, Mondale said worriedly. We will keep everything simple this time, and we will return as quickly as possible. The Knights of the Griffin Knights will go with me, and they are also capable of taking on the responsibility of guarding me. After saying that, Bruno looked at the guards standing around him and said, You guys can do it. Right? Swear allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor until death. Upon hearing this, the Griffin Knights present placed their right arms on their chests and answered Bruno's questions with standard Adar military strength. Unlike servants or officials like Mundell, who were more or less involved in the management of the Adar Empire, the guards and knights around Bruno knew clearly the responsibility they shouldered, which was to protect their emperor Bruno Stuart. As for the rest, they were too lazy to think about it, nor did they feel the need to advise, because in their eyes, their emperor will definitely be able to make the most correct and beneficial decision, and the only thing they have to do is to obey the orders of His Majesty Bruno. At this moment, Mundell had actually realized that the decision made by His Majesty could not be changed. Although Bruno's tone was flat and concise when he gave the answer to go to the Ogre Desert, as Bruno's personal attendant, Mundell could hear the unquestionable tone in Bruno's voice. As you wish, Your Majesty. Mundell could only resign himself to his fate. While I am away from the Empire, all matters of varying sizes within the Empire will be decided by the Adar Council. I believe that Old Ford will be able to make the right decisions with your support, Bruno warned. But then he smiled and said, Relax. It's only a few days. I'll be back in a few days. Yes. Having said everything that needed to be said, Bruno blew the whistle without hesitation. But a moment later, several griffins came from nowhere, flapping their light golden wings, and slowly landed beside Bruno. When facing Bruno, the leading griffin put away its arrogant and ferocious look, tilted its furry head, and rushed towards Bruno. Bruno vigorously stroked the furry feathers on the griffin's neck, then flipped onto the griffin's back and flew towards the southwest of the Friend Islands accompanied by several griffin knights. Let me tell you one thing. Although adult griffins look extremely brave and young griffins look soft and cute, but they are really not very comfortable to ride. Fortunately, the griffin is also a kind of magical creature. When flying in the sky, it can hold up a magic shield for the rider. Otherwise, the feeling of the cold wind hitting the face would be too sore, and even breathing would feel a little blocked. Looking at Bruno's receding figure, Light said to Mondale in a comforting voice, Don't worry, sir. His Majesty's attainments in magic are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He will definitely return safely. I hope so. Mondale nodded, and added, After all, the Queen is still pregnant. When will the Stuart family be able to have more children? Of course, Mondale knew Bruno's power. After all, he was his own king, so he still had some confidence. It is always better to be safe than sorry. Now is the critical moment when the Church of Light and the Adar Empire are attacking each other. Any mistake made by Bruno may cause the originally good situation of the Adar Empire to disappear without a trace. Plus, the Stuart family still has no heir. When he thought of this, Mundell's heart was filled with anxiety. Even though senior Adar officials close to Bruno have successfully achieved their goal of urging marriage over the past year, the desire to have a baby still seems to be a long and arduous journey. Your Majesty, why is it so worrying? After thinking about it, Mondat could only shake his head and order the Adar agent beside him, Report to your Chief Krell immediately. His Majesty is heading to the Ogre Desert. In addition, Mondale paused, and his originally kind expression suddenly became serious. He looked around and said in a deep voice, Besides that, no one can reveal the news that your Majesty is going to the Ogre Desert. Otherwise, don't blame me for not respecting our past ties. Yes. Ogre Desert, 3 kilometers east of the Ogre Pyramid. Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg looked at the message that had just been transmitted to him through the remote communication device, and was speechless for a long time. What to say? At this moment, he was a little confused. After realizing the existence of extremely strong and irregular fluctuations of divine power around the pyramid, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg ordered his soldiers to evacuate to a place 3 kilometers away from the pyramid and summarize the current situation to the Adar Supreme Command. After all, the raid on the Church of Light is just one of the team's missions. Their other task is to find out the Church's arrangements in the Church of Light and report any anomalies in the Ogre Desert to Adar. But this time, the response speed of Adar was much slower than usual, and the content of the reply. This also made Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg feel a little incredible for a moment. The Adar Ministry of Defense and the Adar Supreme Command telegraphed the Adar Southern Army Group and the 2nd Armor Brigade of Cornell Berg, the Supreme Commander of the Adar Army, Adar Emperor Bruno Stuart, has led some of the Griffin Knights' personal guards to the Ogre Desert in person, and ordered Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg to stay on standby and be on guard at the location, waiting for the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor. Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg. He thought that what he was waiting for was just a response from the top military officials in Adar. But he didn't expect that what he was waiting for was Emperor Adar. Bruno Stewart, Emperor of Adar. In the eyes of all Adar soldiers, their emperor is like a god. Because when the Church of Light was busy preaching and brainwashing, telling the common people that the God of Light could allow people to go to heaven on earth in the afterlife, Bruno Stewart, the Emperor of Adar, had already created a true heaven on earth for all the Adar people in the eastern part of the continent. In a sense, Bruno is not only the emperor in the eyes of Adar soldiers, but also the only faith in the hearts of all Adar people. Lieutenant Colonel, are there any new orders from Adar City? Looking at his supervisor holding the information that had just been received for a long time without saying anything, the adjutant beside him asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Cornell Berg finally took a deep breath and said loudly to the Adar soldiers present, "Everyone." He held up the order that the liaison officer had just compiled in his hand. The order has arrived. And this is an order directly issued by the Adar Supreme Command. Hearing the words of Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg, the Adar soldiers present raised their heads and looked at their superiors seriously. Seeing this, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg cleared his throat and shouted, "The great Emperor Bruno Stewart of Adar will personally be present on this battlefield." Before he finished speaking, the soldiers present couldn't help but gasp and set off a commotion all around. This forced Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg to raise his voice. "So, boys, His Majesty Bruno will fight alongside us to explore the secrets hidden by the church in this desert, for the glory of the Adar Empire," the soldiers shouted in a deafening unison. Chapter 507. The city is broken. It took Bruno only 1 day and 1 night to travel from Adar to the Ogre Desert. Although he had ridden a griffin to travel back and forth in the sky before, this was the first time that Bruno rode a griffin on such a long journey. Looking down at the earth from the sky, the vastness of the world makes it hard not to feel one's own insignificance. However, this time, Bruno also had another wonderful feeling in his heart. This was the prosperity he had created for the Adar Empire. The long winter made it difficult to see lush greenery on the earth, but the cloudless sky allowed Bruno to see the village and town markets located on the earth clearly. On both sides of the border, there are two completely distinct and different worlds. The brand new bird's eye view of Adar made him feel more deeply the responsibility he shouldered. And he also realized more clearly why Mundell and others would do everything they could to dissuade him from taking action this time. In a sense, for Mundell, Ford Sr. and others, the Stewart family they represent is everything in their minds. As the patriarch of the Stewart family and the emperor of this empire, why did he rashly run to the front line and make a scene without any reason? Not to mention others, without knowing the inside story. Even Bruno himself would hate such irresponsible behavior. But he just had no way to explain it. What can he say? Should I tell it honestly and tell others that I am actually the owner of the system? As for going to the Ogre Desert, is it to seek a way to completely overthrow the Church of Light? There are already too many mixed elements in this world. Magic power, divine power, the power of faith and magical technology that combines many elements, and even the existence of gods in the past. Although no one in the Adar Empire would question his words, Bruno always adhered to the idea of keeping the secrets of the system in his heart. Because even Bruno himself only read online novels for fun before he got the system. He never thought that one day he would actually travel through time and be reborn, and then be given all the treatment of the protagonist of the online novel. This is ridiculous. There is no way to explain it. And to be honest, apart from the lingering intuition in his mind, Bruno had no way of confirming whether the wonder bonus provided by the Augur Pyramid was related to the Church of Light. However, the ever-shortening time limit after the time-limited mission constantly stimulated Bruno's thoughts. So, in order not to regret it, and to live up to the experience of traveling through time, he must go through this journey. The Battle of Boulder City is still tense, and the battlefield in the north is advancing rapidly. If Bruno does not go to the Ogre Desert now, he may really have to give up this mission. Accompanied by the Griffin Knights, Bruno crossed the border of the Adar Empire and stared at the yellow sand streaking across the sky. In his previous life, Bruno had never been to the desert in person. Looking at the endless desert and thinking of the Adar army that had been marching for 3 or 5 days and nights, Bruno couldn't help but feel an indescribable touch in his heart. Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg and all officers and soldiers of the 2nd Armored Brigade of Adar's Southern Army Group are here to see His Majesty the Emperor. In front of the Augur Pyramid, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg led the soldiers present to pay the highest respect to Emperor Adar, who led the Adar Empire forward. You've worked hard. Bruno strode forward and hugged the Adar civilian officer with a determined face. His Majesty. Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg had imagined the scene of an audience with the Emperor countless times. But at this moment, what was happening before his eyes was something he had never expected. Looking at the approachable Emperor, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg felt flattered. I know you. Bruno patted the tough guy's shoulder vigorously. Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg, you are the highest-ranking civilian general in the Adar army. You? And you? As he spoke, Bruno looked at the Adar soldiers around him. You will be the pride of all Adar civilians. Your bravery and perseverance deserve a medal of honor. Hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg's eyes actually became slightly moist. This is not an exaggeration. And it is not an exaggeration at all. Every Adar person of common origin remembers the oppression they experienced in their past lives. At that time, no matter how hard they tried or how much they proved their worth, they would only be an unknown farmer. But Bruno, the ruler of the Adar Empire, broke this convention for the first time. Not only did he improve the lives of civilians, he also gave countless civilians hope for the future, allowing these people who were the poorest in the past to have unlimited imagination for the future. Only those who have truly experienced this change can understand the importance of Bruno in their hearts and understand their gratitude and admiration for Bruno, for the glory of the Empire. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg's voice revealed a firmness that had never been heard before. Bruno nodded with great satisfaction, and then looked behind the soldiers. Is that the legendary Augur Pyramid? Behind the soldiers, under the scorching sun at noon, the Augur Pyramid located deep in the desert seemed to be covered with a layer of light golden attire, like the reflection of the god of light in the world. In his previous life, Bruno had only seen pictures of pyramids on the internet, but it was obvious that the Pyramid of Augur, which was right in front of him, was far more shocking than any picture on the internet. At this moment, even though Bruno had seen many wonders, he was still speechless for a long time standing here. Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg gave an affirmative answer. Since we came here, the magic machine given to us by the Adar CIA seems to have lost its effectiveness. After saying that, he pointed to the magic machine whose pointer had been broken. Soldier Bruno took the broken pointer from his hand and walked to the front of the magic machine. After personally checking it, Bruno suddenly asked, "Have you found an entrance in this pyramid?" Entrance? Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg was slightly stunned, then pointed at the pyramid and said, "There is a stone door on the back of the pyramid. But because the pointer of the magic instrument suddenly broke, we didn't have time to go in and explore. Then you all stay outside for a while." Ah? Hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg seemed quite surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help asking, "Your Majesty, are you going to go in? You know, no one knows what's in there. Obeying orders is the duty of an Adar soldier," Bruno simply said calmly. After a long while, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg said with difficulty, "Yes. But if you don't? No ifs. And it will only take 1 day at most. No, 2 days at most," Bruno said confidently. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg nodded resignedly. But he had already made up his mind that if His Majesty failed to leave the pyramid within 2 days, he would lead his men, and even if he would be charged with disobeying military orders. After all, this is the heartland of the Church of Light, and the dangers within the pyramid are completely unknown. Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg, now that we have reached an agreement on this, your mission after I enter the pyramid is to ensure that the Crusaders do not come back again during this period of time. You can do it, right? As you command, Your Majesty. Lieutenant Colonel Cornell Berg answered seriously. Behind the Lieutenant Colonel, the Adar soldiers present responded to Bruno's order with the standard Adar military salute. The walls of Boulder City are very strong, and the Crusader soldiers stationed there are also very brave. The reason for this evaluation is that they held out for 3 days and nights under the artillery bombardment of the Adar people, in the view of Sam Layton, commander of the Central Theater. This was a remarkable achievement. After all, even the fierce soldiers of Odin who defended Sorenborg at that time only lasted less than half a day under the heavy bombardment of the Adar people. But now, the weapons and equipment of the Adar people are no longer the same as before. The brand new equipment that the Adar army has adopted has long become a cliché among Adar officers, so we will not mention it here. The combat effectiveness of the Adar Air Force alone has improved by more than 1 level during this period of time. For example, in order to cooperate with the army's artillery offensive, in addition to the hot air balloon reconnaissance battalion allocated at the beginning. On the third day of the artillery siege, the appearance of the Adar Air Force's Sorenberg airship almost completely destroyed the Crusaders' will to resist. Want to ascend to heaven after death? Sorry. The Adar people have already set up a dragnet in the air, and the Crusader soldiers can only go to H.L. at best. Even though Caravel Wendell, the commander of the Crusader Legion stationed in Boulder City, was considered the most experienced general in the Crusaders, he was powerless in the face of the Adar artillery offensive. No way. Although the offensive and defensive battle around the Stone City lasted for 3 days. In the first 2 days, the Crusader soldiers did not even see the soldiers of the Adar army, even if they wanted to use swords and spears to stop the Adar people. What would greet them would only be a torrential downpour of artillery fire. As a result, a deep sense of powerlessness, frustration and shaking self-doubt gradually surged into the hearts of the Crusader soldiers. Not to mention, the tactics used by the Adar people are not just artillery sieges, and the role of the hot air balloon reconnaissance battalion is not just dropping magic bombs. They also handed over a promotional brochure produced by Adar's cultural and publicity department. Although there are a large number of Crusaders stationed in the Stone City, it is difficult to defend the city with only tens of thousands of Crusaders, laborers, coolies, able-bodied men, craftsmen, while the villages and towns around Boulder City were being fortified and cleared. Civilians who could be of use to the church were recruited to assist in the defense of Boulder City. Naturally, it is impossible for all the Crusaders stationed here to be devout believers with firm faith in the church and the God of Light. Some of them serve in the Crusaders just because they can have enough food to eat, and because their faith in the God of Light can improve and enhance their lives. And it is precisely this group of people who mostly know a few words and phrases. After all, if they cannot even read a single word, how are they supposed to read and understand religious texts? So, over time, when the outskirts of Boulder City were being bombarded by Adar's army, the promotional brochures that were dropped into Boulder City by Adar's Air Force began to circulate among the troops stationed in Boulder City. It is true that most of the Crusaders are devout in their faith, but many things that have happened in the past have brought shocks to their faith time and time again. A little bit adds up to a lot, and quantitative change leads to qualitative change, coupled with the powerful catalyst of Adar's army attacking the city. When the solid walls of the Stone City were finally reduced to dust by the Adar people's artillery fire, the resolute fighting spirit of the Crusaders in the city seemed to have dissipated at this moment. The Sword of Dawn main battle tank forcibly broke through the fragile city gate that was only breathing its last breath, and crushed the rubble, wood blocks and all obstacles in the city. Just like what happened in the Ogre Desert, no one could use a sword to cut through the hard armor of the main battle tank, and no one could use their body to stop the attack of Adar's army. But even so, when the Crusaders saw the faith they believed in become shaky, and saw the Stone City become precarious, they still rushed forward with heroic faces, trying to use their bodies to block the advance of Adar's army and bury the city with their lives. The Battle of Boulder City was the most brutal war I have ever participated in. It was a crushing defeat caused by the disparity in magical weapons. Even veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles could not stand the blood on the battlefield and vomited. Years later, an Adar soldier who had participated in the Battle of Boulder City recalled this. Chapter 508 Gathering in Bethlehem. On January 24, 540 AD, the Stone City fell, under the protection of several Crusader soldiers. Caravel Wendell, commander of the Crusader Legion, had to flee in a panic from the west gate of Boulder City. He turned around and looked at the fortified city that was devastated by the Adar people's artillery fire, and was silent for a moment. He had experienced wars before, but never a war like this. The completely different weapons brought the Adar people completely different methods of combat, and also allowed the Crusader soldiers guarding the Stone City to witness the strength of the Adar army for the first time. I feel helpless and at a loss. This was the truest thought in Caravel Wendell's heart after the war ended. He really wanted to go to the battlefield and fight the Adar people himself. But the Adar soldiers would never give any Crusader soldier such an opportunity. After all, since the Adar people only need to rely on long-range artillery fire to defeat the Crusader soldiers, why do they still want to fight for their lives with the Crusader soldiers? Even when the Adar army finally started fighting hand-to-hand with the Crusader soldiers during the official siege, the Crusader soldiers' weapons were simply unable to cause any damage to the Adar people, who were huddled in that layer of steel sh.l. The Central Plains, it's over. Caravel Wendell muttered absent-mindedly. The Great Stone City is the only pass between the central Great Plains and the Moor River Valley. The fall of the Great Stone City means that the Adar army can directly penetrate into the interior of the continent, attack the imperial capital to the west, and threaten the Holy City to the south. This directly changed the war situation and made the church's position more passive. For such an important fortress, the order given by the church to Caraway Wendell at that time was to hold on as long as possible. But how long can you hold on? Caraway Wendell only held out for 3 days. After careful preparation, the church took nearly a month to capture the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, the Odin Empire, which adopted sneak attack and two-pronged attack tactics. Took nearly a week to capture the 14 fortresses in the northern border of the empire. But looking back at the Adar army, it only took them 3 days to break through the stone city guarded by tens of thousands of Crusader soldiers. And the most crucial thing is, Adar's army obviously did not try its best, from the beginning to the end, except for the final day, when the general offensive was launched. The Adar army was almost always resting and training in the camp, having a picnic while watching the continuous artillery fire in the stone city. The huge gap in weapons and equipment between the two sides made it difficult for Caraway Wendell to resist. There's no way we can fight this battle. Move. Caraway Wendell took a last look at the stone city he had left behind, and then he let out a long sigh. For the Adar people, the victory at the Battle of Stone City was definitely an extremely good start. The fall of Stone City and the entry of the Adar people not only dynamically connected the central battlefield and the northern battlefield, but also allowed the Adar army to lock in victory in the northern battlefield in advance. Because Boulder City is not only the eastern gateway to the central Great Plains, but also the hub that controls the Kelvin Basin and the Central Plains. Once the Adar army completely controls this strategically located military fortress, the connection between the Crusaders stationed in the Kelvin Basin and the holy city of Bethlehem will undoubtedly be cut off. This not only made the Crusader soldiers in the Kelvin Basin completely trapped by the Adar people, but also made the Crusader soldiers stationed in the Kelvin Basin to resist the Adar Northern Army Group lose their only channel for obtaining logistical supplies. Thus, the Crusaders stationed in the Kelvin Basin were left with only two choices: fight to the death or surrender. Obviously, even if they chose the former and decided to fight Adar's army head-on without fear of death, these Crusader soldiers, who lack logistical supplies, would probably only be able to exert less than half of their combat power. After all, even if the faith buff brings a lot of bonuses to the Crusader soldiers, the debuffs of logistics shortages, insufficient supplies, reduced organization, and decreased coordination will completely overshadow the bonus effect brought by the positive buff. Thus, the northern battlefield was stabilized. On January 26, 540 of the new calendar, the Crusader soldiers stationed in the Kelvin Basin finally laid down their arms and surrendered under the leadership of the Crusader generals, completely clearing the obstacles in front of Adar's Northern Army Group. The next day, Adar's Northern Army Group marched southward, and together with the Adar Royal Guard stationed in the central battlefield, they broke into the endless Central Plains from the north and south directions. The Battle of Boulder City caused heavy losses to the Crusaders on the eastern front. In addition, the terrain of the Central Plains was flat and indefensible, so the Adar army's advance was like a blitzkrieg in an alien world. On January 27, 540 AD, the province of Arturo fell. On January 28, 540 of the new calendar, the province of Doramunk fell. On January 29, 540 AD, the province of Cocket fell. On January 30, 540 in the new calendar, the former capital of the Norman Empire and the capital of the Norman province, St. Lawrence, fell. At this point, the central Great Plains was completely controlled by Adar's army. Imperial capital, St. Lawrence. As the military jeep drove through the gate of the ancient imperial capital, Sam Layton asked the soldiers to stop the car, and he pushed open the door. Anyone who looks up and gazes at this city that carries thousands of years of Norman history will be filled with emotion. Ever since the Alexander family established the Norman Empire, St. Lawrence has become the center of the entire continent. Over the years, St. Lawrence has not only been the center of the continent, but also the center of the entire Norman Empire. It is the symbol of the country's top power. And now, after the Norman Empire and the Church of Light, the Adar people became the new masters of this city. When Sam Layton was young, he came to the city with Bruno's father. At that time, St. Lawrence was bustling with people, and all businesses were thriving. Although the streets were not as crowded with people as the current Adar city, it was also a giant city that flourished on the continent at that time. Only, after experiencing the ravages of war and flames time and time again, the outskirts of this giant city have become scarred. The crumbling city walls have not yet been repaired, and the Crusader flags are being trampled underfoot. The Adar soldiers followed Sam Layton, slowly walked through the city gate with a slight echo, and walked into the city that no longer had its former prosperity. As early as half a year ago, the Norman palace in the center of the city was set on fire by crazy church believers and Crusader soldiers when the Crusaders entered the city. Therefore, when Sam Layton arrived here, what appeared before his eyes was just a ruin that had not yet been cleared. The originally natural marble was smashed into pieces, and traces of smoke and fire covered almost all the broken walls that barely survived. The Norman palace is gone just like that. Sam Layton grinned and revealed an inexplicable smile. At this moment, his heart was filled with extremely complicated emotions. Actually, even Sam Layton himself couldn't describe what kind of emotion that was. Perhaps it was the pride of being the temporary winner? Or was it a pity for the once prosperous empire? Or was it a worry that the Adar Empire in the future would follow in its footsteps and repeat the same mistakes? But no matter which emotion it was, Sam Layton was very clear that everything before his eyes had become the past. And the Norman Empire that was still struggling a few years ago had also become the history of this continent. As for the future, everything in the future will be created by the Adar people, and under the leadership of His Majesty Bruno. The Adar Empire will surely take a completely different path. General Sam Layton. At the side, an Adar wizard who followed Sam Layton and was responsible for maintaining the magic machinery pointed to an open space not far away with his slightly trembling hands. Look there. Hearing this, Sam Layton turned around and looked at the empty street. There was nothing there. You mean the wizard towers that were there? The buildings on Alfaro Street? After all, Sam Layton had been here before, so it only took him a moment to understand the meaning of the wizard's words. Before coming to the Adar Empire, I learned magic there. As he spoke, a trace of regret that things have changed and people have changed appeared on the mage's face. He did not miss the time when he studied magic in St. Lawrence, because most of the wizards who first went to the Adar Empire were apprentices who were excluded or lacked magical talent. Perhaps their only memory of St. Lawrence was that he huddled in an inconspicuous corner of the mage tower, looking with envy at those extremely talented mage apprentices who received instruction from a certain great mage. Only, when he came to St. Lawrence again, the former Alfaro Street had met the same fate as the Norman Palace. After officially intervening in the situation on the mainland, the Church of Light has made no secret of its resistance to magic. They regard magic as an evil existence and describe mages as sinners corrupted by H.L. So, while setting fire to the Norman Palace, the church also reduced the Mage Tower complex, which was the same age as the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, to ruins. The mages living in the imperial capital fled in all directions, and countless mage apprentices were killed by the Crusaders before they could even cast their spells. So, when Sam Layton, the wizards of the Idle Empire, and the Idle Army set foot in this former imperial capital, not only did the vast and luxurious Norman Palace turn into ruins, but the distinctive Gothic Wizard Tower also returned to dust. After a long time, Sam Layton suddenly said, "So, that's why we must destroy the Church of Light. As your Majesty mentioned, the views imposed by the Church on people will only restrict people's rational thinking, and will only create unnecessary killings for no reason. And the Adar Empire will change all that." After saying this, Sam Layton's gaze became more determined, and the belief in his heart became even firmer at this moment. As the commander of the Adar army, Sam Layton was also glad that he knew what to do next. At this moment, if you look at the map, the sphere of influence of the Church of Light on the continent has almost been cut in half by the Adar army, except for the areas along the Albona River north of the Great Central Plains and west of the imperial capital Bethlehem, which were still controlled by the bishops and remnants of the Church of Light. The Adar army had already occupied a vast area of land including St. Lawrence. So, the next thing that the Adar army has to do is to march south. March south. To face the last barrier of the Church of Light. To occupy the last support of the Church of Light. March on. Bethlehem. February 1st. 540 AD. The Adar Northern Army Group, which is responsible for the northern battlefield, officially joined forces with the Adar Royal Guards and began to advance towards the southern part of the empire, with the Adar 1st Armored Brigade as the vanguard, and Adar's main combat corps and meritorious corps supporting the two wings. More than 50,000 Adar soldiers marched towards the holy city of Bethlehem from all directions, and gathered outside the city of Bethlehem on February 3rd, 540 in the new calendar. Although it is already February, the long winter is not over yet. Even the outskirts of Bethlehem, which has always been regarded as the city of spring, was suffering from the baptism of the cold wind. So, this is the holy city of Bethlehem? Bruno put down the telescope in his hand and asked Sam Layton, who was standing next to him. The time spent exploring the pyramid was much shorter than Bruno had originally expected. Although he experienced considerable danger, there was no doubt that the result was good. Bruno finally stood unscathed on the outskirts of the holy city of Bethlehem, in the army of the Adar Empire. Yes. Sam Layton nodded seriously. But the look he gave His Majesty was still mixed with a bit of fear and anger. Of course, the news that Bruno was heading to the Ogre Desert did not reach the front line, because when Adar CIA Director Krell received the news from Mondale, he was very aware of the shock this news would bring to the morale of Adar's army. So, in order not to interfere with the war plans of the frontline generals or disrupt the arrangements of the Adar Empire, the news of Bruno's departure was limited to a small range. Only, as Bruno returned safely on the Griffin and arrived directly at the front line of Adar's army, the news that Emperor Adar had once gone deep into the desert alone was no longer a secret. Chapter 509, The Church's Trump Card. Holy City, Bethlehem. Camus Blanchard stood on the towering wall of Bethlehem, silently looking at the Adar army that was already approaching. This year's winter seems to be particularly cold, even in Bethlehem, which is usually as warm as spring. This cardinal, who has experienced many hardships, has put on thick clothes. There was no howling cold wind in the early morning of that day, but Camus Blanchard still felt a vague chill seeping into his clothes, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The Crusaders were defeated 2 days ago. When this news first reached Camus Blanchard's ears, his heart was filled with incredible emotion. This is fake news. It can only be fake news. Even when Caravel Wendell led the remaining troops to flee back to the Holy City in a hurry, Camus Blanchard was still unwilling to admit the defeat of the Crusaders in Boulder City. Tens of thousands of well-equipped and well-trained Crusader soldiers were unable to defend a strategic fortress with strong walls and sufficient food and fodder. What's more important is that the Crusader Corps stationed in the giant stone city fortress has even captured the imperial capital of St. Lawrence. They are one of the most elite soldiers in the entire Church of Light. In fact, the cardinal was not unprepared for the fall of Boulder City. In his opinion, since the Adar Empire entrenched in the east of the continent dared to confront the Church head-on and took the initiative to launch an offensive against the Church of Light, it might not be impossible for it to achieve amazing results. But the speed at which Boulder City fell was too fast. It was so fast that even the cardinal had not yet reacted. And until this moment, he still felt that all this was full of absurdity and unrealistic illusions. Not to mention the cardinal, who didn't believe it. Every bishop in the Holy City was filled with the same doubts and suspicions, and felt unbelievable when they heard the news. However, no matter how incredible they found all this, the Adar army had really arrived at the outskirts of Bethlehem. Even if they stood on the city wall, they could vaguely see the cold steel light hidden in the Adar army formation. In the wilderness not far away, the Adar people's Griffin flag was fluttering in the cold wind. In the holy city of Bethlehem, Clement V, wearing the papal crown, finally walked up to the city wall under the protection of the Crusaders, and stood in front of the cardinal. Your Holiness. Everyone on the city wall, including Cardinal Camille Blanchard, bowed their heads and paid the highest respect to His Holiness the Pope. Since the Adar Air Force's air strike on Bethlehem, the Pope, who has lived in the Lateran Palace for many years, finally walked out of the main hall where he lives. The appearance of Pope Clement V was like a shot of adrenaline in the hearts of the bishops of the Church of Light and the soldiers of the Crusaders. After all, even though His Holiness the Pope has lived in seclusion for more than a decade, he is still the supreme leader of the Church of Light, the one closest to God, and the one most likely to hear God's instructions. Therefore, when the Church of Light faces a crisis, only the Pope is most qualified to decide the future of the Church. Clement V swept his gaze across everyone present, and an inexplicable pale golden light seemed to flash in his slightly narrowed eyes. Then, he raised his head and looked at the outskirts of Bethlehem. He looked at the unwelcome visitors with a serious expression and asked in a low voice, Are those the Adar army? Yes. Camus Blanchard nodded and answered with some difficulty. Almost all of the strongest forces of the Adar army have been gathered here. And the one who leads these troops is Lieutenant General Sam Layton of the Adar army. Perhaps in your eyes, the Adar people are the biggest obstacle that the Church of Light is currently facing. But the God of Light will not bless those who are cowardly and disloyal. The God of Light will bestow blessings and enlightenment upon you. The light of God will surely shine upon this land. At this moment, Clement V's expression suddenly became extremely excited, and even his entire body began to tremble as if stimulated by something. After a long while, Clement V, who had calmed down again, said to Cardinal Camus Blanchard, "I heard that the defeated troops from Boulder City have returned?" Hearing this, the cardinal nodded, and then with extremely complicated feelings, he called out a name, Calavi Wendell, Crusader Legion Commander. Caraway Wendell. The owner of this name had made great military achievements for the Church of Light and conquered the imperial capital of St. Lawrence in one fell swoop. But he had also brought indelible and huge losses to the Church of Light not long ago. The loss of Boulder City meant that the central Great Plains was completely exposed to Adar's army without any preparation, which meant that Adar's army could march straight in. And the Adar people did seize this opportunity. They occupied the entire central plains at a speed no one had expected, completely dividing the sphere of influence of the Church of Light into two parts, one in the south and one in the north, which were difficult to connect with each other. Upon hearing this, the Legion commander with rich combat experience stepped out and knelt quietly before Clement V. "You escaped from the stone city." Clement V did not look at him, but silently stated the facts, according to the opinions of many bishops. "You should be allowed to die as an atonement. But Camus Blanchard saved you. It's not because of how devout your faith is, nor because you have been recognized by the Pope and the God of Light, but because you are the only Crusader general who has faced the Adar people head-on." Clement V waved his hand and dismissed the Crusaders around him, leaving only Cardinal Camille Blanchard standing behind him. Then, he slowly squatted down, looked seriously into Callaway Wendell's eyes and asked, "So, as the only Crusader general who has faced Adar's army, do you think the Holy City can be defended?" Hearing this, Callaway Wendell suddenly raised his head, and his eyes seemed to flash with an extremely complex and contradictory expression. After a long while, Caraway Wendell finally spoke. "For the God of Light and the Church, Caraway Wendell is willing to die in battle." As a powerful cardinal, Camus Blanchard certainly could not be a fool. So, he certainly understood the meaning of Caraway Wendell's words, at least according to Caraway Wendell's understanding of the Church. Bethlehem is unable to stop the Adar people, and the Church can no longer reverse the collapse of the building. However, Clement V did not seem to realize the meaning of Caraway Wendell's words. He just nodded calmly and said, "God will grant you strength and new life." February 1st, 540 AD, 9:35 a.m. Standing in the formation of Adar soldiers and at the front line, Adar Emperor Bruno Stewart finally gave the order to attack to the Adar soldiers participating in this war. Then, following Sam Layton's order, the bishops hiding in the Holy City finally saw the artillery fire falling from the sky again. The familiar feeling and experience brought by the Adar Air Force's air raid on Bethlehem also lingered in their hearts again from this moment on. Although the artillery fire had not yet fallen, and although only the whistling and clanging of the SH/LS across the sky had been heard, the bishops and soldiers who had experienced the air raid had already scrambled to the ground as if by conditioned reflex. At this moment, how can they care about dignity and status, or decency and demeanor? The last experience of an air raid was truly unforgettable for the people living in this city, even though the Church of Light was the first to intervene in the empire's disputes. It is indisputable that most of the bishops living deep in the city of Bethlehem have never personally experienced the ravages of war. So, they clearly remember that day when the raging fire set fire to buildings in the city, and the rising smoke obscured the sky. They fled amid the sound of artillery fire, and they were panicked by the Adar people's overlooking gaze. But now, the Adars are back. And this time, the army that arrived at the holy city of Bethlehem was no longer just the Adar Air Force. Tens of thousands of Adar soldiers had surrounded Bethlehem, and even a fool could see that this war was bound to be more than just a fleeting sneak attack. Although the holy city of Bethlehem is the headquarters of the Church of Light, there are also a large number of civilians living here, and not all of them have the firm belief to be willing to sacrifice their lives for the God of Light. So, almost at the moment the first landed in the city of Bethlehem. Many civilians living there fell into sudden panic. It was still the old routine of the Adar army, which was to prioritize the use of firepower coverage and indiscriminate bombing to reduce the enemy's numbers to the greatest extent, and then to open a gap through the coordination of infantry and artillery. A 2-in-1 combat strategy. And, although the holy city of Bethlehem is the ruling center of the Church of Light, probably no one thought when the city was first built that one day in the future it would encounter such a fierce attack. So the walls of Bethlehem are not even as strong as those of Stone City. In addition, Bruno's presence at the front line made the Adar soldiers extremely excited. At this time, the Adar army had almost stacked up a complete set of buffs, and their morale was high and unstoppable. On the other hand, the Church of Light was suppressed by the artillery fire of the Adar people, not to mention the civilians living in this city. Even the Crusader soldiers stationed here were in chaos. No way. Even though Caravel Winder, who had hurriedly fled back from the Stone City, had brought the city's Crusader soldiers valuable experience in facing Adar's army, and had repeatedly emphasized to them the importance of finding cover and waiting for an opportunity to act. But after all, there was a huge gap between talking about it on paper and actually experiencing it. When the Crusader soldiers were truly facing artillery fire, and when the city was finally within the range of the Adar people's artillery fire, the Crusader soldiers stationed in the city were still in endless panic. The effective command system collapsed almost instantly. Although the holy city of Bethlehem was the center of the Church of Light, most of the elite soldiers stationed in this city were rookies who had never been on the battlefield. It might not be a big problem to let them fight the Norman Empire of novice difficulty. But if these soldiers were to face the Adar army of HL difficulty right away, I'm afraid anyone would have the idea of retreating in fear at the first moment. Only, the soldiers' incompetence did not mean that Bethlehem was within reach, nor did it mean that the city had already fallen into the hands of the Adar people. Although there are no strong walls like the Stone City, and no large number of garrisons stationed here. But, this is the core of the Church of Light after all. Then, after a burst of gunfire, amid the flickering flames and thick smoke that filled the entire city, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, a strong pale golden beam of light shot up into the sky from the holy city. The rippling light golden waves pushed away the smoke and dust that shrouded Bethlehem and extinguished the flames that were still burning. Almost at this moment, the panic in the city subsided, and the people living in this city raised their heads and stared in amazement at the strong beam of light that shot up into the sky. What is that? Could that be a miracle? The devout believers prostrated themselves on the ground. The Crusaders stood there in a daze, and the bishops, who had long forgotten their faith and God, stared with their eyes wide open. Even the artillery bombardment of Adar's army gradually subsided silently. At this moment, almost the entire southern plain seemed to have fallen into infinite silence. However, at the same time, the pillar of light that shot up into the sky did not subside at all. It gradually reverberated in the sky, forming a huge barrier covering the holy city. A hazy halo flickered in it, and a light golden glow spread everywhere. The Adar people's artillery fire fell on the barrier covering the holy city of Bethlehem, and then exploded. Only, apart from a few fleeting bright streaks, the barrier covering the holy city showed no signs of breaking. It was like a pure and mysterious energy body, isolating the Adar artillery offensive outside the holy city. It was at this moment, Bruno, who was taking a nap amid the roar of artillery fire, suddenly opened his eyes. O'Brien. Bruno looked in the direction where the beam of light burst out, and a faint smile appeared on his slightly solemn face. You are finally willing to come out. Chapter 510. The world doesn't need gods. In the dim light, there was a radiance that made one want to worship it. It was as if the God of light had finally heard the prayers of his believers, and had finally cast his gaze, which could penetrate the universe, upon this vast land once again, and then saw that his devout people who believed in him were being challenged by heretics. Then, the enraged God sent down this curtain of light, not only to protect his believers, but also to send the most severe warning to the Adar people who dared to challenge the dignity of the God. The above can be said to be mostly the thoughts in the minds of the Crusaders and the bishops of the church. After all, when the holy city of Bethlehem was in danger, and the Adar people were wantonly ravaging the city with artillery, this light curtain that appeared out of nowhere arrived late, isolating the pouring artillery fire from the sky above Bethlehem. This is a miracle. This is the blessing from the God of light. At this moment, whether it was the greedy bishops or the soldiers who joined the Crusaders for a living, Their faith in the Church of Light suddenly became extremely devout. In their eyes, the Adar people who poured down torrential artillery fire were the incarnation of the devil from H.L. And the light covering the sky above the holy city of Bethlehem was the manifestation of a miracle. Only God can possess such power. Only God can allow the city to stand proudly amid the Adar people's artillery fire. The panic in the holy city gradually subsided, and the people who were originally running around stopped in their tracks. They raised their heads, looked up at the glittering barrier, and fell to the ground involuntarily. God of Light. Not to mention that the vast majority of them were believers of the God of Light. Even the common people who did not believe in gods before could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground. Even those well-trained Adar soldiers couldn't help but show obvious surprise in their eyes. After the light curtain appeared, the cheers in the holy city were louder than ever before. Even though the Adar soldiers did not know the principle of the pale golden barrier, nor did they know where the barrier came from, they could clearly hear the cries of the Crusader soldiers in the city. They were cheering for the God of Light and rejoicing over this sudden miracle. Could that light curtain be the work of the God of Light? Thinking of this, the Adar soldiers attacking the city looked at each other in confusion. If the Adar army was not well trained, if their own interests were not linked to the Adar Empire, if it were any other force's army, they would probably have to disperse at this moment. Because, in this age full of ignorance, believers of the Church of Light are spread all over the continent. And legends of gods and gods are always circulating in this land. Although the Adar people do not believe in gods, they do not completely ignore the existence of gods. So, the Adar artillery fire subsided. They looked at each other, and then at their emperor, Bruno's steward. Not only the soldiers present, but also many Adar army generals, after a moment of astonishment, focused their attention on Bruno. Gods are indeed awe-inspiring. But they are just awe-inspiring. There is no doubt that as long as their emperor gives the order, these Adar soldiers will still rush forward fearlessly even if they have to give up the advantage of artillery. Because the gods have never bestowed any favor on them, nor have they ever had mercy on their misery. The reason why the Adar Empire has been able to develop into what it is today is not by praying for the blessing of God, but by themselves, relying on the leadership of Adar Emperor Bruno's steward. Moreover, as the per capita cultural level of the Adar Empire gradually rose from per capita prenatal education to per capita primary school education, the civilians of the Adar Empire have also formed increasingly perfect outlooks on life and values. They knew very well that if they wanted to create a paradise on earth, the only thing they could rely on was their own hands and their own labor. As for the gods and the rumors, even though the light curtain covering the entire Bethlehem was right in front of them, the Adar people, who had already experienced the wonders of magical technology, could not immediately believe that it was the blessing of God like the people in the city. And, so what if it is the blessing of God? Why wasn't there this light curtain when the Adar Air Force attacked Bethlehem? Who will be the final winner of this war? We have to fight to find out. Only, the Adar soldiers' thoughts were real and pure, and they were willing to sacrifice their lives for the Adar Empire. But, as the emperor of the Adar Empire, Bruno could not just watch his people sacrifice themselves fearlessly like moths to a flame. After all, even though the Adar soldiers were full of vigor and ready to fight at any time, just like the Crusaders were at a loss when faced with the Adar people's iron torrent, the Adar soldiers knew nothing about this sudden curtain of light. How to fight? How to fight? This unknown existence made them full of passion, but they had no way to display it. So, under the gazes of many Adar generals and soldiers, Bruno finally raised his head and said loudly, "O'Brien I." Bruno's words seemed to contain infinite magic. The moment he opened his mouth, Bruno's voice resounded throughout the entire plain, not only reaching every Adar soldier, but also exploding in the ears of the Crusaders and bishops in the city. Do you think you can realize your ambition of becoming a new god with just the remains of a god? On the city wall, Cardinal Camus Blanchard, who was about to leave the city wall under the escort of the Crusaders because of the heavy bombardment, could not help but stop when Bruno's words suddenly exploded in his ears. The Cardinal of the Church of Light raised his head in surprise and silently repeated the familiar yet unfamiliar name, O'Brien I. As a cardinal whose status is second only to the Pope, Camus Blanchard knows very well what this name represents. O'Brien I. In the Church's scriptures, he is the representative of the God of Light on earth. He is the founder of the Church of Light. He is the first Pope. He is the spiritual leader of the Church of Light. He is the person closest to God in this world. Only, O'Brien I. This name has only ever appeared in the most ancient texts of the Church of Light, and only in chapters related to the God of Light. And now, The young Emperor Bruno Stewart of the Adar Empire actually shouted out this name clearly in front of the two armies after the light curtain appeared. At this moment, Cardinal Camus Blanchard's heart was already filled with huge waves, and he seemed to be nailed to the spot. In just half a day, the Cardinal experienced so much. For the first time, he felt the invasion of Adar's artillery fire, and for the first time, he felt the power of Adar's army. First there was Mike's lurking, and then there was Will-Roche's voluntary surrender. The Church of Light has never gained any advantage over the Idol Empire. So, just now when the Idol people's artillery fire covered the holy city, a strong sense of powerlessness arose in the heart of the Cardinal. He really didn't know how he should deal with the Adar people's offensive. After all, even the undead legion that was transferred from the Ogre Desert and directly obeyed Pope Clement V suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Boulder City. But, just when the Cardinal did not dare to think about the future of the Church of Light, the sudden light curtain caused Camus Blanchard's brain to crash on the spot. To be honest, even Camus Blanchard, who was in a high position of power, had no idea where that curtain of light came from, even though he knew that the Church of Light was still hiding some secrets in the dark. He had never imagined that the Church of Light still had so many hidden cards. And, O'Brien I. After Bruno finished speaking, the name lingered in his mind over and over again, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Could it be that? Is the legendary first pope still alive? Thinking of this, the Cardinal couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even though he is a believer in the God of Light, he does not believe that a person can stay in this world for thousands of years. However, today is destined to be a day that shocks countless people. And it is also destined to be a day that breaks the cognition of countless people. After Bruno finished speaking, an old and dry voice came from the depths of the Lateran Palace in the center of Bethlehem. I am already a demigod. Just a few words caused a huge wave of shock in the hearts of all the believers of the Church of Light. They may not know what a demigod is. But how can anything related to gods be mediocre and ordinary? Demigod. Is that what it means to become a god? Or has he already kicked open the door to the path of the gods? And when a shriveled and skinny figure appeared in the air above Bethlehem, many believers covered their chests to calm their pounding hearts. The figure was extremely thin, as if a gust of cold wind could blow it away. But when the appearance they saw in the classics, murals and statues gradually overlapped with the figure floating in the air, everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That person really seems to be the first pope. O'Brien I. It was at the moment when the first pope appeared in the sky above Bethlehem that a faint golden light emerged from the hazy light curtain, and then turned into a beam of light, slowly sweeping towards the Adar army not far away. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this light golden beam of light is just flashing a soft light, making people want to bathe in it. However, in Bruno's eyes, hidden behind the soft and warm light, was an extremely strong and active fluctuation of divine power. The light of divine power seemed harmless and as gentle as spring. But the energy contained in that beam of light was actually enough to wipe out all living things in its path. So, when that majestic golden light was about to sweep over Adar's army, Bruno took action. This was probably the first time he used magic in public. Under the stunned gaze of countless Adar soldiers, their emperor seemed to be lifted into the air by an invisible force. Then, Bruno raised his right hand, and magic power from all directions began to gather in front of Bruno. Almost in an instant, the surging magic power formed a colorful magic ribbon around Bruno. Bruno stared at the slowly sweeping beam of light, flicked his right hand slightly, and the ribbon that gathered countless magic power suddenly turned into countless stars, and condensed into projections of countless magical creatures that rushed towards the beam of light. Cold, hot, dry, dark, full of life. Countless magical elements intertwined and merged, forming a completely different, contradictory yet compatible magic storm, which shot towards the beam of light. For a moment, golden light shone, and colors appeared brilliantly. The pillar of light symbolizing divine power collided head-on with the magic storm gathered by Bruno, splashing out countless chaotic and broken colors. At that moment, the heaven and earth around Bethlehem seemed to freeze. The violent collision of magic power and divine power burst out a dazzling white light, exploding a pure yet chaotic source of power. Divine power and magical power intertwined and blended, and the entire southern plain seemed to be shrouded in a powerful and chaotic wave. Even the soldiers present seemed to be able to feel the subtle fluctuations produced by these two completely different forces in the dead silent air. The first pope looked at the king, who looked extremely young from afar. his eyes full of shock. He didn't understand how the Adar monarch named Bruno could rely on the surging magic power to stop the outpouring of the purest divine power. After all, the birth of magic power is closely related to the existence of divine power. It is a derivative and alienation of the power of gods, a power that should not exist in this world. So, in most cases, when divine power and magic power clash, magic power will be suppressed by the most direct bloodline. However, the magic power controlled by Bruno seems to be beyond the scope of this law, and its power is even enough to resist divine power. The divine power you can call upon ultimately comes from fallen gods. Looking at O'Brien's surprised eyes, Bruno said in a deep voice, "However, the gods of the past have long since fallen, and the world of the future will not need the existence of gods at all." The voice fell. The magic ribbons lingering around Bruno became increasingly solid, and even vaguely projected a power that was far more powerful than divine power. Chapter 511 Finale. 3 days ago. The Great Pyramid. Under the complicated gazes of the Adar soldiers, the huge and ancient stone door closed behind Bruno. After a brief period of darkness, a faint golden light flickered in the narrow corridor, and an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere lingered in it. The fluctuation of divine power. Bruno stood at the entrance, staring at the light patterns that suddenly appeared on the stone wall, and snorted coldly, a mere trifle, perhaps in the eyes of others. The pyramid where he now stands represents the most core secret of the church, and represents the distant and unpredictable mystery of the gods. But the reason why Bruno dared to walk in here was not because he was reckless, nor because he was stupid, but because, although the fluctuations of divine power surrounding the pyramid are strong, there is a disorder and fragility in it that is difficult to conceal. Bruno finally understood why the Church of Light chose to intervene in the continental dispute so rashly at this time, revealing its ambitions without being fully prepared. Because the remnants of the gods that remain in this world have become increasingly fragile. Their power is probably less than 1/10 of what it was. Bruno didn't know whether this was because the power of God had been stripped away and devoured by the Church of Light, or because the rules of this world and the difficulty in replenishing the power of faith could no longer sustain the existence of the remnant and allow it to continue to survive. But no matter what the reason is, Bruno has a chance to leave safely, because, at this time, his strength is no longer limited to that of a mage. As the second SSSS level wonder in the world, the completion of Adar Palace and the wonder bonus it brings have taken Bruno's true strength to a higher level. Bruno now couldn't even tell how strong he really was, because the magic seemed to naturally linger around him and obey his whispers. And Bruno never thought that the wonder construction system would assign him an impossible task. If anything unexpected happens, Bruno's strength is enough to keep him safe. The whispers of ancient gods seemed to linger in the long and narrow corridor. Bruno walked slowly in the corridor, feeling the flickering fluctuations of divine power around him. They seemed to have intelligence and gradually approached Bruno. However, the magic power around Bruno formed a barrier that seemed ethereal, but was extremely solid. When those bits of divine power wanted to touch Bruno's body according to the will of their masters, all kinds of magical power seemed to turn into a bottomless abyss, swallowing and assimilating the divine power that was already powerful on the outside but weak on the inside. Wow! As if realizing that Bruno was untouchable, the divine power around it dissipated at this moment, and the pale golden light dimmed in an instant, and even this long and narrow corridor fell into endless darkness. Then, a bright lamp made of magic power appeared in front of Bruno. With a faint light, Bruno walked along the steps and gradually went deeper into it. The dissipation of divine power seemed to have removed the illusion inside the pyramid, and the most realistic scene inside the pyramid gradually appeared before his eyes. The old aura gradually dissipated, replaced by a sharp and cold light. There were cracks in the dry stone walls, from which came waves of wailing and crying that seemed to come from H.L., filling the entire corridor with noisy and sharp howls. The remnant of the gods has already noticed this unexpected intruder, so Bruno simply stopped hiding it, and the tremendous magic power overflowed from his body and drilled into the cracks in the stone wall. Almost in an instant, the sharp wailing subsided, and the corridor fell into deathly silence again. My ears are finally clear, Bruno sighed and murmured. But they are just some innocent poor people. As he spoke, Bruno raised his head and looked above his head. Over there, the stone walls originally covered with moss gradually changed and broke, like an illusion of collapse, revealing the truest appearance of this place. The stone wall above his head had long since faded away, revealing a shriveled and pale human face, staring at Bruno with his empty pupils. Above this corridor, countless corpses were stitched together. The drooping arms, the pale face, and even the smell of blood that had long since dissipated returned to the corridor at this moment. If you want to go to heaven on earth, you can go to the Adar Immigration Administration to handle the formalities. If there are not enough sacrifices, it will be difficult for the regrets of the gods to remain in the world. Bruno shook his head, pushed away the hanging arm, and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Everything is still under control. At least, for now. The stone door at the end of the corridor was engraved with the seal of the Church of Light. The ancient symbol seemed to remind Bruno of the past that he had seen in the video provided by the Wonder Construction System. He held his breath, took a step back, and pushed open the heavy stone door with an almost condensed magical power. The remnant of the god had already sensed the danger here, and had also long realized that the person standing behind the stone gate possessed strength that others could not match. So, at the moment Bruno pushed open the stone door, the god's remnant burst out with a strength that he had never burst out in his entire life in this world. The universal power immediately enveloped Bruno, and the remaining half of the god's thoughts rushed straight into Bruno's mind. In the past, this is how he treats the crusaders who believe in God and desire power. As long as his power penetrates into people's minds, it will be like planting a seed in the body of the crusader soldier, which will be enough to use the vitality of others to sustain his own existence at the most critical moment. Only, since the Church of Light has always offered sufficient tributes, the seed hidden in the bodies of the crusaders has never awakened. The regret of the gods, the fragility of human cognition, and even the only killer move he had left. So in facing Bruno, he used all his strength in his first attack. In a sense, he succeeded. Bruno's mind is no different from other humans. Except, when he detected the memories left in Bruno's mind, he was totally confused. As a time traveler, Bruno has too many things sealed in his mind. There is not only his understanding of the magic and divine power of this world, but also his experiences and thoughts in this world. More importantly, the god's regret touched a rule that he could not understand and should not have rashly touched. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. That is a rule independent of this world, with a completely different order and logic. But the most important thing is, these two completely different systems can both achieve logical consistency and even coexist in Bruno's mind. The remnant of the gods represented the will of the gods and the rules of this world. But the information in Bruno's mind was extremely large and complicated. So, when a huge amount of information was presented to this remnant, God's will to survive has been destroyed. Just like when a dam collapses, the water rushes down thousands of miles to form a vast swamp. This confrontation has damaged the root of this resentment. At this time, Bruno also recovered from his initial surprise, and the majestic magic power rushed forward, pulling out the remnant, wrapping it up, and then swallowing it. When the wails of the gods' regrets calmed down in the ocean of magic power, the magic power that was originally born from the power of the gods finally came to the fore and completely merged with the rules of this world. At this moment, Bruno seemed to be able to feel the rules of this world, and even to perceive the boundaries of this land. From mountains, rivers, lakes and seas to birds, beasts, insects and fish, Bruno's strength has been improved unprecedentedly at this moment. The inexhaustible power contained in the remnant of the gods seems to be fluctuating wildly under Bruno's control. This world does not need gods. The creatures living in this world are the real masters of this world. Before this, Bruno didn't know how to describe his magical power. But now he has the answer. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. This is Bruno's current state. This is also the most important reward that this limited time mission brings to Bruno. Note, "Fa-Tian-Xiang-Di" was originally a common phrase used in the works of the supernatural powers in Journey to the West, and by ancient thinkers of the Xia dynasty, in order to fit the background of Western fantasy and distinguish it. It is written as Fa-Tian-Xiang-Di. But in this world, wherever there is magic, Bruno can reach and touch it. Then, outside the city of Bethlehem, looking at O'Brien I's face that had aged and shriveled over thousands of years, Bruno couldn't help but think of everything he had seen in the Great Pyramid, and the blood and food that were spliced above the corridor and offered as sacrifices to continue the god's residual memory. Even gods have to rely on countless flesh and blood to maintain their existence. So how can O'Brien I, a so-called demigod, who has not even truly touched the realm of gods, continue his life that spans thousands of years? Bruno didn't want to think about it. Nor did he want to talk any more nonsense. So, in the next moment, the almost condensed magic power seemed to turn into a long whip, lashing towards O'Brien I fiercely. Perhaps in the past, magic power would retain an unspeakable fear of divine power. But after the regret of completely destroying the gods, the magic power of this world has already undergone a transformation. At this moment, divine power is no longer the power that determines the rules of this world, but magic power. The tremendous magical power surged towards O'Brien I like an overwhelming force. The barrier that was originally shimmering with light was instantly covered with cracks visible to the naked eye, as if it was suffering from an unprecedented collision and bombardment. O'Brien I opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. However, this is both the beginning and the end. The surging magic power showed unprecedented violence, and the divine power could no longer suppress and restrain them, because the gods had completely disappeared from this land. Bang! In full view of everyone, the seemingly unbreakable barrier was torn open, and the magical power suddenly penetrated and stabbed straight towards O'Brien I. But the first pope had been patient in this land for many years after all. Under Bruno's relentless pressure, he gritted his teeth, suddenly removed the barrier that originally covered the sky over Bethlehem, and used all the divine power he could mobilize and guide to form a solid shield of light in front of him. After all, the remnant of the gods has completely dissipated, and at this time O'Brien I has become the only person in the world who can mobilize divine power. However, just when O'Brien I was about to say something, a sharp whistling sound cut through the sky, and dozens of dark shadows suddenly emerged from the mountains outside Bethlehem. In just a blink of an eye, the Changer long-range ballistic missile that Bruno had high hopes for suddenly exploded around O'Brien I. A strong and dazzling white light instantly covered the entire sky above Bethlehem. Only the hideous and sharp howl of O'Brien I still lingered in everyone's ears. On the other side, Bruno slowly landed in the formation of Adar's soldiers amidst the astonished, excited, and endlessly excited gazes of all Adar's soldiers. He stroked his slightly wrinkled and torn sleeves and said calmly, "Capture Bethlehem within 1 day." At this moment, the morale of Adar's soldiers became higher than ever. Sam Layton's roar of orders could not even drown out the soldiers' excited shouts. The flying artillery fire destroyed the gates of the holy city, and the iron torrent of Adar people poured into the city like an overwhelming sea. Standing on the outskirts of Bethlehem, looking at the Adar soldiers, who were rushing forward with howls, a hint of fatigue finally emerged on Bruno's face. Has the news from Padilla province been delivered? What are the situations of those mutants? Hearing this, Sam Layton replied with awe on his face. Your Majesty, according to the news just sent by Padilla province, the mutants living in that land have been significantly weakened. The time point coincides with the time you left the Great Pyramid. I'm afraid it won't be long before those mutants that have been wreaking havoc in Padilla province for a long time will be completely wiped out. That's good. It was not until this moment that Bruno finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Church of Light is gone. The mutants are gone. And next, it is the era of the Adar people. Sam Layton. Bruno looked at the veteran, who had fought for the Stewart family since the beginning of his time travel. Exist. I've always heard that there's a kind of pheasant that's particularly delicious growing around the forests of Bethlehem. When we return, you can catch a few and give them to Old Ford and the others to try. Eating chicken feet all day will make you sick of it sooner or later. As you wish. Your Majesty, said Sam Layton with a smile. Chapter 512. 15 years later. Gods are dead when they die. But life must go on. In fact, instead of thinking about the fall of the gods, the people of Adar are more concerned about the rise and fall of stocks on the Adar Royal Exchange, and are more willing to care about how many new stores have opened on Troy Avenue. Whether in times of stalemate or after the war subsided, the Adar people have always lived a good life under the protection of the Adar army. The fall of the holy city of Bethlehem removed the biggest obstacle to the advancement of the new empire. The reality of the fall of the gods and the powerful and invincible combat capability of the Adar army also enabled the empire, which had been entrenched in the eastern part of the continent, to take over the legacy left by the church at an astonishing speed. If this were a game, then the Adar Empire, which swallowed up so much land, would undoubtedly suffer a penalty for overexpansion that would be difficult to ignore. Of course, this is indeed the reality. But at this moment, in this land, or in this world, the Adar people are no longer afraid of any enemies. Not only do they have a powerful army and a united people, they also have a young emperor who leads them to victory. 15 years later, Merlin, D.C. The cool sea breeze whistled, and the waves seemed to be calling the surging waves in the distance, urging them to hit the embankment on the shore, splashing up flying waves. Angel, who had just stepped out of the cabin, couldn't help but shrink his neck and quickly wrapped his new coat tightly around him. The coat's lining is made of soft, conformable cashmere, a material prized throughout the empire from the province of Padilla. But even so, facing the biting cold winter wind, it took him a long time before he felt a warmth from the inside out. Is this the Merlin special zone? Ange blew his nose and muttered to himself. As a young man of only 16 years old, this was actually his first time leaving his hometown, the province of Padilla. Since the demise of the gods' remnants, the mutants that were wreaking havoc in various parts of the lost land have completely lost the possibility of continued birth, and gradually died out under the siege of Adar's army. As one of the most important components of the Adar Empire, the Padilla province located on the coast of the Lost Land has developed rapidly in the past few decades and has become a bridgehead for the Adar Empire to overlook the Lost Land. Therefore, the popularization of education, the construction of medical and health services, and even the development of magical industrialization, these policies from the upper echelons of the empire have been well implemented in every corner of the Padilla province. It was precisely because of this that An was able to obtain the qualification to study at Adar Public University with his excellent grades, and the titles of Outstanding Student of Padilla Province, and First Prize in Merlin Mathematical Competition. That is the university with the longest history, and the most profound heritage in the Adar Empire. Just a few days after receiving the admission notice, An couldn't wait to say goodbye to his family, and set foot on this land on the other side of the ocean. The light emitted from the top of the lighthouse is particularly conspicuous in the evening sky, guiding the countless ships traveling to and from the port. The area outside the Adar Royal Exchange was filled with people talking and joking, and the arguments and noise even drowned out the waves hitting the rocks. The Elizabeth Tower was vaguely visible in the evening mist, and the Venetian arsenal in the distance seemed to show off to the world the size and strength of the Adar naval fleet. At a glance, there are lights from thousands of houses and the hustle and bustle of traffic. After decades of development, not only the main coastal road outside the dock, but the entire Merlin Special District has taken on a completely different look. Aang's family has always subscribed to the Adar Daily, and he often curls up in his bed before going to bed and fantasizes about the prosperity of Adar. But newspapers, books and other people's descriptions are far less intuitive than being there in person. Just within his sight, the magic cars that were extremely rare in Padilla province made Aang feel a little more hesitant and nervous. The Adar Empire already has more than just Benedict as a car brand. During the past decade of peace, in addition to Benedict, an ultra-luxury brand exclusively for Adar Empire officials and the Stewart family, other car brands specifically targeting wealthy people and small businessmen have also sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. So, when Angel turned his gaze to the wide road that had just been renovated, he saw a row of magic cars slowly driving along the signs on the ground under the magic street lights. As the largest and busiest port city in the empire, Merlin District is worthy of its status as the economic center of Adar. Even though the evening night falls quietly, the whole city still shows endless vitality. I thought the road was wide enough when it was built, but I didn't expect it to be jammed all day long. The passers-by's casual complaints made Aang's nervous face quietly reveal a smile of relief. Yes. How long has it been since the fall of the church? The Adar Empire has already undergone earth-shaking changes. Magical lamps have entered thousands of households, and the water supply system that extends to every house is jaw-dropping. The changes brought about by these magical technologies have been integrated into the lives of the vast majority of Adar people. Looking at the prosperity before his eyes, Angel suddenly recalled the words he had read in the Adar Daily. The main contradiction currently facing the Adar Empire is the contradiction between the Adar people's growing needs for a better life and the unbalanced and inadequate development. Even though the Padilla province is lagging behind in development now, these gaps will soon be made up. Thinking of this, Ange clenched his fists with confidence. After all, I am now living in the best era. The new empire has the youngest emperor and the most united leadership group. So, nothing is impossible. Emperor Bruno Stewart of Adar and the Adar Council, headed by Chief Executive Ford, have never forgotten their goals and vows. As an aspiring young man who has received a complete education, Ong is well aware of the amazing changes that have taken place on the land beneath his feet in just a few decades. It was at this moment that Ong finally made up his mind that, after completing his studies at Adar Public University, he would participate in the Adar Citizen Volunteer Service Overseas Province program to contribute to the development of Padilla Province and the entire lost land. We all have a bright future. Ange took a deep breath. And under the flickering lights, he strode into the bustling crowd with his head held high. Compared to the prosperous and bustling Merlin district, the city of Adar, located on the eastern foot of the Almes Mountains, is less impetuous and more solemn. Railways and roads from all directions converge in this city, and merchants traveling to and from various provinces stop in this city. Every day, countless travelers from all over the empire arrive in this land. They first marvel at the grandeur and majesty of this imperial capital, and then, full of expectations for the future, devote themselves to the construction of the empire. The bright and clear moonlight spread over the vast land, and also poured into the Adar Palace in the center of the city. Your Majesty, you can't bully me. An old man in his 70s. Like this, Old Ford sat at the table with a helpless look on his face, staring at the young emperor who was busy feasting in front of him. Since the end of the war, the Adar Council, headed by Old Ford, has taken on most of the imperial affairs. No matter who wanted to ask the emperor's opinion, most people would get the same reply: ask the state council. So Bruno was relieved. But the officials of the state council were all very busy. Slurp. Bruno swallowed a piece of the still warm rose-suckling pig with gusto, and said earnestly, "Oh, isn't this all because of my trust in you? You know, among all the people around me, you are the one I trust the most." Old Ford raised his eyebrows, his face full of despair. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for being frank. You have said this to at least dozens of people." Thinking back to those days, whenever he heard this compliment from Bruno, his heart would be filled with excitement as if he had been injected with chicken blood. But he never expected that almost every Adar official who had met the Majesty in front of him was awarded the title of the most trusted person. And its prevalence was comparable to the good guy card. The more capable you are, the more work you should do. You have the most experience, and your ability to handle government affairs is obvious to all. Naturally, you should take on more tasks. Bruno personally handed the fish soup in front of him to Old Ford and said, "The Empire's territory is becoming more and more vast, and the population and grain are also increasing. If I make all the decisions, mistakes are bound to occur. Some policies can only be truly implemented through the handling of the State Council and the supervision of the House of Representatives. Then you can't just do nothing," Old Ford said with a wry smile. "How can that be possible?" Bruno shook his head righteously, pointed at the fish soup in Old Ford's hand and said, "I have been so busy these days. In order to show my concern for the people's livelihood, I even went to the river to fish today. The fish in front of you was caught with great difficulty. Old Ford, the State Council is so busy every day that it doesn't even have time to eat. But you have time to go fishing. Of course, it's more than just fishing." Bruno waved his hand, feeling that the topic could not be continued. Before his rebirth, he was a genuine 996 worker. He only wanted to enjoy a shameless aristocratic life in another world. But the threats from outside always made him work hard. Now, seeing the fall of the Church of Light and the Adar Empire getting back on track, Bruno naturally couldn't lock himself in the study and work day and night. So, his expression finally turned serious, and he changed the subject simply, "Although I don't often deal with government affairs, the direction of the empire depends on me. Adar Public University submitted a brand new project yesterday, which is about portable magic communication tools." "You mean, this project has the possibility of success?" Old Ford frowned as he flipped through the documents presented by his attendant. "Whether it can succeed or not can only be known after trying. But I think this proposal has great potential, with a vision that transcends the times." Bruno certainly understands the pros and cons of this idea. His current attitude towards the imperial government can basically be described as letting go. But not completely. At least, he will certainly not easily throw aside a decision like this that could affect the future of the empire. After all, the brighter the prospects of the Adar Empire, the more relaxed my children and grandchildren will be. Bruno today is no longer the energetic young man who is urged to get married and have children by his subordinates all day long. Over the past few years, Rhea has given birth to a son and 2 daughters for him, which has multiplied the number of people in the Stewart family several times. The moon is bright in the sky, and the night is dark. When Bruno and Old Ford finally decided on the wonders that the Adar Empire would build in the third 5-year plan, a short and fat figure suddenly rushed into the hall, shouting. Looking closely, it was obviously a human cub riding on a young animal. As if it had noticed Bruno's gaze, the little griffin being ridden by the human cub tilted its head, blinked its slightly innocent eyes, and finally realized that it had come to the wrong place. Seeing this, the human cub riding on the griffin followed suit, tilted his head, blinked, and shouted weakly to Bruno. Daddy?